Chapter 1. Resurrection from Death. The Divine Emperor returns. In the Qinyan realm, within the Black Prison Dungeon, one of the four little hells of the Divine Sword sect. Feifei, I have acquired the Nine grass. Jiang Feiyu, his complexion pale, stepped through the magical array to stand before Lin Feifei. His once pristine white robe was now tattered and stained, every exposed inch of skin marred by the remnants of burns. Is it truly so? Lin Feifei, who had been waiting anxiously, immediately revealed a radiant smile. As the most beautiful woman in the outer sect of the Divine Sword sect, her exquisite features were accentuated by the purple dress that perfectly outlined her voluptuous figure. Here, now you can pass the inner sect examination and become the direct disciple of the 8th Elder. Jiang Feiyu gritted his teeth against the pain as he retrieved a special wooden box from his bosom, offering it to Lin Feifei. With a soft click, Lin Feifei gently opened the wooden box, revealing a gray-white spiritual herb with 9 segmented branches, from which malevolent energy seeped uncontrollably. "Wow, Feiyu, you're truly too kind to me," she exclaimed, grasping Jiang Feiyu's hands in excitement. Hiss! Jiang Feiyu instinctively inhaled sharply. "You're injured?" Lin Feifei gasped in shock. Indeed, the Nine grass was surrounded by the earth fiend flames. Even with the dual protection of this heart-guarding armor and ice soul talisman, I could barely withstand it. "I nearly lost my life." Jiang Feiyu nodded, still haunted by the experience. "Feiyu, your sacrifice for me leaves me at a loss for how to repay you," Lin Feifei said, her hand gently caressing Jiang Feiyu's face, guilt etched upon her features. "We have been inseparable since childhood. For you, I would give everything, even my life," Jiang Feiyu declared, his gaze resolute. "We must leave quickly. It is unwise to linger here." "Wait, there is one final matter to attend to." Lin Feifei suddenly changed her tone. "What matter? Letting you die here." "Feifei, bang!" Lin Feifei abruptly released his hands, delivering a crushing blow towards Jiang Feiyu. "Ah!" Accompanied by a pained scream, Jiang Feiyu's heart meridian shattered, plunging him into the Black Prison Dungeon. "If you do not perish, how can I unite with the eldest Elder's son and become the acclaimed celestial beauty of the intersect?" Lin Feifei scoffed as she ignited a detonation talisman, destroying the magical array. She sealed the only exit of the Black Prison Dungeon. "To be buried in the Black Prison Dungeon is a small mercy, I grant you." Lin Feifei laughed heartily amidst the flames as she departed. Suddenly, dark clouds obscured the sun, and a violent wind roared. In the distance, a ghostly ship, aflame with ethereal green fire, glided past, vanishing in an instant. Within the Black Prison Dungeon, the seemingly lifeless Jiang Feiyu suddenly opened his eyes, joy radiating from his face. "The ancient wilderness domain, Qinyan realm, I have finally returned." He was no longer the former Jiang Feiyu, but Jiang Mo, the sole sovereign who once founded the Divine Sword sect, reigning at the pinnacle of the 9 realms and commanding the heavenly domains. Having been gravely wounded by the backlash of the heavenly Daos while striving for the supreme divine realm, his once loyal subordinates seized the opportunity to stage a rebellion. In a moment of crisis, he successfully escaped into the cycle of reincarnation with a fragment of his soul. Yet behind all this, Jiang Mo had orchestrated it all, using himself as bait to completely evade the control of the heavenly Daos while seeking the legendary physique to reincarnate and rebuild. The Jiang Feiyu who had just perished possessed this very physique, rumored to counter the heavenly Tao, the innate Tao body. Taking a deep breath, he swiftly sorted through the memories within his mind. Lin Feifei and Jiang Feiyu had known each other since childhood, growing up together. A sudden massacre had rendered them orphans, relying on each other for survival. Fortunately, Jiang Feiyu had displayed exceptional talent from a young age, mastering spiritual energy cultivation without a teacher, thus embarking on his path of cultivation. By the age of 13, he had received a divine blessing, propelling him into a rapid ascent. Any technique he merely glanced at could be perfectly deduced, revealing the profound principles and core of each level of cultivation. Conversely, Lin Feifei was of mediocre talent, lacking any aptitude for various techniques and martial skills. It was Zhang Feiyu's innate genius that allowed him to derive the essence of techniques for Lin Feifei to comprehend, leading to her swift progress and selection by the Divine Sword sect. At her behest, he became her shadow, silently supporting her from behind, remaining unknown to all. However, Lin Feifei was not content with this. She aspired to become a direct disciple of the inner sect elders, mastering the most prestigious legacies of the sect. To this end, Jiang Feiyu risked his life to venture into the Black Prison dungeon, retrieving the Earth Fiend flames, ranked 10th among the Fire Seeds. Yet, just as he presented his findings to Lin Feifei, he was met with her treachery and met a bitter end. Taking over this young friend's body, from this moment forth, I shall be Jiang Feiyu. I vow to avenge you, tearing Lin Feifei to shreds, letting the name Jiang Feiyu resound throughout the ancient wilderness domain. Jiang Feiyu clenched his fists, swearing an oath. The most pressing matter now is to restore my body and enhance my cultivation. Chaos Genesis technique. He seated himself in meditation, activating the technique. A misty aura began to emanate from within him, as the spiritual energies of heaven and earth converged into his body like rivers flowing into the sea, refining his flesh and strengthening his bones. His cultivation surged in a brief period, breaking through from the foundational body refinement stage to the pinnacle of the 9th grade. The cultivation levels of the Qinyan realm are categorized as Qi condensation, Qi control, true essence, intent realm, life palace, divine abilities. Each level further subdivided into 9 grades, each grade representing a heavenly division. Genesis technique, one of the 9 ancient scriptures, a formidable technique that synergizes offense and defense, enhances comprehension, and transforms one's bloodline. Boom! Upon breaking through, the first lock of the innate Tao body shattered with a resounding crash. An overwhelming aura surged forth, triggering a transformation in the heavens and earth. Above the dense clouds, holy light shimmered, and a faint sound of the Tao could be heard descending from above. The innate Tao body, its divine might beginning to manifest. Buzz. A halo of holy light coalesced around his body, illuminating the entire Black Prison dungeon. This was the power of the innate Tao body, naturally attuned to the Tao, with both offense and defense imbued with the essence of the Tao, a physique coveted by countless individuals. The divine blessing previously recalled from the original owner's memories was, in fact, one of the innate gifts of the innate Tao body. All the time I've spent, not in vain, this is merely the first lock unlocked. If all are released, with just my body, I could obliterate an entire realm. Jiang Feiyu's eyes blazed with fervor. To unlock all the locks, I must enter the river of heavenly Tao, harnessing the power of the heavenly cataclysm for refinement. The only chance to enter the river of heavenly Tao is to participate in the Qinyan Grand Competition and achieve a top 3 ranking. I must return to the Divine Sword sect swiftly to enhance my strength to accomplish this first small goal of my scheme. With the soul exit destroyed by Lin Feifei, Jiang Feiyu must seek an alternative route. He gazed at the 3 caverns before him, and memories from the past surged forth. I recall there being a hidden path deep within the Black Prison dungeon that leads directly to the sect. I wonder if the treasures buried a myriad of years ago still remain. Following his recollections, Jiang Feiyu entered the rightmost cavern. Hiss! As soon as he stepped inside, an overwhelming amount of malevolent energy surged from all directions, launching a fierce assault upon Jiang Feiyu. Saintly Light Guard, the innate Tao body instantly unleashed a beam of holy light that enveloped him, evaporating the surrounding malevolent energy. But in an instant, a thick purple miasma rushed toward him from around the corner. Yet, like the malevolent energy, it was easily torn apart by the innate Tao body, unable to harm Jiang Feiyu in the slightest. Moments later, Jiang Feiyu reached the deepest part of the cavern. Clang! A vast sea of fire, enveloped in malevolent energy, suddenly came into view, blocking Jiang Feiyu's path. A multitude of exotic herbs emerged from within, exuding an enticing luster. Among them lay the 9 grass he had painstakingly obtained for Lin Feifei. The Earth Fiend flames, What began as a mere spark has now grown to this magnitude. It seems that treasure still exists. Jiang Feiyu smiled as he stepped into the terrifying inferno before him. The Earth Fiend flames immediately launched a frenzied attack against him. Saintly Light Guard, impervious to all. Jiang Feiyu activated the innate Tao body, directly crashing through the flames that came barreling toward him. Ant, submit and let me devour you. Sensing Jiang Feiyu's extraordinary presence, a powerful will erupted, conjuring an abyssal maw that released a terrifying suction, enveloping Jiang Feiyu. Little broken cauldron, daring to put on airs before me. Jiang Feiyu chuckled lightly, channeling the Chaos Genesis technique to form a seal that he injected into his soul consciousness and sent forth. Chaos seal. Hiss. In an instant, all flames were repelled, and the Chaos seal plunged deep into the depths. Devouring Heaven Magic Cauldron. As Jiang Feiyu shouted, a small black cauldron erupted from the depths, landing steadily in his palm. Master, Master, after 10,000 years, you have finally returned. A faint spiritual consciousness emanated from the black cauldron, automatically lifting all restrictions, allowing Jiang Feiyu's soul consciousness to merge within and gain complete control. How fortunate you still recognize your master. Jiang Feiyu snorted coldly. Master, I have prepared a surprise for you. The devouring Heaven Magic Cauldron immediately sought to ingratiate itself. Before Jiang Feiyu could respond, the Chaos Seal drew upon the immense power within the devouring Heaven Magic Cauldron, infusing it into Jiang Feiyu's shattered heart meridian, tracing a black arc that ultimately transformed into a black heart, emanating an overwhelming demonic aura. The 10,000-year demonic heart. The celestial devouring cauldron has relentlessly consumed various beings and their essence over the span of millennia, becoming a treasure birth from the amalgamation of blood and soul. It possesses the ability to eliminate impurities of power and to fuse any force in existence into a singular entity. With it in his possession, Jiang Feiyu could voraciously absorb diverse powers, rapidly elevating his cultivation. This delightful surprise pleases me greatly. It warrants a reward. Jiang Feiyu praised the celestial devouring cauldron with a smile upon his face. Thank you, Master. For your commendation it is my duty to serve. The consciousness of the celestial devouring cauldron responded with palpable excitement. Simultaneously, without waiting for Jiang Feiyu to issue a command, it autonomously emanated a potent suction force, drawing in all the spiritual herbs and the fiery essence surrounding them, emptying the area in an instant. Such understanding, Jiang Feiyu remarked, patting the cauldron, as a wisp of demonic flame coalesced in his palm, radiating a terrifying aura of intimidation, earthly, fiendish flame. Clear the path, let us return to the Divine Sword Sect. At once, Master. Boom! The celestial devouring cauldron unleashed a beam of demonic light, crashing into the stone wall at the deepest recesses of the black prison. Crack! The once impenetrable stone wall shattered with a resounding explosion. In the next moment, a concealed passage materialized before Jiang Feiyu's eyes. Chapter 2. Who Spied on You? Traversing the narrow path, Jiang Feiyu arrived at the heart of the Divine Sword Sect, the Purple Bamboo Grove. A vast expanse of lush purple bamboo greeted his sight, swaying in the breeze and exuding a fragrant aroma. Beyond the purple bamboo grove lies the inner sanctum of the Divine Sword Sect. Following his memory, Jiang Feiyu swiftly stepped into the grove. After taking just a few strides, the melodious sound of flowing water suddenly reached his ears. Turning towards the sound, he discovered a naturally formed pool, its crystalline waters cascading from above, creating a picturesque scene. The waters here are infused with spiritual energy. There must be some hidden treasure. Sensing the peculiarity of the pool, Jiang Feiyu couldn't help but scrutinize it. At that moment, a stunningly exquisite visage emerged from the water, locking eyes with Jiang Feiyu. Her skin was as smooth as jade as she gracefully walked out from the water, her damp, flowing hair cascading over her chest, and her eyes sparkled with a clarity reminiscent of pristine waters. The woman, realizing she was not alone, quickly raised her hand to summon a robe to envelop herself, perfectly accentuating her alluring figure. Such a face coupled with that physique is indeed a rarity even in the lower realms. Jiang Feiyu, having encountered countless beauties, immediately offered his appraisal. "You despicable lecher! How dare you spy on me?" The woman glared fiercely at Jiang Feiyu, fury radiating from her bright eyes. Bang! In the next instant, the pool erupted. The water surged forth, transforming into a sword aimed at Jiang Feiyu. "Who spied on you?" Jiang Feiyu retorted, countering with a swift strike of his palm. A trace of Tao rhythm manifested. Crack! The water-formed sword shattered and fell back into the pool, splashing countless droplets. An unremarkable palm, yet contains Tao rhythm? This fellow is not as simple as he seems. A flicker of astonishment crossed the woman's eyes, but her anger rekindled as she recalled the prior affront. "How dare you offend me? State your identity." Her heightened emotions caused her ample bosom to sway uncontrollably. Quite impressive. Even Jiang Feiyu, a connoisseur of beauty, felt a surge of blood rush to his head. Despite his calm demeanor, his body reacted involuntarily. "You scoundrel! Dare you continue to offend me?" The woman's eyes glinted with cold light, a palpable killing intent emanating from her. A long sword suddenly shot out from the pool, becoming a streak of light aimed at Jiang Feiyu. Jiang Feiyu sidestepped, evading the strike without retaliating. "I shall reiterate, I merely happened to pass by and saw nothing. If you persist in your unreasonable demands, do not blame me for taking ruthless measures." Still trying to weasel your way out? The woman's beautiful eyes glared icily at Jiang Feiyu, her fury boiling over as she swung her sword. "Do you even dare to challenge me with your sword?" Jiang Feiyu's fingers shot out like lightning. With a clang, he caught the incoming sword between his fingers. "You!" A flicker of shock passed through Luo Qingjian's beautiful eyes. This seemingly unremarkable youth easily blocked her sword? "So weak, and you dare to wield a sword?" Jiang Feiyu scoffed derisively. "I shall kill you," Luo Qingyin declared angrily, pulling back her sword. But an awkward scene unfolded. No matter how hard she tried, she could not withdraw the sword from his grasp. "Put some muscle into it," Jiang Feiyu taunted with a grin. "Despicable. I shall fight you to the end." Luo Qingyin fumed, channeling her true essence into her hands. "Such a temper. So you are." Jiang Feiyu suddenly released his grip. Caught off guard, Luo Qingyin exerted too much force, causing herself to stumble and fall to the ground. "What sort of swordplay is this? Is your rear blooming? Care to teach me?" Jiang Feiyu laughed heartily. "Ah, I shall kill you, you scoundrel." Luo Qingyin, humiliated, brandished her sword fiercely. Swish, swish, swish. The fierce sword chi surged forth like a tidal wave, ruthlessly attacking Jiang Feiyu. Tidal sword technique, surrounded by adversaries. Boom! A total of 108 strands of sword chi converged from all directions, enveloping Jiang Feiyu in a deadly net. "Remember my name. I am Luo Qingyin, the Sword Dao Elder of the Divine Sword Sect." Yet in the next moment, she suddenly froze. The youth, with a mere flick of his finger, precisely struck the 3-inch point of her long sword. The sword net, originally coalesced into a form imbued with the power to annihilate, was unexpectedly shattered by a mere fingertip, forcibly dissipating. "He has indeed disrupted my encirclement?" A flicker of astonishment passed through Luo Qingyin's eyes. Yet, it did not disturb her composure. With a swift motion, she unleashed another strike. The tide sword technique surged forth. Waves crashing. The sword energy surged forth like a tumultuous tide, cascading in layers, causing its potency to multiply geometrically. As Jiang Feiyu confronted the impending strike, he deftly shifted his footing, evading the blow with unparalleled grace. "Do you now comprehend the fear? Thinking of retreating, not a chance." Luo Qingyin smiled proudly, seizing the moment to pursue relentlessly. Fool! Little did she know that Jiang Feiyu's feet trembled, causing the ground beneath to cave in instantaneously. The swiftly advancing Luo Qingyin was caught off guard, stumbling and ultimately striking nothing but air. Jiang Feiyu maintained an air of composure, subsequently picking up a branch and waving it with a dismissive gesture. "I've had enough of your torment. You despicable scoundrel, how dare you insult me? Prepare to meet your demise." Luo Qingyin, taken aback by the audacity of the youth before her, was seized with rage and charged at him with her sword drawn. Jiang Feiyu clasped a branch, and in an instant, his aura transformed dramatically. Like a sword unsheathed, he repelled the advancing Luo Qingyin with remarkable swiftness. The rustling sound echoed as Luo Qingyin retreated several steps, barely managing to regain her footing, a trickle of blood escaping uncontrollably from her split palm. This is the momentum of a sword. She gazed at Jiang Feiyu in terror. How could someone of such tender years master a sword intent that takes others a decade, or even longer of arduous training to comprehend? Is it truly that difficult? Jiang Feiyu smiled faintly and said, "Ah, go perish." Luo Qingyin completely lost her composure, swiftly turning her longsword. 120 sword energies suddenly manifested from thin air, representing the pinnacle of her current mastery. With a fierce roar, all the sword energies converged into a single point, transforming into a colossal dragon that lunged towards Jiang Feiyu with lightning speed. Tidal Dragon's Roar Break. At the critical moment, Jiang Feiyu finally made his move. With a swift motion, a sword unexpectedly struck from the side. Although the Tidal Dragon's Roar Break was seemingly irresistible, its flaws were glaringly apparent. At the moment of its eruption, while the overwhelming aura could forcefully obscure vision, failing to affect the opponent's line of sight was tantamount to a fatal vulnerability. Jiang Feiyu's strike was neither hurried nor slow, yet it effortlessly pierced through Luo Qingyin's assault. The improvised weapon, a mere branch, targeted the flaw in her defense, instantly shattering everything. With a swift motion, the branch grazed Luo Qingyin's neck, coming to a halt mere inches from her form. A few strands of her hair fell before her eyes. Her opponent had deliberately restrained themselves. How could this be? I have actually lost? Luo Qingyin was rendered utterly speechless. She had always been acknowledged as the most gifted swordsman among the younger generation of the Divine Sword sect, mastering the Tide Sword technique to an extraordinary degree. Not only was she invincible among her peers, but she was also renowned throughout the entire Qingyun realm as an eminent sword cultivator. She had unwaveringly believed that she was born for the sword, unmatched by anyone. Yet now, drip, the cold blood trickled down from her neck, completely shattering her pride and dignity. She, Luo Qingyin, had actually lost? And so utterly? Crack. The branch in Jiang Feiyu's hand could no longer bear the pressure and shattered into several pieces, scattering across the ground. He shook his head in resignation. Indeed, what he lacked was a suitable weapon. Jiang Feiyu gazed at Luo Qingyin's expression, noticing the tears that cascaded from the corners of her eyes, and suddenly realized he may have gone too far. Just as he was about to step forward to offer some comforting words, a deep and resonant bell tolled nearby. It was the sound of the inner gate assessment. Lin Feifei must be there. Jiang Feiyu immediately cast aside the notion of comfort, transforming into a flash of white light that vanished, leaving behind only the ashen-faced Luo Qingyin. She stood there in a daze, staring blankly at her own hands, murmuring in disbelief. How could this be? How could it be like this? Chapter 3. The Inner Sect Assessment. Though the Tide Dragon's Roar exhibited flaws, Master had explicitly stated that one must surpass the Linkong true essence realm to breach it. Yet the opponent's displayed power was, at most, that of a peak 9th stage of the Qi gathering realm. How did he achieve this? Luo Qingyin's unwavering conviction crumbled in an instant, reduced to mere dust. She let out a powerless scream, experiencing failure for the first time as the so-called foremost talent in the sword path of the Divine Sword sect. No, I must find him. Next time, I will surely prevail. Russell. Jiang Feiyu hurriedly traversed a mountain peak and arrived at the inner sanctum of the Divine Sword sect. Halt. This is a restricted area. No unauthorized personnel may enter. As he approached, he was intercepted by 2 guards. Find someone. Jiang Feiyu, without raising his head, retorted, Scram. Do you think this is a market or your backyard? You can't just demand to find someone without any consideration for yourself. What kind of nonsense is this? Suddenly, a guard stepped forward, drawing his long knife and pressing the hilt against Jiang Feiyu's chest as a warning. Why waste words with him? A good beating will surely make him comply. Without hesitation, another guard raised his hand and struck Jiang Feiyu across the face. You're asking for it. Jiang Feiyu swiftly turned away, delivering a powerful punch in retaliation. Boom. The forceful gust generated by his fist struck, sending 2 guards crashing to the ground, their anguished cries echoing throughout the vicinity. Ah, you damn scoundrel. How dare you strike us? Someone, come quickly. There is an intruder attempting to commit murder within the inner gate. No sooner had the words left his lips than 2 figures abruptly materialized, clad in the uniform of the Divine Sword Sect's enforcement squad. Intruders within the inner gate shall face merciless retribution. The 2, wielding longswords, lunged at Jiang Feiyu without hesitation. As members of the enforcement team, they acted to inflict harm without inquiry. Such behavior must be met with punishment. A glimmer of cold light flickered in Jiang Feiyu's eyes as he erupted into action. With his fingers poised together, a surge of sword energy erupted forth with astonishing speed. In an instant, it pierced through the throats of the 2 adversaries, achieving a swift and decisive kill. The remaining members of the enforcement team, witnessing this scene, were instantly struck with terror, no longer daring to intervene. It's over for you. You're doomed, they exclaimed, audaciously threatening him for daring to slay members of the enforcement team. Yet, before they could utter another word, their bodies were pierced by the sword energy, rendering them lifeless corpses. Jiang Feiyu turned around with an air of indifference, crossing the threshold and vanishing from sight. The disciples participating in the inner sect assessment passed by, halting in their tracks at the sight of the severely injured guards, exclaiming, What formidable sword energy! Who was that person? Daring to kill even the enforcement team. What audacity. When did our sect harbor such a brazen individual? Could they be a newly accepted disciple of some elder? At that moment, Lin Feifei, standing amidst the crowd, suddenly changed countenance. The figure resembled Jiang Feiyu, who was supposed to be dead. How can he be here? It must be an illusion. Certainly an illusion. What's wrong, Feifei? Do you know that person? The young man beside her sensed her unease and inquired softly. No, of course not. Let us go. Lin Feifei hastily denied, turning to leave. In no time, they arrived at the venue for today's intersect assessment, the Divine Artifact Square. At this moment, the expansive square was filled with disciples lined up neatly, all eagerly gazing at the arena. Today marked the grand occasion of the intersect assessment. Passing it would grant them the status of intersect disciples, along with access to more cultivation resources and direct guidance from the elders. Suddenly, a middle-aged man clad in a blue robe with a resolute expression appeared on the arena, casting his gaze over the assembled crowd. Greetings, everyone. I am Negongyu, the elder in charge of the intersect assessment. Today's evaluation will consist of 3 parts: spirit energy testing, arena contests, and task trials. Now, the disciples called will step forward for the first round of spirit energy testing. First up, Zhao Ling. With that, a youthful girl stepped out from the crowd and onto the arena. Her delicate face was marked by nervousness and a hint of apprehension. She hung her head, unable to meet Negongyu's gaze. Do not be anxious, just relax, Negongyu encouraged, noticing her distress. What should I do? Zhao Ling stammered, her nerves evident. Deliver a punch at it. Negongyu pointed to the spirit testing stone behind him, smiling. Oh. Zhao Ling cautiously approached, took a deep breath, and suddenly threw a punch. Boom. The spirit testing stone trembled violently, illuminating with 7 beams of white light. 7th level of spirit condensation, pass. Next, Negongyu nodded in satisfaction, announcing, I passed? Zhao Ling raised her head, revealing a fair face, and asked in a whisper, You've passed the first stage, but there are still 2 more to go. Keep it up. Negongyu encouraged, gently patting her head. Yes, elder. Zhao Ling nodded repeatedly. After taking a couple of steps, she suddenly turned back and bowed deeply to Negongyu. Thank you, elder. Next, Su Tian. A sturdy youth leaped onto the arena, delivering a punch to the spirit testing stone before the eyes of all. Boom. The stone shook violently, illuminating with 8 beams of white light. 8th level of spirit condensation, very good. Next, Negongyu nodded appreciatively. This year's batch of disciples is promising indeed. Next up, Zhao Yi, 5th level of spirit condensation, failed. Lu Yu, 4th level of spirit condensation, failed. Li Fei, 3rd level of spirit manipulation, get off. Negongyu's expression darkened as he scolded. Unexpectedly, the initial positive momentum was swiftly followed by disappointment. What an infuriating turn of events. Next, Lin Feifei. Whoosh. As soon as the words left his mouth, a captivating figure appeared on the arena in an instant. She wore a form-fitting black outfit that accentuated her already stunning figure. Wow, it's the goddess Feifei. 3 months ago, she was already at the 8th level of spirit condensation. Surely, she has broken through again. The presence of Lin Feifei instantly captivated the disciples present, especially the male disciples, whose eyes fixated on her with fervor, unabashedly expressing their admiration. She was the most beautiful woman among the outer sect, a goddess in the hearts of all male disciples. Yet, the next moment, she was chastised by the young man accompanying her. Mind your tongues and eyes. Feifei has already become my partner, remember that. The young man was strikingly handsome, exuding charm with his flowing black hair, yet his face bore a disdainful smirk. Gasped. It was recognized that he was Yi Haoran, the son of the Grand Elder. The crowd was taken aback. Heavens, young Master Yi is actually Lin Feifei's partner? Is this real? It seems so fitting. What is the issue? Silence. Negongyu could not help but scold. If these young fellows would channel their enthusiasm into cultivation, I wouldn't be so troubled. Upon seeing Negongyu's wrath, the venue fell silent. Only Yi Haoran arrogantly clasped his hands, greetings, Uncle Negong. Ah, Haoran. It's been a while. You've made great progress. Negongyu's demeanor shifted dramatically, smiling as he nodded. Uncle Negong flatters me. Let us proceed with Feifei's assessment. Yi Haoran casually replied, shifting the conversation. Begin. Huh. Lin Feifei shouted, leaping forward and striking the spirit testing stone. Boom. With a violent tremor, the seemingly indestructible stone cracked open, revealing a glaring fissure. A radiant light surged forth, transforming into a formidable aura that shot straight into the heavens. Spirit condensation transformed into aura, 1st level of spirit manipulation. Negongyu suddenly stood, announcing with fervent excitement. This declaration reignited fervor among the crowd, who erupted into cheers. Spirit manipulation. My heavens, Goddess Feifei has indeed broken through to spirit manipulation. At merely 15, she has reached spirit manipulation. Her future is limitless. The speed of her progress is astonishing. The last time an outer sect disciple broke through to spirit manipulation during the inner sect assessment was 30 years ago. I shall proclaim Lin Feifei as the most gifted individual in the sword sect in 30 years. Thank you, Elder. Lin Feifei bowed deeply to Negongyu. her face adorned with a radiant smile, reveling in the adulation of the crowd. Very well, both in talent and disposition, you surpass your contemporaries. I must ask, would you be willing to become my disciple? Nangongyu inquired, a smile gracing his face. The male disciples present grew increasingly agitated at the prospect. Elder Nangong was the most senior elder in the inner sect and had yet to take a personal disciple. Indeed, it's no surprise that the goddess Fei Fei is to be taken under Elder Nangong's wing. Her talent is simply too remarkable. If only I could possess the same gifts as goddess Fei Fei. Upon hearing this, Lin Fei Fei slightly raised her chin, exuding a hint of pride as she publicly rejected Nangongyu. I am truly grateful for the elder's affection, but I must respectfully decline. What do you mean by that? Nangongyu inquired, furrowing his brow, his tone tinged with displeasure. In response, Lin Fei Fei withdrew a distinctive wooden box from her robe and pushed it toward him. What is this? Nangongyu asked, perplexed, as he opened the box. A gray-white spirit herb, with 9 segmented branches radiating a dense aura of malevolence, immediately caught his eye. 9 grass. Even Nangongyu, with his extensive experience and composure, could not suppress an exclamation. If I recall correctly, this 9 grass was part of the trial task released by Brother Mo a few days ago. And it is indeed the most challenging of all tasks assigned for the intersect assessment. Indeed, it is this very item, Lin Fei Fei affirmed, her gaze sweeping deliberately across the faces of those present, a hint of arrogance gracing her features. I personally ventured into the black prison dungeon and exerted tremendous effort to obtain it. Surely the elder understands the significance of this, does he not? Nangongyu was rendered speechless. This signified that she would directly ascend to become one of the 10 elders of the Divine Sword sect. A direct disciple of the 8th elder, Mo Yuan. No wonder she exhibited such arrogance, disregarding even the elder himself. With such talent and the backing of the righteous, she would undoubtedly soar to great heights within the Divine Sword sect. Nangongyu marveled inwardly. However, the next moment, a piercing voice of derision erupted from the crowd. You alone retrieve the 9 grass? Do you not fear the wind will twist your tongue? With your meager cultivation, you wouldn't dare to step into the black prison dungeon. Who dares to openly insult the goddess Fei Fei? This utterance ignited the ire of the onlookers. How absurd. The goddess Fei Fei's prowess is such that she would not dare enter the black prison dungeon? Where is that blind fool? Come forth and face me. Yi Haoran's eyes blazed with fury as he raised his hand, unleashing a fierce aura towards the crowd. With a rustle, the crowd scattered like startled birds. Yet one individual remained rooted, effortlessly dispersing the aura with a single gesture while his gaze fixed intently on Lin Fei Fei as he advanced. He possessed striking features. Clad in a white robe, his handsome visage brimming with menace. Jiang Feiyu, it's truly you. You are still alive. Upon seeing the newcomer, Lin Fei Fei's countenance paled, causing the wooden box in her hand to clatter to the ground. A wastrel like you, who has barely advanced to the Qi mastery stage with my assistance, dares to be hailed as the foremost in the intersect assessment in 30 years. The Divine Sword sect has truly fallen low. Jiang Feiyu sneered scornfully at Lin Fei Fei, his voice booming with derision. Impudent child, cease your arrogance. Nangongyu immediately reprimanded. Old man, open your eyes and behold what true talent looks like. Jiang Feiyu let out a cold smile and struck the spirit-testing stone with a powerful punch. Boom. This fist landed precisely on the fissure created earlier by Lin Fei Fei, shattering it into dust. Humph, merely capitalizing on the crack left by the goddess Fei Fei. The onlookers displayed expressions of scorn. However, it became apparent that his punch had entirely passed through Lin Fei Fei's previous strike, akin to hitting a cow across a mountain. Some sharp-eyed individuals gasped in astonishment. The crowd turned their attention, and indeed, the fissure created by Lin Fei Fei remained intact, unchanged. The mastery of both force and precision was nothing short of exemplary, flawless. What nonsense about hitting a cow across a mountain? That was clearly advanced martial arts. Yi Haoran appeared dismissive on the surface, yet a flicker of surprise in his eyes transformed into envy, ultimately morphing into malice. How could an insignificant youth possess advanced martial arts? He must be compelled to reveal his secrets. This was sheer martial momentum. Nangongyu cast a complex glance at Yi Haoran, feeling a tinge of disappointment. As the son of the Grand Elder, how could he possess such superficial understanding? Failing even to discern martial momentum. Looking again, Jiang Feiyu stood tall and imposing, brimming with talent. The admiration in Nangongyu's eyes was about to overflow, as he nodded repeatedly, exclaiming, at such a young age, he has already grasped the essence and fundamentals. He is truly a genius. He then pointed at Lin Fei Fei in public, declaring that she could not compare to him. Upon hearing this, Lin Fei Fei's face fell instantly. Her anger flared. Damn that old man, his betrayal is swifter than turning the pages of a book. Uncle Nangong, what do you mean by that? Just a moment ago, you wished to take Fei Fei as your disciple, and now you mock her? Is it merely because Fei Fei rejected you that you seized this opportunity to strike her down? Yi Haoran, upon witnessing this, immediately stood up for Lin Fei Fei and confronted Nangongyu. Haoran, mind your words. The facts are evident. I am merely stating the truth. What is inappropriate about that? Nangongyu shot a displeased glare at Yi Haoran, declaring loudly. Yet, he did not pursue the matter further. After all, His father was the current Grand Elder of the Divine Sword sect, a figure of immense power. As an ordinary inter-sect elder, Nangong, you dared not provoke such a giant. Nonsense. How could Jiang Feiyu's talent compare to that of my Feifei? The mere feat of her venturing alone into the Black Prison Dungeon to retrieve the Nine Grass places her leagues ahead of him. Yi Haoran retorted sharply, fiercely defending Lin Feifei. Pa, that Nine Grass was brought back by me from the Black Prison Dungeon for that wretched girl. How dare she claim it as her own? She truly risks having her tongue slip in the wind. Jiang Feiyu publicly exposed Lin Feifei's deceit. How dare you slander the woman of this young master? I vow you shall not see the light of tomorrow. Yi Haoran seethed with rage, launching a fist towards Jiang Feiyu. Stop. Unexpectedly, Nangong Yu intervened with swift determination. Nangong Yu, how dare you side with an outsider and obstruct me? Yi Haoran thundered in fury. Such insolence. Within the sect, private duels are strictly forbidden. Violators shall be dealt with according to sect rules. Not even the son of the Grand Elder is exempt. Nangong Yu declared coldly. Were it not for your father's influence, I would have already taught you a lesson. He then turned his gaze towards Lin Feifei. Lin Feifei, do you have anything to say? Of course. Lin Feifei stepped forward from behind Yi Haoran, her voice icy as she pointed at Jiang Feiyu. Jiang Feiyu, attempting to frame me. Where is your evidence? Without proof? You are willfully slandering Feifei and courting death. Yi Haoran's eyes glinted with menace, clearly intent on violence. How dare you tarnish the reputation of the goddess Feifei? Young Master Yi, kill him. Crush him, young Master Yi. Young Master Yi, ensure he pays for this affront. The honor of goddess Feifei shall not be sullied by anyone. The male disciples supporting her rallied in fervent support. Silence. Nangong Yu's voice was chilling. You won't shed tears until you see the coffin. Jiang Feiyu cast a cold glance at Lin Feifei. I ask you, on which level of the Black Prison Dungeon does the Nine Grass grow? Naturally, the lowest level. Lin Feifei replied without hesitation. The Black Prison Dungeon consists of but a single level, divided into 3 chambers. Where does the concept of a lowest level even arise? Jiang Feiyu immediately chuckled. What I mean is that it grows in the deepest part. Lin Feifei quickly defended herself. Her words not only dispelled the doubts of the crowd, but also cleverly sidestepped the possibility of Jiang Feiyu asking her which cave it was from. What lies near the Nine Grass? Jiang Feiyu continued to inquire. Chapter 5, The Futility of a Dead Man's Words. The perilous depths of the Black Prison Dungeon were fraught with danger. The vicinity of the Nine Grass was not only steeped in terrifying malevolence, but also harbored the infamous earthly fiend flame, which was said to erode bones and extinguish souls. Do you truly believe I have not ventured within? Lin Feifei smirked, her lips curling disdainfully. What further words do you have to offer? You are mistaken. While the Nine Grass indeed draws upon malevolent energy, its surroundings are devoid of any such aura, as well as the earthly fiend flame you speak of for. Jiang Feiyu abruptly produced a crystalline blue flower from his bosom. Ice crystal snowflower. Nangong Yu instantly recognized the origin of this flower. Indeed, it is the ice crystal snowflower. Jiang Feiyu nodded slightly at Nangong Yu. Cease your cryptic antics. What connection does it have with the Nine Grass? Lin Feifei's expression shifted, and she questioned him. Absurd. Lin Feifei, how could you be unaware of the relationship between ice crystal snowflakes and the Nine Grass? It is evident you have never ventured into the Black Prison Dungeon. All prior claims were mere fabrications. Before Jiang Feiyu could respond, Nangong Yu furiously pointed at Lin Feifei, berating her. The ice crystal snowflake is the accompanying flower of the Nine Grass. Its presence envelopes the surroundings in a chill, rendering both malevolent energy and the earthly fiend flame non-existent. What? This is impossible. The revelation struck Lin Feifei like a bolt from the blue, causing her complexion to pale drastically. I must have misremembered due to the peril of the moment. She hastily defended herself. Suddenly, a chilling flame erupted from Jiang Feiyu's fingertips, hurtling toward Lin Feifei. Feifei, be careful. Yi Haoran, standing beside Lin Feifei, shouted as he quickly summoned his protective energy before her. However, to his surprise, the flame seemed to possess a will of its own, deftly bypassing Yi Haoran and striking Lin Feifei with lightning speed. Lin Feifei exclaimed as she harnessed her spiritual power to form a barrier against the attack. A mere flame seeking to ambush me? She displayed disdain as the barrier she conjured surged toward the icy flame. With a resounding clash, the flame shattered Lin Feifei's barrier and forcefully invaded her body. What sort of demonic flame is this? Jiang Feiyu, you treacherous fiend. Lin Feifei's face turned ashen, her screams echoing. Haoran, save me. Fear not, Feifei, I am here. In a critical moment, Yi Haoran leaped to Lin Feifei's side. With intertwined hands, a brilliant blue light flickered, swiftly encasing the flames on Lin Feifei in ice, which he then shattered with a powerful punch. Wow, as expected of young Master Yi. He saved the goddess Feifei in an instant. The onlooking disciples erupted in joyous applause. The ice talisman. So it was you who crafted the talisman that day. Jiang Feiyu reminisced about the harrowing events in the dark dungeon, a glint of cold light flickering in his eyes. Indeed, Lin Feifei had conspired with Yi Haoran from the very beginning, orchestrating a scheme to strike him down. Haoran, I owe you my life. Without you, I would surely be doomed. Lin Feifei clutched Yi Haoran's arm tightly, her excitement palpable. "Fear not. With me here, no one shall harm you," Yi Haoran reassured her, enveloping Lin Feifei in a comforting embrace. To claim familiarity with the infernal demon flames while being oblivious to their nature? Lin Feifei, your deceit ends here. A flicker of the earth-shattering demonic flame ignited at Jiang Feiyu's fingertips as he grinned malevolently at Lin Feifei. What? That chilling flame is indeed the earth-shattering fire? Lin Feifei was instantly taken aback. Lin Feifei, are you not prepared to confess the truth? Allow me to remind you. My senior brother Mo is a man of unwavering integrity and has a deep disdain for deceitful individuals. Should he become aware of this matter, not only will your apprenticeship be rendered void, but he may also, in his fury, expel you from the divine sword sect. Nangong Yu's fury erupted, delivering a final warning. What the hell? Is it possible that the goddess Feifei has actually lied? Everything prior was a fabrication. Such a web of deceit does not deserve the title of goddess. How shameful. Is there anything more disgraceful than stealing another's achievements? I have always said her public persona is merely a faade. As for being the most gifted person in 30 years, I believe she is the foremost fraud. At this moment, even the male disciples who once supported Lin Feifei began to turn against her, openly denouncing her. Witnessing the collapse of her carefully constructed image in an instant, Lin Feifei blamed all her misfortunes on Jiang Feiyu. Jiang Feiyu, you have destroyed everything I held dear. I will take your life. With that, she radiated a white light and charged at Jiang Feiyu in a frenzy. One who brings calamity upon themselves cannot live. Jiang Feiyu raised his hand and unleashed a powerful punch. Crack. The radiant light enveloping Lin Feifei shattered upon impact, sending her uncontrollably flying backward. Whoosh. In a critical moment, Yi Haoran dashed forward, catching Lin Feifei and dissipating the residual force from Jiang Feiyu's strike. Haoran, save me. Lin Feifei, utterly terrified by Jiang Feiyu's displayed strength, clung desperately to Yi Haoran's arm, her spirit shaken. Do not worry, Feifei, as long as I am here, no one can harm you. Yi Haoran positioned Lin Feifei protectively behind him and turned to Jiang Feiyu, bellowing, you have audacity indeed, daring to lay a hand on my woman. With that, he unleashed his third-tier mastery of chi manipulation, crafting a ferocious tiger that lunged violently at Jiang Feiyu. Tiger Fist. You seek death. Jiang Feiyu unleashed a powerful punch with a swift motion. Bang. Yi Haoran's neck was instantly struck, and Jiang Feiyu swiftly closed the distance, delivering a lightning-fast kick aimed at his opponent's vital points. With a resounding thud, the kicked Yi Haoran crashed into the stone pillar behind him like a kite severed from its string, his vision filled with stars as the pillar shattered into fine dust. Haoran, are you all right? Lin Feifei exclaimed, rushing towards Yi Haoran with a face full of concern. In truth, she aimed to have Yi Haoran continue shielding her from Jiang Feiyu's onslaught. After all, Haoran was the sole heir of the Grand Elder of the Divine Sword sect. Should Jiang Feiyu harm him, he would undoubtedly invoke the Elder's wrath, leading to dire consequences for himself. Lin Feifei smirked inwardly. With delicate hands, she shook Yi Haoran's body, only to be firmly grasped by him. Stop shaking me, Feifei. I haven't sustained even the slightest injury. Yi Haoran declared proudly, tearing open his shirt to reveal a warm, earthy glow emanating from within, enveloping his vital points and deflecting all of Jiang Feiyu's previous attacks. Is this the thick earth armor? Lin Feifei suddenly realized that Yi Haoran's robe was no ordinary garment, but rather the esteemed thick earth armor, one of the top 3 defensive armors of the Divine Sword sect. Indeed, it is the thick earth armor. With this, no matter how formidable Jiang Feiyu may be, he cannot inflict a single scratch upon me. Yi Haoran proclaimed with pride. Haoran, you truly are the best. Eliminate him. Tonight, I am yours. Lin Feifei whispered coyly into Yi Haoran's ear. Roar. I shall take him down at once. Yi Haoran sprang into action, invigorated as he drew his sword and confronted Jiang Feiyu with an air of arrogance. You worthless fool. You should never have. Bang. Before he could finish his sentence, Jiang Feiyu sent him flying with a single palm strike. Silence. Jiang Feiyu advanced his fingers slightly. What words could a corpse utter? Whoosh. A beam of sword energy surged forth, piercing through Yi Haoran's throat in the blink of an eye. Yi Haoran had not even registered the moment before he met his untimely demise. Swish. Lin Feifei, witnessing this scene, wasted no time in fleeing. She harbored no genuine feelings for Yi Haoran. From the very beginning, she had been exploiting him, intending to leverage his father's influence and status to elevate herself as the favored daughter of the sect. However, with Yi Haoran being slain instantaneously, her only choice was to escape, for failure to do so would mean certain death. Escape? Jiang Feiyu stepped forward, obstructing Lin Feifei's path. And with a swift stroke of his sword, a vibrant bolt of lightning suddenly illuminated the scene. In the next instant, a searing head soared through the air, tracing a graceful arc before thudding to the ground before the onlookers. It was none other than Lin Feifei's severed head. Quite a handy trophy, indeed. Jiang Feiyu cast a reluctant glance at the sword previously wielded by Yi Haoran, securing it at his waist. Chapter 6, Establishing a Fortuitous Connection. Gasp. The onlookers were taken aback by Jiang Feiyu's ruthless demeanor, collectively inhaling sharply. In a flash of lightning, he had dispatched 2 individuals with chilling efficiency. It was utterly terrifying. He killed without so much as a blink. It was over. He was doomed now, for that was the beloved son of the Grand Elder. Most alarming was his casual mention of the Thunderlight sword as merely passable, for it was the foremost spiritual weapon of the sect, second only to the 8 sacred swords. In the Qinyan realm, weapon classifications are as follows: mortal weapons, profound weapons, spiritual weapons, celestial weapons, imperial weapons, sacred weapons, emperor weapons, immortal weapons, and the legendary divine artifacts. Demoness Heart. Devour. Jiang Feiyu stepped over the lifeless bodies of Yi Haoran and Lin Feifei. A sudden surge of energy emanating from his palm, devouring the residual power and elevating his own strength once more. He broke through to the peak of the 9th rank in the Qi condensation realm and ascended into the 2nd rank of the Qi control realm. His spiritual energy overflowed, coalescing into a layer of protective aura that enveloped him. This transformation of spiritual energy into formidable power marked the distinction of the Qi control realm. It was time to head to the sacred heart pool to further augment his strength. For only the forces there could fill the innate Tao body and unlock the first layer of shackles, granting his combat form a tremendous enhancement. With vengeance in his heart, Jiang Feiyu's gaze drifted into the distance, murmuring softly. Suddenly, Nengongyu appeared, blocking his path. "What is this? Are you intent on defending them?" Jiang Feiyu raised an eyebrow and coldly inquired. "I have previously warned you that private duels are strictly prohibited within the sect. Yet, you dared to disregard this warning and murder in public. Today, without fail, I shall apprehend you to provide the sect with an explanation." Nengongyu stepped forward, shouting in fury, You are not worthy." Without uttering a word, Jiang Feiyu unleashed a powerful punch. A glimmer of violet light coalesced before Nengongyu, effortlessly dissipating Jiang Feiyu's force. Has this young man lost his senses? How dare he strike at Elder Nangong, a venerable figure within the inner sect? Who does he think he is? A fool, a brazen fool, relying solely on brute strength to resolve matters. Such individuals seldom survive the night. He is doomed. Daring to lay a hand on Elder Nangong, the Elder will make him understand the true meaning of the heavens and the earth. Witnessing Jiang Feiyu's audacity to confront Nangongyu head-on, the onlookers wore expressions of disdain, with some even vociferously cheering in an attempt to curry favor with Nangongyu. To dare employ the sunlight technique in my presence? Utterly deluded, Jiang Feiyu retaliated with a swift strike of his sword, cleaving through Nangongyu's defenses and forcing him to stagger back several paces. You actually discerned the flaw in the sunlight technique. Who are you? For the first time, panic marred Nangongyu's countenance. Until now, apart from the 10 grand elders of the sect, none have been able to instantly perceive the weakness in the sunlight technique and repel him. The dead are unworthy of knowing. Jiang Feiyu's gaze was frigid, his palms subtly gathering power as he executed a lightning-fast strike. The sword of heaven's inquiry. You insolent wretch, cease your arrogance. Nangongyu seethed with fury, wildly brandishing his arms to conjure an immense shield that steadfastly stood before him. The Xiang shield, impervious to harm. Yet, in the next heartbeat, the Xiang shield was shattered by Jiang Feiyu's sword strike, and Nangongyu, unable to withstand the residual force, staggered back. This sword, it embodies momentum, the very essence of sword intent. How is it possible that one so youthful has mastered both the force of fists and the essence of the sword? Once he regained his balance, Nangongyu gazed at Jiang Feiyu, plunging into a frenzy of astonishment. What manner of monster is this youth? Such talent is nothing short of monstrous. By the heavens, sword intent, that is a mastery reserved for genuine sword practitioners. This youth is actually a sword practitioner? How terrifying. Even within the entire inner sect, only the top-ranked Yi Haoyan has achieved sword intent, and his age has long surpassed 18. How old is this lad? 15 or 16 at most. The onlookers were utterly astounded by Jiang Feiyu's prodigious talent, erupting into frenzied cries. No, I absolutely cannot oppose him. Such a prodigy must be befriended. Nangongyu forcefully suppressed his inner rage, swiftly resolving his course of action. To dare to divert one's focus in battle, death awaits. Jiang Feiyu seized the opportunity and struck once more with his sword. Swish. Nangongyu hastily employed his agility to evade, while discreetly signaling Jiang Feiyu with a subtle gesture. Take a step to converse. A resonant hum emanated from within him, enveloping the two in a violet glow that momentarily obscured them from the gaze of onlookers. What does this mean? Jiang Feiyu furrowed his brow. Lin Feifei deserves her fate. Yet Yi Haoran's unique identity burdens me with responsibility, compelling me to act. However, I do not wish to become your adversary. You must depart swiftly, or else when the Grand Elder arrives, escape will be impossible. Nangongyu urged in a hushed tone. Why assist me? Jiang Feiyu inquired, his expression impassive. He was skeptical that fortune would simply fall from the sky. With your talents, your future is boundless. I do not wish to see you perish at their hands. Consider it a gesture of goodwill. Nangongyu replied earnestly, simultaneously signaling Jiang Feiyu to strike him away, allowing him to flee amidst the chaos. Quite intriguing. Jiang Feiyu struck with unrestrained ferocity, delivering a powerful punch. Nangongyu secretly relinquished his defenses, allowing the blow to land upon him, resulting in the arena being reduced to rubble, enveloped in silence. Even Elder Nangong was no match for him. It was time to flee. Witnessing this, the disciples were immediately thrown into a state of panic, scurrying about in disarray. I shall remember this event. Jiang Feiyu cast a deep glance at Nangongyu before vanishing from sight. Suddenly, Nangongyu emerged from the ruins, coughing up a copious amount of blood. Clutching his chest in agony as he cursed, that wretched boy, how could he strike so ruthlessly? Wasn't this supposed to be a collaboration? Without lingering, he hastily departed. Crack! Within the inner sanctum of the Divine Sword sect, a sharp sound of shattering echoed, followed by an explosive rupture. The fervent assembly abruptly came to a halt as everyone turned towards the source of the noise. The explosion emanated from a jade token, the life token of a disciple of the Divine Sword sect. The shattering of the token signified the death of its bearer. Seated at the head of the table, a middle-aged man clad in a black and gold robe, marked by a red seal on his forehead, suddenly trembled and spat out a mouthful of blood. Ah, my son Howren is dead. Who dares to do this? He was Yi Tsungyun, the Grand Elder of the Divine Sword sect. What? The shattered token belonged to Howren? He is dead? Who could have done this? Within the sect, who possessed such audacity to slay the son of the Grand Elder? Xianyin, Yi Tsungyun bellowed. In a swift motion, a shadow appeared, kneeling before Yi Tsungyun. Master, how did Howren die? What transpired? Yi Tsungyun demanded, his fury palpable. I do not know. I will investigate immediately. Xianyin stammered, unable to meet Yi Tsungyun's piercing gaze, desperate to escape. With a roar of rage, Yi Tsungyun extended his hand, conjuring a spectral claw that seized Nangongyu's head, exerting tremendous force. You only begin to investigate after Howren's death? What use are you to me? Crack. Xianyin's head was crushed instantly, splattering blood everywhere. Gasp. The assembly was taken aback by Yi Tsungyun's brutal methods. Hearts racing in fear. Report. Grand Elder, Howren's body has been discovered at the Divine Martial Square. At that moment, a voice called from outside. Whoosh. Yi Tsungyun vanished on the spot. A grand hall, emanating an intense chill, materialized before Jiang Feiyu's eyes. The Hall of Extreme Ice. The residence crafted specifically for the sect leader of the Divine Sword sect. We have arrived. Jiang Feiyu's face revealed a long-lost smile. For he had just confirmed through his divine sense that the Sacred Heart Pool lay within the valley. The Sacred Heart Pool, meticulously crafted by him a myriad of years ago for the establishment of the Divine Sword sect, served to refine the physical body and elevate the realm of combat. It was a sacred place for tempering the Tao heart. Humph. As he approached the Xianbing Palace, the chills surged forth as if provoked, launching an unsolicited assault upon Jiang Feiyu. How dare such a trivial coldness challenge his true self? A flicker of disdain flashed in Jiang Feiyu's eyes as the innate Tao body emitted a radiant light. The encroaching chill collided with the holy glow, shattering instantly and dispersing into the air. Chapter 7. The prince's scheme. Those who trespass into the ice palace shall meet their demise. A formidable will suddenly erupted, commanding the surrounding cold air to transform into a lifelike ice dragon, surging forth with the might of thunder, ruthlessly charging at Jiang Feiyu. Such audacious arrogance. Without uttering a word, Jiang Feiyu raised his right hand and executed a decisive strike. With a swift motion, the spiritual energy transformed into a radiant arc, cleaving through the neck of the ice dragon. The might of divine resonance resounded. In the next moment, the colossal head of the ice dragon was severed from its massive body, crashing to the ground in a shattering explosion. The residual chill immediately lost its anchor, dissipating along either side of Jiang Feiyu. This exemplifies the formidable power of the innate Tao body. With every gesture, it emanates an aura of divine resonance, capable of annihilating all in its path. As the ice dragon was utterly destroyed, the power of the formation receded in tandem. Jiang Feiyu swiftly entered the Xianbing Palace, concealing his aura as he approached the Sacred Heart Pool. However, as he drew near, a commotion erupted beside him. There were others present. Jiang Feiyu peered through the curtain, gazing within. Before him sat a woman, seemingly in her 30s, gracefully positioned by the Sacred Heart Pool, clad in a form-fitting white robe that accentuated an alluring figure. Her complexion was as fair as snow, revealing a hint of enchanting charm. According to Jiang Feiyu's recollections, this individual was Qin Mingzhu, the esteemed leader of the Divine Sword sect. At this moment, her aura was chaotic, as a formidable force surged within her, wreaking havoc and causing damage to her internal organs. The dominant in celestial cold body. No wonder she had succumbed to demonic turmoil. Such a unique constitution could only be cultivated by awakening the bloodline power. Otherwise, it would inevitably lead to self-destruction through backlash. It was now painfully apparent that resorting to the power of the Sacred Heart Pool to suppress her injuries had come too late. Within Jiang Feiyu's heart, a thought emerged. Indeed, as expected, when Qin Mingzhu attempted to forcibly draw upon the power of the Sacred Heart Pool to suppress the energy within her, she suddenly shuddered, expelling a copious amount of black blood. Why is it that even the power of the Sacred Heart Pool cannot be restrained? Must I truly bow to the ancient kingdom of Qin Yun, choosing to enter a matrimonial alliance with the imperial son to attain salvation? Grasping her chest in agony, she retrieved a delicate brocade box from her bosom. Inside lay a pill, entirely pale pink, from which wisps of azure light emanated. The bewitching harmony pill, once consumed, would lead to utter ensnarement, leaving one oblivious to the plot against them. Such folly. Jiang Feiyu, concealed behind the curtain, could not restrain a mocking laugh. Who dares to hide there? Suddenly, Qin Mengzhu sensed a foreign presence. Her formidable spiritual power coalesced into a blade, fiercely striking towards the curtain. With a resounding crash, the curtain shattered into fine dust, and Jiang Feiyu swiftly appeared before Qin Mengzhu. Boldly, you dare to intrude upon my chambers with nefarious intent. You shall be punished. With a glint of murderous intent in her eyes, Qin Mengzhu struck forward with an open palm, as if summoned. The chilling air scattered around her rapidly coalesced in her palm, transforming into 6 flying swords that surged towards Jiang Feiyu with blinding speed. Do you dare to flaunt such trivial skills before me? Jiang Feiyu wore a look of disdain as he boldly stepped forward. With a resounding crack, 6 flying swords were effortlessly crushed by his innate physique, vanishing into nothingness. You possess an astonishing physicality, Qin Mengzhu exclaimed, her eyes widening in astonishment. She had not anticipated that this brash young man before her boasted such remarkable talent, despite only being at the 2nd tier of the Qi mastery realm. My strength extends beyond mere physical prowess. In your current state, engaging me would only lead to your demise. Jiang Feiyu chuckled lightly, proclaiming boldly. Come to your demise before our sect. Qin Mengzhu's eyes turned cold, and she immediately executed the divine voyage to the abyss technique. The power of her spirit force descended upon Jiang Feiyu's soul sea with overwhelming might, causing his spiritual essence to visibly diminish at an alarming rate. Such is the terrifying nature of the divine voyage to the abyss, capable of bypassing defenses and directly invading the opponent's soul sea, reverting everything to its primordial state. To recklessly attempt the divine voyage to the abyss while being ensnared by madness is truly a path to self-destruction. Jiang Feiyu let out a sinister laugh, and the hidden power of his divine consciousness surged forth in a formidable counterattack. Although he was currently merely at the Qi manipulation realm, he had once been the primordial God Emperor, and even a fragment of his soul retained an incomparably potent divine awareness, far beyond the capacity of the present Qin Mengzhu to withstand. How dare she challenge the might of his soul? Qin Mengzhu scoffed disdainfully. Yet, in the next moment, her expression shifted dramatically as she let out a piercing scream. Ah, how can your soul be so powerful? Who are you? You are hardly worthy to know the identity of this esteemed being. Jiang Feiyu spoke with a frigid tone. If you wish to perish, continue to resist. In but a moment, even deities cannot save you. Qin Mengzhu could no longer endure, and with a gasp, a torrent of fresh blood erupted from her lips. Indeed, her condition was as perilous as Jiang Feiyu had described, teetering on the brink of disaster. Moreover, her recent futile attempt to harness her power in defiance of Jiang Feiyu only exacerbated her plight. Kneel. As Jiang Feiyu's commanding voice resonated, a piercing glance fell upon Qin Mengzhu. A wave of overwhelming, disdainful energy surged towards her, instilling a sense of terror that prompted her to emit a series of anguished cries. Just as she teetered on the brink of submission, a fierce glint flashed across her eyes. She resolved to fight back. Without hesitation, she seized a pill from the brocade box and hastily swallowed it. Fool! That is the soul-confounding harmony pill, specifically concocted by the ancient Qinyan kingdom to ensnare you, forcibly shackling your will and rendering you a vessel for their exploitation. Jiang Feiyu could not restrain his outrage. Before he could finish his outburst, a crimson glow erupted from Qin Mengzhu, enveloping her completely. A fragment of will materialized into a humanoid form, descending from the ether. Aha! Qin Mengzhu, I once believed you formidable. Yet you fell so easily into my trap. From this moment forth, you shall be my female slave, dutifully offering all that you possess and surrendering the Divine Sword sect. The figure clad in a purple robe, marked by a golden lotus emblem on his forehead, was none other than Yi Wushuang, the prince of the ancient Qinyan kingdom. Yi Wushuang, you despicable scoundrel, how dare you conspire against my sect? You never intended to collaborate with the Divine Sword sect. Enraged by the truth, Qin Mengzhu lashed out with furious words. Blame your own foolishness. Once, your sect's founding ancestors severed the ancient Qinyan kingdom's fortune for millennia with a single strike. How could we possibly extend a hand to the Divine Sword sect after such a bloodbath? Today, I shall claim your body and annihilate the Divine Sword sect to vent the fury of the ancient Qinyan kingdom. As Yi Wushuang sneered, he sought to bind Qin Mengzhu, intent on committing his foul deed. Get away. Qin Mengzhu thrashed wildly yet remained utterly immobilized. Resist all you wish. The more you struggle, the more exhilarated I become. Yi Wushuang's eyes glinted with malice as he laughed uproariously. How dare the filth of the ancient Qinyan kingdom covet my Divine Sword sect? In a moment of peril, Jiang Feiyu unleashed the innate Dao body, hurling Yi Wushuang aside. Who dares to disrupt this princess' plans? Die. Yi Wushuang seethed with rage, summoning golden light to form a sword, descending upon Jiang Feiyu. Humph, let me show you the might of the Divine Sword sect. As Jiang Feiyu let out a cold snort, one hand reached towards the sacred heart pool. Activate. In the next moment, a golden light suddenly surged from the depths of the sacred heart pool, forcefully shattering Yi Wushuang's attack and sending him retreating. What on earth is this? Blood trickled from the corner of Yi Wushuang's mouth as he clutched his chest and gazed intently. There, the golden light slowly floated out, revealing a sword talisman. It was the divine sword talisman hidden in the deepest part of the Sacred Heart Pool. It is said to contain a fragment of divine consciousness from the founding ancestor of our divine sword sect. Yet, throughout generations, no sect master has been able to wield it even slightly. How could you? Qin Mengzhu was utterly stunned by the sudden turn of events, and she screamed in a moment of loss of composure. How noisy! Jiang Feiyu once again summoned the sword symbol, unleashing an unparalleled beam of sword light. Qin Mengzhu instinctively recoiled, only to witness the sword light circumvent her form and subsequently cleave Yi Wushuang in two. He was not physically present. Merely a fragment of his consciousness manifested. Await the return of this imperial prince. When I recover, it shall be the moment of your sword sect's annihilation. Yi Wushuang let out a piercing scream, leaving behind a chilling proclamation before disintegrating into countless golden shards. Jiang Feiyu's palm emanated a powerful suction, instantly devouring all the golden fragments, resulting in a significant surge in his cultivation. Just as he was about to speak, his lips were abruptly sealed by a forceful kiss. I want. Qin Mengzhu's delicate face flushed, her eyes glazed over, as her body coiled around Jiang Feiyu like a serpent, releasing a soft moan. Damn it. The effects of that enchanting harmony pill have fully manifested. Chapter 8, Expressing Sincerity. In a moment of instinct, Jiang Feiyu attempted to push away Qin Mengzhu, only to find himself ensnared by her tenacious grip. As his foot slipped, he fell into the Sacred Heart Pool behind him with a splash. The pool erupted with waves, as two bodies intertwined in a passionate embrace, becoming ensnared in an inextricable bond. What a self-imposed predicament, Jiang Feiyu murmured, turning the tables and mounting a vigorous counterattack. Several hours later, the Sacred Heart Pool finally returned to tranquility. Jiang Feiyu cradled Qin Mengzhu in his embrace, seated amidst swirling smoke and ethereal light. Faintly, celestial melodies resonated, imbued with the essence of the Tao, continuously merging with their beings. This elucidates the profound mysteries of the Sacred Heart Pool, where the energies within possess remarkable efficacy in refining the physical form, swiftly elevating the level of one's battle physique. The realms of battle physique are categorized into mortal, profound, earth, heaven, saint, emperor, immortal, and divine, each subdivided into 9 grades. Naturally, the ascension of one's battle physique is accompanied by immense suffering, a torment that an ordinary person cannot withstand. However, for Jiang Feiyu, who has lived 2 lives and possesses an innate Tao body, such pain is trivial. Concurrently, Qin Mengzhu, through the voluntary sacrifice induced by the enchanting harmony pill, enabled Jiang Feiyu's demonic heart to merge with her dominant female, immortal cold body, siphoning away the overwhelming power that had caused her to fall into madness. This resulted in a significant enhancement of Jiang Feiyu's spirit, battle physique, and cultivation simultaneously. The spirit, battle physique, commonly referred to as the physical form, and cultivation represent the 3 fundamental aspects of cultivation, serving as critical determinants of one's future achievements. Yet, most practitioners adhere strictly to the hierarchy, fixating solely on cultivation while neglecting the nurturing and enhancement of the physical form and spirit, only to realize the implications after ascending to a higher realm, too late to amend their ways. However, Jiang Feiyu, once the foremost divine emperor, comprehended that only through the unity of the 3 can one transcend personal limitations and attain the highest realms. Thus, from the outset, he pursued the path of simultaneous cultivation of the 3 essences. Currently, as Jiang Feiyu completely absorbed the power within Qin Mengzhu, he also activated the bloodline strength of her dominant female immortal cold body with the aid of the chaotic creation technique. This serendipitous turn of events allowed her to undergo a profound transformation, significantly enhancing her cultivation. And this is merely the beginning. While elevating himself, Jiang Feiyu harnessed the power of the Sacred Heart Pool to refine Qin Mengzhu's physical form, laying a solid foundation for the elevation of her battle physique, enabling her to journey further in the future. At this moment, with her body undergoing a tremendous metamorphosis, Qin Mengzhu's long eyelashes fluttered slightly, and she could not help but emit a muffled groan. Yet, she remained in a feigned slumber, clearly intent on pretending to be asleep. Jiang Feiyu did not expose the truth. Instead, he rose to fetch garments to envelop her pristine and flawless form, gently placing her upon the chaise. The swallowing heaven demon cauldron. He then summoned the cauldron, communicating through his thoughts. Cauldron spirit, retrieve that fragment of scripture. As you wish, master. Without further ado, the swallowing heaven demon cauldron summoned a fragment of an ancient scripture that materialized before Jiang Feiyu's eyes. The characters of the scripture twisted and turned, resembling runes that flowed incessantly with the influx of spiritual energy. At that moment, the chaotic creation technique within him suddenly accelerated, instinctively merging with the fragment of the scripture. In the next instant, a complete scripture unfolded before Jiang Feiyu. The second volume of the ancient 9 scriptures, the swallowing heaven demon art. Indeed, this fragment was related to the ancient 9 scriptures. A glimmer of joy appeared on Jiang Feiyu's face. Prior to his rebirth in the quest for the innate Tao body, Jiang Feiyu had utilized a secret celestial technique to conduct a profound celestial divination. In that process, he not only foresaw the changes in the Qin Yuan realm millennia hence, but also acquired crucial information. The ancient nine scriptures are the key to vanquishing the will of the heavenly Tao, restoring order, and reshaping the cosmos. The chaotic creation technique is one of the ancient nine scriptures and encompasses the essence of the entire collection. Even if he only gathers partial remnants of the scriptures, he can derive the complete text through deduction. This time, Jiang Feiyu orchestrated his reincarnation and return, participating in the Qinyan Grand Competition to seize the enlightenment fruit. Entering the river of heavenly Tao to cultivate and unlock the shackles of the innate Tao body was merely the beginning. The true essence of Jiang Feiyu's ambitions lies in uniting the ancient nine scriptures to refine the nine treasures of destiny. Jiang Feiyu took a deep breath, clearing his mind, and sat cross-legged to begin his cultivation of the devouring heaven demon art. With swift motions, his hands transformed rapidly, casting one peculiar seal after another. Ultimately, all the seals converged into a singular arc of demonic light that plunged into Jiang Feiyu's ancient demonic heart. Boom! The two entities melded perfectly, resonating through Jiang Feiyu's body with a thunderous sound. With the aid of the chaotic creation technique and the ancient demonic heart, his cultivation of the devouring heaven demon art became remarkably efficient, allowing him to grasp its essence in mere moments. Not only could he forcibly devour the souls of others, but he could also manipulate them from a distance, infusing his own will to turn them into mere puppets. Jiang Feiyu opened his eyes, his face alight with joy. With a mere thought, the ancient demonic heart unleashed a powerful suction towards the sacred heart pool. In the next instant, a vast will concealed within the sacred heart pool was forcibly drawn in. This immense will was a remnant of the thoughts left behind by the successive masters of the Divine Sword sect during their unintentional cultivation within the sacred heart pool. Having formed over countless days and nights, now absorbed by Jiang Feiyu, it caused his divine soul to surge once more, elevating his consciousness to the pinnacle of the ninth grade of the thought realm. The categorization of divine soul levels aligns with that of cultivation realms. However, this was not the entirety of that power. It was merely because Jiang Feiyu's battle body, although tempered by the sacred heart pool, had only barely broken through to the mortal level, reaching the sixth grade of the profound level, while his cultivation realm stood at the pinnacle of the ninth grade of the chi control realm, able to barely sustain the divine soul power of the ninth grade of the thought realm. Forcing a breakthrough in the divine soul realm would only result in damage to his battle body, a loss outweighing any gain. It was reminiscent of the first master of the devouring heaven demon cauldron, the devouring heaven demon emperor, who, relying on the might of a fragmented scripture, recklessly devoured others to frantically enhance his divine soul power and cultivation level, neglecting the refinement of his battle body. This led to his physical form being unable to support the divine soul power, resulting in a backlash and his eventual demise. Are you awake? Jiang Feiyu suddenly sensed a presence behind him and spoke without turning his head. Ah, have you grown eyes on the back of your head, despite facing away from me? Just awakened, Qin Mengzhu was taken aback and instinctively drew her arms around herself, shrinking back. Why are you holding so tightly? Is there any part of you that I have not seen? Jiang Feiyu turned around with a smile and said, Pa, you a scoundrel, dare to take advantage of the situation, despicable, shameless, and vile. Qin Mengzhu retorted while stepping back. Hey, clarify your words. Who exactly is taking advantage of the moment? Jiang Feiyu raised an eyebrow, his tone laced with irritation. Of course it's you. Seizing the moment while I was lost in madness, you dared to tarnish my innocence. Truly, no man is worth trusting. Qin Mengzhu, retreating to the edge of the pool, pointed an accusing finger at Jiang Feiyu. Huh, it was you who approached me first. Employing every trick in your book to claim me, yet you have the audacity to turn the tables. With your 8-star beauty, it is I who should feel wronged. Jiang Feiyu protested with a look of deep grievance. You. Qin Mengzhu seethed, her teeth clenched, her chest rising and falling with agitation. To take advantage and then play the victim. If it weren't for my selfless rescue, you would have long been reduced to someone else's plaything. Not even a word of thanks. Had I known this would be the outcome, I would have allowed that prince from the ancient cloud kingdom to have his way with you. Jiang Feiyu lamented with a wounded expression. Thank you. This should suffice, right? Qin Mengzhu replied through gritted teeth, utterly insincere. Jiang Feiyu coldly shook his head. However, in the next moment, two cool lips pressed against his mouth, only to part like lightning afterward. Is that enough sincerity? Qin Mengzhu gritted her teeth and asked. It's somewhat sincere, but still not quite sufficient. Jiang Feiyu said. Do not overreach. As Qin Mengzhu's words trailed off, she was swiftly overwhelmed by Jiang Feiyu's advance. Since you have spoken, I can only indulge you in your desires. As for your sincerity, let it be expressed through a change in posture. Jiang Feiyu declared with utmost seriousness. Chapter 9. Everything is under control. Several hours later, Qin Mengzhu, collapsed within the sacred heart pool, finally realized the folly of her earlier actions. Feeling utterly drained of strength, regardless of how she later confessed her mistakes or pleaded for mercy, Jiang Feiyu remained unmoved. In fact, it seemed to only heighten his interest, as he continued to exert himself upon her with increasing vigor. Now, I could certainly rate you a 9-star. For a woman who has experienced such indulgence indeed becomes extraordinary. Jiang Feiyu gazed intently at Qin Mengzhu's profile and suddenly uttered, I beg you, I truly cannot endure this any longer. Please spare me, at the very least. Allow me to recover before you decide my fate, all right? Qin Mingzhu instinctively shivered and pleaded. Ahem. That is not what I meant. You have misunderstood. Even with the wisdom of 2 lifetimes, Jiang Feiyu felt a flush creep across his face, clearing his throat to mask his embarrassment. There is no misunderstanding. That is precisely what I mean. Qin Mingzhu rolled her eyes, exasperated yet weak. Very well. Jiang Feiyu supported his forehead, offering a wry smile. Under normal circumstances, having endured countless tribulations, his resolve would be unshakable, impervious to any influence. However, this youthful body was imbued with an innate wildness, one that even Jiang Feiyu found difficult to master. Indeed, it must be an issue with this body, with my steadfast resolve. I could never be so reckless as to develop feelings for this girl. Jiang Feiyu deeply resonated with this sentiment. I pay my respects to the ancestral master, Qin Mingzhu, the 46th generation sect leader of the Divine Sword sect. With a sudden surge of restored energy, Qin Mingzhu rose and solemnly bowed to Jiang Feiyu. How was this discovery made? Jiang Feiyu gazed at Qin Mingzhu and inquired softly, have you forgotten that I practiced the divine return to the void technique? When we merged earlier, not only did it resolve my demonic deviation, but it also enabled me to attain the 9th layer of the divine return to the void technique, allowing me to behold your true form, indistinguishable from the portrait left within the sect. Furthermore, you were able to effortlessly wield the sword talisman infused with the will of our ancestors. Qin Mingzhu replied in a hushed tone, the term merge is aptly chosen. Jiang Feiyu nodded in approval. Yet that is not the crux of my expression, Qin Mingzhu reminded, gritting her teeth. But to me, that is precisely the essence. Jiang Feiyu said with a smile, very well, whatever you say goes, since you are indeed the founding ancestor of the Divine Sword sect. Qin Mingzhu chose to acquiesce. To speak so bluntly, are you not afraid I might silence you? It took immense effort and countless hardships for me to return. And now this secret has fallen into your knowledge. Jiang Feiyu fixed his gaze upon Qin Mingzhu, his eyes glinting with menace. Whether to kill or maim, I shall heed your command. Qin Mingzhu responded with a fearless laugh. Such violence is wearisome. I find the delicate balance between life and death. The desire to live and the longing for death suits you far better. Jiang Feiyu gazed at Qin Mingzhu, a peculiar smile gracing his lips. Please, I beg you. My entire skeleton feels loose. I truly lack the strength. Qin Mingzhu's demeanor underwent a dramatic transformation, as she implored repeatedly. I was merely jesting. Jiang Feiyu chuckled heartily, then shifted the conversation, inquiring about who among the 9 realms currently bears the heavenly mandate. No one has yet assumed this mantle, Qin Mingzhu replied. Shaking her head, she continued, a myriad of years ago, the eternal night descended, leading to the fall of the 9 emperors and the subsequent upheaval that plunged the 9 realms into the era of emperor's ruin. Eternal night. At the mere utterance of these words, a glimmer of cold light flickered in Jiang Feiyu's eyes. It must be the will derived from the heavenly path, intent on eradicating all beings across the plains, seeking to obliterate everything into the abyss of eternal darkness. In his past life, Jiang Feiyu had been reduced to a mere pawn of the heavenly path's will, refusing to submit, which resulted in his failure to ascend to the divine realm and necessitated his meticulous planning for reincarnation and recultivation. After enduring 3,000 years of chaotic darkness, the entire configuration of the 9 realms underwent a monumental transformation, evolving into the present 4 great star domains: the Eastern Wilderness, Southern Barbarian, Northern Abyss, and Western Moon. Unbeknownst to Qin Mingzhu, who remained oblivious to Jiang Feiyu's unusual expression, she continued, from this turmoil emerged 4 individuals, the most powerful since the fall of the 9 emperors, who are now referred to as the 4 sovereigns. Each sovereign governs a distinct star domain. Though they frequently clash and occasionally engage in significant warfare, they have, on the whole, maintained a delicate balance. Yet, this equilibrium is destined to be shattered. The pivotal question lies in who shall bear the heavenly mandate. Jiang Feiyu astutely pinpointed the crux of the matter. The wisdom of our revered ancestor is truly remarkable. Qin Mingzhu offered a rather perfunctory compliment. Please refrain from calling me ancestor so often. It makes me feel aged. In private, you may address me as young master. Jiang Feiyu waved his hands repeatedly. Aren't you old yet? You have existed for countless years. Qin Mingzhu silently criticized in her heart, yet obediently replied, yes, my lord. Which star domain does the Qingyun realm currently belong to? Jiang Feiyu inquired. The Eastern Wilderness star domain, ruled by the supreme leader of the Yi clan, the Sword Emperor Yi Qingdi. Qin Mingzhu swiftly responded. Suddenly, her voice grew somber. The Qingyun ancient kingdom that previously plotted against me was indeed a force supported by the Yi clan, aimed at helping him seize control of the Qingyun realm. Moreover, the imperial disciple Yi Wushuang is regarded as the final vessel for destiny. His earlier plan failed and suffered a heavy blow from you, which will inevitably lead to retaliation against the Divine Sword sect, whom Jiang Feiyu calmly acknowledged. Isn't your reaction a bit too tranquil? Qin Mingzhu looked at Jiang Feiyu in surprise. The Qingyun ancient kingdom was the foremost power in the Qingyun realm a myriad of years ago, and the Yi clan was the leading family among the 8 great houses of the Qingyun ancient kingdom. Once, they wielded immense power, dominating the Qingyun realm due to their ancient legacy, indulging in their whims. but they sowed the seeds of disaster by angering a prodigious young talent, ultimately leading to their downfall, with their fortunes swiftly declining after being struck down by a single sword, replaced by the Divine Sword sect. Jiang Feiyu replied with a faint smile. I presume that prodigious young talent must be you? Qin Mengzhu winked at Jiang Feiyu, whom Jiang Feiyu remained noncommittal. But now, the Divine Sword sect has fallen to such a state. Aren't you the least bit angry? Qin Mengzhu could not help but ask. When I orchestrated my plan to conceal the heavenly secrets and reverse the cycle of rebirth a myriad of years ago, I had foreseen all of this through the profound heavenly calculations. Moreover, upon learning of my demise, those former enemies would undoubtedly stop at nothing to eradicate everything related to me. Jiang Feiyu replied calmly. What they do not realize is that I had long since left behind contingencies. While they appear to have the upper hand, everything remains under my control. The first step is to consolidate power and participate in the Qingyun Grand Competition. Jiang Feiyu raised a finger and exclaimed, what? There is merely a month left until the Qingyun Grand Competition, and we simply do not have enough time to prepare. Moreover, given our previous experiences, the Qingyun Ancient Kingdom will undoubtedly retaliate fiercely against us, leaving us with no opportunity to participate in the competition. Upon hearing this, Qin Mengzhu immediately displayed a troubled expression and said, why panic? With my presence, let them come at us with all they've got. Jiang Feiyu smiled confidently and said, moreover, Yu Shuang's spirit has been severely injured and will take at least a month to recover. Before that, he cannot dare to take any forceful action. For in a month, the Qingyun Grand Competition will commence, and he must ensure that his strength is restored to its peak condition. Thus, the Qingyun Ancient Kingdom will not launch a large-scale invasion in the short term, but retaliatory strikes are, unfortunately, inevitable. Jiang Feiyu narrowed his eyes and continued. However, Qin Mengzhu displayed a look of concern and was about to speak when Jiang Feiyu interrupted her decisively. There is no however. It is merely a Qingyun Grand Competition. Even the Destiny Duel holds no fear for me. You need only follow my commands, and I shall take care of the rest. Jiang Feiyu stated with composure. The Destiny Duel, that is the legendary pinnacle contest among the top masters of the 9 realms beneath the 4 directions star domain. Qin Mengzhu's eyes sparkled with excitement and trepidation upon hearing this. Rest assured and follow me, and you shall witness everything as we ascend to the pinnacle. Jiang Feiyu seemed to have penetrated Qin Mengzhu's thoughts, and with an air of pride, he smiled. He had never regarded the Qingyun realm with any seriousness. It was merely a stepping stone on his path to regaining his former glory. Participating in the Qingyun Grand Tournament and entering the river of heavenly Tao was merely a minor objective. His true aim was to seek the ancient 9 scriptures, seize the essence of the 9 realms, and awaken the 9 treasures of destiny. When that time comes, all star domains and the 9 realms will once again fall under his dominion. For now, let arrangements be made for his identity to facilitate his endeavors. Jiang Feiyu suddenly rose to his feet and donned his garments. The power of the sacred heart pool had transcended the limits of his physical form. Remaining there would yield nothing but harm. After enduring such extensive tempering, his battle physique had ascended to the 7th rank of the profound level, while his cultivation remained at the pinnacle of the 9th rank in the Qi Mastery realm. Yes, this is my token. Please keep it safe, for seeing it is akin to seeing me. Qin Mengzhu hurriedly presented her sect master token with both hands. Chapter 10. I appreciate those who are forthright. I requested that you arrange an identity for me, not that you relinquish your position in favor of another. Jiang Feiyu was immediately struck with a sense of exasperation. Young master, you have misunderstood. I bestow upon you this sect leader token to facilitate your seamless navigation within the Divine Sword sect. As for your identity, I shall publicly proclaim you as the sect master, granting you a status equal to mine. Do you find this arrangement satisfactory? Qin Mengzhu hastily clarified. Perfect. Jiang Feiyu nodded. Oh, by the way, Qin Mengzhu suddenly recalled something and looked up at Jiang Feiyu. Indeed, my lord, I have 2 rather inept disciples, one skilled in talismans and the other in swordplay. Should you encounter them, feel free to command them as you wish. You likely wish to take this opportunity for your esteemed self to offer them some guidance, and your intentions are quite astute. However, I appreciate honesty, so remember, this shall not be repeated. Jiang Feiyu coldly remarked before vanishing from Qin Mengzhu's sight. I hope he isn't truly upset, Qin Mengzhu murmured, a hint of trepidation in her tone as she cupped a handful of water and playfully splashed it onto her delicate face. Phew. Jiang Feiyu emerged from the Xianbing Palace, the frigid wind enveloping him, striking his handsome visage for but a fleeting moment. The chill of the ice had grown increasingly terrifying. Even the path to the Grand Hall had succumbed to a freezing grip. Having taken merely a couple of steps, a sudden rustling sound reached his ears. Without a doubt, it was the sect leader retreating into seclusion once more. This marked the 5th occasion in the past half-year. What could possibly be ailing the sect leader, leading to such a frequent withdrawal? Jiang Feiyu gazed intently at the open space ahead, where several figures engaged in cultivation suddenly emerged, both male and female. Some were seated cross-legged upon rocks, while others wielded longswords, diligently practicing advanced sword techniques, or held talismans, channeling the spiritual energy of heaven and earth into their grasp. Judging by their attire, they were all core disciples of the Divine Sword sect. At this moment, They were compelled to pause their training and engage in discussions due to the abrupt onset of cold air, compared to the sudden mental assault that had previously erupted. This chill was trivial. At that moment, a youth dressed in azure, possessing an unremarkable appearance, spoke with a smile. He appeared noticeably older than those around him, holding a deep blue talisman that absorbed the surrounding cold air. Brother Yin Yang, what do you mean by mental assault? Why haven't we encountered it? A nearby maiden inquired, her youthful face brimming with curiosity. Above the chi manipulation realm lies the true essence realm, where true essence transforms into intent, enabling one to ascend to a higher level of consciousness. At that point, one can refine their intent into an attack, capable of killing from 1,000 miles away without a trace, or directly assaulting the mind, plunging one into an illusion. The consequences can range from mental disarray leading to idiocy, to severe backlash resulting in death. Yin Liang warned ominously, his eyes gleaming with ferocity. Ah, what shall we do? Brother Yin Liang, you must protect me, the maiden exclaimed in fright, instinctively seeking refuge in Yin Liang's embrace. Rest assured, little sister, I shall safeguard you. Yin Liang replied, opening his arms with a hearty laugh. Suddenly, a sword chi surged forth from the side. Yin Yang remained unperturbed, swiftly deploying an ice talisman. In the next moment, the power of ice erupted between them, forming a solid ice pillar that forcefully intercepted the oncoming sword chi. Quick reflexes, brother, praised the attacker. Little sister, you've resorted to ambushing again, Yin Yang remarked, a hint of displeasure crossing his face as he retaliated with several red talismans that swiftly took flight, coalescing into a chain that ensnared the intruder. Talismans in a chain. How fortuitous, my tidal sword technique was just impeded. Your strength will surely assist me. A youthful voice chimed, as a sword pierced through the sealed talismans, striking fiercely. Then we shall see if you possess the strength, little sister. Yin Liang's eyes sparkled with determination as he intertwined his hands, continuously forming seals. The talismans that the maiden had traversed flipped in midair, returning like a boomerang. Impressive. Your mastery over talismans grows increasingly adept, brother. The maiden exclaimed, her toes barely touching the ground as she evaded, her long sword raised before her, gathering sword chi in an attempt to counterattack. At that moment, Yin Liang simultaneously spread his arms wide. All the talismans converged into a circle, trapping the maiden within, as a flash of crimson light burst forth, resulting in a spectacular explosion. Explosive chain talismans. Boom, boom, boom. The terrifying force was unleashed in an instant. Yet the maiden exhibited no sign of panic. The sword chi she had cultivated reached its zenith, and in one fluid motion, she struck out, with a resounding whoosh. A torrent of sword light erupted, shattering Yin Liang's assault and piercing straight ahead. Ah! A flicker of alarm crossed Yin Liang's eyes as he hastily formed seals and shouted. Suddenly, the surrounding icy air was drawn towards him, coalescing into a massive ice talisman that met the maiden's sword with fervor. Bang! As they collided, the latent icy power erupted forth, intertwining with the explosive sword chi. Ultimately, to the astonishment of onlookers, both forces dissipated into nothingness, resulting in a stalemate. Let us not continue. Your progress is too rapid, little sister. Even I struggle to keep up. Yin Liang wiped the sweat from his forehead, a wry smile adorning his face. Who has to blame for that, brother? You've been neglecting your training, resorting to scare tactics to intimidate the new little sister, hoping to take advantage of her. As she finished, a girl wielding a massive sword entered the scene. Clad in simple attire, her exquisitely sculpted face shone adorably under the sunlight. Despite her tender age of 15 or 16, she had blossomed early, her figure commanding attention. That's not fair. I'm merely being cautious for my little sister's sake. How can you accuse me of scaring her? As for taking advantage, that's entirely unfounded. Do not slander me. Yin Liang shot an annoyed glare at Su Tian, his tone reflecting discontent. Indeed, Sister Tian, Brother Yin Liang hasn't taken advantage of me. It was I. The younger sister replied, her cheeks flushed, exuding a bashful demeanor. Seeing her reaction, Su Tian rolled her eyes. Then I suppose I was meddling. Tian, didn't you also experience that mental assault? Yin Liang remarked, his tone shifting to one of gravity. Indeed, its power is akin to the nefarious methods of demonic cultivators. Just thinking about it is infuriating. Su Tian replied, her expression suddenly stern. If Qin Mengzhu hears you both speaking in such a manner, she will undoubtedly give you a good thrashing. Jiang Feiyu burst into laughter upon overhearing the conversation between the two. After all, the nefarious methods they spoke of were merely a result of Qin Mengzhu's previous reckless obsession. Who are you? This is a sacred domain of our sect. Any intruders must depart swiftly, or else face the blade. Su Tian, startled by the laughter, swiftly turned around. The sword that had been resting on her shoulder was now poised directly before Jiang Feiyu's eyes. Meanwhile, Yin Liang stepped forward, concealing a talisman in his palm as he scrutinized Jiang Feiyu. You possess neither a token nor the status of a core disciple. How did you gain access to this place? He also cautioned the others. Be wary, this individual is suspicious. Little girl, do you realize that pointing a sword at me could have dire consequences? Jiang Feiyu disregarded Yin Liang and instead raised an eyebrow at Su Tian, flicking his finger toward the sword before him. Bang! Before Su Tian'er could retort, her longsword flew from her grasp like a wild stallion, nearly slipping from her hands. "Junior sister, be careful," Yin Liang exclaimed in alarm, hastily warning Su Tian'er. Fortunately, Su Tian'er reacted swiftly, extending her other hand to grasp the hilt and exerting force, thereby embedding the sword into the ground before her. Despite this, her body was still propelled back by half a meter. Chapter 11. She is my defeated opponent. You. Su Tian'er suddenly turned, her face a picture of shock as she gazed at Jiang Feiyu. This fellow had managed to send her sword flying with but a single finger. How formidable. Daring to harm my junior sister, you seek death. Observing Su Tian'er's setback, Yin Liang concealed a talisman in his palm, launching it toward Jiang Feiyu with a piercing rush. Get lost. In a mere flick of his fingers, Jiang Feiyu unleashed a surge of sword energy. What? He could actually manifest sword energy instantaneously. Su Tian'er was utterly astounded by the spectacle before her. This seemingly simple maneuver demanded a profound foundation in the path of the sword. To concentrate sword energy to a single point and release it explosively required an exceptional mastery of force. Yet, the opponent didn't even need to gather strength. Bang! In the next moment, the talisman released by Yin Liang was shattered by the sword energy, turning to ashes. Its power had never even been unleashed, extinguished before it could take form. And this was merely the beginning. The sword energy remained unscathed, hurtling directly towards Yin Liang's vital points. Yin Liang was taken aback by this scene and hastily conjured an ice talisman in an attempt to block the ferocious sword energy. Whoosh! However, the sword energy seemed almost sentient, suddenly accelerating to vehemently bypass the incomplete ice talisman and strike fiercely at his critical heart meridian. Boom! With a cry of agony, Yin Liang was sent flying like a broken kite, only coming to a halt after colliding with a massive boulder behind him. With such a lack of skill, how dare he presume to take the lead? Qin Mengzhu is right. You are indeed unworthy. Jiang Feiyu rested his chin on his hand and remarked, "You have first harmed my senior brother and then offended my master. Behold the sword." Su Tian'er stepped forward, her entire being shooting forth like an arrow. In a swift motion, her longsword unleashed a furious flurry of strikes akin to a tempest. With a sharp sound, the moment her spiritual energy merged with the blade, a cerulean sword aura surged forth like crashing waves towards Jiang Feiyu. Layer upon layer intensified, the power surged exponentially. Your talent surpasses that of your senior brother, yet alas, you have miscalculated the eighth stance. Jiang Feiyu chuckled softly, and with a flick of his fingertips, a surge of sword energy erupted. Boom! The sword energy, like a rainbow, shattered Su Tian'er's assault in an instant, striking her wrist with a sharp crack. The weapon in her hand slipped uncontrollably away, swiftly embedding itself into a nearby boulder. Alas, it was a misguided practice. Particularly with the eighth form, both the initiation and the incantation were entirely erroneous. Jiang Feiyu replied with an air of nonchalance. How do you know? Su Tian'er lifted her head to glance at Jiang Feiyu, her eyes brimming with astonishment. Indeed, the tidal sword technique harbors its own issues. Yet that technique was bequeathed by the founding ancestor of the divine sword sect. Even Luo Qingyin, the elder renowned as the foremost prodigy of swordsmanship within the sect, has been ensnared by this move, unable to unravel its complexities. Can you guess? Jiang Feiyu winked, teasingly withholding information. Could it be that you comprehend the tidal sword technique as well? Su Tian'er could not help but inquire further. Not only the tidal sword technique, but I am well versed in all sword techniques of the divine sword sect. Jiang Feiyu replied with a calm smile. What a boast. Even Elder Luo would not dare to make such claims. Are you truly more formidable than Elder Luo? Su Tian'er huffed, in rebuttal. Luo Qingyin, a defeated foe. I surmise she is yet to emerge from the shadow of her defeat. Jiang Feiyu instantly recalled the woman in the yellow dress and instinctively chuckled. How audacious of you to speak so disrespectfully to Elder Luo. Su Tian'er glared at Jiang Feiyu with fiery eyes, her demeanor fierce. Who is this person? Daring to claim that Elder Luo is merely a defeated foe of his? Truly, he must not fear the repercussions of his reckless words. His remarks immediately attracted scornful laughter from the nearby disciples. Is he out of his mind? Elder Luo is the foremost swordsmanship genius of our divine sword sect. Who does he think he is to even be compared to Elder Luo? Fortunately, Elder Luo is not present. Otherwise, you would already be a lifeless corpse. Haha. Jiang Feiyu chuckled lightly. He could hardly be bothered to explain himself to a group of mere children. You, arrogant! Su Tian exclaimed, her frustration evident as she stamped her foot. Don't think that a smattering of skills grants you the right to look down upon others. Elder Luo's swordsmanship far surpasses yours. Oh, is that so? Jiang Feiyu, without uttering a word, drew his long sword from his waist. With a swift motion, he unleashed a dazzling sword light that engulfed everything, dimming even the heavens and the earth. By the time Su Tian'er regained her senses, Jiang Feiyu had already sheathed his sword, observing her with an air of calm assurance. You. Su Tian'er trembled, as if a veil had been lifted, revealing profound clarity. This was the true tide sword technique. Mastering the sword is not merely about imitation. Achieving a semblance without grasping its essence is utterly meaningless. One must remember that intent is paramount, form is secondary, and energy resides in the middle. Jiang Feiyu cast a glance at Su Tian'er, offering guidance. She felt as though enlightenment had struck her, yet something was still amiss. Just as she was about to speak, Jiang Feiyu delivered a kick to Yin Liang's backside. And you stop playing dead. It is exceedingly rare to possess the innate ability to control both water and fire, two diametrically opposed elements. Yet you persist in pursuing flashy techniques while neglecting the essence of talisman crafting. If you could dedicate yourself to understanding the fundamentals and attempt to combine ice and fire talismans, you might yet fulfill your potential. You, who exactly are you? Yin Liang stammered, his face flushed, unable to retort against Jiang Feiyu's lecture. Although the previous attacks appeared lethal, they were deliberately restrained, clearly intended to impart a lesson. Qin Mengzhu mentioned she had 2 inept disciples and asked me to offer guidance based on my mood. I never anticipated such mediocrity. What a waste of my time. Jiang Feiyu propped his chin on his hand, displaying a palpable sense of disappointment. Goodness, is this person truly insane? First, he claims Elder Luo is his defeated foe. And now he dares to directly address the sect leader's name, asserting he is here to instruct the senior brother and junior sister on behalf of the sect leader. Upon hearing this, the others could no longer contain themselves. The senior brother and junior sister are the top 2 in our inner sect. Even Elder Luo acknowledges their extraordinary talents. How dare you say they are inept? Truly mad. Senior brother, junior sister, it is everyone's responsibility to deal with such a lunatic. Let us unite and eliminate him. Silence. Su Tian'er suddenly shouted, then pointed at the token at Jiang Feiyu's waist, confidently asserting that his master as sect leader token. It cannot be mistaken. Are you truly sent by our master? Yin Liang stood there, dumbfounded. Seeing that token is akin to seeing the sect leader. Why aren't you kneeling? As Su Tian'er admonished, she grasped Yin Liang's arm and knelt first. We pay our respects, esteemed elder. Though reluctant, the others, witnessing Su Tian'er and Yin Liang kneeling, had no choice but to follow suit. Rise, Jiang Feiyu said with an air of composure, raising his hand. Thank you. Esteemed elder. Su Tian'er stood and approached Jiang Feiyu, her curiosity piqued. Esteemed elder, what is your relationship with my master? She has entrusted you with such an important sect leader token. Indeed, master never parts with that token, and she has allowed you to instruct us. Your connection must be quite significant. Yin Liang chimed in, his expression curious. Enough, enough. Matters of adults are not for children to pry into. Jiang Feiyu coldly declined. Senior. The 2 were reluctant to give up and were about to speak. Suddenly, a profoundly heavy tolling of a bell resonated in their ears. It was the unique alarm of the enforcement hall. Su Tian'er immediately realized the gravity of the situation. How long had it been since this bell had last sounded? Yin Liang's expression grew serious in an instant. Let us go and see what has happened. Jiang Feiyu followed the sound of the bell. Senior, wait for us. Su Tian'er and Yin Liang hurriedly pursued him. At this moment, in the clearing before the law enforcement hall, dozens of disciples lay wounded on the ground, wailing in agony. Nangongyu, clad in a blue robe, had been beaten to a pulp and was publicly bound to the torture rack. Since you all claim not to know that villain, then today you shall accompany my son Howard to the grave. Yi Songyun demanded fiercely, a murderous glint in his eyes. You have lost your mind, Yi Songyun. How dare you commit such wanton slaughter within the sect? If you have the courage, confront me alone. Nangongyu bellowed defiantly, still attempting to be a hero. With a cold glint in his eyes, Gu Ming, Yi Songyun's subordinate, stepped forward and delivered a brutal kick to Nangongyu's abdomen. Do not harm the disciples. They are the future of our sect. Nangongyu cried, his eyes turning crimson with desperation. My son Howard is the future of the sect. If he dies, what future does the sect have? Yi Songyun's gaze remained indifferent as he commanded Gu Ming, proceed. Yes, without hesitation. Gu Ming raised his long sword and aimed it at Nangongyu's vital points. How dare you? Spare him. 2 distinctly different voices resonated from the air simultaneously. In the next moment, 2 streams of sword energy abruptly pierced into the scene. Clang. Gu Ming's long sword was forcefully struck down by one of the sword energies. And before he could react, his body fell straight back, having been pierced through the forehead by the other sword energy. Is it you? The 2 figures landed one after the other, speaking in unison. Senior. Elder Luo. Upon witnessing Jiang Feiyu and Luo Qingyin strike simultaneously, Su Tian'er and Yin Liang's expressions turned oddly complex. Do not doubt, it was I who killed. Jiang Feiyu spoke without turning back. So what? Luo Qingyin cast a puzzled glance at Jiang Feiyu, unable to comprehend the significance of his words. Thus, you are indeed my defeated opponent. That is a fact. Jiang Feiyu replied earnestly. Luo Qingyin, upon hearing this utterly irrelevant response, was left speechless. She could only furrow her delicate brow and question. What does this have to do with your act of murder? Moreover, you merely won by a stroke of luck. If you possess the courage, let us engage once more. Not interested. Unless you can comprehend the Qianshui sword technique, perhaps I might be inclined to offer you some guidance. Jiang Feiyu shook his head in refusal. What? Afraid of losing? Luo Qingyin sneered. Heh, a pathetic attempt at provocation. Jiang Feiyu dismissed her remarks with disdain. However, this exchange fell upon Su Tian'er and Yin Liang like a thunderclap. Could it be? Elder Luo truly lost to the senior? Elder Luo was indeed a defeated subordinate of the senior. Previously, I was ignorant. Senior, I implore you to forgive my presumptuousness." As these words left his mouth, the surrounding disciples erupted in astonishment. What? Elder Luo actually lost to this young upstart? Are you joking? Elder Luo is the foremost genius swordsman of our sect. Surely, this young man must be lying. How could Elder Luo possibly lose? Yet, Elder Luo did not deny it. Well, perhaps Elder Luo simply let him win. Luo Qingyin's forehead twitched with annoyance, and she turned to the crowd, declaring, "He did not lie. I did indeed lose to him in a single move. There's no shame in that." Gasps filled the air as no one anticipated that Luo Qingyin would publicly admit to her defeat against Jiang Feiyu. This revelation instantly ignited a storm of commotion. However, before the crowd could fully process their shock, a terrifying aura suddenly swept over them. Save for Luo Qingyin and Jiang Feiyu, all the disciples were swiftly suppressed, their cries of agony echoing through the air. In that moment, Su Tian'er and Yin Liang's talents began to reveal themselves. Though they too were oppressed, they managed to crouch down, successfully withstanding the pressure. "How dare you, Luo Qingyin? Obstruct my enforcement." A voice thundered. "And you, the insignificant wretch that dared to harm my people, are you tired of living?" Yi Tsongyin's chair shattered into dust as he strode menacingly towards the two. These two despicable individuals had the audacity to thwart Gu Ming and even kill him, publicly slapping Yi Tsongyin's face. More infuriating still, they were bickering as if he were invisible. "Do you think I'm merely air? I'm Yi Tsongyin, the Grand Elder of the Divine Sword Sect, second only to the sect leader. Grand Elder, you harmed dozens of disciples without seeking an explanation and openly inflicted punishment on Senior Nangong. Each of these actions is a grave violation of sect rules. What is wrong with my interference?" Luo Qingyin retorted coldly. With that, she raised her Qian Shui sword, slicing through the oppressive aura conjured by Yi Tsongyin. "My actions are not subject to inquiry from the sect leader. Why should I explain myself to a mere Sword Dao elder?" Yi Tsongyin advanced towards Luo Qingyin, his voice laced with menace. "Though you hold the title of Grand Elder, I shall not allow your unjust actions to go unchallenged." Luo Qingyin stood firm, sword in hand. Unafraid as she faced Yi Tsongyin, the air crackled with the clash of their opposing energies, creating explosive sounds around them. Just as the tension reached its peak, a sudden clatter interrupted their confrontation, chains clattering to the ground. Yi Tsongyun instinctively turned his gaze to discover that Nan Gongyu, previously bound and restrained, had somehow freed himself. The instigator of this chaos was none other than the young upstart who had slain Gu Ming. "You dare to disregard my wrath and repeatedly test my limits. You insolent child." Yi Tsongyun could no longer contain his fury. His fingers splayed as he conjured a massive ghostly claw, striking towards Jiang Feiyu with blinding speed. "Be careful," Luo Qingyin exclaimed instinctively, warning Jiang Feiyu. This ghostly claw was a technique derived from the celestial rank martial art, the ghostly nether decision. If hit, it would drain one's blood and reduce them to mere bones. What rubbish! To his surprise, Jiang Feiyu scoffed, casually throwing a punch. "You are courting death," Yi Tsongyun sneered. It was the first time he had witnessed someone so brazenly dismiss the ghostly claw. Truly, the audacity of youth. Alas, such recklessness would cost him dearly. "Fool!" Luo Qingyin could not help but mutter under her breath. Yet in the next moment, the crowd was left utterly dumbfounded. That seemingly unremarkable punch carried an extraordinary rhythm, shattering the ghostly claw into fragments. Yi Tsongyun swiftly comprehended the situation. The seemingly casual punch contained profound energy. No wonder this youth dared to be so arrogant. Besides sword momentum, he also mastered fist momentum? How many secrets does this young man harbor? Luo Qingyin was once again astonished by Jiang Feiyu. It was unimaginable that this boy, merely 15 years of age, could wield two distinct forms of momentum simultaneously. "Are you all right?" Jiang Feiyu paid them no mind and turned directly to Nan Gongyu with concern. "It's merely a surface wound. It won't be fatal," Nan Gongyu replied with a smile. However, his expression suddenly shifted, and he grasped Jiang Feiyu's arm, lowering his voice. "Weren't you supposed to flee far away and never return? Why would you come back to court death?" "Humph, if I do not return, you would die in vain. Although our paths have crossed, but briefly, I remain indifferent to your fate. Yet, it seems unreasonable for me to owe you a favor for no reason at all," Jiang Feiyu retorted, rolling his eyes in irritation. "I value talent, and do not wish to see your extraordinary gifts extinguished." Nan Gongyu insisted, his urgency palpable. "You must take this opportunity to escape." "Escape? Do you truly believe I cannot defeat him?" Jiang Feiyu shot a disbelieving glare at Nan Gongyu, then drew his long sword from his waist and forcefully waved it towards Yi Tsongyun, exclaiming, "Old scoundrel, does this sword look familiar to you? The Thunderlight sword. It was you who took my son Howren's life, you wretched beast. Prepare to meet your end." Yi Tsongyun's eyes blazed with fury, akin to a bereaved parent. As he charged at Jiang Feiyu, with both hands raised, he conjured two ethereal ghostly claws, intertwining them as they aimed for Jiang Feiyu's vital points with a lethal cross attack. Crossing, ghostly kill. "Have you lost your senses? You dare reveal your identity?" Nan Gongyu was utterly astounded by Jiang Feiyu's audacity and instinctively reached out to pull him away. However, Jiang Feiyu thrust him aside with a palm, urging, "Stay back. I won't have to look after you." With that, the Thunderlight sword transformed mid-air into a graceful arc, instantly tearing apart Yi Tsongyun's assault. Boom. Chapter 13. Decimating Yi Songyun, the sword's momentum. No wonder my son Howren fell victim to your hands. Yi Songyun's expression shifted dramatically, astonished that his adversary had mastered such sword momentum at such a young age. Now, it is your turn to perish. Jiang Feiyu executed a reverse stroke, unleashing another sword strike. With a resounding clang, the thunderous light fused with the sword's momentum, aiming directly at Yi Songyun's vulnerable neck. The force of the sword crackled with lightning. How audacious! As Yi Songyun roared in fury, he retreated swiftly, attempting to evade the deadly blow. But could he truly escape? Jiang Feiyu flicked his wrist, and the sword technique transformed, delivering a fierce strike upon Yi Songyun's retreating path. Damn it! How could his swordsmanship be so cunning? Each stroke precisely exploited my vulnerabilities, leaving me utterly defenseless and in great discomfort. Yi Songyun struggled to withstand the relentless onslaught, retreating time and again, his heart seething with frustration. Death. Jiang Feiyu coldly uttered a single word, and the lightning sword in his hand abruptly vanished from Yi Songyun's sight. This is not good. Before Yi Songyun could react, a flash of sword light suddenly appeared at his neck, slicing through with ferocity. The second realm of swordsmanship, sword control. You have actually entered the second realm of swordsmanship and mastered the art of sword control. Yi Songyun instinctively clutched his neck, his eyes widening in terror as he exclaimed. A dead man has no need for words. Jiang Feiyu, with a demeanor of indifference, raised the heavenly thunder sword in his hand and executed a swift series of 9 lethal strikes. Could it be that this is the legendary? Yi Songyun suddenly recalled something and in a frenzy, began to struggle violently. Boom. Jiang Feiyu retracted the thunder blade and coldly uttered a single phrase, heavenly thunder sword technique. Thunder flash, 9-fold explosion. Boom. In the next moment, Yi Songyun was utterly consumed by the terrifying power of lightning, disintegrating into fragments in an instant. His neck was shattered. His skull bore a gaping hole, and not a single intact part could be found on his entire body. Hiss. The onlookers collectively gasped in astonishment, spiraling into a frenzy. The Grand Elder was utterly powerless against Jiang Feiyu, defeated in an instant by a series of relentless strikes. Such horror, it was simply unimaginable. Luo Qingyin was momentarily rendered speechless by Jiang Feiyu's display. Holy cow, you are incredibly fierce. You took down the Grand Elder in a heartbeat? Negong, you could not help but exclaim. Just as he was about to approach Jiang Feiyu, the latter coldly warned him, do not come closer, he is not dead yet. What a joke. Negong was incredulous. Crack. But the next second, the crimson mark on Yi Songyun's forehead suddenly split open, releasing a ghostly light that swiftly enveloped his entire body. Blood Demon Soulstone. Jiang Feiyu immediately recognized the essence of that crimson mark. Yi Songyun, who should have been dead, slowly rose, emitting a piercing, eerie laughter towards Jiang Feiyu. I never expected to be forced to this extent by a mere child. Truly astonishing, haha. This aura, you are not Yi Songyun. Who are you? Negong expression changed drastically. He had detected the bizarre aura emanating from Yi Songyun, imbued with a chilling essence that could not possibly belong to a human. No, Yi Songyun has been concealing his true identity. He is a demon cultivator. Luo Qingyin exclaimed in shock. Indeed, in an instant, Yi Songyun's skin transformed to a ghastly green, prominent veins bulging beneath the surface, and a profusion of dark fur enveloping him. Demonization. Jiang Feiyu's gaze turned icy. As the demonic light appeared, Yi Songyun's previously severed neck and shattered skull miraculously restored themselves, while his body swelled in size. The aura that had been at the 6th tier of the true essence realm surged wildly, rapidly breaking through to the 7th, 8th, and ultimately reaching the pinnacle of the 9th tier. Regeneration of severed limbs. Luo Qingyin's eyes widened in realization. This is the hallmark ability of the Blood Demon Sea. He is a spy from the Blood Demon Sea. The Blood Demon Sea has resurfaced, lurking within our sect, likely aiming for the Blood Demon Pearl. Jiang Feiyu instantly grasped the situation. In the past, he had vanquished the Blood Demon Sea with a single strike, mercilessly suppressing its sacred artifact, the Blood Demon Pearl, beneath the Sword God sect, which led to the complete disappearance of the Blood Demon Sea from the Qingyan realm. Now, the Blood Demon Sea has resurfaced, commanding a covert infiltration into the Sword God sect. Their objective is undoubtedly the coveted Blood Demon Pearl. For within that pearl lies the highest legacy of the Blood Demon Sea and a lingering fragment of the will left by its ancient ancestor. Luo Qingyin, Nengong Yu. Gather the disciples swiftly and retreat at once. Jiang Feiyu brandished the token at his waist, issuing commands to the crowd. The overwhelming power of the pinnacle of the 9th realm would, once fully unleashed, undoubtedly result in countless casualties. That is the sect master's token. Nengong Yu was momentarily taken aback. Now was not the time for such concerns. Luo Qingyin urgently hissed, swiftly shielding the disciples present as they began to disperse. There is no escape. All of you shall perish today, especially you. Heh. Yi Songyun sneered, and suddenly, a dark flag appeared in his hand. The soul-absorbing banner. Boom. With a chilling sweep of the soul-absorbing banner, shadows erupted violently from within, lunging towards Jiang Feiyu. Just what was needed to complement the chaos. Jiang Feiyu spread his fingers wide, the power of the demonic heart converging upon them, and in an instant, he consumed all the shadows that surrounded him. Before Yi Songyun could react, Jiang Feiyu retaliated with a powerful punch. The force of his strike shattered the air. With a resounding crash, the soul-capturing banner splintered, while simultaneously, the very ground beneath Yi Songyun fractured, sending dust swirling into the air. His figure surged forth once more, now transformed into a grotesque creature. Adorned with black spines and a pronounced bulge on its forehead, its face a ghastly shade of green with protruding fangs. Utterly devoid of the semblance of the former Grand Elder of the Divine Sword sect, how could one possibly consume the souls contained within the soul-capturing banner? Who are you? Yi Songyun's bulging eyes fixated intently on Jiang Feiyu, emitting a chilling and inhuman screech. These shadows were all the souls of those he had slain in the past, reconstituted through the soul-capturing banner into this unique, demonic apparition. The dead do not deserve to know. Jiang Feiyu gathered his strength and unleashed a horizontal strike with his sword. I challenge the heavens with this blade. With a resounding clash, Yi Songyun's body was cleaved into several segments, scattering across the ground. Futile. My form can withstand countless damages and still regenerate. Yet, to the astonishment of all, the severed limbs of Yi Songyun began to twitch, seemingly on the verge of reconstructing his body. Suddenly, a chilling aura emanated from Jiang Feiyu's fingertips, transforming into a piercing sword energy that forcefully struck Yi Songyun's forehead. Frozen, how do you know my weakness? How can you wield the true essence of Xianbing? Yi Songyun let out a wretched scream. The breach in his defenses directly resulted in his inability to rapidly regenerate, causing his demonic transformation to dissipate. Die. Jiang Feiyu executed a swift backhand strike, decisively ending Yi Songyun's existence. Subsequently, he leaned in, gliding past Yi Songyun's brow, and in his hand appeared a piece of red, transparent substance resembling jade. Indeed, it was the blood demon soulstone. Devour it with the celestial demon cauldron and refine it. Jiang Feiyu's lips curled upwards as he summoned the devouring heaven demon cauldron to swiftly refine the remnants of Yi Songyun's form. In an instant, this essence transformed into a pure force that fused with his being, causing Jiang Feiyu's cultivation to surge once more. He shattered the shackles of the pinnacle of the ninth stage of qi manipulation, stepping into the higher realm of true essence. Within him, spiritual energy boiled over in an instant, subsequently liquefying. The liquid spiritual energy condensed into true essence. A gentle hum resonated as a misty aura emanated, slowly rising. Below, a small stream materialized. At that moment, the innate Tao body radiated a sacred light, merging with the energy and emitting waves of golden brilliance, which continuously expanded, ultimately coalescing into a magnificent golden ocean, his Dan Si. This advanced form of his Dantian possessed formidable characteristics, capable of autonomously refining true essence and generating elemental forces. With the aid of the chaotic creation technique, the true essence refined within the Dan Si directly birthed the power of Yin and Yang, chaotic true essence. The devouring heaven demon cauldron infused the remaining energy into Jiang Feiyu, further elevating his recently attained realm of true essence. He ascended to the first stage of true essence, reaching the pinnacle of the first stage, ultimately settling at the second stage of true essence. Were he an ordinary individual, he could have easily surged to the seventh stage of true essence in one breath. However, endowed with the innate Tao body and having opened the Dan Si, the capacity for true essence he possessed far surpassed that of others. This also meant that the power required for him to break through realms would be several times, if not dozens of times, greater than that of an ordinary person. Jiang Feiyu slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air, retracting the storage ring of Yi Songyun to unveil its contents. The storage ring housed over 1,000 exquisite spirit stones, 10 violet crystal chips, and a blood red token. Exquisite purple crystal. Jiang Feiyu's gaze shifted slightly. This purple crystal transcended the realm of exquisite spirit stones. Spirit stones are classified into tiers: low-grade, mid-grade, high-grade, and exquisite. Above spirit stones lie spirit veins, spirit mines, spirit sources, spirit realms, and spirit domains. This purple crystal before him was a treasure that could only be nurtured by high-grade spirit veins. A single piece of exquisite spirit crystal is equivalent to over 10,000 exquisite spirit stones. Yet this storage ring of Yi Songyun astonishingly contained 10 pieces of exquisite purple crystal. This would sufficiently sustain the spirit stone consumption of the Divine Sword sect for the next 3 years. If Yi Songyun did not possess a spirit vein, he must be under someone else's manipulation. Jiang Feiyu's eyes narrowed slightly. Chapter 14. I shall return shortly. At that moment, a letter floated out from the storage chamber, landing in Jiang Feiyu's hands. Upon opening it, his expression turned cold. It turned out that Yi Songyun had secretly colluded with the Qing and Ancient Kingdom. All these spirit stones were bestowed upon him by the Emperor's son, Yi Wuxuang, with the ulterior motive of enabling Yi Songyun to conspire with him, plotting against Qin Mengshu, with the intent to replace her and seize control of the Divine Sword sect. However, their scheme was thwarted by the true self. Truly, he deserved his fate. Let me check if there are any other valuable pieces of information in his memories. Without hesitation, Jiang Feiyu directly communicated with the swallowing heaven demon cauldron through his thoughts. Little cauldron, search the soul. Yes, master. The cauldron spirit swiftly presented the remaining memories of Yi Tsongyun from before his demise to Jiang Feiyu. Indeed, Yi Tsongyun was under the orders of the Blood Demon Sea, lurking here in search of the Blood Demon Pearl. And the divine return to the Void technique? Jiang Feiyu instinctively squinted his eyes, realizing that the Blood Demon Sea harbored only one possibility for acquiring the divine journey to the Abyss technique. They intended to utilize this technique in conjunction with the unique Blood Demon arts of the Blood Demon Sea to enable their souls to enter the River of Heaven's Tao in advance. Seizing the fruit of enlightenment. Suddenly, a figure materialized before Jiang Feiyu. It was Qin Mengzhu, the esteemed leader of the Sword Sect. "Where's Yi Tsongyun?" she inquired anxiously as soon as she touched down. "She is dead," Jiang Feiyu responded calmly. "Dead? You killed him?" Qin Mengzhu's eyes widened in astonishment. "What is there to be surprised about?" Jiang Feiyu inquired indifferently. "I apologize. I have overstepped." Qin Mengzhu quickly realized her indiscretion and offered her apology. She instinctively forgot the identity of the person before her, still preoccupied with how Yi Tsongyun had met his end. "You truly ought to acknowledge your mistake. To have allowed a spy from the Blood Demon Sea to infiltrate the sect and ascend to the position of Grand Elder while conspiring with Yu Wushuang is inexcusable," Jiang Feiyu remarked, his tone growing slightly colder. "What? He was actually colluding with Yu Wushuang?" Qin Mengzhu exclaimed in shock, promptly kneeling before Jiang Feiyu. "I am deeply sorry. This entire situation is a result of my negligence. Please, punish me as you see fit." She presented herself as one willing to accept whatever consequences Jiang Feiyu deemed appropriate. Earlier, on her way, she had encountered Luo Qingyin and informed her about Yi Tsongyun's matter, having already mentally prepared herself for punishment. However, she had not anticipated Yi Tsongyun's demise would occur so swiftly. "Very well, your punishment is to undergo fusion." Jiang Feiyu spoke earnestly. "Young master, such matters. Let us discuss them in the evening." Qin Mengzhu's cheeks flushed crimson, and she instinctively tugged at Jiang Feiyu. "I was merely jesting," Jiang Feiyu replied with a faint smile. Then handed over all the items from his spatial ring to Qin Mengzhu. "This." Qin Mengzhu's pupils constricted sharply. "These items belong to Yi Tsongyun. All given to him by Yi Wushuang. Cursed Yi Wushuang, it is him again. Our sect must personally eliminate him and obliterate the Qingyun ancient kingdom." Qin Mengzhu clenched her fists, exuding a fierce aura. Indeed, such ambition is commendable. Jiang Feiyu made a gesture of encouragement towards Qin Mengzhu, then shifted the topic abruptly, saying, "You can handle the remaining trivial matters. Furthermore," he added, "that fellow named Nagong Yu possesses commendable character. Promote him." "Yes, yes." Qin Mengzhu nodded vigorously. At that moment, a bird with azure feathers and astonishing speed suddenly dove from the sky, landing before them and speaking human words. It was a spirit pigeon. This mystical creature, employed by various sects to convey messages, appeared slender yet boasted remarkable swiftness, capable of delivering crucial information accurately in an instant. "Speak," Qin Mengzhu commanded, raising her hand to channel her true essence into the spirit pigeon. Instantly, the pigeon glowed brilliantly and articulated, reporting to the sect master. "The Forging Pavilion has recently conspired with the Yuan sect to unjustly delay the supply of weapons to our sect and has refused to communicate with our sect's representatives. Moreover, the Yuan sect has been unusually active lately, with frequent personnel movements and even the sudden appearance of several masters who have long been absent from the sect. This situation is indeed suspicious, and I have set off at once to investigate. It is Elder Mo Yuan." Qin Mengzhu immediately recognized the voice. "Is he the one who issued the 9 herb trial mission?" Jiang Feiyu remarked in surprise. "Do you know Elder Mo?" Qin Mengzhu glanced at Jiang Feiyu, somewhat astonished. "Never met him." Jiang Feiyu shook his head. He had merely recalled how Lin Feifei had deceived him into acquiring the 9 herb to present to Mo Yuan, aiming to become his direct disciple. The Yuan sect and the Forging Pavilion have been closely aligned with our sword sect for many years without any discord. How could such an anomaly arise suddenly? Qin Mengzhu pondered, stroking the spirit pigeon perched on her shoulder, her brows slightly furrowed. This situation arises from 2 potential causes. Either it has been premeditated for a long time, or someone is instigating it. Jiang Feiyu remarked incisively. "If it were premeditated, our sect would have surely sensed it. So, who could be orchestrating this from the shadows? The sword sect has not made enemies for quite some time." Qin Mengzhu quickly dismissed the first hypothesis and fell into deep contemplation. "Did you not just offend a significant figure? Have you forgotten so soon?" Jiang Feiyu said with a teasing smile. "You mean, the prince of the Qingyun ancient kingdom, Yi Wushuang?" Qin Mengzhu suddenly realized. Clearly, only the Qingyun ancient kingdom wielded such influence capable of prompting the forces loyal to her to suddenly turn against her. Jiang Feiyu remained noncommittal, remarking on the situation. First, it was Yi Tsongyun, and now it is the forces allied with the Divine Sword sect. The Qingyun ancient kingdom truly spares no effort. Qin Mengzhu said resentfully. "Naturally, the Qingyun ancient kingdom is just that way. A series of tactics are certainly lined up, waiting for you." Jiang Feiyu chuckled lightly. He then shifted the topic, inquiring about the location of the sect's flying beast. "Summon the flying beast." Qin Mengzhu quickly formed hand seals and called out loudly. "Chirp." As her voice fell, a cry resonated from above. Jiang Feiyu raised his head and beheld a colossal bird soaring gracefully above them. The North Ming Fire Phoenix. Come down. Qin Mingzhu waved at it. With a swift motion, the North Ming Fire Phoenix descended and affectionately nuzzled against her chest. Where do you think you're going? Jiang Feiyu promptly delivered a sharp reprimand to the North Ming Fire Phoenix. Roar. Infuriated, the Phoenix unleashed a torrent of flames towards Jiang Feiyu. Young master. Qin Mingzhu gasped in alarm. Yet, Jiang Feiyu extended a hand, effortlessly dispersing the flames and swiftly seizing the Phoenix by its neck, then forcefully tossing it aside. Bang! The North Ming Fire Phoenix was sent reeling, dazed and disoriented. Do you dare to act up again? Jiang Feiyu coldly asserted, pinning the Phoenix's massive head down. In excruciating pain, the North Ming Fire Phoenix thrashed its head in submission. Young master, I shall accompany you. Sensing Jiang Feiyu's intention, Qin Mingzhu eagerly volunteered. No need. I will return shortly. Jiang Feiyu waved his hand and leapt onto the back of the North Ming Fire Phoenix, commanding, Rise, North Ming. Whoosh. With a powerful flap of its wings, the Phoenix transformed into a streak of light, vanishing from sight. Boom, boom, boom. A series of earth-shattering explosions echoed from within the Yuan Zone Hall. Mo Yuan, cease your futile resistance, surrender, and I may spare your life. The brazen taunts came from the mouth of the Yuan Zone's leader, Shangguan Lai. At that moment, Mo Yuan was encircled by numerous experts from the Yuan Zone and the Forging Pavilion. A massive black bell, inscribed with countless runes, loomed above Mo Yuan, emitting waves of light that relentlessly assailed his spirit. The soul-suppressing bell. It had taken the Forging Pavilion 3 arduous years to craft this imperial artifact for the Divine Sword sect, yet it was now wielded against them. Surrounding Mo Yuan lay the lifeless bodies of elite disciples from the Divine Sword sect who had accompanied him. The immense power of the soul-suppressing bell was especially devastating to one's spirit. Even with Mo Yuan's formidable cultivation, he struggled to withstand its relentless assaults, resulting in his precarious predicament. Damn it, I must break through quickly, or we shall all perish here. Extreme Demon Fire. Mo Yuan glared defiantly at the soul-suppressing bell above him, fiercely channeling the last remnants of his essence to conjure a golden flame aimed at the bell. Boom. The once stable bell trembled violently under the strike, revealing signs of fissures forming. Humph, you think you can escape? You shall find no such opportunity. Ouyang Fei. The head of the Forging Pavilion swiftly cast several incantations into the soul-suppressing bell, causing it to glow intensely as the cracks Mo Yuan had desperately created were instantly erased, dissolving into nothingness. Shangguan Lai, Ouyang Fei. You two wretches dared to conspire against the Divine Sword sect. I swear on my life to slay you both. Mo Yuan's furious gaze swept over them, and he recklessly summoned his essence in a desperate attempt to break free once more. Still resisting? Taste my new creation, the Binding Essence Rope. With a flick of his wrist, Ouyang Fei ensnared Mo Yuan in a coil of black ropes. Chapter 15. Annihilation of Yuan Zone. Mo Yuan felt a jolt coursing through him as his essence was instantaneously sealed, rendering him utterly powerless. Damn it, Ouyang Fei. I will haunt you even in death. Mo Yuan howled in rage. Meet your demise. Ouyang Fei sneered, striking with his palm. Just as the situation seemed dire, the roof of the Yuan Zone Hall was forcibly torn apart, and a colossal creature descended. In a single encounter, it sent Ouyang Fei sprawling, crashing into one of the hall's stone pillars. Spurt. The sudden turn of events left Ouyang Fei reeling, blood spilling from his mouth. What kind of beast is this? The North Ming Fire Phoenix. Shangguan Lai's expression shifted dramatically. The trash of Yuan Zone shall perish at my hands. Jiang Feiyu, astride the North Ming Fire Phoenix, moved like a bolt of lightning, leaping into the air to strike Shangguan Lai. Boom. Shangguan Lai had no time to react before being forcefully driven into the ground, leaving a massive crater in his wake. Reinforcements from the sect. Upon witnessing Jiang Feiyu descend like a deity, a flicker of hope ignited in Mo Yuan's despairing eyes. Yet, confusion soon followed, for he had never encountered this individual within the sect. Bang! Jiang Feiyu leapt forward, delivering a powerful kick that sent the soul-settling bell, which loomed above Mo Yuan, flying. What a worthless trinket. He then swiftly turned and approached Mo Yuan, gesturing with his fingers in a decisive motion. With a resounding crack, the binding ropes that ensnared Mo Yuan shattered into dust. Dare I ask, what is happening? Mo Yuan quickly inquired. You couldn't even handle a few incompetent fools. You brought nothing but shame to the Divine Sword sect. Jiang Feiyu forcefully hurled the token from his waist at Mo Yuan's face, unleashing a torrent of scorn. This is the sect leader's token. Upon seizing the token, Mo Yuan's powerful frame trembled, and he immediately knelt on one knee. Mo Yuan pays his respects to the senior. Go stand aside. I shall discipline you later. Jiang Feiyu cast a resentful glare at Mo Yuan. Turning swiftly, he struck with his palm, perfectly meeting the assault of the approaching Shangguan Lai. Who is this impudent young fool, daring to disrupt the affairs of our sect? The dead are unworthy to know the name of this king. Jiang Feiyu raised his hand, and a surge of sword energy erupted instantaneously. The swift release of sword energy. Shangguan Lai's expression changed drastically as he hurriedly sought refuge. Foolish bird, breathe fire. Jiang Feiyu called out to the Binding Fire Phoenix. With a defiant flare, the phoenix raised its proud head and unleashed a torrent of flames, instantly incinerating 10 men.
Bold beast, dare you disrupt the affairs of my Yuan sect? Slay him, roared Yi Wei, the grand elder of the Yuan sect, as he transformed into a streak of light, hurtling towards Jiang Feiyu. You overestimate your own capabilities. Jiang Feiyu directly propelled his innate Dao body and charged forward with unyielding force. Bang! As the two collided, Yi Wei felt as though he had crashed into an immense mountain, instantly sent flying like a severed kite. 3 of his ribs shattered upon impact. Who are you? Yi Wei was astounded by the opponent's extraordinary strength, having sustained grave injuries from merely a single encounter. Die! Jiang Feiyu unleashed a surge of sword energy that instantaneously pierced through Yi Wei's throat. Yi Wei's pupils dilated in shock as his body fell straight back. Together, let us eliminate him. The onlookers were taken aback by the scene, rallying to attack. How dare they betray my divine sword sect with such meager prowess? Jiang Feiyu let out a cold snort and directly activated the devouring heaven demon technique, launching a surprise assault on the souls of the crowd. Bang, bang, bang. A terrifying force erupted within the souls of the Yuan sect members, causing them to collapse in agony, swiftly cut down by Jiang Feiyu's blade. Today, I shall ensure that not a single blade of grass remains for your Yuan sect and the forging pavilion. With the thunderblade in hand, Jiang Feiyu exuded a terrifying murderous intent. You wretched being, do not presume that having slain a few of my subordinates grants you the audacity to boast. I shall now demonstrate the true power of the Yuanzong. In the midst of his curses, Shang Wanlai suddenly spread his arms wide towards the statue within the Yuanzong Great Hall. Grant me your ancestral blessing. With those words, the colossal statue erupted in a dazzling golden light. To the astonishment of the onlookers, streams of radiant energy connected to Shang Wanlai, who rapidly absorbed the immense power contained within. This statue belonged to the founding ancestor of the Yuanzong, who, it is said, commanded its creation before his demise, embedding the entirety of his legacy within it. Any disciple of the Yuanzong who worships earnestly may glean insights from it. Moreover, the sect leader can forcibly harness its power for the purposes of vanquishing foes. With a thunderous roar, Shang Wanlai's aura surged dramatically, swiftly elevating his cultivation level from the 3rd tier of the true origin realm to the 6th tier in the blink of an eye. Everyone stand back and witness how I shall annihilate him. With a powerful stride, Shang Wanlai charged directly at Jiang Feiyu, unleashing such formidable energy that the entire Yuanzong Great Hall trembled violently. The Tianjue melting technique. So it was this treasure that I sensed earlier. Jiang Feiyu instinctively lifted the corners of his mouth in a smirk, swiftly evading Shang Wanlai's assault. In the blink of an eye, he landed heavily upon the colossal statue of the founding ancestor of the Yuanzong. Since entering the Yuanzong, he had been enveloped by an exceedingly familiar sensation. It turned out that a small contraption he had crafted a myriad of years ago was concealed within this statue. How dare you, wretched boy? The Yuanzong's leader, Shang Wanlai, was instantly consumed by a frenzy of rage, charging forth with unbridled fury. Ha! Even as I have come to obliterate the Yuanzong, what is there to fear? As Jiang Feiyu let out a sneer, he suddenly exerted force with his legs. With a resounding crack, the colossal statue shattered, transforming into a multitude of stone fragments that shot forth. In the next instant, a long staff, entirely resembling white jade and adorned with gold at both ends, surged out and autonomously fell into Jiang Feiyu's grasp. A torrent of scorching heat flowed from the staff into Jiang Feiyu's body. This was the residual power and legacy left by the founding ancestor of the Yuan sect, the very essence of what Jiang Feiyu had bestowed upon him that day. Insects, meet your demise. Jiang Feiyu held his long staff and gave it a subtle twist, and in an instant, the atmosphere shifted dramatically, shaking the very mountains. Could this possibly be the legendary sacred artifact wielded by the ancestral master, the Tianguan mountain-shaking staff? Upon witnessing this scene, Shang Wanlai's eyes widened in astonishment, nearly bursting from their sockets. You are correct, therefore. I grant you a death. With a swift motion, the Tianguan mountain-shaking staff was thrust forward with unyielding force. Impossible! How could the relic of my Yuan sect's ancestral master be utilized by you? Return it to our sect. Shang Wanlai, enveloped in a radiant golden light, charged forward in a frenzied attempt to seize the weapon from Jiang Feiyu's grasp. Yet, in the very next moment, he came to an abrupt halt. Boom! The Tianguan mountain-shaking staff created a fleeting shadow as it shattered all of Shang Wanlai's defenses, piercing through his throat in a single, decisive blow. And he fell lifeless to the ground. Such was the might of a sacred artifact, instant annihilation. Though its power had waned with the passage of time, it still retained the ability to effortlessly eliminate any foe below the realm of divine abilities in a heartbeat. The sect master. The sect master is dead. The sudden demise of Shang Wanlai sent shockwaves through the ranks of Yuan sect disciples, leaving them utterly bereft of their leader, and chaos ensued. What are you afraid of? Let us unite and avenge our sect master. Yang Fei, witnessing this unfolding drama from the ground, was visibly shaken, yet he feigned composure, rallying everyone to join forces. All of you shall perish. Jiang Feiyu offered them no opportunity to advance, wielding the Tianshan mountain-shaking staff with a powerful flourish, summoning gusts of fierce wind that toppled all in their path. Those disciples of lesser cultivation were swiftly struck down on the spot. The hurricane staff technique, raging winds scattering leaves. This is inconceivable. The soul resonating bell. In a state of panic, Ouyang Fei hastily activated the bell, directing its might towards Jiang Feiyu in a desperate bid to envelop him. Begone! Jiang Feiyu swung his weapon with a fierce determination. Bang! The once mighty soul resonating bell was shattered into oblivion. Ouyang Fei, connected to it by a shared pulse, instantly spewed forth a torrent of blood, his face paling to an extreme whiteness. He forsook all dignity, collapsing to the ground as he pleaded with a desperate voice, "Please, I beg you, do not kill me. It was the Qingyun ancient kingdom that instigated us to act this way. If you seek vengeance, go after Qingyun." Jiang Feiyu advanced with purpose, unleashing a swift strike. With a resounding thud, Ouyang Fei's head elegantly arced through the air before crashing heavily to the ground before the onlookers. Alas, the sect leader is dead. Flee for your lives. The members of the casting pavilion, upon witnessing this gruesome spectacle, scattered in terror like startled birds. Seizing the moment, Mo Yuan swiftly dispatched 3 individuals and approached Jiang Feiyu. Inquiring, "Young master, how shall we deal with the remaining ones?" "Eliminate them all," Jiang Feiyu commanded. "Let them understand the dire consequences of betraying the Divine Sword sect." Jiang Feiyu spoke with an impassive expression. Yes. Without uttering another word, Mo Yuan complied directly. Chapter 16, The Eerie Palace. Moments later. Within the Yuan sect, corpses lay strewn about, and blood flowed like rivers. "I report to you, young master, that aside from those who fled, there is not a soul left alive within the Yuan sect." Mo Yuan, his entire being drenched in blood, approached Jiang Feiyu, his tone somewhat numbed. He simultaneously presented a pile of storage rings before Jiang Feiyu. "Notify the sect to send people to retrieve the remaining possessions of the Yuan sect, and demand the Forging Pavilion to submit to our sect-exclusive rights for the next century. Those who defy this order shall be executed without mercy." Jiang Feiyu, subordinate, with a calm demeanor, issued instructions. "Young master, you are truly wise." Mo Yuan could not help but exclaim. "Do not flatter me excessively. I have yet to impose any punishment upon you." Jiang Feiyu suddenly pointed towards the vital heart pulse of Mo Yuan. "Young master, ah." Mo Yuan had no time to resist and let out a piercing scream. In the blink of an eye, a strand of demonic light was forcibly extracted by Jiang Feiyu. And then it mysteriously vanished without a trace. With a violent spurt, Mo Yuan coughed up a mouthful of black blood, yet felt an overwhelming sense of relief. He promptly knelt on both knees, tears of gratitude streaming down his face as he exclaimed, "Thank you, young master, for your assistance." With a half-demon physique, it's no wonder you sought the 9-yin grass to concoct the 9-yin Xiantian pill in order to thoroughly transform your constitution. Jiang Feiyu gazed at the figure before him, Mo Yuan, and inquired with a nuanced tone. Millennia ago, there existed a union between the human race and the demon clan, resulting in offspring who, like you, Mo Yuan, possessed the outward traits of humanity while embodying the formidable physique of their demon ancestors. With admiration, Mo Yuan acknowledged, "Your insight is truly extraordinary. I am utterly impressed by your ability to discern my secret at a mere glance." However, he then inquired with a grave expression, "But what of that strand of demonic light?" Jiang Feiyu responded incisively, "The materials used in the elixir you consumed were flawed." Upon hearing this, Mo Yuan's countenance shifted dramatically. "We must return to the sect. The foolish bird has work to do." Yet, Jiang Feiyu chose not to elaborate further and instead turned to the nearby beaming fire phoenix with a tone of care. "Chirp." The beaming fire phoenix promptly approached, and together with Jiang Feiyu and Mo Yuan, transformed into a radiant crimson light, swiftly transporting them back to the Divine Sword sect. As soon as they landed, Jiang Feiyu retrieved a sprig of 9-yin grass from the swallowing heaven demon cauldron and tossed it to Mo Yuan. "Take it." Mo Yuan eagerly accepted it with both hands, his eyes glimmering with excitement. Yet, almost instantaneously, he seemed to notice something and scrutinized the 9-yin grass closely, exclaiming in astonishment, "This is the 9-yin grass and its companion bloom, the ice crystal snowflower." Jiang Feiyu responded with a stoic expression. "What is the purpose of this object?" Mo Yuan's gaze fixated on Jiang Feiyu, shimmering with an unusual brilliance. "Deliver it to the one who will concoct elixirs for you. He will surely comprehend its significance upon inspection." Jiang Feiyu spoke with an air of calm assurance. "Thank you, young master." Mo Yuan expressed his gratitude with a word, then turned and departed. Jiang Feiyu deftly maneuvered to the Tianyun Palace, where Yi Songyun once resided, and swiftly navigated to the concealed chamber. Guided by the remnants of Yi Songyun's memories, outside the hidden chamber stood an exceptionally formidable defensive barrier. However, before the sacred artifact, the Tianjue shaking mountain staff, it crumbled effortlessly. With a gentle surge, it shattered, dispersing into fine powder. As Jiang Feiyu stepped into the realm, the previously impenetrable darkness around him was suddenly illuminated by flickering lines of fire. At the far end, an altar adorned with 3 skulls arranged in a triangular formation came into his view. This was evidently the bridge through which Yi Songyun communicated with the blood demon abyss. Yet in the wake of his demise, the altar seemed to have lost all significance. Nevertheless, Jiang Feiyu approached the altar with ease. retrieving the blood-red token left by Yi Songyun and deftly inserting it into the skull positioned at the forefront of the altar. This token bore the emblem of the Blood Demon Sea, the Blood Demon Order. With a resounding thud, the altar emitted a powerful surge of demonic light, and a colossal red bloodstone gradually materialized from within. It became clear that the remaining Blood Demon Soul Stones were concealed here. With a smile gracing his face, Jiang Feiyu extended a hand. With a swift motion, he effortlessly extracted a Blood Demon Soul Stone, towering at an impressive height of 10 feet. Subsequently, he retrieved a small fragment obtained from the slain Yi Songyun and placed it within the stone, whereupon they melded seamlessly into one. With this as a foundation, coupled with the tools at his disposal, he was poised to forge a formidable puppet doppelganger. Jiang Feiyu nodded in satisfaction, summoning the devouring Heaven Demon Cauldron to envelop the complete Blood Demon Soul Stone within. With a resounding clang, the moment the Blood Demon Soul Stone vanished, the hidden seals within the altar suddenly emerged. There were still secrets concealed. Jiang Feiyu thrust his long staff forward, the might of the sacred artifact instantly shattering the seals. A shadowy passage then revealed itself before Jiang Feiyu, dense demonic energy seeping forth from within. Such a rich aura of demonic energy. Could it possibly lead to the lair of the Blood Demon Sea? How intriguing. Jiang Feiyu's lips curled slightly as he stepped forward, vanishing into the hidden passage. In the next instant, he found himself in a forest shrouded in an eerie mist, devoid of even a glimmer of light. The misty jungle, a natural barrier of the ancient sect's former stronghold, revealed that this passage led directly to this place. Jiang Feiyu, laden with confusion, pressed onward. Suddenly, as he made the slightest movement, an eerie mist surged towards him from all directions, attempting to engulf him. Did they truly believe such trifling tactics could harm his true self? As Jiang Feiyu scoffed, his fist aimed at a precise spot and struck down with great force. With a sharp crack, a phantom was forcefully expelled, revealing its true form. The Mist Demon, a low-tier creature adept at manipulating toxic fog to obscure vision, ensnares the mind of its victims, leading them to their doom. Jiang Feiyu firmly pressed the monstrous creature beneath his foot, vigorously rubbing it, causing the once all-encompassing mist to dissipate significantly. When did this place become a haven for such fiends? Ah, who is this audacious brat, daring to intrude upon my Blood Demon Sea, a forbidden domain? Depart at once, or face merciless retribution. The severely wounded creature gritted its teeth and issued a dire warning to Jiang Feiyu. Seeking death, are you? Jiang Feiyu's gaze turned icy as he suddenly exerted force beneath his feet. Bang! The monstrous creature was instantly crushed into a pulp. Had this place become a forbidden zone of the Blood Demon Sea? It seemed that the Blood Demon Pearl, once suppressed beneath the sword sect by the sovereign, had amassed sufficient power over the span of a millennium to awaken the slumbering will of the ancient Blood Demon ancestor, heralding the resurgence of the Blood Demon Sea. However, it was unexpected that the Blood Demon Sea would choose the former site of the sword sect. Jiang Feiyu discerned crucial information from the previous discourse. He no longer hesitated and pressed forward with determination. The mist of enchantment had dissipated, replaced by a ferocious malevolence and an enthralling demonic radiance, while at the terminus loomed a palace exuding an ominous aura. Simultaneously, Jiang Feiyu sensed an extraordinary density of spiritual energy in this place, several times that of the outside world. It was no wonder that the decline of the Divine Sword sect had transpired at a pace far swifter than he had anticipated. It was evidently due to the spiritual veins being forcibly monopolized. With a roar, as Jiang Feiyu approached, a multitude of low-tier demonic creatures surged forth, lunging towards him. Blood Demon Sea, forbidden land. Invaders shall perish. Demonic heart, devour. Jiang Feiyu's gaze was frigid as he summoned the power of the demonic heart, converging it within his palm to form a gaping maw of blood. With a hissing sound, he devoured all the approaching fiends in an instant. Jiang Feiyu lifted his gaze to the palace that loomed nearby, a wave of familiarity suddenly washing over him. Could it be the Hall of Immortal Ascension? Yet, it seemed to diverge from his memories. Who would dare approach the Night Demon Palace, courting death? At that very moment, a colossal shadow of darkness surged forth from the palace, hurtling directly towards Jiang Feiyu with lethal intent. The specter of malevolence, obliterate. Jiang Feiyu raised the Tianjue mountain shaking staff in his hand and brought it crashing down from the sky. With a single glance, he discerned that the enormous demonic shadow before him was merely an illusion, conjured through external means, a manifestation of the sorcery of the demon sect. Indeed, as Jiang Feiyu had anticipated, the colossal demonic figure, brimming with overwhelming force, shattered upon the impact of the staff and dissolved into nothingness. I cannot be bothered to waste my time with you insignificant beings. Jiang Feiyu unleashed his divine consciousness, dispersing all obstacles in his path, and swiftly arrived before the palace. The protective formation established outside the palace suddenly emitted waves of demonic light, attempting to thwart Jiang Feiyu while transforming into numerous tendrils that sought to invade his very being. Chapter 17. Phantom Shadows, Innate Sacred Light. As Jiang Feiyu murmured softly, his innate Dao body radiated a halo of sacred light, purifying the malevolent shadows that encircled him. With a swift motion, he traversed the array and entered the palace. The grand doors of the palace creaked open, revealing a tempestuous interior where countless tendrils of black mist coalesced into a gaping void, seemingly intent on devouring Jiang Feiyu. Would they dare to employ the same trick a second time? As Jiang Feiyu scoffed, the innate holy light was once again unleashed. The ominous black mist before him vanished as if it had encountered a specter. A chilling laughter echoed, reminiscent of a malevolent spirit lurking in the shadows. Fixated on Jiang Feiyu, emitting an eerie cackle. Jiang Feiyu stepped in leisurely, a composed smile gracing his lips. He leisurely inquired, "Will you voluntarily reveal yourself? Or must I take matters into my own hands?" The only response to his words was a chilling laughter, followed by the unsettling sound of bones grinding against one another. As Jiang Feiyu's vision blurred, he found himself transported to a realm of the dead, where no palace remained, only a desolate expanse filled with stark white bones, accompanied by the haunting echoes of anguished wails. Suddenly, the skeletal remains on the ground began to stir. These bones, having endured countless ages, grasped the remnants of rusted weapons nearby and slowly rose, unsteadily advancing towards Jiang Feiyu, encircling him in an instant. This illusory nightmare holds no terror for me. Observing the sea of skeletons piled high, Jiang Feiyu scoffed audibly. Yet, the unseen force orchestrating this spectacle piqued his curiosity. With a swift motion, a multitude of skeletons brandishing weapons descended upon him, causing sprays of blood to erupt. However, Jiang Feiyu stood resolute, allowing their frenzied assaults to rain down upon him. The ominous creaking of bones echoed in his ears, a sound that would send shivers down anyone else's spine, compelling them to flee. Yet Jiang Feiyu remained unfazed. In response, the skeletal army surged forward, overwhelming him in an instant, as every skeleton unleashed their full might, swinging swords, tearing limbs with bare hands, thrusting daggers toward his heart, and wielding massive axes to cleave him in two. Jiang Feiyu was forcefully torn apart, his innards extracted and devoured before his very eyes. The excruciating pain assaulted his senses, and blood flowed like a river, staining the earth a deep crimson. Ultimately, a skeletal king wielding a mountain-splitting blade crushed a subordinate beside him, and then leapt to sever Jiang Feiyu's head. With a sickening thud, the head, trailing a long streak of blood, plummeted to the ground and rolled for what seemed an eternity. In the face of such torment, an ordinary person would have succumbed to despair or retaliated in rage. Yet Jiang Feiyu remained unflinching, his severed head wearing a serene smile. "Your aura is familiar. It seems you are an old acquaintance. Come forth willingly, or should I unleash my true power, you shall face utter annihilation." Jiang Feiyu finally spoke. As his words echoed, the scene abruptly returned to normal, with Jiang Feiyu standing unscathed in the center of the palace. However, before he could utter another word, boom! A thunderous roar erupted ahead, as the dark sky was suddenly rent asunder, and a celestial light descended, coalescing into a staircase leading to the heavens. The celestial gate opened, the path to ascension revealed. A commanding voice resounded from above, and Jiang Feiyu's body was lifted uncontrollably, ascending the heavenly path. Beyond the celestial gate lay the 33 heavens and 99 celestial palaces. Atop these palaces, the sounds of the great Tao resounded endlessly, with divine mountains standing tall. And treasures, celestial artifacts, precious relics, and miraculous elixirs, within reach, coveted by countless cultivators. Several celestial maidens emerged, their voices like ethereal music, gracefully surrounding Jiang Feiyu. Just as they began to stir the strings of his heart, the scene abruptly came to a halt. Jiang Feiyu, displaying evident impatience, exclaimed, stubborn and unyielding, "I have endured countless trials and tribulations. Do you truly believe that your meager attempts to deceive and simulate the myriad emotions can shake the foundation of my resolve? You overestimate your capabilities." With that, his divine will surged forth. Crack! All illusions vanished in an instant. Simultaneously, within the palace, a colossal creature materialized, its body resembling that of a fish, its head that of an ox, and its tail akin to a serpent. With blood-red eyes and horns protruding from its head, emitting a spine-chilling shriek, it lunged towards Jiang Feiyu, who, with a mere gesture, conjured a gigantic hand to forcefully pin it in place. "Reveal your true form at once," Jiang Feiyu commanded, gazing intently at the creature. Roar! The creature, seemingly provoked, broke free from the grasp with a fierce charge towards Jiang Feiyu. "Since you insist on being obstinate, I shall no longer hold back." A fleeting glance from Jiang Feiyu instantly ensnared the monstrous being in a mental bind. With a resounding roar, the lightning sword sliced through the air, cleaving forth with unparalleled ferocity. With a sharp sound, the overwhelming sword energy swept outward, tearing the colossal creature asunder, crimson blood gushing forth in torrents. The creature, filled with dread, cast a fearful glance at Jiang Feiyu before erupting into a sinister laugh, declaring, "You cannot kill me, for no one has ever succeeded. Is that so? Allow me to sever the osmanthus tree that Li Erniu personally planted for you, and shatter your token of love. Let us see if you can survive that." Jiang Feiyu recognized the entity before him, a peculiar smile gracing his lips. At these words, the monster recoiled in terror, staring at Jiang Feiyu in disbelief. "Come forth," Jiang Feiyu commanded, his voice rising sharply. In an instant, his mental energy enveloped the entire palace. The next moment, the mist dissipated, revealing not a monster, but a graceful silhouette standing in the corner. Merely her profile was enough to captivate all hearts, and when she turned to glance back, the world seemed to succumb. Time freezing in that singular moment. Who could have anticipated that the true form of the earlier monster was such an extraordinary beauty? Mingwei, it is indeed you. Jiang Feiyu halted, a gentle smile gracing his features. Upon hearing his words, the stunning beauty gasped and staggered back, her face a mask of shock. Why you? How do you know? Who are you? Who was it that once said you must have been blind to fall for Li Erniu, that witnessed your poignant love, and, in response, quelled the Qingyun mountain with a single sword stroke, severing the fortunes of the ancient Qingyun kingdom for millennia? And that osmanthus tree? Have you forgotten all of this? Jiang Feiyu clasped his hands behind his back, letting out a soft sigh. It is you, master. It truly is you. The unparalleled beauty exclaimed, her surprise palpable as she rushed towards Jiang Feiyu. Master, you are really alive? Indeed. I am eternal. Who else would come to your aid in liberation? Jiang Feiyu chuckled, though a hint of melancholy shadowed his expression. Alas, old friends have perished, and yet, you remain trapped in the past. Mingyue's apparition drew closer to Jiang Feiyu. Silently kneeling beside him, profound sorrow etched upon her face. She had long since passed, now merely a ghostly remnant born of lingering obsession, resentment, and malice. Jiang Feiyu extended his palm, hovering above the young girl's head, shaking his head as he spoke. After countless years have passed, why do you still linger, unwilling to depart? What purpose does this serve? You have rendered yourself neither human nor ghost. Upon hearing Jiang Feiyu's words, the specter lowered her head, enveloped in silence. Alas! Jiang Feiyu sighed, shaking his head. I understand that you remain steadfast in your unfulfilled vow of life and death with Erniu. However, that was a sacrifice made by Li Erniu, who forsook the opportunity of reincarnation to create a chance for you. Have you considered whether your actions truly honor his heartfelt intentions? The specter remained dejected, silent as ever. It is also my fault for having been too compassionate. Thinking of you calling me master, I could not bring myself to send you to the afterlife, which has led to your solitary suffering in this world for millennia, ultimately transforming you into this ghostly form. Jiang Feiyu spoke with a heavy heart, filled with remorse. Upon hearing this, the specter suddenly shook her head vigorously. No, master. This is not your fault. I know that apart from Erniu, you have been the kindest to me. Yet, I cannot let go. The heavens may be ruthless, but humanity possesses compassion. I believe that one day, I shall await Erniu's return. Chapter 18. Creating a clone. You are fully aware that this is an impossible endeavor. Otherwise, I would have helped you find Erniu long ago, and you should understand this. Jiang Feiyu shook his head, sighing once more. No, master. This time, it is certainly not an illusion. I can sense him. Otherwise, I would not be in this place. Mingyue's tone was resolute. Upon hearing this, Jiang Feiyu's eyes suddenly turned icy, and he sternly questioned, is this your justification for aiding the wicked? How dare you assist the blood demon sea in its invasion of this land? If Erniu were to witness your actions, he would undoubtedly seek retribution. No, no. This is not my doing. Mingyue exclaimed in agitation. Speak the truth at once. Jiang Feiyu commanded. Mingyue hurriedly recalled, that day, I was in a deep slumber beneath the osmanthus divine tree, unaware of how much time had passed, until I was suddenly awakened by the intrusion of malevolent energy. I then discovered that the osmanthus divine tree, which you had once planted, had been severed, along with the ancient site of the sect, sinking into the earth and becoming part of the blood demon sea. Malevolent intrusion? Are you certain it was not mere demonic energy, but rather malevolent energy? Jiang Feiyu asked, his gaze sharpening. I am certain it was not simply demonic energy, but a higher form of malevolent energy. Mingyue asserted with conviction. I am all too familiar with that malevolence. It is the very essence of the orb you once suppressed. Indeed. Jiang Feiyu nodded with an expression of calm understanding. I foresaw the awakening of the blood demon orb long ago. The remnants of the blood demon ancestor contained within it have revived, leading the blood demon sea to return in force. It truly is him. Mingyue's countenance changed upon hearing this. No wonder this place has become the foundation of the blood demon sea. He is relentless in his ambition, attempting to lay claim to that mysterious realm. It's no wonder I sense the emergence of something far more terrifying. Impossible. Jiang Feiyu's expression shifted at her words. His usually composed demeanor faltered as he replied in a low voice, in the past, I took Erniu and caused a great upheaval in that place, establishing a seal to forcibly suppress those terrifying entities, leaving behind methods for the descendants of the Divine Sword sect to continue the suppression. Even if the blood demon ancestors were to revive, there is no way it could gain entry. This is likely the truth. I am all too familiar with that aura. Mingyue's face bore a hint of fear as she spoke. After all, I personally experienced it back then. Although I have remained here all these years, I have secretly pursued the matter and discovered that the malevolent energy likely emanated from that cursed place. Are you implying that the reason the blood demon orb has amassed sufficient power to awaken the will of the blood demon ancestor is due to the entities residing in that cursed location? Upon hearing this, Jiang Feiyu felt a heavy sinking in his heart. Eons of time are sufficient to alter many things. Even those entities that ought to remain permanently suppressed are beginning to stir, seeking to rise once more. Master, do you still recall the days when we exerted our divine powers to forcibly separate a portion in order to seal that place, leaving behind certain items to prevent the recurrence of past events? The bright moon spoke slowly. Are you referring to the 4 little fiends of the sword sect? I have recently visited the Black Prison to retrieve such items, but they no longer exist. Jiang Feiyu remarked. That is somewhat reassuring for the remaining 3 locations. When united with this one, we'll form a secret realm situated at the deepest part of the sect's ancient site. It seems this has been prepared for the purpose of unveiling that area. Mingwei retorted astonishingly, this cannot be. The artifacts left by me cannot be taken by anyone, let alone merging the other 3 perilous sites into one. Jiang Feiyu spoke sternly. Yet, his expression suddenly shifted as he exclaimed, unless the osmanthus divine tree. Indeed. Someone severed that divine tree, thereby merging the powers of the ominous realm into one. They even incorporated everything you left behind in the Tuxian Palace, submerging it underground and connecting it to the Blood Demon Pearl, thus resurrecting the Blood Demon Sea completely. Mingwei responded, using the remnants left by the true self and the ruins of the sect as a foundation to forge a secret realm and allowing the Blood Demon Sea to return. Upon hearing this, Jiang Feiyu displayed a mocking expression. You wish to retrace the steps of the past, awakening the slumbering taboo to vie for the powers of the 9 realms? Utter folly. My thoughts align perfectly with those of my master. Mingyuan nodded in agreement and continued. However, that secret realm will open in no more than half a month. Half a month, that is ample time. After all, my return is precisely to enter that realm and retrieve what was left behind all those years ago. Jiang Feiyu lightly patted Mingyue's head, his eyes glimmering with an inscrutable light. Master, I too wish to contribute my strength. The ghostly figure of Mingyue suddenly volunteered. This matter is not one you can involve yourself in, especially given your current state. It would be best for you to depart promptly. Jiang Feiyu resolutely declined while once again advising the ghostly figure. No, master, I can lend you a hand. This way, I may reunite with him sooner. Mingwei stated with unwavering conviction. Just as Jiang Feiyu was about to respond, he witnessed Mingwei suddenly tear apart her own body, a faint golden light emanating from within. Is this the seed of the osmanthus divine tree? Jiang Feiyu was momentarily taken aback. I never anticipated that their severance of the osmanthus divine tree would inadvertently benefit me, allowing the seed to merge with me autonomously. The ghostly figure before you is merely a fragment of my consciousness. In truth, my essence has already entered a form that even I cannot comprehend. Mingyue spoke with a hint of excitement. You have actually merged with the osmanthus divine tree? This is splendid. Perhaps you truly possess the hope of revival. Jiang Feiyu could not help but reveal a glimmer of exhilaration. Is that truly the case? Then I can be with him for eternity. Mingwei exclaimed, her excitement growing. Who exactly is this him you speak of? How could I have no inkling of Ernyo's return? Jiang Feiyu, astonished by Mingyue's determination, questioned. Previously, he had exerted immense effort yet failed to capture even a fragment of Li Ernyo's soul. Logically, it seemed impossible unless he were to break through to the divine realm, which offered a slim chance. Have you forgotten the Ziyang technique? In this world, besides you, only he could possibly master the Ziyang technique, and he alone would choose it, wouldn't he? Mingwei raised her head and winked at Jiang Feiyu. By heavens, it is that old rascal? Jiang Feiyu could not help but exclaim in astonishment. I had a similar feeling. Mingwei smiled enigmatically. Perhaps it was destined from the very beginning. Jiang Feiyu cast a profound glance at the divine seed within Mingwei. It is time to prepare some things in advance. Jiang Feiyu summoned the devouring heaven demon cauldron and retrieved the blood demon soulstone from within. The complete blood demon soulstone? How could that old fellow not have taken it at the first opportunity? Mingyue's eyes sparkled at the sight of the blood demon soulstone. Perhaps believing that no one would ever comprehend its true purpose, Jiang Feiyu calmly requested, assist me in locating a branch of the osmanthus divine tree. Is there any need to search? Mingyue replied with a light laugh, suddenly forming seals with her hands. Instantly, the dilapidated immortal ascension palace trembled as a robust branch surged forth from the depths, radiating a faint golden light. Mingyue beckoned to it, and the branch willingly detached a segment, floating gracefully to Jiang Feiyu's side. Quite intriguing. A gleam of brilliance ignited in Jiang Feiyu's eyes. Yet in the next moment, a pool of murky yellowish water emerged from the branches. The water of the yellow springs. Jiang Feiyu's face instantly lit up with joy, for this was precisely what he needed. Upon seeing the blood demon soulstone, I surmised the master's intentions. They believed that the spiritual vein beneath was a natural formation. But in truth, master, you must have had your suspicions. Mingyue winked at Jiang Feiyu, a mysterious smile gracing her lips. As whimsical as ever. It seems you have fully integrated the divine seed, awakening a hint of divinity. Jiang Feiyu's expression returned to one of calm composure as he chuckled. Master, please proceed. Mingyue said with eager anticipation. The roots of the divine tree, the blood demon soul stone, and the water of the yellow springs. Combined with this drop of my essence blood containing the power of the innate Tao body, let us refine. As Jiang Feiyu pondered, he activated the sky-devouring demon cauldron to simultaneously refine the objects before him. In the next moment, a colossal form emerged before Jiang Feiyu. Its body entwined with resplendent blood light, emanating an aura of unfathomable terror. Jiang Feiyu raised his left palm, and the earthly fiend flame emerged from within as he formed a hand seal, instantly penetrating the vast body before him. Boom. In an instant, the heavens and earth trembled with a reverberating roar, and the entire Tuxian palace was engulfed in frenzied vibrations. Chapter 19. The Marvel of Dual Cultivation. The ghostly figure of Ming Wei could not withstand the pressure and emitted a series of anguished cries. Above, a streak of calamity clouds slowly materialized, on the verge of coalescing. Transcending tribulation. Master Yu. A flicker of panic crossed Ming Yue's eyes as she prepared to evade. Attempting to thwart my true self? Begone. Suddenly, Jiang Feiyu raised his staff, infusing it with his divine consciousness, and struck downwards. Bang. With a single blow, he shattered the calamity clouds that had yet to fully form, restoring tranquility to the realm in an instant. Sacred artifact. A glimmer of astonishment flickered in Ming Yue's gaze. Below, the colossal figure vanished, replaced by a being identical in stature and appearance to Jiang Feiyu. Blood demon puppet. A crimson blood seal was etched upon its forehead, with a glimmer of holy light flowing at its center. Indeed, it was born with power rivaling that of the soul realm. Jiang Feiyu gazed at the blood magic puppet before him, nodding in satisfaction. From this day forth, you shall be my avatar. Suddenly, a formidable presence, one that looked down upon all existence, manifested, causing the entire area to tremble. Following this, a colossal black shroud descended from the heavens, casting a shadow over the Tuxian palace and bearing down heavily upon Jiang Feiyu. Who dares to trespass in my forbidden realm of blood magic? Without uttering a word, Jiang Feiyu swiftly countered with a sword strike. The terrifying momentum of the blade instantly tore through the dark veil, revealing an otherworldly figure bathed in bloodlight. His eyes a strange dark gold. With merely a glance, he shattered Jiang Feiyu's sword force, then extended a hand and commanded, "Die." A surge of overwhelming power suddenly erupted from Jiang Feiyu's soul sea, transforming into a golden beam of sword light that struck fiercely. The arm of the otherworldly man was instantly severed, and dark golden blood gushed forth like a fountain. A cry of agony escaped his lips, and he subsequently summoned all the forces of the surrounding area to unleash upon Jiang Feiyu. Heavenly transformation, sacred art. It seems there are traitors within the sect. I shall return to settle this. Having successfully landed a blow, Jiang Feiyu showed no hesitation, immediately employing his movement technique to vanish like a streak of white light from the area. Master, I await you in the secret realm, the moonlight whispered softly, and in an instant it resumed its monstrous form, merging with the celestial palace to forcibly erase Jiang Feiyu's lingering aura, concealing the heavenly secrets. Boom. Jiang Feiyu had just returned to the sacred sword sect when the secret passage behind him erupted in an instant, vanishing without a trace. It was evident that it had been forcibly destroyed. The ability to wield the celestial transformation sacred art indicates that this individual holds a significant position. I must seek out Qin Mengzhu for inquiries. Jiang Feiyu narrowed his eyes and swiftly vanished from his original position. In the Xianbing Palace, Qin Mengzhu lay gracefully on a splendid bed, draped in a golden veil. Her exquisite features, illuminated by the flickering candlelight, appeared even more enchanting. Yet, a trace of subtle sorrow lingered between her brows as she murmured, "Young master, why have you not yet returned? Are you truly concerned for my well-being?" A light chuckle suddenly emanated from behind her. Startled, Qin Mengzhu instinctively shivered and turned around to behold the familiar visage that she longed for. Her cheeks flushed with a hint of embarrassment as she hastily retorted, "Humph, I was not. Oh, then I shall take my leave." Jiang Feiyu swiftly maneuvered to the edge of the bed, feigning an intention to depart. "Halt! You are not permitted to leave." Qin Mengzhu called out hastily. "What? Are you implying by not allowing me to go?" Jiang Feiyu raised an eyebrow, a peculiar smile gracing his lips. "It is precisely the meaning you are aware of." A faint blush crept across Qin Mengzhu's face as she spoke in a voice barely above a whisper. "How could I possibly know what you mean? If you do not articulate it, I might very well take my leave." Jiang Feiyu spoke as he walked out. "I told you not to leave. Stay and keep me company," Qin Mengzhu exclaimed anxiously. The only response was the sound of a door slamming shut. "You." Qin Mengzhu instinctively attempted to chase after him when a pair of strong arms suddenly enveloped her from behind. "I have expressed my fondness for those who are honest. Yet you seem to have disregarded that. Thus, I must impose a punishment upon you." Jiang Feiyu gently nibbled on Qin Mengzhu's ear. Feeling the intense warmth radiating from behind her, Qin Mengzhu's delicate face flushed instantly, and her slender figure, draped only in a sheer veil, could not help but quiver slightly. She bit her lip, attempting to maintain her composure as she shifted the topic. "Did you not leave? How could you appear here so suddenly? The one who departed was merely a doppelganger I had just conjured. What? Were you not dispatched to Yuanzhong to assist Mo Yuan? How is it that you suddenly possess another doppelganger?" Qin Mengzhu questioned, her mind enveloped in confusion. "These matters shall be discussed at a later time." Jiang Feiyu delicately lifted the sheer veil with his fingertips and turned to press down. A pear blossom weighed upon the begonia. The spacious bed creaked rhythmically, accompanied by hurried breaths. On the following morning, a pale hue of dawn ascended from the horizon. Jiang Feiyu gradually opened his eyes and stretched languidly, feeling refreshed. And two beams of brilliance suddenly shot forth from his eyes. Had that girl left early in the morning out of concern that others might witness his departure from her chamber? As he chuckled softly, a new realization dawned upon him. His cultivation had indeed advanced significantly. The dual cultivation method was truly remarkable. Jiang Feiyu chuckled softly. Last night, he had deliberately engaged in a dual cultivation practice with Qin Mengzhu, and the results were indeed extraordinary. With that, he quickly washed up and donned the brand new robe that Qin Mengzhu had prepared for him in advance. It seemed that the young lady had mentioned holding a sect meeting today to announce his true identity. He then departed from the Xianbing Palace, making his way to the grand hall of the sect. At that moment, within the grand hall, Qin Mengzhu sat regally in a light golden robe, gazing down at the assembled elders with an air of authority. The elders felt as though a mountain had descended upon them under her penetrating gaze, their spirits trembling with awe. They could not help but notice the transformation in the sect master's aura, which had become overwhelmingly powerful in just a few days. It was as if she had been reborn, radiating brilliance and commanding presence. Could this be a consequence of the Grand Elder's demise? As the discussions among the crowd swirled, Jiang Feiyu entered the hall like a gust of wind. Has he arrived? A hint of joy flickered across Qin Mengzhu's previously indifferent face. Indeed, Jiang Feiyu nodded slightly. Without further ado, Qin Mengzhu stood up and proclaimed, "This is our newly appointed sect master of the Divine Sword sect. From this day forth, his status shall be equal to that of our sect." At her declaration, the expressions of those present shifted dramatically. He is the new sect master, and he appears so youthful. It was rumored that he had publicly unmasked the Grand Elder's true identity and had slain him. Is he the one who killed Yi Tsongyan? At this moment, Luo Qingyin, seated third to Qin Mengzhu's right, voluntarily stood and bowed to Jiang Feiyu, saying, "I am Luo Qingyin, here to pay my respects to the sect master." Jiang Feiyu nodded slightly and remarked, "Your swordsmanship seems to have improved significantly since yesterday. Did that little girl instruct you?" Luo Qingyin raised her head, surprise flashing in her eyes, and then clasped her hands together, saying, "Indeed. I hope the sect master will not hold it against her. Do I seem like such a petty person?" Jiang Feiyu replied, casting a light glance at Luo Qingyin, his lips curling into a faint smile. "Now do you comprehend the difference between us? That remains to be seen. One must fight to know." Luo Qingyin's expression cooled slightly as she retorted. Jiang Feiyu merely chuckled in response. Reporting to the sect master, "Nangong Yu seeks an audience outside." A voice suddenly announced from the doorway. "Let him in," Qin Mengzhu commanded. Subordinate Nangong Yu pays respects to the sect master. Nangong Yu knelt on one knee in salute. "Rise." Qin Mengzhu gestured with her hand. "My lord, you have arrived." As Nangong Yu stood, he immediately spotted Jiang Feiyu and rushed toward him, excitement evident in his demeanor. "Oh no, I now dare to address you as sect master. Have your injuries healed?" Jiang Feiyu inquired with a smile. "Thanks to your blessings, I am now free of any ailments." Nangong Yu, with tears of gratitude in his eyes, cast a glance at Jiang Feiyu before changing the subject. "In accordance with your orders, I have led a team to swiftly retrieve all remaining possessions of the Yuan sect, leaving not a single item behind." The elders present exchanged puzzled looks upon hearing this. "Nangong Yu, what prompted you to collect items from the Yuan sect? Are these the tributes they were to present this month? Must tributes be transported by themselves? Aren't they typically delivered voluntarily?" "It is not tributes, but rather all the cultivation resources that the Yuan sect has accumulated over the years, including techniques, martial arts, elixirs, and weapons," Nangong Yu asserted, shaking his head emphatically. Chapter 20. Enlightenment of Sword Intent. What? You plundered the Yuan sect? Elder Sun Mao exclaimed suddenly, rising in shock. "Not at all," Nangong Yu interrupted, raising his hand. "Yesterday, the Yuan sect, in collusion with the Forging Pavilion, ambushed my senior brother Mo Yuan, intending to instigate a rebellion. Fortunately, the sect leader arrived just in time to provide support, single-handedly annihilating the Yuan sect and upholding our sect's prestige. Moreover, in a bid for self-preservation, the Forging Pavilion voluntarily surrendered all rights to our sect for the next century. The Yuan sect has been destroyed. First, Yi Tsongyan was slain. Then the Yuan sect was eradicated. The Forging Pavilion willingly submitted to our sect to vanquish the Yuan sect and subdue the Forging Pavilion single-handedly." Sun Mao and the others listened in awe, their eyes brimming with disbelief. "Furthermore, let us pay our respects to the sect leader." In unison, everyone rose and knelt before Jiang Feiyu. "Rise." Jiang Feiyu casually waved his hand, then maneuvered around the crowd to take a seat beside Qin Mengzhu. "Let us continue." Qin Mengzhu obediently nodded and addressed the assembly. "I trust everyone has received the invitation from the Qiyin sect sent to our sect. As the Qinyin Grand Competition approaches, the sudden visit from the esteemed Hong Tianzuan of the Qiyin sect raises questions." Sun Mao's expression shifted slightly. As a veteran of the Divine Sword sect, he had previously been overshadowed by Yi Tsongyan. Upon hearing this, Jiang Feiyu chuckled lightly. Recognizing that the intent behind the inquiry was twofold, a desire to ascertain the true capabilities of our sect in light of our participation in the Qinyin Grand Tournament, and an ulterior motive to intimidate us into withdrawing from the competition. Sun Mao, feeling somewhat irked by Jiang Feiyu's demeanor, retorted with a hint of anger, asserting that the Qian sect has progressed rapidly in recent years, surpassing our strength. Thus, it would be a futile endeavor to test our capabilities. As for the notion of being manipulated by others, that was utterly baseless. Perhaps the sect leader was merely suffering from a delusion of persecution. Seated beside Sun Mao, the emaciated middle-aged man, Zhou Xian, nodded in agreement, stating, Elder Second speaks wisely. We find it difficult to concur with your perspective, sect leader. Preposterous. We as a sect believe every word of the sect leader to be sound. The previous incident involving Yi Sonyan, as well as the recent affair with Yuanzong, were clearly acts orchestrated by unseen forces aimed at targeting our divine sword sect. If you remain oblivious and inept, that is one matter. But how dare you disrespect the sect leader? Qin Mingzhu exclaimed, slamming her palm on the table with a fierce tone. The assembly was taken aback by this sudden outburst. Jiang Feiyu's gaze swept across the crowd as he coldly remarked, My divine sword sect, once a formidable force that overshadowed the ancient kingdom of Qingyun, has merely experienced a slight decline. How is it that in your mouths, we have become mere trash to be trampled upon? Luo Qingyin, gripping the Qinshui sword, responded with a chilling smile, the sect leader's words are indeed true. Elder's son and Shou may be overstepping by boosting the morale of others at the expense of our sect's dignity. Given your confidence, I wonder what strategies you have in mind regarding the visit of Lord Ha Tian? Sun Mao abruptly rose to confront Jiang Feiyu, his tone sharp. Jiang Feiyu smiled faintly and said, Let him come as he pleases. If he dares to act recklessly, a few deaths will surely bring him to heel. Kill? The sect leader spoke so lightly, but the Qian sect's strength surpasses ours. Should we carelessly take lives, it would undoubtedly provoke a conflict between our sects, leading to disastrous consequences. Does the sect leader truly wish to plunge the divine sword sect into a pit of fire? Sun Mao exclaimed loudly. Indeed. This course of action is utterly inadvisable. The Qian sect has long cast a covetous eye upon our divine sword sect. If we anger them now, would we not be creating an opportunity for them to launch an attack against us? Zhou Xian echoed in agreement. Certainly. We must not instigate any discord with the Qian sect. Sect leader, tread carefully. Except for Nangong Yu and Luo Qingyin. The other elders all expressed their discontent with Jiang Feiyu. Such a small sect as the Qian sect has instilled such fear in you? No wonder others look down upon our divine sword sect. Jiang Feiyu let out a derisive laugh. You, Sun Mao and the others were enraged. However, before they could voice their anger, an overwhelming force suddenly surged within the grand hall of the sect master, rendering everyone immobile. Is it the Fate Palace realm? Which formidable being has graced our divine sword sect? The expressions of the crowd shifted dramatically. They beheld a shadow that had mysteriously appeared within the grand hall. Its long hair cascading to obscure its face, revealing only a pair of exceptionally icy eyes that sent shivers down their spines. Just as uncertainty hung in the air, the figure slowly approached Jiang Feiyu, kneeling on one knee before him and respectfully proclaiming, Master, what? Such a powerful being is merely a servant of the sect master? How can this be? The sect master possesses such an extraordinary servant? No wonder he exudes such confidence. Upon realizing the truth, Sun Mao and the others were left dumbfounded. Why not utilize that sacred artifact? Qin Mingzhu's eyes flickered with surprise as she leaned closer to Jiang Feiyu and whispered, Last night, I learned that you had refined a doppelganger. Your true strength is not the Fate Palace realm before us, but rather the divine ability realm. That is a gift I intend to present to you as a trump card. How could I so carelessly reveal it? Jiang Feiyu gazed ahead, yet his hand silently descended upon Qin Mingzhu's lower back, gripping it firmly. Qin Mingzhu nearly gasped aloud in public, casting an indignant glare at Jiang Feiyu. Her delicate face flushing crimson in an instant. She promptly raised her voice, inquiring if there were any objections. No. We all abide by the words of the sect leader, echoed Sun Mao and the others in unison. In that case, this meeting concludes here. You may disperse. Qin Mingzhu declared, waving her hand. We take our leave. The assembly arose and departed. Only Luo Qingyin and Nangongyu remained in place, not following the others. Sect leader. Luo Qingyin hastened to Jiang Feiyu's side. Do you wish to compete with me once more? But before she could finish her sentence, Jiang Feiyu interjected, Indeed. Regardless of the circumstances, I yearn to face you again. Luo Qingyin asserted with unwavering determination. Very well, if you can best him, I shall compete with you. Jiang Feiyu suddenly pointed at Nangongyu, who had not yet departed. This, esteemed sect leader, I do not mean to belittle myself, but I truly am not a match for junior sister Luo. Nangongyu replied, her face filled with embarrassment. That was in the past. You should come forward. Jiang Feiyu calmly waved to Nangongyu, then leaned in to whisper, True essence transforms intention. Purple energy comes from the east. The sun of heaven stabilizes the essence. This is this. Upon hearing this, Nangongyu felt as if struck by lightning, rendered momentarily dazed. And then a crack appeared in the bottleneck that had troubled him for 20 long years. Without a moment's hesitation, he sat cross-legged before Luo Qingyin and began his cultivation. Nangong, brother, sharpening your sword just before battle. Are you sure there is enough time? Luo Qingyin remarked with a bemused smile. After a brief interval, Nangongyu suddenly opened his eyes, as if transformed, exuding a tremendous aura. He rose and clasped his hands in apology to Luo Qingyin. Apologies, dear junior sister, for making you wait. To think my brother truly gained something. Splendid. Now let us commence. Luo Qingyin's bright eyes sparkled with anticipation. Junior sister, please. Nangong Yu gestured graciously with one hand behind his back, embodying the demeanor of a seasoned master. Be cautious. Luo Qingyin, with her true essence surging, conjured 81 sword energies from thin air, enveloping Nangong Yu. A splendid sword technique. He could not help but praise her. It was not until the sword energies approached that he formed a violet shield in an attempt to defend himself. Purple sun shield. Boom. As the two forces collided, the purple sun shield erupted in brilliance, shattering Luo Qingyin's sword energies. Junior sister, it's my turn. A hint of excitement graced Nangong Yu's face as he raised a hand, purple light converging at his fist, unleashing a powerful strike. Crack. The remaining sword energies were obliterated. And a flicker of panic crossed Luo Qingyin's eyes as she found herself retreating uncontrollably. Junior sister, Nangong Yu began to speak, but suddenly, a remarkable transformation occurred. At the moment the 81 sword energies were severed, a surge of even stronger sword energy erupted forth. This new force not only encompassed the previous 81 sword energies but also harbored the power of extreme water, its might overwhelming. The sword intent shifted dramatically, tidal transforming into dry. The dry water sword technique. Everything prior was merely the manifestation of the sword intent. The first stance of the dry water sword technique, where reality and illusion intertwine. It was only when the 81 sword energies were shattered that the true beginning commenced. This unparalleled sword energy, far surpassing the combined strength of the previous 81, cascaded down like the Milky Way, effortlessly dismantling Nangong Yu's offensive, unstoppable as a bamboo through the forest. Chapter 21. Where did the stray dog bark again? Not bad talent, grasping the dry water sword technique in just half a day. Jiang Feiyu's lips curled into a smile, a glimmer of approval flickering in his eyes. Senior brother, allow me to demonstrate my newly comprehended Qianshui sword technique. Luo Qinyin stepped forward, her long sword unleashing a formidable strike imbued with the force of thunder. Well done, Nangong Yu exclaimed, his hands vibrating with intensity. The blazing sun suspended above seemed to respond, suddenly casting a ray of afterglow that enveloped Nangong Yu. In the next moment, a strand of searing purple flames materialized from the palm of Nangong Yu, emanating a terrifying heat that annihilated all in its path. Ziyang heavenly fire. With a hiss, Luo Qingyin's sword aura was swiftly evaporated, vanishing without a trace. Nangong Yu then advanced, gently thrusting forth his palm. Puff! Luo Qingyin's long sword was forcefully sent flying, her delicate form unable to suppress a spurt of blood. Junior sister, I concede, Nangong Yu declared, bowing slightly with a hint of apology. Congratulations on your transformation, senior brother. Luo Qinyin stared blankly at the Qianshui sword lodged before her, a faint, bitter smile struggling to appear on her pale face. Had it not been for the sect leader's guidance, I might never have grasped the profound intricacies of the Ziyang technique, nor would I have had the opportunity to defeat your longsword. Nangong Yu humbly waved his hands in modesty. Senior brother, losing is losing. There is no need to console me. Luo Qinyin replied, her gaze somewhat vacant. She had initially thought Jiang Feiyu's victory over her was mere luck. Yet he had effortlessly pinpointed the flaw in the tidal sword technique with a casual remark. Now, he had likewise effortlessly elucidated Nangong Yu's methods, leading to her own defeat. Thus, the notion of the first genius of swordsmanship was nothing but a jest. Junior sister, Nangong Yu was about to speak, but was interrupted by Jiang Feiyu's command. Draw your sword. Luo Qinyin was momentarily taken aback. What did this mean? Fool. To negate yourself after 2 failures. What swordplay are you practicing? Jiang Feiyu exclaimed in fury. Luo Qinyin, overwhelmed with shame, gritted her teeth and declared. The path of the sword is a journey of the heart and the cultivation of intent. One may endure defeat, but one must never yield in spirit. Jiang Feiyu gazed intently at Luo Qinyin, suddenly drawing forth the thunderlight sword from his waist and delivering a fierce slash. A force that seemed to disdain the heavens erupted, tearing the sky apart, unleashing an endless torrent of sword intent. The sword cleaved the firmament. Luo Qinyin was utterly stunned by the scene before her, tears streaming down her cheeks involuntarily. What does failure matter? What is vital is to maintain unwavering trust and never surrender. One must learn to extract wisdom from failure, to undergo transformation and shatter any obstacles that stand in one's path, even if it is this very world. Jiang Feiyu spoke coldly. One may falter, but one's will must never succumb. Luo Qinyin, lost in silence, was suddenly roused, her fists clenched tightly. A strand of milky white intent emerged from within her, colliding fiercely with the heavens. This is sword intent. Enlightenment. Thank you for your guidance, sect master. Qinyin is grateful. Luo Qinyin regained her composure, kneeling before Jiang Feiyu in gratitude. Jiang Feiyu nodded slightly and continued. You have just broken through and comprehended the sword intent, but this is merely the beginning. Immerse yourself in the myriad profundities. Indeed. Luo Qinyin expressed her thanks once more. Who is Jiang Feiyu? Come forth at once. In the next moment, A furious roar echoed from outside the hall. Insolence! Who dares to be so disrespectful to the sect master? Both Luo Qingyin and Nangong Yu shouted in anger simultaneously. No sooner had the words left their mouths than two figures leaped into view. Elder Zhou, what brings you here? Qin Mingzhu exclaimed, her countenance suddenly shifting upon seeing the newcomers. The arrivals were disheveled, seemingly unconcerned with their appearance, save for their immaculate special robes, adorned with various intricate designs. The alchemist's robe, a garment unique to pill cultivators. We pay our respects to Elder Zhou. Nangong Yu and Luo Qingyin hurriedly bowed in acknowledgement. The visitor was Zhou Chong, a top-tier alchemist of the Divine Sword sect. The pills he concocted were renowned throughout the Qingyun realm, granting him a high status within the Divine Sword sect, even commanding respect from the sect master, Qin Mingzhu. Brother Mo, you are injured? Nangong Yu instinctively inquired upon seeing the person behind Zhou Chong. How dare you ask? This is all thanks to that Jiang Feiyu. Before Mo Yuan could utter a word, Zhou Chong, filled with indignation, bellowed. He then quickly scanned the room, pointing at the only unfamiliar youth and demanding loudly, "You are Jiang Feiyu?" Jiang Feiyu cast a disdainful glance at Zhou Chong and, with an irritated tone, exclaimed, "What wild dog dares to bark here? How audacious! Do you have any idea who I am?" Zhou Chong, infuriated, raised his hand and struck Jiang Feiyu's handsome face with a resounding slap. Slap. Jiang Feiyu would not allow such insolence. With a swift motion, he delivered a resounding slap to Zhou Chong's face. The force was so tremendous that it sent him staggering back several steps. "You old dog! Who granted you the audacity to disrespect me?" Jiang Feiyu stepped forward, confronting Zhou Chong, and raised his hand to deliver another resounding slap. The sound echoed as Zhou Chong was sent sprawling to the ground, his cheeks swollen and crimson like a pig's head, his mind buzzing with indignation. "Damn it, Qin Mingzhu! How dare you allow your subordinates to humiliate me?" he bellowed. "From this day forth, you shall never receive even a single pill from my alchemy chamber." In a fit of public humiliation, Zhou Chong unleashed his fury upon Qin Mingzhu. Elder Zhou, please quell your anger. What on earth has transpired?" Qin Mingzhu stammered, her composure faltering. She wondered what actions her master had taken to provoke such wrath from Elder Zhou, who dared to issue threats in return. Jiang Feiyu seized Zhou Chong by the head and delivered two resounding slaps, causing him to collapse to the ground, his eyes swirling with stars. The crowd gasped in astonishment, rushing forward to intervene, but they were interrupted by Jiang Feiyu's raised hand. Coldly, he declared, "I care not who he is. To dare to shout in my presence and threaten the sect leader is to court death. You, I am Zhou Chong, the foremost alchemist of the Divine Sword sect. All the elixirs of our sect are crafted solely by my hand. You dare to offend me? Even if you were to kneel and beg for mercy, severing your own limbs, I would never grant you a single pill." Zhou Chong, shaking his head, struggled to rise from the ground. He retrieved a medicinal pill and consumed it, instantly restoring himself, and then roared through gritted teeth. Bang! Jiang Feiyu struck Zhou Chong's head forcefully into the ground, a look of disdain plastered across his face. "With such meager alchemy skills, do you dare to expect that I would seek pills from you? The remnants of my crafting far surpass your capabilities by thousands, even tens of thousands of times." Zhou Chong, consumed by humiliation, roared in fury, "How dare you insult me? I shall not hold back." In that moment, he unleashed all his power, manifesting a sword of shimmering cold light that pierced through the air towards Jiang Feiyu's soul sea. A sword of thought, to compare your will with mine? You are courting death. Jiang Feiyu displayed a mocking smile as he unleashed his spiritual force. In a mere moment, he shattered Zhou Chong's thought sword. With a swift motion, he struck Zhou Chong's forehead with a single finger. A crisp sound resonated as Zhou Chong was sent flying like a severed kite, crashing heavily against the remnants of the crumbled walls behind him. What? The four onlookers, including Qin Mingzhu, gasped in disbelief at the scene. Zhou, a figure renowned as a true master of the thought realm, had been effortlessly propelled so far by the finger of a leader from the true essence realm? Surely, this was an illusion? Mo Yuan slapped himself, incredulous that the leader had not even resorted to using a holy artifact to utterly dominate Zhou. Having personally witnessed the destruction of the Yuan sect, he was acutely aware that Jiang Feiyu had acquired a holy artifact. This was impossible. Zhou Chong, unable to accept the reality before him, rose once more to retaliate. Jiang Feiyu stood still, casting a frigid glance at Zhou Chong. The soul-devouring art, activate. Zhou Chong felt a tremor in his soul sea, and he was uncontrollably thrown to the ground. In the next moment, a terrifying force descended from nowhere, tumultuously upheaving his soul sea and nearly shattering his very essence. The excruciating pain tore through him, eliciting cries akin to a slaughtered pig. How dare such a mere thought realm oppose the true self? Jiang Feiyu advanced and seized Zhou Chong by the neck, relentlessly smashing him to the ground. Chapter 22, A Calculated Betrayal. Thud, thud, thud. With a series of strikes, Zhou Chong was left battered and bruised, blood splattering everywhere, his breath visibly diminishing to its limits. Stop, I concede. I beg you, please don't hit me anymore. Zhou Chong pleaded weakly, raising his hands in surrender. Utterly devoid of the arrogance he once displayed, he could not fathom how, as a mere practitioner of the intent realm, He was so effortlessly overpowered by a junior of the true essence realm. Are you still angry? Jiang Feiyu turned to gaze at Qin Mengzhu. Qin Mengzhu was momentarily taken aback, somewhat perplexed. Were you not angered when he previously threatened you with the elixir? Jiang Feiyu candidly remarked, so this is why you did all this for me. It was only then that Qin Mengzhu realized the truth. Jiang Feiyu's ruthless treatment of Zhou Chong was, in fact, a means of venting his own frustrations. A warmth blossomed within her heart, and her delicate face involuntarily flushed with a rosy hue. At that moment, noticing the increasingly peculiar gazes from those nearby, she quickly cleared her throat and said, I'm not angry anymore. Let him off this time. Consider yourself fortunate. Jiang Feiyu forcefully kicked Zhou Chong to the front of Mo Yuan. How is it that you, possessing merely the true essence realm, can render this old man's mind realm utterly powerless? Zhou Chong exclaimed, struggling to rise, his face a mask of astonishment. TCH, what significance does the mind realm hold? Any one of my subordinates, even the weakest among them, would be at least of the Fate Palace realm. Jiang Feiyu scoffed mercilessly. You are talking nonsense. Zhou Chong trembled with anger. Come in. Jiang Feiyu promptly greeted the doppelganger outside. With a swift motion, the doppelganger appeared before Zhou Chong and, without uttering a word, unleashed the formidable power of the Fate Palace realm. Zhou Chong, who had just been thoroughly humiliated by Jiang Feiyu, found himself nearly crushed by the overwhelming aura emanating from this Fate Palace powerhouse, leaving him utterly incapacitated. In an instant, Zhou Chong surrendered, exclaiming, I apologize. It was my folly not to recognize the greatness before me. I spoke too loudly just now. Please, consider me as inconsequential as a passing breeze. A soft chuckle escaped Qin Mengzhu upon witnessing this spectacle, though her laughter was not directed at Zhou Chong, but rather at the doppelganger crafted by Jiang Feiyu, which had evidently become a mere tool for intimidation. Go stand guard outside, she instructed. Jiang Feiyu waved his hand at the doppelganger, which instantly vanished from sight. Who are you? Why have I never seen you in the sect before? Zhou Chong asked, his head hanging low as he dared not meet Jiang Feiyu's gaze. I shall formally introduce him. This is our sect's newly appointed leader, Jiang Feiyu. Qin Mengzhu stepped forward appropriately to introduce Zhou Chong. A newly appointed leader? So young? Zhou Chong found it hard to believe his eyes. What, do you have an objection? Jiang Feiyu raised an eyebrow. Immediately, Zhou Chong, terrified, covered his head and fervently denied. No. You are wise and formidable, a hero of youth. I can't think of anything else. Jiang Feiyu directly struck Zhou Chong with a chestnut. Alas, he ultimately suffered the consequences of neglecting his studies. Zhou Chong lamented while clutching his head. Witnessing this scene, Ne Gongyu and the others could not help but stifle their laughter. Old Shou, what prompted your furious visit to the sect leader? Qin Mengzhu inquired with curiosity. No. It's nothing at all. Zhou Chong fervently shook his head. He truly wished to leave this place without delay. So you deliberately sought trouble, inviting punishment. Jiang Feiyu let out a sound of acknowledgement, feigning an intention to act. Zhou Chong immediately responded with sincerity. No. I have come here to inquire about something. Is it true that the 9 grass previously brought by Mo Yuan was indeed crafted by you? Indeed. You wish to know why I decided to incorporate the accompanying flower, the ice crystal snowflake? Jiang Feiyu discerned Zhou Chong's thoughts at a glance. This realization perfectly resolved a dilemma that had plagued him for an entire year. Zhou Chong nodded repeatedly, unconsciously addressing Jiang Feiyu with a respectful title. It is quite simple. Although the 9 grass thrives in extremely absorbing malevolent energies for its growth, it possesses a unique attribute that blends yin with yang. If one were to directly refine it, it would inevitably lead to a catastrophic imbalance of yin and yang, resulting in a detonation of the elixir. Conversely, the ice crystal snowflake, as its accompanying flower, can flawlessly neutralize this issue, which is fundamental knowledge. After Jiang Feiyu finished speaking, he couldn't help but mock Zhou Chong. Indeed, the 9 grass is rather rare, and I am not very familiar with it. Zhou Chong's face flushed with embarrassment, his voice becoming exceedingly faint. Since you have clarified my doubts, is there anything else to inquire about? Jiang Feiyu cast a glance at Zhou Chong and continued with his inquiry. Although this issue has been resolved, the 9 Xiantian pill, however, Zhou Chong suddenly hesitated, caught in a moment of indecision. Just speak your mind. Why are you stammering like a timid woman? Jiang Feiyu turned his head and shot Zhou Chong a glare. Xiaomozi, come here. Zhou Chong, hesitant to disclose the reason directly, could only call Mo Yuan over. Show the sect master your condition. Sect master. Mo Yuan approached Jiang Feiyu, his body swaying slightly. You lack a demonic heart. Has your transformation into a half-demon failed? Jiang Feiyu cast a fleeting glance at Mo Yuan's figure, his gaze shifting subtly. Do you believe that incorporating the icy crystal snowflakes was a mistake, resulting in the 9 Xiantian pill not exhibiting its intended efficacy? Indeed. Zhou Chong replied with a forced bravado. Bring it forth. Jiang Feiyu instinctively spread his hands. Zhou Chong, understanding the cue, promptly retrieved the 9 Xiantian pill he had concocted, awaiting Jiang Feiyu's examination. The pill bore a grayish-white hue, with a delicate ring of icy crystals emanating a subtle chill from its center. Jiang Feiyu took the elixir without a moment's hesitation, tossing it directly into his mouth and grinding it to swallow. Sect leader, no. Imo Yuan nearly dropped his jaw in shock at this scene. He wished to intervene, but it was already too late. The flavor was amiss, and the method of refinement was flawed. Every step, from the 6th to the 10th and even the 20th, was erroneous. Yet, the gravest mistake lay in the concluding phase, where the addition of the 3 flame grass became the principal cause of the failure of the 9 Yin pill. After a series of contemplative chews, Jiang Feiyu shook his head repeatedly, exclaiming, how could this be possible? According to the records of the elixir formula, the most crucial step in the refinement of the 9 Yin pill is the addition of Sanyan grass. It cannot possibly be erroneous. Zhou Chong, unable to accept this, retorted indignantly, absurd. The final step should undoubtedly involve the addition of moonlight grass. Jiang Feiyu coldly exclaimed, that's not right. Look at my elixir formula. Zhou Chong anxiously retrieved the formula from his bosom and presented it before Jiang Feiyu. Jiang Feiyu took a glance and immediately shook his head with a cold smirk, stating that this was not the original formula. It bore evident signs of tampering. However, considering the opponent's expertise, it was not surprising that one could overlook such details. What? This is impossible, Zhou Chong exclaimed, desperately refuting the claim. Keep your eyes wide open and observe closely. Jiang Feiyu smirked as he retrieved a 9 herb and an ice crystal snowflake from his bosom, directly concocting them before Zhou Chong, without the aid of an alchemical furnace. Jiang Feiyu, with an ethereal mastery over the earthly fiendish flame, swiftly refined 2 distinct materials while simultaneously incorporating several auxiliary ingredients. Zhou Chong's gaze was intensely fixed, determined not to miss a single detail. However, Jiang Feiyu's techniques were executed with such remarkable speed that the others could only watch in a daze, overwhelmed by the spectacle. Suddenly, Zhou Chong inhaled deeply, holding his breath. For Jiang Feiyu had reached the final and most critical step of the refinement process. Before them appeared a mystical herb with 3 shimmering leaves, swaying gracefully like moonlight. Moonlight herb. Jiang Feiyu slightly parted his lips and exhaled gently, causing the 3 leaves of moonlight grass to detach and float into the elixir he was refining. A resonant hum erupted, accompanied by a violent surge of energy. Jiang Feiyu's hands swiftly formed intricate seals, transforming into 10 distinct hand gestures within a mere breath. Consolidate, he exclaimed, his voice low yet commanding, as the materials in his palm melded harmoniously, coalescing into a pill. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 pills emerged in succession. And with a flick of his wrist, Jiang Feiyu secured them firmly, placing them into a pre-prepared jade vial. The heavenly refinement technique. This is the heavenly refinement technique. Zhou Chong gazed in awe at the spectacle, suddenly bursting forth with excitement. What is the big deal? It's merely the heavenly refinement technique. I have yet to showcase the holy refinement technique and the divine refinement technique. Jiang Feiyu maintained an air of tranquility as he spoke. Chapter 23, From Ruin to Rebirth. A phoenix rising from the ashes. This. But the techniques recorded in the sacred scripture of the medicine god, how could you possibly possess them? Zhou Chong exclaimed, overwhelmed as if struck by lightning, his head buzzing incessantly. The sacred scripture of the medicine god is merely a compilation of the musings of that self-proclaimed medicine god, who observed my alchemical practices and accompanied me in nurturing rare herbs and plants. It is amusing that you now regard it as a treasure. Jiang Feiyu thought to himself, a cold smile gracing his lips. I never imagined that in my lifetime, I, Zhou Chong, would witness the heavenly alchemy firsthand. Truly, the medicine god has manifested. Zhou Chong, overwhelmed with emotion, shed tears of joy. What a remarkable achievement. Jiang Feiyu, in a moment of exasperation, kicked Zhou Chong. Take it. He handed over a 9 Yin pill to Imo Yuan. Imo Yuan, though he quickly accepted it, hesitated before consuming it, glancing uncertainly at Zhou Chong. The sect leader is present. What are you worried about? Hurry and take it to see the effects. Zhou Chong urged anxiously. Eager to discern the differences between this pill and the 9 Yin pill he had previously concocted. Understood. With resolve, Imo Yuan swallowed the pill without further hesitation. As it dissolved within him, a tremendous sound resonated from his body, causing him to levitate uncontrollably. A powerful energy erupted from within, converging towards his vacant heart. The power of 9 Yin. Zhou Chong exclaimed in astonishment as he observed the 9 Yin energy manifesting as delicate threads outlining the contours of Imo Yuan's heart. Simultaneously, Imo Yuan's half-demon form began its transformation into a complete demon body. Just as success seemed imminent, a wisp of dark energy suddenly emerged from Imo Yuan, brutally interrupting the transformation. It was a force long concealed within his bloodline, previously unnoticed. Demonic energy? When did your half-demon body become tainted? Zhou Chong's face paled as he shouted in alarm. I don't know. Imo Yuan cried out in agony while suspended in midair. The abrupt interruption of his transformation not only subjected him to immense pain but also threatened to tear his body apart. Without a solution, he faced certain death. In a critical moment, Jiang Feiyu swiftly appeared beside Imo Yuan, his fingers outstretched, unleashing a force that uprooted the hidden demonic energy within Imo Yuan's bloodline, consuming it entirely. Concurrently, he activated the chaotic creation technique, forming a mysterious yin-yang seal in midair and infusing it into Mo Yuan's body. Chaotic creation seal. Reverse the bloodline. Mo Yuan's blood surged with fervor, a strand of golden light erupting from within, exuding an overwhelming power. His body visibly expanded, shooting up to 2 meters in height, before unexpectedly detonating. Mo Yuan, little Mo, brother Mo. The crowd below screamed in unison. From destruction came rebirth, a phoenix rising anew. Jiang Feiyu clasped his hands behind his back and calmly uttered 8 words. Suddenly, a thunderous sound reverberated as Mo Yuan, adorned in a brand new form, gradually approached the crowd. Towering at an imposing height of 2 zhang, he was enveloped in a golden radiance, exuding an overwhelming aura that surged toward the heavens like a tidal wave. He had reached the pinnacle of the 7th tier of the realm of thought. Simultaneously, a colossal shadow that obscured the sun manifested behind him. With the head of a golden-winged koan and the eyes of a starry leopard, a pair of wings spread wide, occupying half of the sky. It was the body of the golden-winged Great Pong. Could it be that this was the legendary creature, imbued with the bloodline of a divine beast? The onlookers gazed at the figure in terror, feeling a chill run down their spines, unable to suppress the urge to prostrate themselves in reverence. Mo Yuan opened his eyes, radiating brilliance that tore through the sky, causing the very heavens to tremble. That should suffice. Do not be too complacent, lest you provoke the envy of the heavens. You have merely awakened, and have yet to truly grasp your own power. Jiang Feiyu cast a fleeting glance at Mo Yuan, issuing a subtle warning. Instantly, Mo Yuan reined in all his demeanor, returning to his original posture as he knelt before Jiang Feiyu with profound respect, uttering, "Thank you, my lord, for reversing my bloodline and granting me rebirth. From this day forth, I vow to follow you to the death, never to betray." As he spoke, a strand of golden essence suddenly emanated from his brow, descending into Jiang Feiyu's forehead. This was, in truth, his life as soul imprint, signifying that he had entirely entrusted his existence to Jiang Feiyu. "Rise," Jiang Feiyu instructed. "And in times when no one is around, address me as young master. You shall do the same." Jiang Feiyu, with his hands clasped behind his back, calmly issued his command. "Yes, my lord." Mo Yuan replied respectfully. The reversal of bloodlines, the rebirth through nirvana. Such a remarkable and defiant feat. Could it be that he is a celestial being descended to the mortal realm, truly deserving of the title? Ancestor, Qin Mengzhu and the other 3, recalling the earlier moment, felt their hearts tremble, unable to suppress several sharp intakes of breath. Jiang Feiyu has repeatedly challenged their understanding. What extraordinary abilities does he still conceal? Do you now believe the words of the true self? Where did you obtain this elixir recipe? Jiang Feiyu lifted his gaze and cast a glance at Zhou Chong, inquiring. Zhou Chong, still ensnared in shock, instinctively exclaimed, before abruptly regaining his composure, his expression turning grave. "This medicinal formula, along with the 3 flames herb, was bestowed upon me by Elder Yi, who sourced them from the heavenly transformation secret realm." As he spoke, he retrieved a silvery gray spiritual herb from his storage ring and presented it before Jiang Feiyu. "This is not the 3 flames herb. It is, in fact, the heart-eroding herb." Jiang Feiyu grasped the spiritual herb and gently squeezed it, causing a wisp of demonic aura to waft forth. The heart-eroding grass? How could this be possible? Its appearance was indistinguishable from that of the 3 flames grass, save for its somewhat duller hue. Zhou Chong was momentarily rendered speechless. The issue lay in its color. If the 3 flames grass were to grow in an area saturated with demonic energy, it would succumb to erosion, transforming into this insidious herb that could gnaw at the heart and disturb the mind. If he were to concoct a pill using it, Mo Yuan would inevitably become a puppet, a marionette under someone else's control. Jiang Feiyu remarked with piercing clarity. How could Elder Yi betray us? Yet, how did the 3 flames grass he brought back turn into heart-eroding grass? Was it merely a coincidence? Zhou Chong struggled to accept the grim reality before him, his mind in disarray. Elder Yi? The Tianyan secret realm? Jiang Feiyu instinctively glanced at Qin Mengzhu, understanding his apprehension. Qin Mengzhu promptly elucidated that Elder Yi was the sole surviving Grand Elder of the Divine Sword sect, Yi Tianyi, who currently possessed the highest cultivation and the most extensive lineage within the sect. As for the Tianyan secret realm, it was an enigmatic phenomenon that emerged unexpectedly, with its precise origins remaining shrouded in mystery. However, it seemingly bore significant ties to the sect's past. Do tell. Jiang Feiyu immediately recalled the secret realm previously mentioned by Mingwei. The location of the Tianyan secret realm could be traced back to the sect's former site. But due to the upheaval across the 9 realms and the reconfiguration of the celestial domains, it became a boundary between the Qingyan realm and the Anyue realm. Qin Mengzhu continued. One day, a rift suddenly tore open, releasing a plethora of celestial materials, martial techniques, and divine weapons. This marked the inaugural appearance of the Tianyan secret realm. Subsequently, it would open every decade, lasting no more than 3 days before vanishing without a trace. Over the years, the Divine Sword sect has faced decline in strength, leading to its exclusion and suppression by various forces, nearly losing its qualification to enter the realm. It was only with the emergence of Yi Tianyi that they regained this privilege, Qin Mengzhu added. Why? Jiang Feiyu inquired further. having almost confirmed that the Tianyin secret realm was indeed the one Mingwei had referred to. After all, Elder Yi was the only individual in the past 50 years to inherit the ancient legacies of the sect and cultivated the Tianyin sacred art to great perfection. The Tianyin sacred art appeared to have some mysterious connection to the Tianyin secret realm, allowing Elder Yi unimpeded access, thus becoming the sole means for the divine sword sect to penetrate the realm. Therefore, he has been safeguarding it all these years for the benefit of the sect. Qin Mingzhu spoke with admiration and respect. Nonsense. Jiang Feiyu's tone suddenly turned cold as he declared. The one who battled with me at the sect's former site that day was indeed Yi Tianyi. He is the shadowy figure manipulating everything from behind Yi Tsongyun. Former site of the sect? Young master, what on earth transpired? Qin Mingzhu's expression shifted dramatically. Indeed. Young master, one cannot hastily draw conclusions based solely on a modicum of doubt. Moreover, the sect's former site had long ago completely sunk into the earth and vanished. Zhou Chong followed closely. That is merely a trick devised by Yi Tianyi. For the Tianyin sacred art is not an ancient legacy of the sect, but an evil art that had long been ordered to be destroyed. Jiang Feiyu's gaze swept over the two, his tone suddenly sharp. What? The Tianyin sacred art is an evil art? How can this be? Qin Mingzhu and the others were momentarily stunned, their pupils narrowing in shock. The Tianyin sacred art was created by phone booping. Jiang Feiyu scoffed. Huh? Who was phone booping? Upon hearing this, everyone was left in a state of bewilderment, their expressions resembling that of a monk unable to comprehend. Then let me refer to him differently, the blood demon ancestor. Jiang Feiyu spoke with a teasing tone. Goodness. The first great demon from 10,000 years ago, the founder of Blood Demon C. Zhou Chong exclaimed, utterly taken aback. He never anticipated that the heavenly transformation sacred art would be intertwined with that blood demon ancestor. Phone booping. Initially not a practitioner of demonic arts but a prodigy of the righteous sect, Xiantian sect, sought justice after being subjected to unfair treatment. However, he was ruthlessly suppressed, witnessing the brutal humiliation and tragic death of his beloved before his very eyes. On that fateful day, consumed by rage, Phone Booping slaughtered over 20 members of Xiantian's sect. After a year of hiding, he established the Blood Demon C and, on the anniversary of his beloved's death, exterminated 180 members of Xiantian's sect. From that moment, his infamous name spread far and wide, and he was dubbed the Blood Demon Ancestor by the world. Jiang Feiyu softly recounted Phone Booping's past. The heavenly transformation sacred art was conceived during this tumultuous period, transforming sacred power into demonic might. Merging the strengths of both while incorporating a unique method, those who cultivate the heavenly transformation sacred art would be influenced by Phone Booping as well, becoming his followers. Before the crowd could fully comprehend, Jiang Feiyu continued, to become Phone Booping's follower. Thus, Yi Tianyi has long since become a lackey of the Blood Demon C. Upon learning the truth, everyone's expressions changed dramatically, overwhelmed by shock. Now they understood why Yi Tsongyun was a spy for the Blood Demon C, managing to remain undetected within the sect for so long. Jiang Feiyu remarked coldly. Qin Mingzhu, suddenly engulfed in fury, gritted her teeth and declared, Yi Tsongyun has always been a direct disciple of Yi Tianyi. He was the one who spearheaded the collaboration with the Qingyan ancient nation, secretly applying pressure on me. It turns out all of this was a premeditated scheme of theirs. Including the strange occurrences with my body, they were all orchestrated by Yi Tianyi. Mo Yuan voiced his agreement. What does that mean? Zhou Chong asked in confusion. Young master, do you recall that during our time at the Yuan sect, you extracted a wisp of demonic light from my body? You claimed it was due to the alchemical materials I was using. Mo Yuan looked directly at Jiang Feiyu. I certainly remember. Jiang Feiyu replied noncommittally, nodding. Prior to Zhou Lao, I had only consumed one type of pill, the heavenly transformation pill bestowed by Yi Lao. It appears he intended to turn me into a demon for his own purposes. Mo Yuan exclaimed coldly. It truly is him. Zhou Chong, terrified, collapsed onto the ground, his back instantly drenched. Because of his pills, Luo Qingyin's swordsmanship also originated from Yi Tianyi. Now I understand your good intentions, young master. Thank you. Realizing the truth, Luo Qingyin did not share Zhou Chong's terror. Instead, she turned to Jiang Feiyu and performed a deep bow, her clear, tranquil eyes shimmering with ripples of emotion. She finally grasped why Jiang Feiyu had persistently suppressed her, if their first encounter was merely serendipitous. Then the subsequent clashes revealed that Jiang Feiyu had discerned her inherent issues and inadvertently guided her. The source of that problem was indeed Yi Tianyi. Do not regard me as too exalted. Jiang Feiyu waved his hand dismissively, speaking calmly. He then inquired, where is Yi Tianyi now? This sect truly does not know. Qin Mingzhu's expression suddenly changed, and she explained, Yi Tianyi has always been elusive. Aside from Yi Tsongyun being able to contact him, he only reaches out to us unilaterally. However, in half a month, the Heavenly Source secret realm will open, and he will certainly make an appearance. Qin Mingzhu lowered her head, speaking softly. No matter. Let him live for another half-month. Jiang Feiyu coldly remarked, Young master, may I be granted the 9-in Xiantian pill that you previously concocted? Just one will suffice. Suddenly, Zhou Chong stepped forward with a pleading demeanor. To his astonishment, as soon as his words fell, Jiang Feiyu casually handed over the entire batch of 9 Xiantian pills he had earlier prepared. Take them. Thank you, young master. Zhou Chong was taken aback that his thoughts had been so easily discerned by Jiang Feiyu, and he eagerly accepted the jade bottle with both hands. Should you have any uncertainties, feel free to inquire of me at any time. Jiang Feiyu remarked calmly. Indeed. Zhou Chong, filled with excitement, nearly felt compelled to embrace Jiang Feiyu and plant a kiss upon him. This was, after all, the very desire that resided in the depths of his heart. Yet, he refrained, fearing that Jiang Feiyu might strike him down with a swift blow. Please arrange for me a place to stay. Jiang Feiyu suddenly turned to Qin Mingzhu and spoke. Qin Mingzhu felt a twinge of displeasure, but upon noticing Jiang Feiyu's gaze shift slightly to the side, she instantly understood that he was deliberately trying to distance himself from her. She quickly nodded and said, Then let us go to the Dao Heart Hall. Adjacent to the Master S Hall, it will be convenient. All right, lead the way, Jiang Feiyu replied with a nod. Young master, allow me to handle this menial task. As I reside nearby, Nangong eagerly volunteered. Junior brother, your words are misguided. Does it not stand to reason that I, your senior brother, should take charge? He insisted. Only to be interrupted by Mo Yuan. Haha, there's no need for contention, I am the closest. Zhou Chong, well aware of the intentions of the two, quickly interjected. What is there to argue about? Let us all go together. Jiang Feiyu raised his hand. He was fully aware of the thoughts swirling in the minds of the three. Please, young masters, they exclaimed in unison. Yet, Qin Mingzhu remained rooted in place, a displeased expression adorning her delicate face. How dare they vie for my company? Moments later, an elegant side hall appeared before Jiang Feiyu. Although the Dao Heart Hall could not compare in scale to the Xianbing Palace, it contained several independent rooms and boasted a refined ambience, making it remarkably comfortable and pleasant to reside in. The environment was quite appealing and bore a familiar essence. This will do, he declared. Jiang Feiyu gestured towards the elegant pavilion before him, saying, Yes, my lord. I shall dispatch someone to tidy it up at once. Without uttering another word, Nangong promptly turned to attend to the task. Mo Yuan, vexed, gritted his teeth in frustration at the boy's swift response. What good is quickness without intellect? Zhou Chong let out a cold laugh, then turned to stride towards an adjacent room beside the pavilion. What is old Zhou up to? Mo Yuan's expression revealed his confusion. However, in the next moment, he was utterly astonished by Zhou Chong's actions. With a wave of his hand, Zhou Chong summoned the power of the realm of consciousness, inscribing the radiant characters Alchemist Pavilion in midair at the entrance of the room. Have you learned something? Zhou Chong turned his head, flashing a proud smile at Mo Yuan. Old Zhou, I must concede. I am truly impressed. Mo Yuan's lips twitched as he bowed in respect to Zhou Chong. Following suit, he selected a room and similarly inscribed the character ink. When Nangong Yu exuberantly returned to the Tranquil Heart Palace, he was immediately petrified upon seeing the two rooms and the smug expressions on the faces of the two men. Have everyone's schemes become so profound in this day and age? He sighed heavily. He then chose a room directly opposite Jiang Feiyu's pavilion, separated only by a courtyard, and promptly moved in his living necessities. Once more, seizing the initiative, Mo Yuan followed closely behind, while Zhou Chong exerted tremendous effort to relocate a portion of the original alchemy room to this new location. Yet, unbeknownst to the three, the figure seated within the pavilion, meditating with closed eyes, was not the true Jiang Feiyu, but rather a clone. The real Jiang Feiyu had long since slipped away, returning to the Xianbing Palace to soothe Qin Mingzhu's emotions. The lavish bed was once again besieged by a tempest of fervent activity, creaking ominously under the strain. Chapter 25, The Assault of the Scarlet Flame Sect. Suddenly, a pair of delicate hands pushed firmly against Jiang Feiyu's chest, as Qin Mingzhu, with a seductive glance, declared, This time, our sect shall take the lead. Ah, so quickly you have learned to seize the initiative and unlock new positions? Jiang Feiyu let out a muffled groan, his face brimming with mirth. Several hours later, the weary Qin Mingzhu fell into a deep slumber. The ethereal chill of immortality enveloped her, as strands of lunar energy began to blossom within her, subsequently surging with fervent vigor. Jiang Feiyu gently brushed aside Qin Mingzhu's flowing hair, a smile gracing his lips as he remarked on the remarkable nature of their dual cultivation technique. It had indeed allowed his own chaotic transformation art to ascend to the second tier, enabling Mingzhu to fully awaken her bloodline power. Earlier, at the Sacred Heart Pool, Jiang Feiyu had forcibly absorbed the uncontrollable energy within Qin Mingzhu, which had spiraled out of control due to her reckless cultivation, and utilized the chaotic transformation art to activate her hidden physique, the dominant female celestial cold body. At this moment, through their dual cultivation, Mingzhu's bloodline underwent a complete awakening, and the true power of the dominant female celestial cold body began to manifest, enhancing her strength day by day. The overwhelming force of the Yin energy expanded beyond what Qin Mingzhu could currently bear, beginning to overflow and autonomously flow into Jiang Feiyu's body, while the chaotic transformation art operated at an extraordinary speed. The most significant feature of dual cultivation is its ability to allow both parties to complement and assist each other, reaping mutual benefits. Combined with the power of the Sacred Heart Pool, it was sufficient to shatter the second lock of the innate Tao body. When the Yin energy ceased its growth, Jiang Feiyu swiftly moved to the Sacred Heart Pool, plunging into its depths to channel the immense power contained within. Washing over his physical form to elevate his combat body realm once more. From the peak of the 7th rank of the mysterious level, he ascended rapidly, soon reaching the 8th rank, then the 9th rank. With a resounding crack, Jiang Feiyu broke through the pinnacle of the 9th rank of the mysterious level, advancing to the 1st rank of the earth level. Suddenly, streams of holy light erupted from within him, bursting forth and resonating with explosive sounds. The power contained within the sacred heart pool was forcibly absorbed by Jiang Feiyu, instantly depleting 2/3 of its energy. In the next moment, Jiang Feiyu ruthlessly tore apart the shackles of the innate Tao body, allowing it to ascend to the 2nd tier. The divine soul power, which had previously been at the peak of the 9th rank of the thought realm, surged upward, digesting the remaining energy and breaking through to the pinnacle of the 9th rank, then ascending through the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd ranks of the life palace realm, ultimately resting at the pinnacle of the 9th rank, a half step into the divine communication realm. Jiang Feiyu exhaled a breath of turbid air and emerged from the sacred heart pool. After his innate Tao body ascended to the 2nd level, the power of the sacred heart pool had become ineffective for him. To continue his advancement, he must seek out a more formidable place for the refinement of his battle physique. At present, his cultivation had risen to the 3rd tier of the true element realm, while his battle physique had ascended to the 1st tier of the earth grade. His spiritual force was exceptionally potent, reaching the threshold of the divine passage realm. The amalgamation of these 3 aspects, coupled with his avatars, enabled him to vanquish those of the myriad laws realm. Jiang Feiyu took a step forward. Instantly arriving at an open space, he unleashed a punch with a slight roar. Crack! The surrounding space twisted and then tore apart at that very moment, showcasing the might of the innate Tao body's ascension to its 2nd level. The soul power of the half-step divine passage realm is sufficient for me to refine the sea of souls in advance. Consolidating my thoughts to cultivate the mysteries of spatial techniques, Jiang Feiyu sat cross-legged, channeling the chaotic creation technique to refine his soul sea. In the next instant, he found himself before a magnificent palace, crafted entirely from transparent crystals, numbering an astounding 999,999. This was none other than Jiang Feiyu's soul sea. A wisp of divine consciousness resided within, formed by the condensation of his remnant soul. Presently, the majority of the crystals lay dormant, with only 9 illuminated, signifying that his remnant soul had regained 1/10,000th of its power. Although a fragment of divine consciousness anchored the realm, it could scarcely endure consumption, rendering it his trump card. He could not afford to use it lightly unless absolutely necessary. Suddenly, wisps of grayish-white gas began to emanate from the operation of the chaotic creation technique, continuously drifting outward. This was the power of intent. It eventually coalesced into a tangible form, intent taking shape. This represented the cultivation method of the realm of intent, utilizing this soul force to transform into intent, condensing and materializing it for substantive attacks. However, Jiang Feiyu, through the harmonious cultivation of the 3 elements, had commenced refining his soul sea in the true essence realm, consolidating his intent for offensive maneuvers. After a brief moment, he slowly rose, extending his right hand as a wisp of a sword of energy surged forth from his palm. Accompanied by his focused thought, it transformed into a streak of light, shooting forth with blinding speed. The fusion of intent and spatial techniques resulted in a momentary blade. A lethal strike. Boom. A nearby mountain erupted instantaneously, reduced to powder that scattered into the ether. Jiang Feiyu's aura surged dramatically, ascending towards the heavens. Suddenly, the once tranquil sky was engulfed in tumultuous thunderclouds, a terrifying energy locking onto Jiang Feiyu with unyielding intensity. The heavenly tribulation. Jiang Feiyu squinted slightly, astonished that he, merely at the true essence realm, possessed the audacity to provoke the heavenly tribulation. It seemed that his rapid advancement had incited the displeasure of the heavenly Tao, thus invoking celestial wrath. Alas, it was not yet the opportune moment. When his true self achieved the unity of the 3 essences, then he would welcome the challenge once more. Jiang Feiyu shook his head, forcefully activating the heaven-devouring demon cauldron within him to suppress his own aura. Simultaneously, he unleashed a powerful punch. Crack! The ominous clouds above, not yet fully formed, were instantly shattered, and all manifestations vanished without a trace. Strangely, the familiar sensation he had sensed earlier was now completely absent. Jiang Feiyu turned and returned to the Hall of Tao Heart. As soon as he stepped inside, a slight frown appeared on his brow. Earlier, upon his arrival in this place, he had distinctly sensed an extraordinarily familiar aura, yet now it had inexplicably vanished without a trace. Meanwhile, aside from Ne Gongyu, Mo Yuan, and Zhou Chong, there was an additional presence within the Hall of Tao Heart. Who could it be? Jiang Feiyu instinctively summoned his spiritual energy to sweep through the 4th room. Could it be her? To his astonishment, the 4th resident turned out to be Luo Qingyin. At this moment, the room was shrouded in a hazy mist, and Luo Qingyin was bathing. Who is it? She suddenly rose, exclaiming with fervor. Ahem. Jiang Feiyu hastily withdrew his spiritual consciousness and swiftly returned to his elegant abode. Could that familiar orb be related to Luo Qingyin? Had it vanished? Suddenly bereft of her target, Luo Qingyin's delicate brows furrowed, her charming countenance suffused with indignation. Yet, upon swiftly examining the barrier, she found herself momentarily stunned. The room's protective enchantment remained intact, and even the spiritual consciousness of the intent realm could not leave without a trace. Was it possible she was overreacting? Perhaps it was merely the discomfort of having recently changed her surroundings. She shook her head dismissively and returned to the wooden tub to continue her bath. In the following 2 days, the Dao Heart Palace welcomed 2 new residents, Su Tian'er and Yin Liang, who had been specially relocated there by Qin Mingzhu in hopes of receiving guidance from Jiang Feiyu. Jiang Feiyu was exceedingly dissatisfied. Yet he was effortlessly subdued by Qin Mingzhu's newly unlocked technique, leading to an effortless resolution. After all, dual cultivation not only benefits one's physical and mental well-being, but also significantly enhances one's cultivation level and state of mind. With Jiang Feiyu's guidance, the collective strength of the group soared to unprecedented heights within mere days. Notably, Mo Yuan, Nan Gongyu, and Shou Chong reaped the greatest rewards. In the dead of night, Jiang Feiyu suddenly summoned Mo Yuan and Nan Gongyu to his presence. Shall we venture out to stretch our limbs? What splendid suggestions might you have, young master? Mo Yuan and Nan Gongyu eagerly prepared for action, brimming with anticipation. Let us pay a visit to the Qian sect. Jiang Feiyu spoke lightly. The Qihua sect? The two were momentarily taken aback. Then their eyes ignited with fervor as they exclaimed in unison. Are you suggesting that we launch a night raid on the Qihua sect? Night raid? Jiang Feiyu raised an eyebrow in curiosity. Isn't the Qihua sect visiting our Xinjiang sect tomorrow? Shouldn't we reciprocate the visit? You are correct. There is no such thing as a night raid. It is merely a matter of mutual courtesy, Mo Yuan quickly amended. Indeed, mutual courtesy is entirely reasonable. Nan Gongyu hastily added with a forced smile. You will accompany them and bring back the heads of those from Chita City, Jiang Feiyu declared. And his doppelganger shot forth from the shadows in an instant. The divine power realm. Mo Yuan and Nan Gongyu's eyes widened in astonishment. The following morning, a golden cloud suddenly rolled across the skies above Xinjiang sect, enveloping the entire area and casting a shadow over it. Golden light poured down, creating numerous massive craters in the courtyard before the council hall, devastating the adjacent side hall. The ornate roof was shattered in an instant, leaving destruction in its wake. Impudent! Who dares to brazenly destroy my Xinjiang sect? The formidable Qin Mingzhu stepped forward, her presence radiating fury as she glared at the sky. With a surge of willpower, she conjured a palpable force that collided fiercely with the golden clouds. Boom! The clouds were shattered, and the light within dissipated. Dense mist swirled, concealing the figure of the intruder, as a beam of holy light accompanied by the sound of divine music descended. Luo Qingyin, Su Tian'er, and others arrived in quick succession, their eyes ablaze with rage as they fixed their gaze upon the sky. Suddenly, 3 resplendent golden characters materialized above. Qihua sect. Figures emerged from the mist, descending with an air of superiority, surveying the members of Xinjiang sect. Chapter 26. Do you dare? After many years, the venerable Hong Tianzuan of the Qihua sect, accompanied by his disciples, made a grand entrance to Xinjiang sect. I didn't expect you all to gather here so promptly, he exclaimed with a hearty laugh. His appearance youthful despite his advanced years, reminiscent of a man in his late teens. He was indeed one of the 3 esteemed elders of the Qihua sect, Hong Tianzuan. Upon witnessing the spectacle, the disciples of Xinjiang sect gnashed their teeth in fury. This was no mere visit. It was an overt provocation aimed at asserting dominance over Xinjiang sect. Qin sect master, Hong Tianzuan stepped forward, his form suddenly appearing before Qin Mingzhu, a mere step away. Divine power. An arm's length away. The realm of 9 turns divine power. Qin Mingzhu's pupils constricted in shock. This was a realm beyond the life palace, encompassing divine power, 10,000 laws, order, and sanctity. The faces of the Xinjiang sect members changed dramatically behind her. The ability to traverse distances in the blink of an eye was the hallmark of 9 turns divine power, capable of achieving near instantaneous movement. At its pinnacle, it could even render distances meaningless. Who would have thought that after all these years, Brother Hong's cultivation has advanced so remarkably? It truly leaves us in awe. Sun Mao stepped forward, clasping his hands in admiration. This display ignited an icy glint in Qin Mingzhu's eyes. She recognized that Hong Tianzuan was intentionally flaunting his power to intimidate Xinjiang sect. Sun Mao's eagerness to ingratiate himself only served to amplify their humiliation. Who are you? Hong Tianzuan feigned ignorance, scrutinizing Sun Mao before suddenly recalling. Your elder son, correct? I remember our sparring match. I may have been a tad too forceful. I hope your injuries have healed. He chuckled insidiously. Sun Mao's expression hardened, his old wounds flaring with pain at the taunt. Curse that old scoundrel, he thought bitterly. The two had previously agreed to a friendly spar, yet Hong Tianzuan had resorted to underhanded tactics, leaving him gravely injured and unconscious. Years later, he still bore the scars, which hindered his progress in cultivation. Despite his desire for vengeance, the sight of Hong Tianzuan's newfound prowess left Sun Mao feeling disheartened, compelling him to seek reconciliation. However, Hong Tianzuan's contemptuous demeanor only served to deepen his humiliation. You jest, Brother Hong. Such a trivial injury could not possibly linger for years. I have long since recovered. Sun Mao forced a smile, though resentment brewed within him. Hong Tianzuan, undeterred, seized the opportunity. In that case, how about a friendly sparring match later? Just for old-time sake. Sun Mao's face twitched in agitation, his anger boiling within, yet he dared not respond, fearing Hong Tianzuan might cripple him on the spot. Let our sect test Hong Tianzuan's skills. Jiang Feiyu signaled covertly to Qin Mengzhu. Without hesitation, she raised her hand and struck with a palm. I welcome the challenge. A flicker of disdain flashed in Hong Tianzuan's eyes as he met her strike with one of his own. Boom. A chilling aura erupted from Qin Mengzhu's palm, forcing Hong Tianzuan back several steps, shaking the surrounding space. Sectmaster, Sun Mao and the others could hardly contain their elation, astonished that their leader possessed the strength to confront the divine power realm. You have indeed cultivated the Xianbing true qi. Hong Tianzuan's expression shifted to one of shock as his voice trembled. Having succeeded with her strike, Qin Mengzhu did not press her advantage but merely uttered a single word. Break. With a crack, Hong Tianzuan's robe tore open, revealing a magical wheel within. Ah. So your so-called divine power is merely reliant on magical artifacts? I had thought you were truly of the divine power realm. Instead, you are but a pretentious life palace practitioner. Jiang Feiyu scoffed without mercy. The qi was Sect's imperial artifact, the oblivion wheel. No wonder you can wield divine power. Qin Mengzhu added with a cold laugh. What? He relies on treasures. I had thought he was genuinely of the divine power realm. Sun Mao and the others exchanged glances, their expressions filled with mockery. Who do you think you are, daring to ridicule me publicly? Hong Tianzuan, humiliated, directed his wrath towards Jiang Feiyu. He stepped forward, his formidable aura surging forth as he charged at Jiang Feiyu. Get lost. With a decisive stomp, Jiang Feiyu unleashed a thunderous roar. The divine might emanating from his innate Tao body shattered the imposing aura of Hong Tianzuan, forcing him to retreat 3 steps. Hong Tianzuan's expression shifted dramatically as he regarded the suddenly emerging youth before him with caution. Who are you? He demanded. What right does a mere ant have to inquire? Jiang Feiyu chuckled coldly. Hong Tianzuan, you have come here deliberately to provoke? Haven to you? My divine sword sect will accompany you to the end. Qin Mengzhu waved her hand, unleashing a tremendous force. Hong Tianzuan staggered back several steps, his pupils constricting as he exclaimed. Not only have you mastered the true qi of Xianbing, but your cultivation has also reached the life palace realm. Come, let us see who is superior. Qin Mengzhu declared imperiously. She also sent a grateful glance at Jiang Feiyu, acknowledging that it was thanks to his recent guidance that her cultivation had soared, allowing her to successfully advance to the life palace realm. Damn it, I had no prior indication of Qin Mengzhu's substantial progress. Hong Tianzuan's expression shifted multiple times before he suddenly smiled and said, Congratulations, sect leader Qin, on your remarkable advancement. I did not come here to spar with you, but rather to provide the younger generation with an opportunity to train. He gestured to 4 individuals beside him, stating, These 4 are my disciples. The once-in-a-decade Xinyan duel is approaching, and I have brought them to broaden their horizons and witness the prowess of the Divine Sword sect, which once dominated the Xinyan realm and was renowned for its invincibility. Upon hearing this, the 4 stepped forward, their combined aura generating a formidable true qi storm that emanated significant intimidation. All 4 are at the true qi realm. Sun Mao and the others were visibly shocked, wondering how they, all under the age of 20, could possess such cultivation. Hong Tianzuan smirked. My 4 mediocre disciples are merely of average standing within my Qian sect and are hardly noteworthy. Qin Mengzhu nodded indifferently. Indeed, it seems sect leader Qin holds my 4 disciples in low regard. I wonder if you'd be willing to send 4 of your disciples to offer them some guidance? Hong Tianzuan, agitated by Qin Mengzhu's composure, retorted, Of course, any disciple from my divine sword sect could easily pin your 4 disciples to the ground. Qin Mengzhu smiled proudly. Times have changed. With our ancestor overseeing us, my divine sword sect fears nothing. Very well, since sect leader Qin has made such bold claims. Do you dare to raise the stakes? Hong Tianzuan replied with a sardonic grin. What is there to fear? Speak, how do you wish to raise the stakes? Qin Mengzhu responded without hesitation. If you lose a match, you shall wager 500 top-grade spirit stones. If that is insufficient, you may substitute it with an equivalent technique. Should you lose all 4 matches, you will surrender the holy artifact in your possession. Do you dare? Hong Tianzuan challenged with a playful smile. 500 top-grade spirit stones. How audacious. He scoffed. If someone hears this, they might think your Qian sect is impoverished. Let us start at 5,000 top-grade spirit stones, and for every match lost, the next wager shall be tenfold. If you lose all 4, in addition to the spirit stones, you must also relinquish your Qian sect's Qian token. Do you dare? If not, feel free to concede now. Jiang Feiyu interrupted Hong Tianzuan with astonishing words. Sun Mao and the others, aghast, tried to dissuade him. How can there be any hesitation? If your divine sword sect insists on gifting my Qian sect money, what reason do I have to refuse? So be it. Hong Tianzuan readily agreed, leaving no room for retraction. He silently rejoiced, thinking, this fool is simply walking into a trap I've set, even digging it deeper for me. Each match multiplying the stakes tenfold is no small matter. Given the current financial state of the divine sword sect, they cannot possibly amass such a sum. As a result, not only will they lose that holy artifact, but their remaining top-tier techniques will also belong to my Qian sect. Why aren't you stopping him? Sect leader? He is leading our divine sword sect into a pit. Sun Mao exclaimed in frustration. Damn it, if we lose all 4 matches. It won't just be a matter of losing face, it will be a calamity. Zhao Shi fumed. Sect leader. Silence. Qin Mengzhu shot a fierce glare at the 3, coldly warning, if you dare to utter another word, you shall face the sect's regulations. Pathetic fools. Always hoping to elevate others while diminishing your own stature. Speak again, and I shall have your heads. Beside her, Luo Qingyin spoke icily. Having undergone a tremendous transformation in both her swordsmanship and temperament after receiving Jiang Feiyu's guidance. What is this? An internal conflict? Should we wait for you to resolve your issues before proceeding with the duel? Hong Tianzuan derisively interjected. No need for concern. Please proceed to the divine martial platform. Qin Mengzhu gestured with a stoic expression. Very well, Hong Tianzuan replied. The divine martial platform, nestled between 2 towering mountains at the side of the divine sword sect, was the only connecting passage. The once sky-high peak had been sheared away by a single sword strike, creating an expansive chasm. This location, rich in spiritual energy and incredibly sturdy, had become the long-standing arena for the divine sword sect's martial competitions. It allowed for the fullest display of strength while also satisfying the vanity of the sect's disciples. Though it was merely a competition, Hong Tianzuan felt compelled to remind them. Once on the divine martial platform, it is a matter of life and death. Should you win, you may choose to spare your opponent, but if you lose, you must take your own life on the platform. My Qian sect will not tolerate any losers. His words were delivered with a facade of righteousness, portraying a harsh stance toward his own disciples, while in reality, he was ensnaring the divine sword sect into a life and death struggle. Listening to Hong Tianzuan's casual remarks, the disciples of the divine sword sect trembled, many displaying visible fear. To be intimidated before battle was a grave taboo. Hong Tianzuan observed this scene with disdain. He stepped forward, hands clasped behind his back. Sect leader Qin, please do not disappoint me after your earlier boasts. Bring forth your most formidable disciples, so that my 4 inadequate disciples may truly understand that there are heavens beyond the heavens and people beyond the people. Just prepare your spirit stones. And don't embarrass yourself by failing to produce them when the time comes. Qin Mengzhu retorted sharply. My Qian sect has plenty of spirit stones. Take as many as you can win. Hong Tianzuan declared with bravado. Since you are a guest, please, go ahead. Qin Mengzhu gestured with her hand. Without hesitation, Hong Tianzuan commanded his robust female disciple, Xianjiu. You shall be the first to step up and show the divine sword sect's experts what you are capable of. The disciples of the Crimson Flame sect are categorized into 5 distinct ranks: extreme, celestial, terrestrial, profound, and yellow. Among these, only the direct disciples are assigned a numerical designation from 1 to 9, with 1 being the strongest and 9 the weakest. Upon concluding her statement, a robust woman leaped onto the divine martial platform. With a thunderous crash, the platform groaned under the weight. The female disciple of the esteemed Hong Tianzun, known as Xianjiu, at the first level of true essence, challenged the divine sword sect. Xianjiu's voice resonated like a great bell, exuding an air of invincibility. Her formidable presence, coupled with her impressive physique, instilled immense pressure upon every disciple of the divine sword sect present. Who dares to claim that women are inferior to men? For a moment, no one dared to step forward to accept the challenge. Who among the divine sword sect will rise to battle? Are they perhaps afraid? Xianjiu gazed down upon the disciples of the divine sword sect, her eyes filled with disdain as she provocatively spoke. Feeling her piercing gaze, the disciples lowered their heads, unable to meet Xianjiu's eyes. Pathetic cowards. If no one dares to take the stage, then you might as well concede defeat. Growing impatient, Xianjiu mockingly addressed the crowd under Hong Tianzun's subtle prompting. How audacious. Who do you think you are to belittle my divine sword sect? Qin Mengzhu immediately retorted. Xianjiu, do not be disrespectful. Hong Tianzun leisurely admonished Xianjiu, then turned his attention back to Qin Mengzhu. I wonder if the sect master has decided who will participate in the battle? Tiana, you shall go. Jiang Feiyu gently patted Tiansu's head and instructed her. Yes. Su Tiansu obediently nodded, gradually making her way toward the divine martial platform. What? Su Junior sister is going up? Murmurs spread among the crowd. She is merely at the Qi manipulation realm. Isn't this tantamount to courting death? Although challenging beyond one's realm isn't uncommon, the disparity in strength was indeed staggering. Tiansu Junior sister, don't be foolish. That formidable woman is quite fearsome. Exactly. It's too dangerous. Let someone else take her place. Tiansu Junior sister. Many male disciples fervently attempted to dissuade her upon seeing Jiang Feiyu's endorsement of Su Tiansu. Were it not for Jiang Feiyu's esteemed status as the sect leader, they would have voiced their frustrations openly. Silence. Su Tiansu shot a glare at the crowd, instantly silencing them. Yan Liang appeared beside Jiang Feiyu, cheering for Su Tiansu. Junior sister, show those scoundrels from the Qian sect what you're capable of. Rest assured, it's all on me. Su Tiansu confidently tilted her head, challenging Xianjiu on the divine martial platform. Scoundrel, come forth and battle. Impudence, do you wish to perish? Xianjiu glared at Su Tiansu, a murderous intent flickering in her eyes. Huh, you think you stand a chance? Su Tiansu coldly laughed, leaping onto the arena and bowing slightly to Xianjiu. Disciple of the divine sword sect, Su Tiansu. Xianjiu couldn't help but sneer. Your divine sword sect has truly fallen. To the point where even a mere 8th level chi manipulator dares to come up and seek death? Her words carried no hint of softening. It was a deliberate taunt meant for all the divine sword sect members present. We of the Chi-Yin sect act with such arrogance. What can you do to stop us? Su Tiansu retorted sharply. Well said, a mere Chi-Yin sect has no right to be so arrogant. Indeed, I'll cut you down in an instant. Junior sister, defeat him. The male disciples fervently waved their banners, rallying behind her. Luo Qingyin and Qin Mingzhu stood beside Jiang Feiyu, their eyes shining brightly. Tiansu's swordsmanship has greatly improved recently. She can completely disregard the gap in their realms. I just wonder how many moves it will take her to prevail. Qin Mingzhu chuckled. I wager she can win within 10 moves. 10 moves? Are you underestimating my guidance to her during this time? 1 move is all it will take. As Jiang Feiyu smiled gently, he slowly raised a finger. What? Just 1 move? This is quite exaggerated. Both Luo Qingyin and Qin Mingzhu exclaimed simultaneously. We'll find out by watching. Jiang Feiyu chuckled softly. By the way, where are senior brother Nangong and senior brother Mo? Did they not emerge from their seclusion last night? At that moment, Luo Qingyin suddenly inquired. They have emerged? Qin Mingzhu replied, completely unaware. I have given them tasks to attend to. A delightful surprise will be revealed to you shortly, Jiang Feiyu remarked with a serene smile. A surprise? Chapter 28. One sword to victory on the divine martial platform. Feel free to unleash any techniques you possess. Su Tiana called out to Xianjiu, then positioned herself with her hand resting on the hilt of her sword, adopting the stance of drawing her blade. This was a mere fundamental sword technique, one that everyone could perform. Yet, facing such a formidable adversary as Xianjiu, Su Tiana merely presented this ordinary starting posture, which immediately drew derision from the disciples of the extreme Dao martial sect. Even the disciples of the divine sword sect could not help but cover their eyes in disbelief. It's unbearable to watch. You're courting disaster. I shall not grant you an opportunity. With a mocking laugh, Xianjiu suddenly advanced, launching a fierce assault. Boom. The true essence surged forth like a torrential wave, rushing towards Su Tiana from the surface of the platform. Even if the heavens collapse and the earth shatters, I shall remain unyielding. Su Tiana's gaze remained resolute as she maintained her sword-drawing stance, her spiritual energy coalescing into protective aura around her. She chose to withstand Xianjiu's attack head-on. What an astonishing scene unfolded. The attack propelled by Xianjiu's true essence unexpectedly veered away upon contact with Su Tiana's protective aura, dissipating forcefully. This is impossible. Xianjiu's fury ignited. How could his true essence fail against an aura of a lower realm? This was utterly contrary to reason. That is not mere aura. It is sword aura. Not far away, Hong Trinzuan discerned the anomaly with a sharp gaze. He was astonished to discover that a seemingly ordinary disciple of the divine sword sect had actually cultivated sword aura. Sword aura is a unique form that integrates one's sword intent into the protective aura, a skill demanding exceptional talent and relentless practice to achieve. Its power eclipses that of ordinary true essence, capable even of contending with some advanced forms. The might of sword aura is indeed formidable. Moreover, it was remarkable that Su Tiana had accomplished this at such a young age and with her level of cultivation. I refuse to believe this. In a fit of rage, Xianjiu unleashed a torrent of true essence that cascaded towards Su Tiana. Clang, clang, clang. Yet, the results were even more dismal than before. The damage inflicted was akin to the sting of a mosquito, failing to touch Su Tiana in the slightest. Extreme Dao Grand Hand Seal. Frustrated, Xianjiu gritted his teeth and executed his strongest attack. This was a heavenly grade martial technique of the Scarlet Flame sect, permissible only for direct disciples. Xianjiu had spent 3 arduous years to barely grasp it. With a hiss, all of his true essence converged, forming a nearly tangible Grand Hand Seal that barreled down towards Su Tiana, intent on obliterating her. However, at that moment, the sword aura Su Tiana had cultivated suddenly surged upward, colliding fiercely with the Grand Hand Seal created by Xianjiu. Boom. In a flash of brilliance, the Grand Hand Seal was shattered by the sword aura, reduced to mere dust. Simultaneously, the sword aura also dissipated, having reached its limit. They had matched each other blow for blow. Now it is my turn. Su Tiana's eyes flew open, as the sword energy she had nurtured for so long could no longer be contained. Gathering momentum, she drew her sword and struck. Sword draw. Heaven's inquiry. The entire movement flowed seamlessly, executed in one breath. Swish. The unleashed sword strike erupted into a tempest of sword energy, engulfing the entire divine martial platform, dazzling all present. Whoosh. Before anyone could react, Su Tiana sheathed her sword and bowed in courtesy, conceding the match. She then leaped off the platform, returning to Jiang Feiyu's side. The disciples of the divine sword sect wore expressions of bewilderment. The match had not concluded, and by voluntarily exiting the platform, she had forfeited the duel, thereby losing. The disciples of the Scarlet Flame sect could not help but chastise her. Hong Tianzuan, it is your turn to speak. Jiang Feiyu took a sip of tea and began to speak leisurely. In the first battle, my Qi-Yin sect has lost. Hong Tianzuan, suppressing the fury that burned within him, announced. What, master? The disciples of Qi Yin sect were about to voice their protests when, boom. At that moment, the arena finally stirred to life. As the mist dissipated, Xianjiao lay bloodied and deeply embedded in the stage, his life hanging in the balance. What? He was slain in a single strike? The Divine Sword sect possessed such hidden talents? The remaining 3 disciples of Qi Yin sect stared in shock at Xianjiao's tragic state on the arena. Their gazes towards Su Tian are now tinged with a palpable wariness. They never anticipated that the Divine Sword sect harbored such exceptional disciples, who not only had refined their sword aura but had also mastered the fundamental techniques to an extraordinary degree, truly a revelation to this master. Even Hong Tianzuan could not help but express his admiration. At that moment, a figure, battered and exhausted, crawled to Hong Tianzuan's feet. It was the injured Xianjiao. Pressing his forehead firmly against the ground, his voice trembling as he spoke, "Master, I am sorry. I was careless. I never expected that girl's swordsmanship to be so formidable." "Careless?" Hong Tianzuan replied with a cold smile. "Even if you had unleashed your full power from the very beginning, you might not have bested that girl. To have condensed sword aura at such a young age, and to have comprehended the fundamental drawing technique to such an extent, even Jianjiao would find it challenging to withstand her previous strike, let alone you." "What? Even Jianjiao cannot endure her strike?" Xianjiao was filled with shock, falling into a profound silence. "I have said it before, one move is sufficient. Any additional move signifies my defeat." Jiang Feiyu set down his teacup, directing his gaze towards Qin Mengzhu and Luo Qingyin. "Indeed, you are the most formidable," Qin Mengzhu replied, her tone tinged with a hint of defeat. However, as soon as the words left her lips, she realized her blunder, her fair face flushing suddenly. "It is good that you understand." Jiang Feiyu smiled faintly, yet refrained from publicly instructing Qin Mengzhu. Luo Qingyin affectionately patted Su Tianger's head, exclaiming, "Well done." The elder praised. "This is all thanks to the young master's excellent guidance." Su Tianger playfully stuck out her tongue, her eyes sparkling as they gazed at Jiang Feiyu. "This is merely the surface. There are far more formidable things to come." Jiang Feiyu smiled faintly and remarked, "Your talent has yet to be fully realized. Once it is, few within the sword cultivation lineage of the Qingyun realm will be able to suppress you." Upon hearing this, Su Tianger's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. However, Jiang Feiyu gently patted her head and advised, "Go and truly comprehend that sword technique. Your speed in combat remains insufficient when faced with a true master. You may find yourself without the opportunity to strike." He pointed out her current shortcomings with clarity. Undaunted, Su Tianger's eyes glimmered with uncontainable excitement as she responded affirmatively and withdrew to continue her training. Meanwhile, Hong Tianzuan's expression darkened like a stormy sea. He had initially believed victory was within his grasp, intending to deliver a significant blow to the Divine Sword sect. He had hinted to Xianjiao that, should the opportunity arise, there would be no hesitation in executing Su Tianger on the spot. Yet now, she had become a stepping stone for her adversary, elevating them to prominence. What infuriated him further was that Su Tianger had the capability to take Xianjiao's life with a single strike. Yet she chose to merely incapacitate him. This act had thoroughly humiliated Hong Tianzuan, inciting his fury even more. The Divine Sword sect, once a dominant force, had demonstrated its profound depth, which Hong Tianzuan had now witnessed firsthand. Suppressing his anger, he let out a booming laugh. "Enough flattery. Where are my 5,000 premium spirit stones?" Qin Mengzhu raised an eyebrow and retorted coldly, "Just 5,000 premium spirit stones? Take them." The storage ring in Hong Tianzuan's hand glimmered slightly, and instantly, 5,000 premium spirit stones flew forth, landing before Qin Mengzhu. "Proceed." Qin Mengzhu nodded in satisfaction as she accepted the spirit stones. Without further ado, Hong Tianzuan pointed at a young man beside him and commanded, for the second battle, "You shall take the stage." "Yes, master." A short, stout man bowed respectfully before leaping into the air, landing on the divine martial platform. "Xian Lu of the Qi Yin sect challenges the Divine Sword sect. Who dares to face me?" Xian Lu proclaimed as he surveyed the surroundings. "I will." Yin Liang eagerly stepped forward, having long been eager to compete. "What? Yin Liang?" Sun Mao expressed surprise, for Yin Liang's strength was a minor realm below Su Tianger's. How could he possibly contend with the formidable Xian Lu, whose prowess surpassed even that of Xianjiao? Elder Zhao Shi beside him wore a worried expression. Chapter 29. This battle shall be lethal. Continually boosting others' confidence while diminishing your own prestige, no wonder you cannot produce even a single competent disciple. Jiang Feiyu scoffed with disdain in his gaze. Zhao Shi's expression immediately fell, and he instinctively silenced himself. Sun Mao wished to retort, but suddenly, a sort of energy flashed like lightning, pressing against his neck. "If I hear another word from your mouth, you shall perish," Luo Qingyin declared with an icy countenance. The chilling threat caused Sun Mao's legs to turn to jelly as he desperately covered his mouth, too terrified to utter another syllable. "Death." Jiang Feiyu raised his head and coldly uttered a single word to Yin Liang. "Understood." Without further ado, Yin Liang leaped onto the divine martial platform and respectfully addressed Xian Lu, saying, "Disciple of the Divine Sword sect, Yin Liang, please enlighten me. Another mediocre practitioner of qi manipulation. Is there not a single true essence realm cultivator among you?" Xian Lu scoffed disdainfully. Killing you will suffice. Yin Liang replied, his hands clasped behind his back, his tone indifferent. Wow, brother Yin Liang is so imposing. Truly valiant. He is indeed our senior brother. The disciples below were instantly stirred. Especially the young female disciples, whose cheeks flushed with admiration. Go, brother Yin Liang. Victory is assured. Are all of you from the Divine Sword sect so blindly confident? Confined to your narrow perspectives? No wonder you cannot produce a worthy opponent. Xian Lu remarked, his expression increasingly contemptuous as he listened to the cheers from the crowd. Did the people of the Scarlet Flame sect only fight with their mouths? No wonder my junior sister could defeat you in a single strike. Yin Liang retorted defiantly. Seeking death. Xian Lu's gaze turned icy as he stepped forward with great force. Boom. The entire divine martial platform trembled violently, instantly fracturing into pieces. True Essence Realm. Third tier. The powerful wave of energy caused Yin Liang's clothes to flutter wildly, and he staggered back a step. What the hell? Third tier of the True Essence Realm. What is this? Even stronger than that burly woman earlier. No wonder he's called Xian Lu. Are these 4 individuals, one stronger than the last? The crowd was left dumbfounded, their concerns for Yin Liang growing. Brother Yin Liang, please be careful. Indeed, I suddenly feel anxious. I worry for brother Yin Liang. There's no other choice now. We've stepped onto the platform and must fight with all our might. If it truly becomes unbearable, we can always concede. As long as the Green Mountains remain, one need not worry about firewood. The crowd began to pray for Yin Liang's safety. Meanwhile, the elders, led by Sun Mao, silently observed Zhang Feiyu. Previously, Su Tiano had effortlessly dispatched her opponent with a single strike, achieving remarkable results. Now, what would become of Yin Liang? Is there a flower on my face? Let us enjoy the match. Zhang Feiyu cast a disdainful glance at the crowd, exclaiming in exasperation, useless lot. Attack. Weren't you just boasting? Why the hesitation? Come on. On the Shinshu platform, Xian Lu provocatively challenged Yin Liang. As a guest from afar, you should go first. Yin Liang, with his hands clasped behind his back, maintained an air of composure as he replied coolly. You want to get the chance to strike. Perish. With a sinister grin. Xian Lu stepped forward, vanishing from Yin Liang's line of sight in an instant. One step behind you, sealed. Yin Liang calmly waved a blue talisman behind him. Boom. The moment the talisman was unleashed, a figure leaped forth, ensnared within its grasp. Ice talisman, freeze. It was none other than Xian Lu, who had previously disappeared from Yin Liang's view, attempting a surprise attack from behind. He actually anticipated my move. Xian Lu furrowed his brow, effortlessly shattering the ice talisman released by Yin Liang with a surge of true essence. It must be mere coincidence. Breaking free, Xian Lu charged at Yin Liang once more, again vanishing from sight with a single step. 3 feet in front of me, freeze. Yin Liang maintained his stance, preemptively casting another ice talisman. The azure talisman emanated an astonishing power of frost, sealing the 3-foot radius in front of him. A shadow materialized within the icy confines, and once again, Xian Lu was caught. Once could be coincidence, but twice indicated skill. Particularly, Yin Liang's prediction this time was even more precise than before. Xian Lu was sealed before he could even reveal himself. It was nothing short of extraordinary. What on earth is happening? Xian Jiu gaped in astonishment at the unfolding spectacle on the Shinshu platform. The two who had yet to engage were equally intrigued, murmuring in disbelief. What a revelation. Even Xian Lu can falter. Hong Tinzuan, witnessing the scene, seethed with fury. That damned fool, so easily exposed yet blissfully unaware. What a disgrace. The members of the Divine Sword sect could not help but praise Yin Liang's remarkable display. Yin Liang is so powerful? How did I never notice before? No wonder he is the chosen disciple of our sect leader. He truly is a promising talent. How did Yin Liang achieve such precise predictions? Zhao Shi's inquiry redirected the crowd's focus to the crux of the matter. How was Yin Liang able to predict with such accuracy? Xian Lu's cultivation surpassed Yin Liang's by far, and he possessed such a peculiar method of movement that an ordinary person would even graze his hem, let alone predict his next move. Watch your feet. Zhang Feiyu unexpectedly uttered 2 words. Underfoot? Not only did Sun Mao and the others glance in confusion, but even Qin Mengzhu could not help but look at Zhang Feiyu, her eyes filled with a hint of perplexity. You are all too prone to preconceived notions, instinctively believing that the other party must have employed some formidable movement technique, which is why it seemed that Yin Liang was anticipating his actions. Zhang Feiyu pointed out the cognitive bias shared by the group. Could it be that what he executed was not a movement technique? Wang Lu widened his eyes and inquired. It is not a movement technique, but rather the Earth Escape technique. Luo Qinin stated coldly, yet her words revealed the profound truth. Brilliant. Zhang Feiyu cast an appreciative glance at Luo Qinin. The Earth Escape technique? He had completely missed the moment he vanished into the ground. Sun Mao furrowed his brow. However, before Zhang Feiyu could respond, he suddenly jolted awake, exclaiming, it's an illusion technique, the mist technique. Indeed. It must be the fundamental mist technique of the Qian sect, employed in conjunction with his movements to deceive his opponent, when in reality, it is merely the Earth Escape technique. At least he has not been completely foolish. Zhang Feiyu gently set down his teacup and remarked. Regardless of how sophisticated the illusion may be, It cannot escape the inherent flaws of the earth escape technique. Before he revealed himself, the ground would emit faint tremors, rendering Yin Liang unnecessary to make any predictions. Oh, I see. The crowd suddenly comprehended, yet anger surged within Qian Lu. How did this man discern the flaw? He had long been. Each encounter had left him frustrated. This insufferable fellow. How could he predict so accurately? Each time, he would trap Qian Lu at a critical juncture, rendering him powerless. Although no substantial harm was inflicted, the annoyance was unbearable. Weren't you just saying I had no chance to strike? It seems you were merely boasting. Keep going. Yin Liang smiled and raised a hand towards Qian Lu. You bastard. Seeking death, Qian Lu exploded with fury. With a fierce motion, he shattered the icy tendrils binding him, lunging towards Yin Liang like a tiger descending a mountain. Watch me tear you apart. In that moment, his ordinary hands transformed into monstrous claws, doubling in size as they broke through the constraints and surged toward Yin Liang. Killing iron claws. Boom. Caught off guard, Yin Liang was struck squarely, a ghastly cross-shaped wound appearing on his chest, crimson blood gushing forth in a horrifying display. Yet, Yin Liang remained unfazed, devoid of any trace of pain. At the instant of impact, his hands and feet morphed into 4 iron chains, swiftly binding Qian Lu in place with astonishing speed. This is impossible, your limbs. No, it's a substitute talisman. Qian Lu suddenly realized. This man had intentionally allowed himself to be hit, for what he had struck was not the true form but a decoy created by the substitute talisman. Chapter 30. The Little Gossip. Ice and fire explosion kill. As the ruse was unveiled, the decoy rapidly melted into a compass-like object. Yin Liang's true form emerged behind it. Arms outstretched, power surging within. The talisman contained several hooks and 2 large openings. The iron chains, ensnaring, Qian Lu sprang forth from these openings, directly affixed to the hooks, special entities designed for hanging talismans. Before Qian Lu could react, 6 red talismans appeared prominently on the hooks. Explosion talismans. This was evidently a premeditated setup by Yin Liang, who activated his first offensive move the moment he ensnared Qian Lu. No, break free. Qian Lu frantically struggled, attempting to shatter the chains, evidently terrified of the explosion talismans. However, Yin Liang, who controlled the entire scenario, would not grant him the opportunity to escape. With deft hand movements, he ignited the spiritual points embedded within the talismans. The 6 explosion talismans enveloped Qian Lu, culminating in a cataclysmic explosion. Boom, 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 boom. The divine martial platform was engulfed in radiant flames and explosive sounds, while Yin Liang observed the entire spectacle, as if he were admiring a breathtaking painting. Qian Lu's stout figure vanished within, his fate uncertain. It's over. Brother Yin Liang is so impressive. Brother Yin Liang, you are incredible, my idol. The disciples of the Divine Sword sect erupted in ecstatic cheers, arms wide open to embrace the impending victory. Is this truly the end? Zhao Shi and Sun Mao exchanged glances, both unable to believe it. Not yet. The real performance has only just begun. Jiang Feiyu shook his head, dousing the collective joy of the crowd with a bucket of cold water. It was no wonder that Hong Tianzuan bore not a trace of anger upon his countenance. Even the few disciples exhibited an unsettling calmness. Qin Mengzhu echoed this sentiment. How could this be possible? Zhao Shi exclaimed in disbelief. Even if he is at the true essence realm, he cannot withstand the chain explosion of 6 detonation talismans. Wu Yu asserted with unwavering certainty. How could Qian Lu escape from such a predicament? Ah, have you forgotten what he excels at? Jiang Feiyu chuckled lightly. Boom. Just as the crowd was engulfed in confusion, Qian Lu suddenly emerged from the earth on the opposite side of the divine martial platform. The earth escape technique. Wu Yu and the others shouted in unison. Who would have imagined that Qian Lu, previously captured by Yin Liang due to the flaws in his earth escape technique, would now successfully dismantle Yin Liang's deadly move using the very same technique? I admit I underestimated you. However, if you think this alone can bring about my demise, you are gravely mistaken. Qian Lu exchanged a cold glance with Yin Liang and smirked. It is time to get serious. As he spoke, Qian Lu's originally short and stout form suddenly expanded at a visible rate. With a resounding bang, the chains that bound him shattered completely. In an instant, Qian Lu transformed into a towering giant, standing over 2 zhang tall. His robust true essence surged throughout his being, emanating a formidable aura that caused Yin Liang's clothes to flutter ominously. The multiplication technique. He actually mastered such a challenging technique? He is a body cultivator. The elders gasped in astonishment, quickly realizing the implications. Do not be deceived by the apparent simplicity of the multiplication technique. Its cultivation is incredibly arduous. The process is excruciating, requiring relentless compression of true essence to saturate every inch of one's skin in order to achieve perfect control and flexibility. The Qi sect truly harbors hidden talents, and disciples under Hong Tianzuan are more astonishing than the last. Sun Mao could not help but express his admiration. In terms of nurturing disciples, he could not help but concede to Hong Tianzuan. Swish. A Qi sword streaked through the air, piercing Sun Mao's body and pinning him to a nearby stone pillar, leaving his life in jeopardy. Ignoring the warnings, kill. Luo Qingyin's gaze was icy as she commanded. Well done, but next time, be even more ruthless. Do not let him linger on the brink of death. It is utterly disgraceful, Jiang Feiyu admonished. Indeed, the elders were rendered speechless by the scene before them, their hearts unable to suppress their disdain for Sun Mao, deeming him a fool for daring to speak out after being warned twice. Such recklessness seemed deserving of dire consequences. Having grown in stature, one would expect him to possess greater strength, wouldn't one? On the divine martial platform, Yin Liang gazed at the towering figure of Xian Lu, a glimmer of excitement igniting in his eyes. One punch shall send you to your demise. Xian Lu raised his colossal fist, bringing it down with tremendous force. Boom. The ground before Yin Liang was instantly transformed into a massive crater, causing his eyelids to twitch involuntarily. I deliberately missed my strike. You have humiliated me in front of others. I shall repay you in kind. Xian Lu shook his enormous fist, casting a cold smirk at Yin Liang. The art of doubling is not merely a simple enlargement. It is a formidable secret technique that simultaneously amplifies strength and defense. Qianjiu, Kun Lu, Kansan. In response to Xian Lu's provocation, Yin Liang silently recited the incantation, his hands continuously shifting through intricate seals. This is the Bagua Ray. Zhao Shi, familiar with formations, instantly recognized Yin Liang's method as he set up the Bagua Ray. I never anticipated that Yin Liang was also well-versed in formations. Zhao Shi couldn't help but praise him while secretly glancing at Jiang Feiyu, his heart racing with apprehension, wondering if his endorsement of his ally would lead to any repercussions. Historically, the symbols of formations and talismans are inseparable. The current issues arise from a problem of inheritance, resulting in the distortions in your understanding. Jiang Feiyu interjected. What Yin Liang has mastered is the orthodox formation. As soon as he spoke, the array disc before Yin Liang levitated, plunging into the center of the divine martial platform. A formidable aura emanated from it, and a blurred array diagram quickly enveloped the entire platform. Now you think to set up a formation? Do you believe I would grant you this opportunity? Xian Lu stomped forcefully. Boom. The entire divine martial platform collapsed in an instant, shattering the array diagram that Yin Liang had just sketched. Xian Lu leaped high, his massive form descending like a mountain upon Yin Liang. Instantly, darkness enveloped Yin Liang's head, and an overwhelming sense of oppression nearly crushed him. Watch as I turn you into pulp. In the first formation, I invite you into the trap. At the critical moment, Yin Liang slowly raised a finger and declared. With a hum, an array diagram that nearly covered the entire divine martial platform suddenly materialized around him. Xian Lu's colossal form was forcibly restrained in midair. What is happening? Xianjiu could no longer remain seated and exclaimed in astonishment. In the next moment, countless fine threads appeared in her line of sight, almost covering the entire divine martial platform. The ends of these threads connected to the array disc, radiating brilliant light. Is this the manifestation of true essence? Hong Tianzuan's pupils suddenly constricted sharply. These were not ordinary threads, but solid entities conjured from true essence. He's at the true essence realm. Except for Jiang Feiyu, everyone present was struck with awe at this scene, suddenly awakening to the reality. A subtle smile crept upon Yin Liang's lips. Indeed, this was his true strength, a third-tier, true essence realm. While he shared the same realm as Xian Lu, his reserves of true essence surpassed Xian Lu's. Heavens, this lad has hidden his capabilities so deeply? Sun Mao and the other elders could not help but exclaim. Moreover, it is not just any true essence realm. His reserves and richness rival even that of a fifth-tier true essence realm. Luo Qingyin marveled. This irritating lad is quite the show-off. Qin Mingzhi chided with a smile. He doesn't even consider who his mentor is. Jiang Feiyu responded with a proud smile. Impressive. Qin Mingzhi subtly cast her gaze toward Jiang Feiyu. The real marvel is yet to come. I wonder how well Xian Lu can withstand it. Considering that last move's immense power, Jiang Feiyu said with a mysterious smile. Are you referring to the ice and fire? Qin Mingzhu's pupils contracted, hesitating to continue. You have been concealing your strength. How infuriating. Spare me, I desire a fair duel with you. Xian Lu roared in fury, unable to break free from his restraints. In the second formation, the array connects the heavens. Yin Liang raised his second finger. The array disc stationed at the center of the divine martial platform erupted into a dazzling brilliance, perfectly integrating with the formation in midair. With swift movements, Yin Liang shook his arms, sending forth an ice talisman and a fire talisman that accurately landed upon the array disc, merging with the fine threads of true essence. A force of annihilation exploded forth. In the third formation, ice and fire convergence. Little Bagua. Ice and fire explosive kill. No. Xian Lu sensed the looming threat of death and let out a final scream. Boom. Accompanied by a tremendous explosion, Xian Lu's body was reduced to ashes, dissipating on the spot. This is the might of my sword sect. Have you witnessed it clearly? Yin Liang threw this remark at Hong Tianzuan before reclaiming the array disc, returning with authority to the sword sect's ranks. Did you see it clearly? The disciples below shouted in unison. Our senior brother is mighty and majestic, elevating our sect's prestige. This battle was undeniably splendid, leaving the opponent without a chance to retaliate. What a relief. Master, young master, I have one. Yin Liang, pale-faced, bowed to Qin Mingzhu and Jiang Feiyu, expressing a hint of pride. Well done. Qin Mingzhu responded with a satisfied smile. You barely scraped through. Your control over true essence still requires a bit more refinement. Otherwise, that final move would not have instantly depleted all your true essence. Remember, this is your strongest killing move, and you must always leave yourself some leeway. Should one strike not suffice, you must have the strength to strike again. Jiang Feiyu articulated the crux of the matter. This was indeed the truth behind Yin Liang's near-total depletion of his true essence. Yes, sect leader. Yin Liang instinctively retracted his neck, hastily making his escape. In the second battle, the Divine Sword sect emerged victorious, claiming 50,000 premium spirit stones. At that moment, Qin Mingzhu, not waiting for Hong Tianzuan to speak, preemptively announced the outcome. The muscles on Hong Tianzuan's face twitched violently, clearly indicating his extreme fury. What? Unable to accept defeat? Or is your Qian sect so impoverished that you can't even produce 50,000 premium spirit stones? Then, as you previously stated, offer corresponding techniques or spiritual artifacts as compensation. Qin Mengxiu, keenly observing Hong Tianzuan's shifting expressions, added fuel to the fire. You, take this. Hong Tianzuan trembled all over but could only suppress his rage as he retrieved a storage ring from his robes and tossed it to Qin Mengxiu. Upon receiving it, Qin Mengxiu glanced at the contents and cheerfully remarked, "Indeed, Hong Tianzuan is quite magnanimous. Not a single spirit stone less than 50,000. Are we continuing? The stakes for the next round are set at 500,000 premium spirit stones." Qin Mengxiu winked at Hong Tianzuan, smilingly stating, "No. It is 5,500,000 spirit stones." Jiang Feiyu suddenly interjected, "You insolent fool, what nonsense are you spouting?" Hong Tianzuan could no longer contain himself and roared at Jiang Feiyu. Even Qin Mengxiu cast a surprised glance at Jiang Feiyu. One person is worth 500,000. Yet adding another amounts to 5,500,000. What is the issue with that? Jiang Feiyu cast a glance at Hong Tianzuan and suddenly leaped onto the divine martial platform, pointing at the two yet-to-appear disciples of the Qian sect below. "I shan't squander time. The two of you may come forth together. Impudent! How dare you look down upon my Qian sect?" Hong Tianzuan erupted in fury, springing from his seat in a fit of rage. "What is the matter? Afraid of losing?" Jiang Feiyu cast a scornful glance at Hong Tianzuan, his finger suddenly resting on the Xianjiu, whom he had previously defeated by Su Tian'er. "You should join as well. Did you not feel the sting of defeat before? I shall grant you another opportunity. However, as you are merely a supplementary participant, I shall not provide you with any additional spirit stones from the Qian sect." You. Enraged, Hong Tianzuan contemplated rushing onto the stage to eliminate Jiang Feiyu. Yet, before he could utter a word, the voice of Qin Mengzhu reached his ears. 1 against 3, and that counts as your 550,000. Has your Qian sect truly profited so greatly it hesitates? Are you fearful or concerned about returning to face the sect leader, Ji Tuqing? If that is the case, our sect would be amenable to your surrender. Accepting half of the stakes, 300,000 spirit stones shall suffice. Qin Mengzhu displayed an air of magnanimity. "You are being excessively domineering." Hong Tianzuan roared. "Is 1 against 3 considered excessive? If so, why not join me on stage, and I shall directly face 4 opponents instead?" Jiang Feiyu proclaimed with overwhelming confidence, pointing at Hong Tianzuan. "Hong Tianzuan, do you dare accept the challenge? Speak now. If you lack the courage, depart. And remember to keep your distance from the members of my Divine Sword sect in the future." Qin Mengzhu fanned the flames of anger, urging Hong Tianzuan further. "Very well. Since your Divine Sword sect dares to be so audacious, I shall see just how much this brat is worth." Hong Tianzuan replied, a bitter smile on his face. His gaze swept over his 3 disciples, and he transmitted a message to them. "Give it your all. I want this arrogant fool torn to shreds," leaving him without a burial place. "Yes." The 3 disciples responded in unison. Following this, they leaped onto the divine martial platform. "Xianjiu, Xianwu, Xianxi, we come to challenge you. May I have the honor of your name?" "Dead men do not deserve to know my name." Jiang Feiyu's gaze was cold and indifferent, as if the 3 individuals before him were nothing more than lifeless corpses. "You seek death." The trio, having never endured such humiliation, unleashed their full strength in a simultaneous assault against Jiang Feiyu. 3 against 1. Could the sect leader withstand their onslaught? Even if he could endure, finding an opportunity to counterattack would prove exceedingly difficult. Regardless of the outcome, such courage was worthy of honor. The spectators below fixated their eyes on the stage, instinctively holding their breath. Whoosh! In the face of the advancing trio, Jiang Feiyu's figure vanished in an instant. Swish! A flash of sword light streaked across the arena, and in the next moment, 3 heads soared into the air, crashing to the ground simultaneously. A swift strike. A single sword that instantaneously vanquished 3 foes. Before the crowd could comprehend the spectacle, Jiang Feiyu had quietly collected the trio's storage compartments. He then turned to Hong Tianzuan, unveiling his palm to reveal 5,500,000 prime spirit stones. "Bring them forth." The crowd erupted in astonishment. "Incredible! 1 sword, 3 kills. I can hardly believe my eyes. Can it truly be? 3 true Essence Realm warriors fell by a single strike? I hereby declare the sect leader as the strongest among the younger generation of the Divine Sword sect. From this day forth, he shall be my idol. No one shall dissuade me." Returning to their senses, the members of the Divine Sword sect fell into a frenzy of ecstatic shouts. "You are no disciple of the Divine Sword sect. Return our lives." Gazing upon the three lifeless bodies on the divine martial platform, Hong Tianzuan lost all rationality. His eyes ablaze with fury as he charged at Jiang Feiyu. You dare. Qi Mingzhu's fair visage turned icy as she rushed to intercept Hong Tianzuan. However, a sword light darted forth, striking first at Hong Tianzuan. It was Luo Qingyin. Stand down. But Jiang Feiyu's voice commanded her retreat. He required no assistance. Confronting the oncoming Hong Tianzuan, Jiang Feiyu flicked his sleeve, unleashing several energy swords that erupted from his palm. Their speed was such that Hong Tianzuan's naked eye could not perceive them. He hastily halted, intertwining his hands before his chest, summoning a massive airflow to envelop him in defense against Jiang Feiyu's sword energy. Crack. The collision shattered Jiang Feiyu's sword energy. Body technique. Indestructible Vajra body. Yet before Hong Tianzuan could revel in his triumph, Jiang Feiyu abruptly vanished from his sight. Not good. Hong Tianzuan's countenance changed drastically as he hastened to harness the power of the Fate Palace, maximizing his battle body as strength. Swish. In the next heartbeat, a beam of sword light flashed before Hong Tianzuan. A sudden strike. Crack. The indestructible Vajra body exploded, and a sword energy grazed Hong Tianzuan's neck, failing to cleave through but leaving a faint trail of blood. This was the advanced form of the indestructible Vajra body, the indestructible battle body. Swish. Before Hong Tianzuan could catch his breath, Jiang Feiyu was upon him once more. You insolent wretch, cease your arrogance. Hong Tianzuan clasped his hands together, channeling the indestructible battle body to its utmost, forming a phantom akin to a war deity that exuded a formidable aura to forcibly block Jiang Feiyu's assault. Indestructible battle body, guardian of the war god. Yet, in that moment, Jiang Feiyu's voice thundered forth, declaring, break. Boom. A surge of thunderous power erupted from the Thunderlight sword, instantly shattering Hong Tianzuan's defenses and invading his body, inflicting grievous harm upon his internal organs. Hong Tianzuan's body convulsed violently, and he spat a mouthful of blood. Yet before he could suppress the overwhelming force, Jiang Feiyu had already extended his palm, summoning a golden energy sword to pierce the air. Instant sword, instant kill. Swish. The sword pierced through Hong Tianzuan's brow, and he had no time to react before succumbing entirely. Chapter 32, Invitation. Did he just die? Qi Mingzhu and Luo Qingyin, who had hesitated to intervene earlier at Jiang Feiyu's command, stood frozen upon witnessing Hong Tianzuan's corpse. Although they knew Jiang Feiyu was formidable, they had not anticipated such overwhelming prowess. With merely the true essence realm, he had slain a foe of the Fate Palace realm. Among them, Qi Mingzhu was the most astounded, for Jiang Feiyu had neither employed the sacred artifact, the celestial mountain-quaking rod, nor summoned his doppelganger, which possessed strength rivaling that of the divine transformation realm. Initially, she believed Jiang Feiyu's restraint was a tactic to catch Hong Tianzuan off guard. Yet now, it appeared she had greatly underestimated his capabilities. Jiang Feiyu requires none of these things to effortlessly vanquish those in the Fate Palace realm. A mere Fate Palace cultivator is as feeble as an ant in my eyes. There is no need for such astonishment. Jiang Feiyu stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing at the two with an air of nonchalance. I beg your pardon, young master. It is I who have been short-sighted. Luo Qingyin quickly knelt on one knee in apology. Do I appear to be such a petty person? Jiang Feiyu replied with a gentle shake of his head and a light smile. Please, rise. Meanwhile, Qi Mingzhu feigned ignorance of the earlier events, casting a flirtatious glance at Jiang Feiyu and secretly praising his prowess. Jiang Feiyu paid no heed, turning to unleash a powerful force towards the corpse of Hong Tianzuan with a single palm strike. The devouring sky demon technique. In an instant, the soul and all remnants of Hong Tianzuan were consumed entirely, leaving only a pool of blood at the scene. Suddenly, and several storage rings fell from the air, revealing Hong Tianzuan's garments. The Desolation Dharma Wheel, a pinnacle imperial artifact, was but a step away from advancing to a sacred weapon. Had Hong Tianzuan managed to refine this object earlier, he might have withstood a few more blows. Jiang Feiyu picked up the Dharma Wheel and cast a glance at it, suddenly emitting a derisive laugh. He then seized several storage rings nearby, and with a slight exertion of his fingers, the residual energy upon them was instantly erased, rendering them as unclaimed possessions. Good heavens! How could Hong Tianzuan be so affluent? At that moment, Qi Mingzhu approached Jiang Feiyu's side and, upon closer inspection, could not help but exclaim loudly. Within 3 of the storage rings, they were completely filled with exquisite spirit stones, roughly estimated to be worth at least 6 million. It was utterly staggering. Upon witnessing such a plethora of spirit stones, Luo Qingyin and the others were equally astonished, exclaiming that Hong Tianzuan, merely a revered figure of the Qian sect, carried such a fortune. How wealthy must the Qian sect be? In comparison, my sword god sect truly seems pitifully impoverished. Quick, let us see what lies within the remaining 2 storage rings. Qi Mingzhu urged Jiang Feiyu eagerly. Jiang Feiyu's palm gently trembled, causing the contents within to tilt and cascade before the gathered crowd. The Scarlet Flame Token. Dozens of exquisite purple crystals. Astonishingly, there were even 3 dragon crystals. The onlookers were left agape, uttering exclamations of disbelief. Spiritual stones are categorized into purple crystals, dragon crystals, celestial crystals, and divine crystals, each further divided into ordinary, intermediate, advanced, and exquisite grades. A single ordinary purple crystal is worth 10,000 exquisite spiritual stones, while an exquisite purple crystal is equivalent to 1 million exquisite spiritual stones. As for the dragon crystal, one alone can equal 10,000 exquisite purple crystals. But there is even more to behold. Jiang Feiyu spoke calmly. What? Are there even better things? The crowd hurriedly flipped through the items. In the next moment, they were once again astounded. 2 volumes of Earth-grade martial arts and 1 volume of Heaven-grade martial arts. The ranking of martial arts in the Qingyan realm is divided into Yellow, Profound, Earth, Heaven, Emperor, and Saint levels. Of course, above the Saint level, there are the Imperial and Celestial levels, as well as the divine realms that defy the heavens. However, within the confines of the Qingyan realm, the Saint level represents the pinnacle of existence. Thus, the value of these 2 volumes of Earth-grade and that 1 volume of Heaven-grade martial arts is sufficient to equate to 2/3 of the wealth before them. Where did Hong Tianzuan acquire such treasures? It is likely that the entire wealth of the Qi-Yin sect combined would not amount to this. Qin Mingzhu gazed at the pile of items before her, marveling yet sensing an underlying unease. Sect Master, there is a letter. Luo Qingyin suddenly spotted something beneath the 3 volumes of martial arts and quickly extracted it, handing it to Qin Mingzhu. Upon opening it, Qin Mingzhu's expression darkened to the utmost degree in an instant. Well done, Yi Wushuang. It seems this is all his doing in collusion with the ancient Qingyan kingdom. It became apparent that Hong Tianzuan's actions at the Divine Sword sect were secretly instigated by Yi Wushuang. From the contents of the letter, it was clear that the Qi-Yin sect had long secretly submitted to the ancient Qingyan kingdom, which explained the ongoing conflicts with the Divine Sword sect over the years. In reality, it was the ancient Qingyan kingdom attempting to exert pressure to compel the Divine Sword sect to acquiesce to their conditions, thereby resolving the current predicament by arranging a union between Qin Mingzhu and Yi Wushuang. Why be angry? Jiang Feiyu calmly regarded Qin Mingzhu. From the moment he disrupted Yi Wushuang's schemes against Qin Mingzhu, he had foreseen that the ancient Qingyan kingdom would stop at nothing to retaliate against the Divine Sword sect. This was merely the beginning. An invitation. Qin Mingzhu extracted a gilded invitation from the layers of the letter and handed it to Jiang Feiyu. Jiang Feiyu instinctively accepted it. This was an invitation from the Xianyue Pavilion, the foremost trading association in the Dark Moon realm, announcing an auction to be held in 3 days. Qin Mingzhu quickly elaborated. Is the Xianyue Pavilion still operational? What treasures do they have prepared this time? A flicker of astonishment crossed Jiang Feiyu's eyes as fragments of memory surged within his mind. The Xianyue Pavilion had existed for millennia, possessing profound heritage, and was the foremost power in the Dark Moon realm, supported by the Dark Moon dynasty. It was once believed that with the Dark Moon Demon Emperor's roar, the Xianyue Pavilion would inevitably decline. However, it astonishingly endured through countless ages, remaining steadfast. According to the information I previously received, the Xianyue Pavilion spared no effort over a century to gather rare treasures for this auction, encompassing the entirety of the 9 realms, particularly featuring an ancient divine weapon among the top-ranking treasures, which is highly likely to be an imperial-grade artifact. Qin Mingzhu nodded, quickly adding that she had received news early on about the auction hosted by the Xianyue Pavilion, but given the prior circumstances of the Divine Sword sect, there was simply no opportunity to participate. Oh. Jiang Feiyu displayed no signs of surprise upon hearing the term imperial artifact, merely responding casually, observing that even the mention of an imperial artifact failed to pique Jiang Feiyu's interest. Qin Mingzhu revealed a weighty piece of news. The highlight of this auction would be the mysterious golden sphere, ranked first. The mysterious golden sphere? Jiang Feiyu finally exhibited a glimmer of interest. It is said to be a colossal orb, entirely enveloped in a golden surface, intricately engraved with an abundance of unfamiliar inscriptions, resembling an egg yet not quite. Despite the efforts of many skilled individuals from the Xianyue Pavilion, the mysteries concealed within remain undiscovered. All that is known is that this object is extraordinary. The reason Hong Tianzuan carries such a wealth of assets is to participate in this auction. His disturbance at my sacred sword sect is merely a part of his itinerary. Presumably, the Qingyan ancient kingdom has deliberately involved the Qi-Yin sect in their pursuit of this item. Qin Mingzhu divulged all the information she possessed, along with the crucial elements mentioned in the correspondence. Could it be that this object has finally matured after countless eons? A glimmer of brilliance ignited in Jiang Feiyu's eyes as a faint smile crept upon his lips. How intriguing. Are you planning to attend the upcoming auction, young master? Qin Mingzhu discerned Jiang Feiyu's intentions with a single glance. Indeed, I wish to broaden my horizons. Jiang Feiyu replied with a smile. How many people do we need to bring? Qin Mingzhu instinctively inquired. With a clone, that is sufficient. Jiang Feiyu responded. Are you not taking me with you? Qin Mingzhu's tone suddenly turned slightly melancholic upon hearing this. Can you spare yourself? Jiang Feiyu playfully flicked the tip of Qin Mingzhu's nose and chuckled. Ha! Knowing full well that the Qingyan Grand Competition is imminent, I have a plethora of preparations to attend to and cannot be trifled with, yet you still inquire. Qin Mingzhu pouted and huffed. Is it possible that the young master and the sect leader have already, unbeknownst to her, Luo Qingyin inadvertently caught sight of this scene, and her mind immediately surged with thoughts, causing her cheeks to flush crimson. Chapter 33. The heads of Chita City with merely 3 days remaining until the auction commences. One could calculate that both Mo Yuan and Nangong Yu would soon emerge from their seclusion. When that time arrives, even if the Qian sect were to launch an assault, it would only meet a dead end. Nevertheless, one must still be prepared in advance. Jiang Feiyu stood with his hands clasped behind his back, imparting his counsel. You audaciously killed Hong Tianzuan and seized his belongings. This is disastrous, utterly disastrous. The Qian sect will undoubtedly retaliate in full force, and the divine sword shall meet its demise. Before Qin Mengzhu could respond, a feeble voice unexpectedly broke the silence. It was Sun Mao, who had previously been pinned to a stone pillar by Luo Qingyin's sword and had yet to perish completely, now rescued by Zhao Shi and others. Upon awakening and witnessing the unfolding events, he could not help but exclaim, "Silence yourself." Zhao Shi and the others instinctively covered Sun Mao's mouth. Do you still dare to be reckless? Luo Qingyin's gaze turned frigid as, with a flick of her fingers, a blade of sword energy surged forth towards Sun Mao. You fool, Sun Mao. We should never have rescued you. Zhao Shi and Wu Yu, filled with ire, unceremoniously cast Sun Mao aside and took refuge to the sides. If you wish to kill me, it shall not be so easy. In a moment of peril, Sun Mao suddenly produced a jade talisman from within his robes and shattered it before the onlookers. Guardian, save me. With a resonant hum, a barrier swiftly materialized before Sun Mao, effortlessly shredding Luo Qingyin's assault. Subsequently, a wisp of spatial energy seeped forth from the barrier, tearing open a rift in the fabric of space. It is a spatial teleportation talisman. Luo Qingyin's pupils involuntarily constricted with alarm. In the next heartbeat, a figure descended from the void. The newcomer was a middle-aged man clad in a black robe, his visage austere, and his eyes sharp as blades, exuding an aura thick with malevolence, as if he had just emerged from a mound of corpses. Mo Shi. Upon recognizing the man, Qin Mengzhu's gaze turned icy, and she swiftly turned to Jiang Feiyu, explaining, he is one of the 4 great guardians of Yaoyan. Mo Shi's blade-like gaze fell upon Qin Mengzhu as he coldly remarked, you possess an audacity most remarkable, to dare to indiscriminately slaughter your fellow disciples. Impudence. Since when has it been your place to dictate our sect's affairs? Qin Mengzhu's eyes blazed with fire as she retorted fiercely at Mo Shi. What audacity for a mere guardian to act so brazenly before our sect. Who grants you such courage? Impudent. I am one of the 4 great guardians under Night Elder, endowed with the authority of oversight. Today, in my presence, who dares lay a hand on Sun Mao? Mo Shi's tone was laced with menace, showing no regard for Qin Mengzhu whatsoever. Oh, without uttering a word, Jiang Feiyu raised his hand and unleashed a sword chi directed at Sun Mao. You insolent wretch, do you dare? Mo Shi, taken aback by the audacity of his opponent, instinctively attempted to intervene. However, he was a moment too late. With a swift motion, the sword chi, as fast as lightning, pierced through Sun Mao's throat, resulting in his immediate demise. I have acted, and what comes next? Jiang Feiyu gazed at Mo Shi with a gaze as tranquil as an ancient well. You seek death. Mo Shi, taken aback by the humiliation he faced in public, could no longer endure it. The glint in his blade-like eyes surged with frigid rage. As if a tempest of murderous intent was about to erupt, he abruptly swung his arms, forcibly extracting and condensing a multitude of wind elements into dozens of azure blades that streaked towards Jiang Feiyu like lightning. Fierce wind blades. In an instant, a beam of sword light pierced through the oncoming tempest of blades. Mo Shi felt a flash before his eyes, and the next moment, his chest was impaled by a chi sword, forcibly nailing him to a stone pillar several zhang away. Is this all you've got? I expected more from your guardian. But it turns out you're just a petty wretch. You're not even as formidable as Hong Tianzuan. Jiang Feiyu scoffed derisively. What? You even killed Hong Tianzuan? Have you all gone mad? Mo Shi's expression shifted dramatically, fear blossoming in his eyes. Enough noise. Jiang Feiyu, weary of hearing another word, concentrated his will into a sword that shot forth with explosive speed. In an instant, the blade struck with lethal precision. Mo Shi's forehead was pierced in that fleeting moment, leading to his immediate demise. He perished without ever imagining that his journey to assist Sun Mao would cost him his own life. Little did he foresee the emergence of a ruthless figure within the Divine Sword sect, one who was resolute in matters of life and death. Had he known this would be the outcome, he would have resolutely refrained from aiding Sun Mao. Do you too wish to follow Sun Mao's lead and summon another pair? I find myself somewhat unsatisfied with this slaughter. At this moment, Jiang Feiyu activated the devouring immortal demon technique to erase Mo Shi's corpse. He then turned to glance at Zhao Shi and Wu Yu not far away, casually inquiring, as if discussing something inconsequential. However, to Zhao Shi and Wu Yu, it resonated like a thunderclap, causing their hearts to tremble. They instinctively knelt and fervently shook their heads, exclaiming, the sect leader is wise. Sun Mao and Mo Shi deserve their fate. We are in no way related to them. Is that so? Then why did you rescue Sun Mao from the stone pillar earlier? Are you unaware that I had deliberately nailed him there as a lesson? Qin Mengzhu's icy gaze swept over the two, her voice sharp. We were in the wrong. We were in the wrong. We implore the sect leader to spare us. Zhao Shi and Wu Yu desperately bowed their heads, pleading for mercy. Go to the law enforcement hall to receive your punishment. Those who defy shall die. Qin Mengzhu coldly commanded. Thank you, sect leader, for your grace in not killing us. The two replied, their faces ashen. They understood that from this moment on, they had entirely lost their standing and power within the sword sect, and they would have to endure the strict tortures of the law enforcement hall. Surviving this ordeal was already a blessing. All of this was due to that scoundrel Sun Mao. The two innocents could hardly contain their desire to vent their fury on his corpse. Suddenly, 3 figures descended from the void, landing before Jiang Feiyu. Greetings, sect leader. Greetings, young master. It was Mo Yuan and Nan Gongyu, along with a third figure who was the sect leader's servant. Zhao Shi and Wu Yu, who had not yet departed, were taken aback at the sight of the newcomers. What do they hold in their hands? Heads. Whose heads are those? Mo Yuan, Nan Gongyu. Weren't you both in seclusion? How have you returned, and why do you bear severed heads? Qin Mengzhu questioned, her eyes widening in surprise. Before she could turn to Jiang Feiyu for answers, Nan Gongyu spoke up, reporting to the sect leader. We emerged from seclusion last night, under the sect leader's orders, to visit the Qian sect. He bowed respectfully to Qin Mengzhu. A midnight visit to the Qian sect? Qin Mengzhu paused in shock, then suddenly realized something. Please, sect leader. Look. Mo Yuan and Nan Gongyu simultaneously turned the severed heads they held. Yao Tianzuan, Yu Tianzuan, the other 2 revered ones from the Qian sect. Qin Mengzhu gazed at the bloody heads before her, a fervent fire igniting in her eyes, her heartbeat quickening inexplicably. Is this the surprise you spoke of? She asked Jiang Feiyu, her eyes gleaming with excitement. Clearly, Nan Gongyu and Mo Yuan had not gone for a mere visit, but had embarked on a mission of murder. No, more accurately, it was an act of vengeance against the Qian sect. His directive was unmistakably a means to avenge her grievances. With this thought, Qin Mengzhu's gaze grew even more fervent, tinged with a hint of exhilaration. And it is not over yet. There should be another grand surprise in store. Jiang Feiyu calmly smiled and then commanded his doppelganger, turn it around. The doppelganger immediately rotated the severed head in its grasp, presenting it to the astonished onlookers. It was none other than Qi Tuqing, the leader of the Qian sect. In an instant, all present were rendered speechless, their eyes wide with disbelief. How could this be? You actually managed to kill Qi Tuqing? Zhao Shi exclaimed, utterly stunned. He dashed forward to stand before Mo Yuan, confirming the shocking reality. Before collapsing to the ground in utter defeat. It truly is Qi Tuqing. How could your cultivation have advanced to such an extent? Wu Yu gazed at Mo Yuan and Nan Gongyu, his throat dry with astonishment. To clarify, while our cultivation has indeed progressed rapidly, Qi Tuqing was not slain by the 2 of us together, but rather by this esteemed individual alone. Nan Gongyu raised a finger, suddenly pointing at Jiang Feiyu's doppelganger. One person killed Qi Tuqing, but isn't he merely at the Fate Palace realm? Wu Yu gasped in disbelief. You must be blind. This individual is clearly at the Divine Passage realm. Chapter 34 rewards the Divine Passage realm. Zhao Shi and Wu Yu exchanged glances, inhaling sharply, unable to quell their tumultuous emotions, and dared not meet the doppelganger's gaze. They feared that a mere glance could obliterate their very souls. The power of this servant is at the Divine Passage realm. No wonder Hong Tianzuan was dispatched with a single blow. Luo Qingyin thought, her mind reeling from the implications. If even a servant possesses such strength, how many secrets lie hidden within Jiang Feiyu? She could not help but look toward him. No wonder you mentioned last night that the stick needs some air. At that moment, Qin Mengzhu leaned closer to Jiang Feiyu and whispered, I thought you were speaking nonsense. Turns out you wanted the doppelganger to exact revenge on the Qian sect for me. Thank you. It's all the same meaning, Jiang Feiyu replied with a slight smile. He had crafted the doppelganger specifically to counter the tactics of the Qinyan ancient kingdom, preparing to strike in advance. Qin Mengzhu instinctively glanced at Jiang Feiyu. You are tasked with cleaning up the aftermath. While the Qinyan ancient kingdom remains unaware, take down the Qian sect and the surrounding forces, bringing them under our divine sword sect. Jiang Feiyu instructed Qin Mengzhu. Indeed, as you say, once completed, we can sever the external threat posed by the Qinyan ancient kingdom to our divine sword sect. Qin Mengzhu responded without hesitation. Just returned and already heading out again? Negong Yu's aged face twitched slightly. He and Mo Yuan had launched a surprise attack on the Qian sect the previous night, cutting down 3 individuals before hastily returning. And he felt quite fatigued. You have done well in this matter and deserve commendation. Jiang Feiyu turned and nodded slightly to Mo Yuan and Negong Yu. Subsequently, he flipped his palm, and a scripture materialized, which he tossed to Mo Yuan. Golden Rock Spirit Transformation, Coimping 6 Techniques. Mo Yuan instinctively caught it and opened it, only to be momentarily stunned by the first line of text. He immediately continued reading. In an instant, he became deeply engrossed, his expression transforming into one of astonishment and tremor, ultimately giving way to exhilaration. This was indeed the exclusive cultivation method for the golden-winged great palm, imbued with guidance for ascending to a higher level. Thank you for your generous gift, my lord. Mo Yuan exclaimed, kneeling before Jiang Feiyu in excitement. Negong Yu leaned in for a hasty glance and was instantly struck, his eyes toward Mo Yuan brimming with envy, jealousy, and a hint of resentment. Unable to restrain himself, he addressed Jiang Feiyu. My lord, what about me? Under his eager gaze, Jiang Feiyu casually picked up the Extinction Dharma wheel from the Divine Martial platform and tossed it to Nangongyu. This is yours. Oh, just this? Nangongyu received the Extinction Dharma wheel, a trace of disdain flickering in his eyes. Had it been any other time, he would have been overjoyed to obtain such a peak imperial artifact. However, in comparison to the reward Imo Yuan had received, it seemed utterly insignificant. With a feeling akin to chewing wax, Nangongyu felt a twinge of discontent. Why was there such a disparity in treatment for the same reward? Nangongyu pondered, feeling quite vexed. What's wrong? Are you dissatisfied? Jiang Feiyu discerned Nangongyu's thoughts and chuckled lightly. No, I truly appreciate it. Thank you for your generous bestowal. My lord. Nangongyu quickly forced a smile and bowed to Jiang Feiyu. Your smile is more tragic than a frown, and yet you claim to be satisfied? Jiang Feiyu publicly exposed the truth, declaring that if the matter were not addressed with honesty, subsequent rewards would be withheld. No, I concede. I am indeed somewhat dissatisfied. Why is it that, despite our equal contributions, my senior brother receives such a precious treasure while I am left with merely a trivial imperial artifact? Nangongyu hastily confessed, though his voice dwindled to a whisper, barely audible like the hum of a mosquito. Who says it is merely a trivial artifact? Such a statement reflects a lack of understanding of its significance. This object was once wielded by none other than the Red Emperor, one of the 9 emperors of the former Azure Cloud realm. And the founder of the Qian sect is his descendant, Jiang Feiyu asserted. What? The Qian sect is descended from the Red Emperor? This item was used by the Red Emperor. Then why is it merely classified as a peak imperial artifact? Surely, something once possessed by the Red Emperor should be regarded as a sacred artifact. Nangongyu exclaimed in astonishment, unable to suppress his incredulity. Haha, pay attention. As Jiang Feiyu chuckled lightly, he suddenly grasped the Wheel of Annihilation with his fingers and pressed gently at its center. With a crisp crack, a groove materialized within. The crowd was momentarily taken aback by this unexpected turn. Before they could fully comprehend the situation, Jiang Feiyu swiftly took the Crimson Flame order left by Hong Tianzuan and positioned it within the groove. The recess matched the size of the Crimson Flame order perfectly, as if it had been meticulously crafted for it. With a sharp click, the two merged, producing a resonant sound. In the next instant, the once tranquil Wheel of Annihilation erupted with an astonishing force. Above, the blazing sun hanging in the sky seemed to respond, suddenly descending a beam of extraordinarily pure solar energy, which fused into the Wheel of Annihilation. With a thunderous roar, the Wheel of Annihilation transformed before the eyes of all into a blazing sun. The holy Wheel of Crimson Flame. Jiang Feiyu gazed at the in his hand, which radiated like the blazing sun, a faint smile gracing his lips. An exquisite, supreme sacred artifact. Nangongyu stared at the in Jiang Feiyu's grasp with eyes wide in envy, saliva pooling at the corners of his mouth. Now, is there still any disdain? Jiang Feiyu jested, not at all, absolutely not. Who dares to claim otherwise? I shall confront them. Nangongyu rubbed his hands together, his tone somewhat urgent. Young master, may I take charge of this? A mere sacred artifact is hardly worthy of my attention. Jiang Feiyu flicked his fingers, and the sacred Wheel of Crimson Flame instantly fell into Nangongyu's palm, causing him to tremble with exhilaration. In the next moment, a blazing sun erupted from within, swiftly enveloping Nangongyu entirely. Rather than experiencing any pain, he felt an overwhelming sense of ecstasy. A substantial amount of viscous black substance was forcibly expelled from his body, only to evaporate in an instant. This, is it drawing upon the solar power to refine the body? Luo Qingyin exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, the purple sun technique shares a certain affinity with the Crimson Emperor. Thus, acquiring this sacred Wheel of Crimson Flame naturally elicits a resonance. Jiang Feiyu nodded in explanation. However, why was the Qian sect unaware of this? Furthermore, how could the Qi-Tu city so casually bestow such a thing upon Hong Tianzuan? Luo Qingyin expressed her confusion. A wretched creature, forgetting its origins, deserves such a fate? Yet it goes to flatter the Qingyan ancient nation, acting as their lackey. It is a wonder that the Red Emperor has not manifested to cleanse the ranks. Jiang Feiyu scoffed. The Red Emperor manifesting? Luo Qingyin couldn't help but shake her head, internally lamenting how the young master sometimes spoke so far from reality. The Red Emperor is merely a legend from the era of the 9 emperors. He has long since perished thousands of years ago. Moments later, Nangongyu suddenly opened his eyes wide, and all the flames were instantly drawn into his body. He knelt before Jiang Feiyu, his tone filled with immense excitement as he expressed, "Thank you, my lord." "Rise," Jiang Feiyu replied. Jiang Feiyu raised his hand. Suddenly, at that moment, the blazing sun above trembled, and a mark descended, landing autonomously into Jiang Feiyu's palm. "Oh, this old fellow is still alive. He actually sensed my presence." Jiang Feiyu gazed at the mark on his palm, instinctively letting out a soft chuckle. Old fellow? The crowd turned their curious eyes towards Jiang Feiyu. That blazing sun is a living entity, Jiang Feiyu proclaimed. A living entity? This. The onlookers were eager to inquire further. But upon noticing Jiang Feiyu's reluctance to elaborate, they prudently fell silent. Qingyin remained behind, while the others accompanied Meng Shu, determined to swiftly subdue the Qian sect and its surrounding forces. Jiang Feiyu handed the Tianjue shaking mountain staff to Qin Mezhu. Do not hold back. Before the commencement of the Qingyan Grand Competition, let us sever an arm from the Qingyan ancient kingdom. Understood. Qin Mengzhu nodded and turned to summon her forces. You shall accompany her to ensure her safety. He instructed his doppelganger. Yes. The doppelganger replied in a dull tone. Chapter 35. Heavenly Tribulation. A quarter of an hour later, Qin Mengzhu led a substantial contingent through the teleportation array to launch a surprise attack on the Qian sect. Young master, why must I remain behind instead of accompanying the sect master? Luo Qingyin inquired, confusion and a hint of displeasure evident in her beautiful eyes. I need to prepare some items before we venture into the Dark Moon realm. You shall stay back to assist me. Jiang Feiyu spoke with an air of calmness, providing little explanation. Indeed, my lord. Luo Qingyin promptly dismissed her doubts and readily acquiesced. Compared to engaging in a brutal conflict at the Qian sect, remaining by her lord's side promised far greater rewards. Summoned the remaining disciples of the sword sect within the clan, as well as the blacksmiths and artisans from the casting pavilion, to the Daoxin Hall to meet me. Jiang Feiyu, with his hands clasped behind his back, instructed Luo Qingyin. A disciple of the sword sect? A flicker of uncertainty crossed Luo Qingyin's eyes, yet she dared not show any sign of negligence, promptly bowing and replying, Yes, my lord. I shall go at once. Within the Hall of Dao Heart, Jiang Feiyu summoned the sky-swallowing demon cauldron and entered it, rapidly refining the power acquired through the devouring immortal demon technique. The residual strength from Hong, Tianzuan, and Mo she transformed into waves of pure energy, melding into his being. The majority was absorbed by his divine soul and battle body, while the remainder propelled Jiang Feiyu's cultivation to soar, swiftly advancing from the 3rd to the 4th, 5th, and ultimately reaching the pinnacle of the 9th rank, just as he was on the verge of halting. A beam of golden light suddenly emanated from within the sky-swallowing demon cauldron. Crack! The barrier between the true essence realm and the intent realm was instantly shattered, unleashing a torrent of immense true essence power from Jiang Feiyu's body, which surged forth as a radiant beam from his dantian straight into a sea of souls. Boom! The formidable power of his divine soul erupted from the sea of souls, intertwining with the true essence to coalesce into an entirely new force. The power of intent, also known as divine consciousness, is a novel manifestation born from the materialization of divine soul energy. It can directly assault an opponent's sea of souls from a distance or condense into a tangible form to annihilate the enemy's physical body. Little Cauldron. At the moment the divine consciousness was solidified, Jiang Feiyu called out to the sky-swallowing demon cauldron. Yes, master. The cauldron instantly transformed into a wisp of ethereal light, perfectly merging with Jiang Feiyu's divine consciousness. Refinement, a soul weapon of one's essence. Upon entering the intent realm, one can not only enhance their divine consciousness, but also refine treasures, forging a unique soul weapon. A soul weapon can be employed for both offense and self-defense. The sky-swallowing demon cauldron, as a peerless treasure, is undoubtedly the finest choice at this moment. With a whoosh, as the two merged, a colossal ethereal figure, towering several meters high, materialized amidst the heavens and earth. Half shrouded in darkness, half illuminated, the eerie silhouette emerged. Subsequently, dense holy light radiated from within Jiang Feiyu, heralding the emergence of his innate Tao body and divine might. In the next moment, Jiang Feiyu's spirit, battle body, and cultivation unexpectedly merged together uncontrollably, achieving a sublime unity of the three elements. A tremendous force, exuding an overwhelming dominance over all beings, erupted forth, tearing the very heavens apart and igniting a tremor throughout the universe. Waves of auspicious clouds ascended, while sacred light cascaded down, and the resonant sounds of the Tao echoed endlessly. Simultaneously, torrents of demonic waves surged, and a cataclysmic inferno of malevolence emerged, seemingly intent on refining heaven and earth. Thunder rumbled ominously as, in the next moment, the sky transformed dramatically, with countless storm clouds swirling into existence, giving rise to an annihilating power that threatened to obliterate all. The heavenly tribulation. A sense of dread enveloped the air. Was this the wrath of the heavens? Who has provoked such divine fury? Luo Qingyin, who was gathering everyone as per Jiang Feiyu's instructions, suddenly raised her head upon witnessing the abnormality above, her expression shifting dramatically. Is the celestial order unwilling to allow my swift ascent? The laws of heaven dictate that any transgressor must be eradicated. Alas, you shall find it impossible to hinder my true self. Jiang Feiyu raised his gaze to the ominous thunderclouds gathering above, allowing a derisive laugh to escape his lips. Boom. No sooner had he spoken than the first wave of the thunder tribulation descended with a deafening roar, striking heavily against Jiang Feiyu's corporeal form. In the face of this onslaught, Jiang Feiyu made no attempt at defense, for it was utterly unnecessary. Crackling and popping, the force of the thunder tribulation crashed against his body, inflicting not a scratch. Only wisps of faint black smoke drifted lazily from his skin. How could the power of the heavenly Tao in this realm have grown so feeble? Soon, even its maintenance would become a challenge. It seems the ancient beings within the river of the heavenly Tao are nearing their end. This year's Qingyan Grand Competition is the final opportunity. Jiang Feiyu squinted slightly, then shook his head with a hint of disappointment. Suddenly, a thunderous bolt, as robust as an arm, surged towards him with alarming speed. Too feeble. Jiang Feiyu unleashed a powerful punch. Crack. The thunderbolt was instantly shattered into fragments, which were then autonomously absorbed by his body. With a crackling sound, strands of electricity erupted from the palms of Jiang Feiyu, resonating with a vibrant energy. The might of the heavenly tribulation not only failed to harm him, but was instead devoured and refined into the purest form of lightning power for his own use. Subsequently, Jiang Feiyu extended his fingers and gently tapped his brow. With a whoosh, the formidable phantom, born from the fusion of three elements, willingly descended into the tempestuous thundercloud above. The devouring heaven's demonic art, refining the essence, and tempering the divine consciousness. Jiang Feiyu bellowed with fervor, intent on devouring the power of the heavenly tribulation to merge it with his soul, thereby amplifying his divine consciousness. Presumptuous, how dare one defy the might of the heavens? A sudden surge of thought erupted from the heart of the thunderstorm, attempting to disperse and annihilate Jiang Feiyu. A mere insignificant insect dares to display its arrogance before me. Perish. With a sneer of derision, Jiang Feiyu unleashed a powerful punch. Boom. The thunderclouds above were struck with such force that they began to show signs of dissipating. You insolent wretch, dare you? At this critical moment, a formidable force, disdainful of the heavens and earth, erupted from the tribulation, transforming into a crimson lightning bolt that surged towards Jiang Feiyu's soul with intent to obliterate. This was a celestial punishment, the red thunder, far more terrifying than an ordinary lightning tribulation. You old fool, even as your strength wanes, do you still wish to intimidate me? Can you truly? You were incapable of doing so even at the height of your power. Jiang Feiyu let out a sinister laugh, and his divine power suddenly transformed into a sword that struck ferociously. The sword defied the heavenly order. My fate is determined by myself, not by heaven. Ah, it is you. You have returned. A chilling scream echoed, brimming with terror. Perish. With a grand wave of his hand, Jiang Feiyu caused the previously ominous thunderclouds to dissipate at an astonishing speed, visible to the naked eye. As he regained his composure and opened his eyes, the thunderclouds and all peculiar phenomena had vanished without a trace. Yet within Jiang Feiyu's sea of consciousness, a surge of lightning energy lingered above his spirit, radiating an intimidating aura. Young master, are you all right? A figure suddenly appeared beside Jiang Feiyu, her face etched with concern. It was Luo Qingyin, who had hurried over after witnessing the heavenly tribulation. Do I appear to be in any trouble? Jiang Feiyu chuckled softly. Luo Qingyin instinctively lifted her gaze to meet his for a fleeting moment. Suddenly, a resounding crash echoed as her delicate form was uncontrollably thrust backward several paces. Her spirit assailed by a terrifying surge of lightning power, manifesting fissures akin to a spider's web, on the verge of obliteration. Ah! Luo Qingyin's fragile body convulsed violently, blood gushing forth as she collapsed to the ground, emitting a wail reminiscent of a slaughtered pig. Alas, she had forgotten to restrain her spiritual energy. Jiang Feiyu hurriedly stepped forward, gently placing a finger on Luo Qingyin's forehead, restoring her almost shattered spirit in an instant. It even became more refined than before. At the same time, he activated the chaotic creation technique, condensing a chaos seal from his palm and infusing it into Luo Qingyin's body. With a sizzling sound, her wounds rapidly healed at a visible pace, and in the blink of an eye, she was as good as new. Suddenly, flecks of radiant light began to seep forth, and a unique aura erupted from within Luo Qingyin, enhancing her already exquisite visage with an ethereal sanctity. The sacred spirit sword body. Jiang Feiyu was momentarily taken aback. He did not anticipate that Luo Qingyin possessed a spiritual body, which had remained dormant until now, inadvertently awakened by the absorption of the chaotic imprint's power. Young master, what transpired earlier? Why does my body feel so different? Luo Qingyin gradually opened her eyes and let out a soft groan, acutely aware of the remarkable transformation within her. Instinctively, she glanced at her own form, only to see Jiang Feiyu's palm firmly pressed against her front, nestled between her proud bosom. Chapter 36, Cultivation Secrets. The warm breath permeated through her attire, precisely reaching her skin, causing Luo Qingyin to exclaim and swiftly extricate herself from Jiang Feiyu's embrace. Unaware of the implications, Jiang Feiyu's hand remained raised in surprise, questioning, what happened? I had just broken through and was unable to retract my energy in time, which inadvertently caused you harm and startled you, he instinctively explained. Upon noticing the clarity in Jiang Feiyu's eyes, devoid of any unusual expression, Luo Qingyin quickly realized that the earlier scene was indeed Jiang Feiyu healing her. She hastily bowed in apology. I am sorry, young master. I misunderstood you just now. Misunderstanding? What misunderstanding? Jiang Feiyu looked puzzled. It's nothing. Luo Qingyin repeatedly waved her hand. Take a moment to attune yourself to your own body. You may discover something delightful. Jiang Feiyu did not pursue the matter further. Instead, he shifted the topic. Surprise? Luo Qingyin cast a peculiar glance at Jiang Feiyu, her mind racing with thoughts of whether he had taken advantage of her unconsciousness. How absurd. He is a gentleman, certainly incapable of such sordid acts. It must be my wild imagination. She then abruptly shook her head, clearing the chaotic thoughts from her mind. Calming herself, She began to attune her senses to her own body. How is it possible that a brand new force has manifested within me? Confusion filled Luo Qingyin's eyes. But she quickly realized, no, this is a latent power that has merely remained untapped until now. Yes, this is the sacred spirit sword body, one of the myriad celestial physiques. It is also referred to as the foremost body of swordsmanship, a physique coveted by countless sword cultivators. Jiang Feiyu nodded and explained to Luo Qingyin the foremost technique of swordsmanship. Upon hearing this, Luo Qingyin was taken aback, her mouth forming a perfect O. Please fetch me some paper and a pen, Jiang Feiyu instructed calmly. Yes. Luo Qingyin immediately summoned paper and pen without uttering another word. Swiftly, she began to write. After Jiang Feiyu took it, he waved his hand grandly. Moments later, he handed the dozens of filled pages to Luo Qingyin. Take this back and study it carefully. Upon receiving it, Luo Qingyin cast a brief glance, and waves of emotion rippled through her beautiful eyes. What was inscribed was indeed the innate talents of the sacred spirit sword body, the methods of cultivation, along with Jiang Feiyu's annotations and insights on the practice. Overwhelmed with excitement, she knelt before Jiang Feiyu, expressing her profound gratitude for his generosity. It is but a trifle. There is no need for such formality. Jiang Feiyu raised his hand to support Luo Qingyin and spoke with a calm demeanor. No, such kindness is beyond my ability to repay, Luo Qingyin exclaimed, tears streaming down her face. No one had ever treated her so well before. Since you have called me young master, you are now under my care, and I shall ensure that you are well treated. Jiang Feiyu smiled gently and said, I am the young master's person. Upon hearing this, Luo Qingyin's delicate face suddenly flushed crimson. How have you prepared for the matters I instructed you earlier? Jiang Feiyu remained oblivious to Luo Qingyin's peculiar behavior and spoke to himself. Everything is ready, just awaiting your command, young master. Luo Qingyin promptly responded. Very well. Jiang Feiyu nodded, then swiftly resumed his writing. Luo Qingyin, summoning her courage, leaned closer to the desk for a glimpse. Instantly, her eyes sparkled with astonishment. She witnessed sheet after sheet of blueprints soaring from Jiang Feiyu's hands, depicting formations, weapons, and arrayed discs, an astonishing array that left Luo Qingyin utterly dazzled. The young master not only excelled in swordsmanship and alchemy but also possessed remarkable expertise in formations and crafting techniques. Luo Qingyin was profoundly moved, her admiration for Jiang Feiyu deepening. She entrusted these blueprints to the artisans of the crafting pavilion, instructing them to ensure their completion within 3 days. Jiang Feiyu set down his brush and handed a pile of blueprints to Luo Qingyin, instructing her. At the same time, he presented a scroll detailing a sword formation, replete with comprehensive methods of practice, variations, and its essence. Once you have memorized it, you shall begin imparting this knowledge to the disciples of the sword sect. He then handed her another scroll, adding further instructions. Yes, young master. Luo Qingyin nodded fervently, as she gazed at the items in her hands. She suddenly summoned her courage to inquire, young master, are you departing? In 3 days, the Immortal Moon Pavilion in the Dark Moon Realm will host an auction, featuring items of great interest to me. Jiang Feiyu did not conceal his thoughts. So it is. Upon hearing this, Luo Qingyin couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. You have not guessed wrong. I will inevitably depart. The Qingyan realm is merely my first stop. Preparing these items is to ensure your safety in my absence. Jiang Feiyu, perceiving Luo Qingyin's concerns, spoke candidly. This journey to the Dark Moon realm for the auction at the Immortal Moon Pavilion will undoubtedly be fraught with peril. Moreover, with the sudden demise of the Lord of the Qinyan sect and the 3 great elders, the Qinyan ancient kingdom will surely catch wind of it. No matter how tightly the news is sealed, it will be futile. They will not swallow this humiliation quietly and will retaliate against the Divine Sword sect. Simultaneously, the hidden threat of Yi Tianyi, upon learning about the consecutive deaths of Yi Songyun and Mo Shi, will undoubtedly realize that his identity has been exposed, leading to a complete rupture in relations with the Divine Sword sect, potentially even allying with the Qinyan ancient kingdom to strike decisively against the Divine Sword sect. Jiang Feiyu must ensure that during his absence, the Divine Sword sect possesses sufficient means for self-preservation. Young master. Luo Qingyin felt a pang in her heart and instinctively called out. Jiang Feiyu glanced down at Luo Qingyin. It's nothing. I'll go prepare. Luo Qingyin hastily uttered this line and swiftly vanished from Jiang Feiyu's sight. What is up with this girl today? Jiang Feiyu pondered, scratching his nose as he watched her retreating figure. Suddenly, Luo Qingyin turned back after exiting the Daoheart Palace, gazing at the almost invisible silhouette. Her delicate fist clenched in determination. I must devote myself to relentless training, so I can always be by young master's side. Within the Daoheart Palace, Jiang Feiyu sat cross-legged within the swallowing heaven demon cauldron. A scripture materialized autonomously before him. Having ascended to the realm of intent, the swallowing heaven demon art, under the guidance of the chaotic creation technique, unveiled its esoteric method targeting divine consciousness. It comprises 3 segments: the bewitching demon eye, the soul-devouring demon seal, and the indestructible demon shadow. The bewitching demon eye condenses one's divine consciousness into a magical eye capable of instantly bewildering others' minds, capturing their souls. The soul-devouring demon seal represents the core power of the swallowing heaven demon art, using condensed divine consciousness to forcibly consume the opponent's soul from a distance. The indestructible demon shadow, on the other hand, gathers the residual power of the slain adversary, forming an eternal demon shadow that cannot be extinguished. It will only dissipate completely when the caster's divine consciousness is obliterated, or when they are utterly exhausted or deceased. Jiang Feiyu was utterly engrossed, fervently honing his skills as the precious spirit stones obtained from vanquishing Hong Tianzuan were vanishing at an astonishing rate. The cultivation of his spiritual consciousness demanded an immense amount of spiritual energy, and the ambient spiritual essence scattered throughout the sword sect was woefully insufficient to sustain him. In the blink of an eye, the once towering pile of premium spirit stones had diminished to little more than a fraction. Meanwhile, the chaotic transformation technique was incessantly at work, coalescing a distinctly different force that further accelerated the consumption of the spirit stones. It was unclear how much time had passed, but when Jiang Feiyu finally emerged from the devouring heaven demon cauldron, every single premium spirit stone had been entirely expended, leaving only 3 of the scarce premium purple crystals remaining. Sigh. Jiang Feiyu exhaled a breath of turbid air, his aura subdued, standing there as if he had melded with the surrounding environment. He had not anticipated such a considerable consumption. Under these circumstances, attending the auction seemed rather precarious. Gazing at the depleted spirit stones, Jiang Feiyu couldn't help but curl his lips in resignation. He never imagined he would one day find himself troubled by the scarcity of spirit stones. Suddenly, from within the swallowing heaven demon cauldron, a storage ring flew out and landed in Jiang Feiyu's palm. This is Emoshi's storage ring. I almost forgot about it. Jiang Feiyu immediately recognized the origin of this storage ring. Chapter 37. The sword symbol of Tao Heart. Activate. Jiang Feiyu firmly grasped the storage ring and exerted his strength. With a resounding crash, the residual restrictions on the ring were instantly shattered, and the items within spilled forth in a chaotic cascade. A substantial collection of exquisite purple crystals emerged, which Jiang Feiyu estimated to number in the thousands. Alongside this treasure, he discovered 10 premium dragon crystals, a scroll of techniques, and a gilded package, at the center of which was an intricately carved jade tablet shaped like a long sword. How astonishing! His wealth surpassed even that of Hong Tianzuan. In the future, should he take a life, he must ensure to seize their storage ring without delay. Jiang Feiyu smirked with a hint of malevolence. Master, I have sensed an aura nearby that is closely related to this place. Suddenly, the spirit of the heavenly swallowing demon cauldron appeared and spoke. An aura reminiscent of the Tao Heart Palace? Upon hearing this, Jiang Feiyu abruptly seized the uniquely shaped jade token, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in his eyes. This aura. It is the Tao Heart Sword Talisman. This was specifically left by the esteemed one during the creation of the Tao Heart Mound as a key for future generations. How could it possibly end up in Emoshi's possession? Could it be that the Tao Heart Palace is somehow related to the Tao Heart Mound? As these thoughts crossed his mind, Jiang Feiyu directly infused his consciousness into the jade token. Boom. Instantly, a formidable force of will erupted from the token. Insolence! Who dares to lay hands on what belongs to me? Utterly foolish. Jiang Feiyu's eyes turned icy as he unleashed his consciousness, transforming it into a bolt of lightning that struck at his opponent's intent. Ah, why does your consciousness embody the might of the heavenly Tao? Who are you? The forceful will was severely wounded, letting out a series of anguished cries. Jiang Feiyu's divine soul, having undergone the tempering of the heavenly tribulation and absorbed a portion of the thunderbolt's power, has given rise to a consciousness that not only embodies the might of thunder but also carries a trace of celestial authority. The cacophony intensified. The divine consciousness unleashed its power once more, utterly annihilating that thought from the jade tablet. A tearing sound resonated. The jade tablet in Jiang Feiyu's hand suddenly stirred, and the gilded exterior peeled away in response. The faint red glow that enveloped it dissipated as well, evidently returning to its original state with the vanishing of that intent. It was the genuine Tao Heart Sword Talisman. Jiang Feiyu, wielding a sword talisman, elegantly gestured with one hand, invoking the incantation to activate the spell. In an instant, the Tao Heart Sword Talisman transformed into a radiant beam of light, shooting forth from his hand and swiftly ascending to hover above the Tao Heart Hall. The very next moment, the ground beneath the hall erupted with violent tremors, suddenly fracturing. A colossal chasm emerged, violently splitting the earth asunder. A torrent of spiritual energy surged forth from the fissure, instantly doubling the previously sparse concentration of spiritual energy within the divine sword sect. A spiritual vein. It was of the same lineage as that which lay beneath the old site of the sect. Jiang Feiyu's gaze was piercing, and he swiftly made a judgment. Simultaneously, he sensed an extraordinarily familiar aura emanating from below. The tomb of the Tao Heart. It turned out that the tomb of the Tao Heart lay buried beneath the Tao Heart Palace, which explained why, upon his first arrival at this place, he had felt a sense of familiarity. However, he had subsequently been unable to perceive it, likely due to someone deliberately concealing the location of the tomb. This individual could very well be Yi Qian, with whom Jiang Feiyu had a brief confrontation at the former site of the sect. Young master, what is happening? A figure suddenly rushed from a distance, revealing Luo Qingyin, who had returned. She had just issued commands to the others based on Jiang Feiyu's instructions when she sensed a disturbance in the Dao Heart Palace and instinctively hurried over, only to witness such a remarkable scene. The tomb of the Dao Heart lies concealed below. Jiang Feiyu spoke softly. What? The so-called pinnacle of the three sacred sites of our sect, the Daoxing tomb. Such a rich aura emanates from the Daoxing tomb? Luo Qingyin, taken aback, could not resist directing her moon-like eyes towards Jiang Feiyu, inquiring, according to the records, the Daoxing tomb vanished due to the fall of the sect's old site. How could it be concealed beneath the Daoxing Hall? Shall we not descend and discover the truth? Jiang Feiyu stepped forward and leaped into the vast chasm. Young master. Luo Qingyin's heart jolted, and she hastily followed Jiang Feiyu into the abyss. Suddenly, a tempestuous force erupted from within, engulfing Luo Qingyin and inflicting grievous wounds upon her delicate form, causing her skin to with numerous fissures. A spatial storm. It appeared that this locale was a portal to another dimension. Luo Qingyin's expression changed drastically, yet there was insufficient time to react. Caught in the eye of the spatial storm, Luo Qingyin emitted a series of anguished cries, given her current predicament. She would not endure for more than 3 breaths before her corporeal form would be obliterated. In that critical moment, Jiang Feiyu's figure abruptly materialized, shattering the spatial storm with a single punch. He then swiftly embraced Luo Qingyin's slender waist, propelling them down towards the alternate realm. Hiss. Thank you, young master. Grateful for her salvation, Luo Qingyin inhaled deeply, her fair cheeks flushing as she expressed her gratitude to Jiang Feiyu. Even this minor spatial storm was insurmountable for you. Your combat prowess is woefully inadequate. Focus on cultivating the sacred spirit sword body. Jiang Feiyu admonished, frowning as he regarded Luo Qingyin, who was nearly pressed against him. Yes, I shall never disappoint your expectations, young master. Luo Qingyin replied, her head bowed in embarrassment. Hold your breath. Jiang Feiyu murmured softly, then urged his innate Dao body to forcibly breach the defenses of space, bringing Luo Qingyin along with him into the fray. You wretched child, prepare to meet your fate. Before they could steady themselves, a colossal hand, obscuring the sky and blocking out the sun, descended upon them with lightning speed. Jiang Feiyu cradled Luo Qingyin, his toes barely grazing the ground as he propelled himself forward. The innate Dao body. Boom. A colossal palm disintegrated in an instant, and a figure darted through the chaos. Before he could touch down, Jiang Feiyu suddenly unleashed a punch towards Luo Qingyin. Thunderous fist. Crack. The space contorted violently, and a concealed figure, who had yet to launch a surprise attack, was thrust into the open, crashing to the ground and spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood. Splutter. How could you have anticipated my assault? The figure, clad in a black robe that obscured his true visage, clutched his chest and questioned Jiang Feiyu. Jiang Feiyu, indifferent to the situation, swiftly brought his fingers together, unleashing a blade of energy that pierced through his opponent's chest, pinning him against the colossal rock before him. In an instant, his black robe was torn asunder, reduced to mere dust, revealing his true visage. To everyone's astonishment, he appeared as an elderly man with a youthful countenance, a vivid crimson mark manifesting upon his brow. Hong Lian, is that you? Luo Qingyin exclaimed, her brows furrowing in anger upon recognizing the figure. Do you know him? Jiang Feiyu inquired, turning his gaze toward Luo Qingyin. She nodded, hastily explaining, he and Mo Shi are among the 4 great protectors of the Knight's Vale. And he's a veteran within the sect. I never imagined he had been hiding here. What transgressions has the Knight's Vale committed against the sect? Impudent. How dare you, a mere lass, invoke the name of our master so casually? Hong Lian exclaimed, abruptly lifting his head and glaring fiercely at Luo Qingyin. Still daring to shout? He sneered. Jiang Feiyu's fingers curled slightly, and 2 swords of energy shot forth in an instant. They pierced through Hong Lian's peepa bones, eliciting a scream reminiscent of a slaughtered pig. Who are you, to possess such strength to shatter the seal of the Dao Heart Hall and force your way in here? Hong Lian glared at Jiang Feiyu, demanding an answer. Silence. As Jiang Feiyu's gaze shimmered with a hint of violet, his mental prowess surged forth. A magical eye materialized from thin air, launching an assault upon Hong Lian's soul sea. The enchantment eye. Hong Lian was struck as if by lightning, his body quivering violently. In the next moment, the brilliance in his eyes faded, giving way to a pallid haze. Subsequently, he emitted a low murmur like a marionette. Master? Master? Luo Qingyin was taken aback by this sudden turn of events, instinctively casting a glance at Jiang Feiyu. Who sent you to this place, and what is your intent? Jiang Feiyu coldly inquired. It was Yu Tianyi. He had secretly occupied this place for his own purposes since early morning, with the aim of obtaining the celestial source secret. Hong Lian had barely uttered half of his words when another surge of power suddenly erupted from within the shattered sea of souls. Bang. In an instant, it utterly annihilated his spirit. Chapter 38. Blood Spirit Fruit. Exceptional Spiritual Veins. Whoosh. A formidable intent surged forth from the fragmented sea of souls belonging to Hong Lian, racing towards Jiang Feiyu with lethal intent. It is you. You are the one who slayed Mo Shi and obliterated the consciousness I left within the Jade Talisman. Prepare to meet your demise. Yu Tianyi. Luo Qingyin immediately detected that the source of this intent originated from Yu Tianyi. Soul-devouring demon seal. Jiang Feiyu's pupil shifted, and the enchanting demon eye emitted a magical glow, coalescing into a seal that surged towards the opponent's consciousness. With a swift flash, it devoured the adversary's intent entirely. In a dim chamber 1,000 miles away, Etienne, sitting cross-legged, suddenly collapsed, spewing a mouthful of fresh blood. Damn that scoundrel! When did such a formidable being appear in the Divine Sword sect? Who is he? Immediately notify the Qingyan Ancient Kingdom, awaken the entities within the Daoheart Tomb, and take action at once. Etienne roared furiously, his eyes filled with rage. Was Etienne destined to perish thus? Within the confines of the space. Luo Qingyin reflected on the earlier scene, feeling her spirit tremble as her pupils involuntarily constricted. That was merely a fragment of consciousness lingering in the vast soul sea. It cannot truly perish. Yet, it was sufficient to cause him considerable distress. Jiang Feiyu remarked nonchalantly. Before Luo Qingyin could regain her composure, Jiang Feiyu had already approached Hong Lian's lifeless body, his demon eye glowing ominously as he rose. Suddenly, a spectral light emanated from Hong Lian's corpse, followed by a phantasmal figure forcefully materializing before Jiang Feiyu. This was the indomitable demon Shadow. What is this phenomenon? Hadn't Hong Lian's soul been utterly annihilated? Luo Qingyin, still recovering from the shock, stammered in disbelief. There's no need for such alarm. This world is vast, filled with countless mysteries beyond your knowledge. Maintain a tranquil heart, and steadfastly pursue your beliefs as you advance. Jiang Feiyu calmly advised Luo Qingyin, turning to face her. Understood. Luo Qingyin inhaled deeply, gradually closing her eyes. When she reopened them, her gaze resembled a tranquil pool of water, undisturbed and serene. Lead the way. Jiang Feiyu instructed the shadow beside him. In an instant, the shadow transformed into a wisp of ethereal light, gliding towards the cavern ahead. The previously pitch-black cave began to illuminate with faint glimmers, courtesy of the shadow's entrance. Jiang Feiyu and Luo Qingyin walked side by side, stepping into the dimly lit cave guided by the faint starlight. The entrance was rather narrow, and the light flickered intermittently, compelling Luo Qingyin to follow closely behind Jiang Feiyu as they advanced cautiously. Alas, the ground was strewn with small stones that caused her body to tremble with each step. The two jade rabbits, glimmering brightly against her chest, incessantly bumped against Jiang Feiyu's back, testing even his remarkable composure. Fortunately, after traversing a few dozen steps, they finally entered the cave in earnest, where the space opened up into a vast and illuminated chamber, and the path beneath became remarkably smooth. Suddenly, a crisp sound emanated from Luo Qingyin's left side. Turning her head, she was astonished to behold a fruit that was entirely jade-like, enveloped in a wisp of crimson light. What is this? A rare and extraordinary treasure known as the blood spirit fruit, born from the essence of spiritual veins. Consuming just one could equate to months of arduous cultivation, and its flesh could also enhance one's physical strength, elevating the realm of their combat prowess. Consume it. Jiang Feiyu spoke calmly. Is it truly possible for this fruit to possess such remarkable effects? Instantly, Luo Qingyin's gaze ignited with fervor as she consumed the blood spirit fruit in one swift motion. A crimson glow emanated from her dantian, coursing throughout her entire being, visibly enhancing her cultivation and physical prowess at an astonishing rate. How marvelous! Such a rare treasure, if sold, would undoubtedly fetch a price in the realm of hundreds of thousands of spirit stones. Overwhelmed by the benefits, Luo Qingyin could not help but express her admiration. Ah, but this is a blood spirit fruit that has matured for at least a century. The price you just mentioned should be multiplied by 10. And it must be in top-tier spirit stones. Jiang Feiyu corrected her with a smile. Really? A century-old blood spirit fruit? Surely, there must be more than one. Let me search. Upon hearing this, Luo Qingyin eagerly began to look around. No need to search further. The blood spirit fruit cannot materialize out of thin air. There must be a blood spirit tree nearby, possibly shrouded in shadow. Jiang Feiyu interrupted Luo Qingyin's actions and called out to the shadow of the demon. The shadow swiftly advanced ahead. As anticipated, after walking a few meters, they arrived at a circular bend. A towering tree, several meters high, stood nearby. Its robust branches intricately entwined with the entrance of the cave, adorned with hundreds of blood spirit fruits. It truly exists. Upon witnessing this, Luo Qingyin was so exhilarated that she nearly leaped into the air. Jiang Feiyu remained utterly composed, with not a flicker of emotion in his eyes. Upon witnessing Luo Qingyin's intent to personally harvest the blood spirit fruit, Jiang Feiyu waved his hand. In an instant, dozens of blood spirit fruits gracefully landed before her. Do not hastily touch them, he cautioned. The blood spirit fruits are quite delicate. It is advisable to secure them in a storage ring at the earliest opportunity. Jiang Feiyu reminded. Indeed, my lord. Luo Qingyin promptly complied, activating her storage ring to collect all the fruits within. She then gazed at the remaining blood spirit fruits on the tree. Before she could speak, Jiang Feiyu interjected, there is no need to rush. Once we have thoroughly explored this area, I shall devise a method to return them to our sect for your use. I apologize, my lord. There are simply too many. I lost my composure for a moment, Luo Qingyin confessed, a look of shame crossing her face. It is not entirely your fault. After all, the sword sect has fallen to such a state. Not just you, but even Mingzhu would likely display a similar naivety. Jiang Feiyu replied with a gentle laugh. Shaking his head, Luo Qingyin, feeling increasingly embarrassed, lowered her gaze, unable to meet Jiang Feiyu's eyes. At that moment, Jiang Feiyu noticed a shadow of darkness pointing toward the ground and instinctively crouched to investigate. With a swift motion, the ground cracked open, and a multitude of palm-sized purple crystals cascaded forth. Purple crystals. Luo Qingyin was rendered speechless at the sight. The sheer number of these purple crystals was staggering, numbering in the tens of thousands. What was even more astonishing was their size. Each crystal was as large as a palm, indicating their exceptional quality. These were not ordinary purple crystals, but rather supreme-grade ones. No wonder the spiritual energy here was so dense, even forming a spiritual energy storm. Realizing this, Luo Qingyin's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief as she exclaimed, "Wait. The presence of such an abundance of supreme-grade purple crystals indicates that this place must harbor a supreme spiritual vein, and likely more than one." With that thought, she instinctively clenched her fists. The existence of such a supreme spiritual vein could undoubtedly transform the current plight of the Sword Sect, drastically improving their cultivation environment. It is well known that wealth, companionship, law, and land are the four most crucial factors in cultivation, with wealth reigning supreme. As the saying goes, money makes the world go round. Without it, one cannot progress. For any cultivator, the significance of wealth is paramount, and the same holds true for any sect. The discovery of a supreme spiritual vein here, and not just one, signifies what? It heralds the imminent rise of the Sword Sect. Jiang Feiyu nodded slightly, a smile gracing his lips as he remarked, "If I am not mistaken, there should be 9. What? 9? Luo Qingyin felt a jolt in her heart. But before she could inquire further, Jiang Feiyu swiftly advanced ahead with the shadowy figure. "Young master, wait for me." Luo Qingyin hastily abandoned the collection of purple crystals and hurried after Jiang Feiyu. As they journeyed, the emergence of purple crystals intensified. Yet soon there appeared golden crystals that surpassed the purple ones. The size of the golden crystals was akin to that of the purple ones, but they emanated a unique aura. At first glance, it seemed as if a dragon was coiled upon them. This is the dragon crystal, not merely a superior spiritual vein, but a spiritual mine, a supreme spiritual mine. Luo Qingyin could no longer maintain her composure, her breathing becoming increasingly rapid. Above the spiritual vein lies the spiritual mine, the source of spirit, the spirit realm, the domain of spirits. Chapter 39. Practicing with beasts. It is premature to draw conclusions. How can you be certain it is not the source of spirit or the spirit realm? Upon hearing this, Jiang Feiyu turned around and winked at Luo Qingyin. "What? I believe that a supreme spiritual mine is already the pinnacle. As for spiritual origins and spiritual realms, I wouldn't even dare to dream of them." Luo Qingyin instinctively let out a sharp cry. What is there to not dare to dream of? You are still young. You should broaden your horizons and aim for greater aspirations. Jiang Feiyu could not help but jest. "Indeed, young master." Luo Qingyin, somewhat dazed, nodded and continued to follow Jiang Feiyu as he advanced ahead. The violet crystal no longer appeared. Instead, an increasing number of dragon crystals emerged. So numerous were they that Luo Qingyin could scarcely believe her eyes. In disbelief, she pinched herself fiercely, only to find the pain brought tears to her eyes. At that moment, an imposing stone door abruptly came into view, blocking their path. A chilling, eerie wind swept through, causing Luo Qingyin to tremble. Her heart suddenly flooded with an ominous premonition. Trouble, she thought to herself, hastily drawing the Qian Shui sword and turning to strike. In that instant, a glint of cold light suddenly appeared behind her, aiming straight for her vital points. It was a poison needle, and the assailant was a snow-white snake measuring 2 feet and 7 inches in length. A 5th-tier demon beast, the frostbite serpent. Clang! Luo Qingyin raised her sword to block, and the poison needle fell to the ground. Then, with a swift thrust of her sword, a terrifying momentum surged forth in an instant. Death! The blade flashed, and the frostbite serpent's body was cleaved in two, slain on the spot. How could there still be demon beasts here? Luo Qingyin wondered aloud, gazing at the serpent's carcass in bewilderment. Demon beasts require cultivation just as we do. They too crave the finest spiritual veins, and they are naturally adept at seeking them out. Jiang Feiyu spoke dismissively, opened the door. He then turned to the shadow demon and commanded, "Go." With a thunderous crash, the shadow demon surged forward, colliding violently with the stone door before them. The heavy stone door shattered with a resounding boom, and simultaneously, the figures of Jiang Feiyu and Luo Qingyin darted inside. With a deafening roar, several monstrous beasts emerged, their eyes ablaze with fury, charging mercilessly at Jiang Feiyu and his companion. Humans, perish. Each beast possessed strength far surpassing that of the previously encountered scaly cold snake. Representing a formidable array, the 6-tiered earth bear, the 7-tiered lightning leopard, the 8-tiered gale wolf, and the 9-tiered explosive fire ape. The classification of these beasts ranges from Tier 1 to Tier 9, with Tier 1 being the weakest and Tier 9 the most powerful. Beyond Tier 9, there are further divisions into kings, earth, heaven, emperor, and saint tiers. Among these 4 beasts, the weakest, the 7-tiered, corresponds to the 9th rank of true essence for human cultivators, while the 8-tiered aligns with the 5th rank of intent. The strongest, the 9-tiered beast, corresponds to the pinnacle of 9th rank intent. This is an excellent opportunity to practice the sacred spirit sword body. Jiang Feiyu swiftly maneuvered into the safe zone, leaving all the monstrous beasts to Luo Qingyin. However, he chose to keep the shadow of the demon by her side, relentlessly dispersing the encroaching beasts to prevent her from being overwhelmed at the outset. It is a matter of cultivation. There is no need for assistance. Be gone. With eyes ablaze, Luo Qingyin commanded the demon shadow to retreat and, wielding the Qian Shui sword, boldly advanced toward the four beasts. Indeed, Jiang Feiyu cast a look of approval at Luo Qingyin. Should she willingly accept his arrangements, it would be a misstep, destined to yield minimal results in her cultivation. However, at this moment, she boldly abandoned the defense of the shadow demon and confronted four fierce beasts alone, prompting Jiang Feiyu to regard her with newfound respect. The Qian Shui sword arced through the air, forcefully splitting the four beasts that had huddled together. Subsequently, an immense force of water converged at the sword's tip, and as Luo Qingyin advanced slightly, 16 water pillars erupted from the ground, transforming into 4 cages that ensnared the surrounding beasts. The water prison. Roar. The most formidable 9th-tier beast, the explosive fire ape, broke free from the prison in an instant, charging toward Luo Qingyin with lethal intent. Excellent. With the Qian Shui sword in hand, Luo Qingyin propelled herself forward, her form leaving behind a flurry of afterimages as she deftly maneuvered through the body of the explosive fire ape. Swish. A gleam of sword light flashed across the arena. And in the next moment, the explosive fire ape recoiled, clutching its neck, retreating several feet. Drip, drip. A faint crimson mark appeared on its neck, gradually expanding with time, blood cascading down to the ground, producing a crisp sound upon impact. A single strike did not suffice. It was insufficient, utterly inadequate. Again. A hint of ferocity crept across Luo Qingyin's face as she lunged forward once more. Damn human, daring to use me as a target for practice. Roar. The explosive fire ape felt humiliated, its massive eyes igniting with furious flames. In an instant, its eyes turned a deep crimson. A dark aura burst forth from within, rapidly enveloping its entire form, transforming its once blood-red skin into a steel-gray hue, as if clad in an iron armor, exuding an astonishing aura. Beast transformation. Steel bones. This was a unique talent of the beasts. Each possessed distinct abilities in their transformation, and the explosive fire ape's power manifested as these steel bones. This enhancement fortified its bones and flesh, significantly boosting its defenses. Human, kill, kill, kill. The explosive fire ape, in a frenzy, leaped high into the air, bearing down on Luo Qingyin like a mountain, crushing the sword energy that surrounded her. With a raised brow, Luo Qingyin slightly leaned back, using the momentum of the explosive fire ape to gracefully retreat. Boom. The explosive fire ape's attack missed, its immense power creating a massive crater in the ground, as if venting its inner rage. Swish. At that moment, Luo Qingyin regained her footing, seizing the opportunity to thrust her Qian Shui sword forward. A gentle strike met the explosive fire ape's hardened skin, akin to a breeze brushing by, vanishing without a trace, causing no harm, not even a spark. The previously enraged explosive fire ape let out a sharp, mocking sound, flicking its fingers against its newly hardened skin, igniting a series of sparks. Break. Luo Qingyin focused intently on the explosive fire ape, flicking her fingers from the Qian Shui sword, uttering a single word. Swish. In the next moment, a beam of sword light shot forth from within the explosive fire ape, piercing through its body. The Qian Shui sword technique, using softness to overcome hardness. What appeared to be a feeble strike was, in fact, imbued with profound wisdom. Luo Qingyin concentrated all her power into a single point, merging her sword intent to forcefully penetrate the explosive fire ape's body, executing a double explosion with her sword technique. Puff, puff, puff. The explosive fire ape's body was instantly engulfed by the sword light, covered in a web of cracks, blood spurting forth uncontrollably. It crashed to the ground with a loud thud, yet it was not yet dead. Extreme rage consumed its mind, transforming wholly into a murderous intent. Hiss. A flicker of intense flame suddenly erupted from its body, rapidly spreading across its form at a visible speed. Double beast transformation. Explosive incineration. Beasts of 9th tier cultivation and above could master 2, or even more, transformation abilities. Roar. The explosive fire ape, bathed in flames, surged back to its feet, unleashing a thunderous roar, then fiercely slammed its hands down toward Luo Qingyin. Boom. Everything around Luo Qingyin was engulfed in flames, vanishing at a visible rate. Explosive incineration. Annihilation. Swish. In the nick of time, Luo Qingyin's Qian Shui sword suddenly unsheathed, resembling a cascade of water droplets converging into a line, slicing through the encroaching inferno. Subsequently, her figure appeared to one side, sheathing her sword and calmly addressing the explosive fire ape. You assist me in breaking through, and I shall send you on your way. A fair exchange. With that, all flames dissipated in an instant, and the massive form of the explosive fire ape was cleaved in two, crashing to the ground. One strike to slay. Chapter 40. Imperial Tier Beast Roar, roar, roar. For the vengeance of our leader. In the very next moment after the demise of the explosive fire ape, the remaining 3 beasts burst from their prison, recklessly charging toward Luo Qingyin. Loyalty and camaraderie, how splendid. I shall escort you to your reunion. A smile graced Luo Qingyin's lips as she sprung into the air. In the moment of landing, she deftly wielded her sword, coolly uttering a word of execution. Swish. The Qianshui sword, once planted in the ground, abruptly unsheathed, transforming into a streak of light as it simultaneously severed the heads of the three beasts. The second tier of swordsmanship, sword control. Indeed. Jiang Feiyu nodded in satisfaction at Luo Qingyin. In such a brief span, she not only completed the trial but also advanced her swordsmanship, successfully breaking through to the second realm of the sword path. This is the terrifying power of the Holy Spirit sword body, once awakened. It manifests an extraordinary innate talent for swordsmanship. It propels the wielder's swordsmanship to unprecedented heights, allowing for swift comprehension, mastery, and advancement in any sword technique encountered. All credit goes to the teachings of the young master. Luo Qingyin slightly bowed to Jiang Feiyu. Shadow of the demon. Jiang Feiyu gave a slight nod before beckoning to the shadowy figure. Without uttering a word, the figure charged forward, shattering the stone wall behind it. With a thunderous roar. The moment the wall crumbled, a tremendous tremor surged through the cave where Jiang Feiyu and Luo Qingyin resided, and a stone pillar abruptly emerged beneath their feet, plummeting downward. Luo Qingyin let out a muffled groan. Before she could react, her feet found solid ground, and tranquility was restored. They had entered a far more expansive space, at the center of which stood a forest of jagged stones, surrounded by 8 stone pillars identical to the one beneath Jiang Feiyu. Did these pillars signify a connection to 8 different caverns? As she beheld the scene before her, Luo Qingyin recalled Jiang Feiyu's earlier words, and her delicate form trembled slightly. No, to be precise, they were the core connecting them. Jiang Feiyu smiled faintly. The core? Luo Qingyin's face instantly displayed confusion. Before she could voice her inquiry, Jiang Feiyu abruptly drew the Thunderlight sword and thrust it into the ground beneath a nearby stone pillar, then yanked it back fiercely. With a resounding crack, the earth was violently upheaved, and within the depths of the fissure, Luo Qingyin beheld a river of milky white, several dozen zhang long. An exquisite spiritual vein. Luo Qingyin's pupils constricted at once. Despite its resemblance to an ordinary river, it was undeniably a premium spiritual vein, capable of stirring the hearts of any faction within the Qinyan realm. Yet, before she could express her astonishment, Jiang Feiyu turned and struck again at the base of another stone pillar. A copious amount of dragon crystals erupted forth like a geyser. The sheer quantity left Luo Qingyin utterly awestruck. She stifled her inner shock and peered into the chasm, where she discovered a golden river, stretching a full 50 zheng in length. An imperial vein. In that moment, Luo Qingyin could no longer maintain her composure. Young master, could it be that the core you mentioned consists entirely of premium spiritual veins and imperial veins? Including the one beneath our feet, there are a total of 9? This is the source of spiritual energy. Luo Qingyin's eyes widened, her entire being radiating excitement, as if she had stumbled upon a new continent. 3 spiritual veins could converge to form a spiritual mind, and 3 such minds combined would yield a spiritual source. Indeed, I mentioned this earlier, Jiang Feiyu replied nonchalantly. But how could you have predicted this? And what is the significance of the stone forest formed by the 9 spiritual veins? It appears utterly unremarkable. Luo Qingyin gazed intently at Jiang Feiyu, her delicate form trembling slightly. It is the foremost sanctuary of the Divine Sword sect, the tomb of the Tao Heart. Jiang Feiyu pointed at the stone forest before him, speaking with an air of serene calmness. What? Is this truly the heart of Tao's tomb? Luo Qingyin's gaze swept frantically across the stone formations, her expression shifting erratically from shock to suspicion and then to bewilderment. Yet, before she could fathom the situation, an unexpected sound of footsteps suddenly echoed from within the stone forest. Luo Qingyin's complexion changed dramatically, for she sensed an unprecedented and formidable aura rapidly approaching, pressing down on her with an intensity that rendered her breathless, despite the considerable distance. Flee. Jiang Feiyu took a slight step forward, positioning himself protectively behind Luo Qingyin, while simultaneously commanding the shadowy creature to approach the stone forest. With measured steps, a beast emerged before their watchful gazes. So soon, it seems. The master has sent me living sacrifices again. That old rascal Yi Qian is seeking my assistance once more. The creature bore an uncanny resemblance to a fish, yet its head was reminiscent of a tiger. Its crown was swollen, adorned with a distinctive blue crystal mark at its forehead, while its robust body was enveloped in thick scales that shimmered with an inky sheen. It bore a serpentine tail, the tip of which appeared to be suspended like a dagger, sharp enough to invoke dread. As it advanced, a stream of corpses was inexplicably hurled from the depths of the stone forest, landing unceremoniously at the feet of Jiang Feiyu and Luo Qingyin. What manner of creature is this, resembling neither dragon nor serpent? Upon witnessing this beast, Luo Qingyin's complexion paled significantly. He is dead. Was it your doing? The beast, sensing Hong Lian's unease, swiftly struck him down with a single blow, before its gaze settled upon Jiang Feiyu and Luo Qingyin. Boom. With just one glance, Luo Qingyin felt as though struck by lightning, her form violently recoiling, blood streaming from her 7 orifices. Jiang Feiyu swiftly caught her with a single palm, channeling the innate power of his Tao body to stabilize her mind and restore her to her former self. She could not help but exclaim in astonishment, "Is this A royal tear beast. The beast, upon hearing her words, cast a disdainful glare at Luo Qingyin and scoffed. Royal tier? What a trivial term. I am of the imperial tier. Imperial tier. At this revelation, Luo Qingyin's complexion drained of color. No wonder a mere glance from him had inflicted such severe damage. The most formidable beast known within the entirety of the Qingyan realm was merely of the heavenly tier. Yet this creature before her was, astonishingly, of the imperial tier? Where could he possibly have come from? Luo Qingyin was left in a daze, fear overtaking her. This was disastrous. What could they do? Even if her master possessed remarkable skills, could he truly contend against such a terrifying entity? An imperial tier beast existed solely in the ancient legends of the Qingyan realm. It had been centuries since anyone had reported the existence of such a being. The heavenly tier was already considered the pinnacle. At that moment, the beast noticed Luo Qingyin's pale countenance and yawned, boredom evident on its face as it remarked, "Two insignificant ants dare to intrude upon my domain and slay my subordinates? Have you grown tired of living?" With that, it opened its cavernous maw, preparing to devour the pair. "Master, you must flee." Luo Qinyin summoned every ounce of her strength to draw the Qian Shui sword, striking at the beast in a desperate attempt to create an opportunity for Jiang Feiyu to escape. Her master was the hope of the entire Divine Sword sect. He could not perish here. However, before she could finish her plea, Jiang Feiyu boldly stepped forward. "Kneel," he commanded, and without hesitation, delivered a lightning-quick kick aimed at the beast's groin. Witnessing this audacious act, Luo Qinyin instinctively covered her eyes, fearing the worst. It was over. Her master was doomed. Thud. The unsuspecting beast was sent flying 3 meters backward, clutching its groin and collapsing in agony, howling in pain. "Ah? You wretched ant dare to launch a sneak attack. My body is as hard as iron. How could you possibly harm me?" Swish. No sooner had it finished speaking than Jiang Feiyu appeared before the beast like a phantom. Before it could react, he unleashed a powerful punch directly to its face. Thud. The beast fell heavily to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Yet, Jiang Feiyu resolutely lifted his right foot and delivered a fierce kick right to the vital area of the demon beast. Bang, bang, bang. A cacophony of anguished cries erupted as the demon beast howled in pain, its eyes bulging outward as if they might pop from their sockets. What audacity to act arrogantly before me. A mere water serpent, having practiced a modicum of demonic skills, dares to put on airs. Jiang Feiyu seized the beast's head with one hand and delivered a resounding slap. The creature spun in place a full 6 times before collapsing to the ground, its eyes filled with stars. What a worthless imperial tier beast. Before the innate Tao body, all were mere chaff. The demon cultivator primarily trains the body, and the most feared adversary is the innate Tao body, such a defiant physique. An imperial tier beast is actually being subdued and trampled by the young master? Am I dreaming? How on earth has he accomplished this? Could he truly be a celestial being descended to earth? Luo Qinyin cautiously opened her eyes, only to witness the most terrifying scene of her life, leaving her utterly stunned. Chapter 41. Zhang servant, who are you? Who exactly are you? I want. The beast, frothing at the mouth, could not erase its resentment towards Jiang Feiyu and bellowed. Dare you continue to be noisy? Jiang Feiyu pivoted and delivered a powerful kick to the neck of the beast. Crack. In an instant, the creature's neck shattered, its massive form skidding along the ground for dozens of yards before finally coming to a halt. Gasp. The beast expelled a torrent of fresh blood, curling its body in a desperate struggle to rise. Then, it pointed a finger at the blue crystal mark on its forehead. Buzz. A colossal blue phantom leapt forth as if unsealed, waves of energy radiating outward, instantly mending the injuries it had sustained. Was that a dragon? Luo Qinyin stared in astonishment at the immense apparition that had materialized before her, frozen in place. Before her stood a dragon over 10 yards long, its body a brilliant blue adorned with crystalline scales. This was no mere illusion. The moment the phantom emerged, it unleashed an oppressive chill that filled the air. Not only Luo Qinyin, but everything within her line of sight was ensnared in this icy grip. How could such a mere thought compel my offspring to this extent? Even if it is a fool, it is not something you insignificant insects can humiliate. Prepare to die. The dragon's apparition looked down upon Jiang Feiyu, speaking with a cool detachment. Its tone was calm, yet the frozen space around them began to constrict. It was clear that it intended to annihilate Jiang Feiyu within. Ancestor, do not kill him. Leave him alive so that I may properly. Slap. Just as the beast was boasting, Jiang Feiyu sprang into action. Although the surrounding space was frozen, he remained entirely unaffected, stepping forward and leaving a trail of afterimages as he approached the beast and forcefully drove its head into the ground. Were you speaking to me just now? He slowly raised his head, casting a glance at the apparition above and inquiring nonchalantly. You insolent wretch, dare you? The dragon's phantom erupted in fury, a force beyond the confines of this realm descending from the heavens. You shall perish, obliteration. You dare to claim that right? Facing immense pressure, Jiang Feiyu straightened his back and slowly raised a hand towards the ethereal image of the dragon. At that moment, the divine consciousness contained within the remnants of souls surged forth, manifesting a dragon-shaped mark that suddenly appeared in the palm of his hand. Kneel. With the utterance of these 2 words, an overwhelming force of confinement erupted from the dragon seal. In an instant, it shattered the power released by the dragon's phantom above. forcefully suppressing it. Bang! The dragon's phantom staggered and crashed heavily before Jiang Feiyu. Straining against the pressure, he lifted his massive dragon head, his expression one of disarray. The once mighty Jiang Feiyu now bore a countenance filled with terror and dread within his enormous dragon eyes. Trembling, he exclaimed, This is the ancestral mark of the Dragon God clan, capable of subduing any dragon in existence. How could you possess it? Jiang Feiyu's gaze turned icy, and his palm instinctively constricted. Soul binding. No. At that moment, the ethereal form of the dragon struggled desperately, exerting all its might to escape the overwhelming force that loomed over him. Crack! Yet in the next instant, an immense pulling force forcibly drew everything into Jiang Feiyu's palm. Within the originally faint dragon seal, a vibrant blue dragon suddenly emerged, causing the insignia to solidify significantly. After completing all of this, Jiang Feiyu found himself utterly drained of strength, his complexion as pale as parchment. Nevertheless, his eyes remained calm as still water and unruffled well. A splendid opportunity. Sensing the depletion of Jiang Feiyu's power, the previously lethargic beast suddenly sprang to life. Yet in the next moment, he felt an overwhelming surge of pure energy emanating from the creature, which swiftly restored it to its former, robust state. What? Attempting a surprise attack? Jiang Feiyu gazed at the monstrous creature with an impassive expression and inquired, Did I not make it clear that I possess a millennium-old demonic heart, capable of ceaselessly replenishing my strength? At that moment, the atmosphere seemed to freeze, and the taken-aback beast, as if confronted by a specter, leapt up and fell to its knees with a resounding thud, fervently bowing before Jiang Feiyu, uttering apologies. I am sorry, esteemed one. I beg your pardon, great sir. I implore your forgiveness, revered immortal. I was unaware of your noble lineage as a dragon. All previous encounters were mere misunderstandings. This predicament was orchestrated by that wretched Knight Yan, and I was left with no choice. I bow to you. I acknowledge my transgressions. I shall serve you tea and water. I will be your loyal subordinate and shield. I beseech your magnanimity, regard me as a trifling matter and spare my life. Whatever you command, I shall comply. Even if it entails exhuming my ancestors' graves, I would have no qualms. I earnestly implore you to grant me mercy. I beseech you. Luo Qingyin. Humph. As Jiang Feiyu clutched the dragon seal, it suddenly emitted a faint glow, followed by a frenzied roar from within. Wretched creature. How dare you slay your forebears? I curse you. The demon beast felt a chill envelop its heart, instinctively retracting its neck as it implored, Esteemed immortal. I beseech you to vanquish him. In truth, should you act, I shall offer my blade. Is that agreeable? One dragon, two individuals. The lineage of the Azure Blood Songlong belongs to the true dragon realm. How could it possibly manifest within the lower realms of the Qingyan realm? How audacious to conceal itself within the sanctum of our sect, usurping our domain. Who granted you such audacity? Jiang Feiyu retracted the mark in his palm and coldly inquired. Oh, esteemed immortal, please temper your anger. My bloodline is impure, as I do not hail from the true dragon realm. In ancient times, before the Azure Blood Songlong lineage rose to prominence, we thrived in the Qingyan realm, only to ascend to glory in the upper realms through fortunate encounters. Yet, we left behind a minor offshoot, of which I am a descendant. My true form is merely a silvery white serpent. The beast, with its head drooping, hastily explained. After being captured by a demonic cultivator to serve as a spirit pet, I inadvertently provoked the wrath of the former sect leader of the Divine Sword sect by slaying one of their disciples, resulting in my demise. However, I was granted a new life, serving under him and guarding the heart of Dao Tomb within the Divine Sword sect. Subsequently, I unintentionally absorbed a wisp of dragon aura from the heart of Dao Tomb, leading to a mutation in my bloodline, awakening the Azure Blood Songlong heritage and granting me access to a portion of its cultivation methods. My master, upon learning of this, believed it to be a divine blessing from our ancestral master, for he had perused the ancient records of the Divine Sword sect, discovering that our lineage's progenitor had once been the mount of the founding master, who ascended to the true dragon realm and established the Azure Blood Songlong lineage. Thus, he granted me a protective sword talisman for the heart of Dao Tomb, allowing me to cultivate diligently here. Little did I know, my cultivation would span several centuries. Upon awakening, the world had changed beyond recognition, the sect in decline, and everything transformed. It was then that Yiqiani suddenly appeared, wielding the personal token of my former master, declaring that our sect was on the brink of collapse due to treachery and seeking my support to restore order. I willingly opened this place to assist him in his cultivation, later aiding him in acquiring a blood pearl that enabled him to refine the long-lost heavenly transformation sacred art of our sect, successfully unlocking the secret realm left behind by our predecessors. What secret realm? Could it be the heavenly source secret realm? Luo Qingyin exclaimed in astonishment after hearing the beast's words. Indeed, it is the heavenly source secret realm. The beast cast a glance at Luo Qingyin and nodded. That wretched scoundrel Yiqiani. How dare he distort the truth, deceiving you into claiming the sect's treasures for himself? From the very beginning, he approached you with ulterior motives. Luo Qingyin seethed with anger, her teeth clenched, and she exclaimed, You lowly creature, what do you mean by this? The beast instinctively shot a glare at Luo Qingyin, ready to retort, but upon noticing Jiang Feiyu's expression, It swallowed its words and replied in a gentler tone. Yi Qianyi is a traitor of the Divine Sword sect. Jiang Feiyu casually uttered a phrase. Then, shifting the conversation, he inquired, "What is your name?" Jiang Pu. Jiang Pu inquired with a proud expression. "Does this name fill you with pride?" Jiang Feiyu's expression became somewhat peculiar as he spoke. "Of course. My mother said that our ancestor once served as a steed for the one destined by heaven for a brief period. Not only did he obtain the opportunity to transform into a dragon, but he also altered his bloodline to ascend to the upper realms, thereby creating the lineage of the blue-blooded Songlong. His surname is Jiang. Thus, our lineage shall eternally be the servants of the Jiang family." Jiang, the humble servant, said with immense pride. Chapter 42, The Jade Pendant. Upon hearing this, Jiang Feiyu's mouth twitched slightly. It was indeed as he suspected. He continued to inquire, "Is your ancestor known as the Zong Hai Yi Tiaochong?" That was the nickname my ancestor acquired during his time wandering the martial world. I have only heard my mother mention it once. How do you know about it? A flicker of surprise passed through Jiang Pu's eyes as he instinctively turned to Jiang Feiyu. What appeared to be mere coincidence seemed, in reality, to be a meticulously orchestrated arrangement. Could it be the machinations of the upper realm? Was that old lecherous dragon involved as well? Upon hearing this, Jiang Feiyu narrowed his eyes and contemplated within. Immortal, humph. As Jiang Pu was about to speak, a blue talisman suddenly materialized from thin air, exuding an air of authority. It conveyed the emperor's decree: those who intrude upon your territory shall be met with severe punishment. Accompanying this edict, the guardian of the Night's End is commanded to eradicate the remnants of the Divine Sword sect. Yu Shuang, you have conspired with the ancient nation of Qingyun, colluding in treachery. Luo Qingyin, infuriated, drew her sword and struck towards Jiang Pu, declaring, "Young master, this demon has committed heinous crimes, disturbing our sect, and must be executed." However, Jiang Pu anticipated her move, swiftly shattering the blue talisman with a single palm and kneeling before Jiang Feiyu, pledging his loyalty. "Immortal, please discern my sincerity. I share no enmity with the ancient nation of Qingyun. Bah, do not attempt to deceive the young master." Luo Qingyin, furious and embarrassed, slashed at Jiang Pu, only to produce a cascade of sparks. Humph. Before she could finish her words, Jiang Pu swiftly drew his fingers across his brow, summoning his demon soul, which he presented unreservedly before Jiang Feiyu. "I vow to follow the immortal unto death. Please brand me with the slave mark." Luo Qingyin mused. This demon beast possesses remarkable cunning, willingly accepting the brand as a testament to its loyalty. Indeed, it is even more shrewd than the likes of Night's End, concealing profound intentions. How absurd. Jiang Feiyu was utterly unfazed by the situation. He seized Jiang Pu by the throat with a firm grip, exerting his strength with a sudden force that seemed fatal. "Ah, I am dying. Spare me, O celestial being. Spare me." Jiang Pu gasped for breath, nearly suffocating as he pleaded for mercy. Just then, a jade pendant shot forth from Jiang Pu's forehead, slowly hovering before Jiang Feiyu. An ancient voice emerged from it, imploring, "My lord, please temper your wrath. Old lustful dragon." As Jiang Feiyu heard the sound, 3 words immediately surfaced in his mind. He gradually released Jiang Pu, who then collapsed onto the ground with a thud, gasping for fresh air, his granite-like chest heaving rhythmically. Cough, cough, cough. This jade pendant is not. In the next moment, he abruptly lifted his head, fixating in terror on the jade pendant that had flown out from within him. Just as the words were about to escape his lips, an overwhelmingly potent force suddenly emanated from within him, and immediately thereafter, everything except for Jiang Feiyu was sealed off. "Old lustful dragon, you indeed participated in this matter?" Jiang Feiyu inquired with an expression of indifference. "Hee. It has been quite some time since I have heard such an affectionate address." A hoarse voice chuckled in response. Sensing Jiang Feiyu's displeasure, he hastily interjected, "My lord, please do not be angered. I assure you, I had no part in the rebellion of those years. Even if I had 1,000 lives, I would not dare to partake. However, Yili has discovered the secret of your death and reincarnation from that time, and has thus taken the initiative to strategize in the lower realms to seize destiny, aiming to thwart your grand design. We feigned cooperation with her while secretly laying our own plans, awaiting your return." "We?" Jiang Feiyu raised an eyebrow slightly, his heart filled with perplexity. The intricate arrangements made that day were known only to himself and the great Tao Master, who had concealed the heavenly secrets and employed the art of divination. Could it be that he had intentionally let slip this information? Coughing softly, he lamented the waste of excessive energy and the lack of time for pleasantries. "My master will come to understand in due course. I humbly beseech you to accept this Jiang servant. There is no need to concern yourself with his life or death. Just a few casual pointers whenever convenient would suffice." As the voice faded, so too did the radiance emanating from the jade pendant. How dare one play tricks on this sovereign? Upon returning to the upper realm, I shall not hesitate to extract your dragon tendons. A flicker of anger surfaced on Jiang Feiyu's face. What just transpired? Why does it seem as though I have no recollection of it at all? The restored Luo Qingyin and Jiang Pu in unison inquired. Jiang Feiyu paid no heed to the 2 individuals, instead fixating intently on the piece of mutton-fat white jade nestled in his palm. His fingertips delicately traced its surface, before abruptly halting at the center. A minuscule crack gradually emerged, revealing that this jade had once been cleaved in two, only to be reunited once more. Jiang Feiyu remained silent for a considerable time before slowly posing a question. This jade pendant. Before he could finish his sentence, Jiang Pu eagerly interjected. I dare not conceal anything from you, esteemed immortal. This jade pendant was left to me by my matchmaker, said to be a sacred relic bequeathed by our ancestors. Originally existing in two halves. My mother instructed me that if one day I could reverse the bloodline and break the shackles to ascend to the upper realm, I must seek out the lineage of the Songlong and return to our roots. But from where did you acquire the other half? Jiang Feiyu, with an expressionless demeanor, continued to inquire. It was evident that this jade pendant bore significant relevance to the schemes of the old lecherous dragon. On the other hand, it had originally been in the possession of Yi Wushuang, after I assisted in the activation of the secret realm of the Night's End. Yi Wushuang appeared with half of the jade pendant, claiming to be a descendant of the Fated One, stating that he had garnered the support of the Azure Dragon lineage and insisted that I must heed his commands and serve him. Jiang Pu recounted truthfully. Furthermore, he possessed the methods for my subsequent cultivation phase, which compelled me to acquiesce to Yi Wushuang's terms, to sever the fortune of the Sword God sect and to isolate the Dao Heart tomb along with this region. Burying it beneath the earth, Yi Wushuang would then employ the sacred artifact of time and space to alter this area, creating an independent realm. It turned out that all of this was orchestrated by Night's End and Yi Wushuang, who colluded to annihilate my Sword God sect. Upon discovering the truth, Luo Qingyin clenched her fists, her exquisite face marred by fury and a desire for vengeance. This, esteemed immortal, please discern. I too was kept in the dark and utterly unaware, which led to my exploitation by them. I beseech you, show mercy. Upon hearing this, Jiang Pu underwent a drastic change, hastily kneeling before Jiang Feiyu and pleading pitifully. My lord, do not believe him. He is undoubtedly lying to save his own life. In response, Luo Qingyin brandished her Qianshui sword, positioning it menacingly against Jiang Pu's throat. Your sword cannot harm him, and moreover, he is not lying this time. Jiang Feiyu gestured for Luo Qingyin to sheath her sword, then began to elucidate that half of the jade pendant has always belonged to the ancient kingdom of Qingyun. Why is that? Luo Qingyin inquired, her beautiful eyes wide with astonishment. At this moment, Jiang Pu also pricked up his ears, eager to uncover the true origins of the jade pendant. Yu Yuli, the saintess of the ancient Xiong Cloud Kingdom, once defended the Destined One from a sword strike, thereby receiving this half of the jade pendant, which became a talisman for survival in critical moments. Jiang Feiyu spoke slowly. Millennia ago, when Yu Yuli traveled through the Qiong Cloud realm under the alias Yi Lai, she encountered Jiang Feiyu, and the two journeyed together through perilous adventures. During one such escape, she sacrificed herself to shield Jiang Feiyu from a deadly blow. That sword strike nearly claimed Yi Liuli's life. Hence, Jiang Feiyu refrained from completely annihilating the ancient Qiong Cloud Kingdom, instead severing its fortune that had endured for thousands of years, out of gratitude for her past rescue. The half of the jade pendant was a token he bestowed upon her. Little did he imagine that after feigning her departure from the ancient Qiong Cloud Kingdom to ascend to the higher realm with Jiang Feiyu, Yi Liuli would secretly bolster the kingdom in its retaliatory strikes against the Sword God sect, ultimately leading to betrayal at Jiang Feiyu's most desperate hour, resulting in his downfall. Although all of this was a scheme orchestrated by Jiang Feiyu himself, Yi Liuli's leading treachery was beyond his anticipation, especially after millennia. Her gifting of this half of the jade pendant to the ancient Qiong Cloud Kingdom inflicted such a devastating blow upon the Sword God sect. Yi Liuli? Could she be the renowned Empress Liuli from the higher realm? It is said she hails from the lower realms, so the rumors were indeed true. Jiang Pu exclaimed in astonishment. In the past, he had overheard the then leader of the Sword God sect mention fragments of tales regarding prominent figures from the higher realm. And it suddenly dawned on him that this explained why Yi Wushuang possessed this half of the pendant. Having received the direct teachings of the Sword Emperor Yi Qingdi and the support of the Azure Dragon lineage, being regarded as the one most likely to inherit the destiny of this generation, it turns out there was a connection to the Empress Liuli. Chapter 43, The Little Loach. The Heavenly Jade Melting Technique. It appears that what I sensed earlier was this treasure. Jiang Feiyu instinctively curved his lips upward, swiftly evading Shangguan Lai's assault. And in the blink of an eye, he landed heavily upon the colossal statue of the founding ancestor of the Yuan Zone. From the moment he stepped into the Yuan Zone, his divine consciousness was enveloped by an inexplicably familiar sensation. It turned out that a trinket he had crafted eons ago was concealed within this statue. How dare you? Insolent wretch. The Yuan Zone's leader, Shangguan Lai, was immediately engulfed in fury, charging forward with reckless abandon. What fear could I possibly have when I have come to obliterate the Yuan Zone? As Jiang Feiyu scoffed, he suddenly exerted force through his legs. With a resounding crack, the colossal statue shattered, transforming into countless fragments that erupted outward. In the following instant, a long staff, entirely resembling white jade and adorned with gilded ends, shot forth, landing seamlessly in Jiang Feiyu's grasp. A torrent of searing energy surged from the staff into Jiang Feiyu's body, embodying the residual power and legacy of the founding ancestor of the Yuan sect. as well as all that Jiang Feiyu had bestowed upon him on that fateful day. Insects. Meet your demise. Jiang Feiyu grasped the long staff, executing a subtle twist, and in an instant, the very heavens and earth seemed to tremble. Could it be that this is the legendary sacred artifact wielded by the revered ancestor, the Tianjue mountain-shaking staff? Upon witnessing this spectacle, Shangguan Lai's eyes widened in astonishment, nearly bursting from their sockets. Congratulations, you have guessed correctly. Thus, I grant you a swift demise. With a swift motion, the Tianjue mountain-shaking staff was unleashed, its power surging forth like a torrent. Impossible. How could the relic of our Yuanzong's ancestor be wielded by you? Return it to our sect. To inherit the heavenly mandate? He dares to aspire to such a fate. Jiang Feiyu scoffed disdainfully, saying, what the Exalted One does not know is that Yi Wushuang has already refined the ancestral Dao seal of the ancient kingdom of Qingyun, which is said to have been left behind by the legendary sword master of the Nine Realms, the founder of the Nine Realms. Whoever possesses the seal is destined to wield the mandate of heaven. Jiang Pu hastily added, the destiny seal? Upon hearing this, Jiang Feiyu let out a cold smile within his heart. It was no wonder that the old lecherous dragon claimed that Yi Liuli had already uncovered the events of that year, preemptively arranging matters in the lower realm to seize the destiny. So this was her confidence and means? What you imply is that the outcome is already determined. Luo Qingyin trembled, her delicate form betraying a hint of panic as she exclaimed, you are overthinking it. Even if one were to inherit that seal, it does not necessarily make them the destined individual. After all, that seal is rather unreliable. Upon hearing this, Jiang Feiyu shook his head and chuckled. Not very reliable? Is that mark not an inanimate object? Both Luo Qingyin and Jiang Pu widened their eyes in astonishment. What manner of being was the sword master of the Nine Realms? And how could such a legacy be anything but extraordinary? Jiang Feiyu gazed at the expressions of the two, a mocking smile gracing his lips. However, since Down had chosen Yi Wushuang, it signified that he possessed the qualifications to bear the mandate of heaven. Jiang Pu, somewhat unwilling to concede, retorted, qualifications? In this world, aside from the true self, no one else dares to lay claim to destiny. Subsequently, his gaze suddenly sharpened, imbued with an unmistakable confidence and authority, rendering Luo Qingyin momentarily entranced. Jiang Pu's eyes darted as he prostrated himself before Jiang Feiyu, fervently pleading for the immortal to take him as a servant. He was no fool. It was evident that something significant had transpired between the jade pendant and the immortal. Otherwise, the immortal would not have abruptly ceased his actions, allowing Jiang Pu to survive. Jiang Pu, upon recalling the half of the jade pendant linked to his ancestor, clearly recognized that this young man before him bore a connection to his forebear. Even if there were no direct ties, it was certain that they were acquainted. Either scenario was sufficient to indicate that his origins were far from ordinary. He was likely a figure of great significance from the upper realms or perhaps a scion of a formidable power. Such an entity warranted desperate flattery, and the most effective means to achieve this would be to become his servant, should he return to the upper realms in the future. Jiang Pu could also ascend to great heights, undergoing a profound transformation. It appears that the crux of the scheme orchestrated by the old lecherous dragon and his cohorts largely hinges upon this very Jiang Pu. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Feiyu cast a disdainful glance at Jiang Pu and, with an air of extreme reluctance, declared, in light of your meager bloodline barely catching my eye, I shall make an exception and grant you, this worthless being, an opportunity to serve. Upon uttering these words, he pointed a finger towards the demon soul released by Jiang Pu. An emperor-grade demon beast deemed worthless? Luo Qingyin couldn't help but curl her lips in disbelief. In the blink of an eye, a talisman began to coalesce upon Jiang Pu's demon soul. In the next moment, Jiang Pu distinctly sensed the establishment of a connection between himself and Jiang Feiyu. Crucially, he profoundly realized that a mere thought from the latter could easily obliterate him. It was, after all, the highest level of slave seal. His heart trembled slightly, then he burst into wild laughter, exclaiming, ha ha ha, I have succeeded. The immortal has truly accepted me. From this day forth, the future of Jiang Pu shall be boundlessly bright. From this moment, you shall be renamed Mudfish, and you may only reclaim your original name once you have atoned for your past transgressions. Jiang Feiyu suddenly spoke in a cold tone. Loach? Jiang Pu's mouth twitched involuntarily. Although the harm was minimal, the insult was profoundly piercing. Unsatisfied, then let it be called Little Loach. Jiang Feiyu glanced at Jiang Pu's waist and retorted, Little Loach. Luo Qingyin. No, master. I believe it would be better to simply call it Loach. Jiang Pu hastily implored, oh, Little Loach. Jiang Feiyu responded, while Jiang Pu, recognizing the situation, promptly sealed his lips, silently resigning himself to his fate. After all, who could contest the authority of his master? The Little Loach obediently complied, hoping to make amends swiftly, believing that the young master would eventually allow him to reclaim his name. Luo Qingyin, observing Jiang Pu's discomfiture, couldn't help but recall his earlier haughty demeanor. Bursting into laughter at the contrast, there was no trace left of the imagined imperial tear beast. He was indeed nothing more than a genuine Little Loach. And there was no denying it. You, Jiang Pu seethed, gritting his teeth in frustration. Faced with Jiang Feiyu, he dared not unleash his wrath, opting instead to fume in silence. Address me as mistress. and I shall show you an easier path forward. What say you? Luo Qingyin teased, winking at Jiang Pu. What began as a light-hearted jest, however, rendered both Jiang Pu and Jiang Feiyu's expressions rather peculiar. Mistress? Jiang Pu instinctively glanced at his master. Before piecing together the implication that explained why his master treated her with such tenderness, she was indeed his woman. Oh dear. How foolish I was to nearly offend the mistress. No wonder my master was so enraged with thoughts of my demise. I must do everything in my power to restore my image in the mistress's eyes, to ingratiate myself to her, for that is the key to winning my master's favor. Jiang Pu immediately devised a perfect plan for a strategic rescue. Without hesitation, he produced a brocade box from his bosom and respectfully presented it to Luo Qingyin, ingratiatingly stating, Mistress, let us put aside the previous unpleasantness. I have a small token of apology for you. I hope you will graciously accept it. Luo Qingyin instinctively paused, taken aback by the unexpected gullibility of this beast. Not only did he comply, but he also took the initiative to apologize. However, instead of accepting the brocade box, she opened it right before him. In the next moment, she was utterly dumbfounded. The box radiated brilliance, revealing a collection of demon cores. Each one was of immense value. And the least among them was a king-tier demon core, while the finest reached the celestial tier. Such treasures, if revealed to the world, would incite madness throughout the entire Qingyin realm. Yet, Jiang Pu presented them to Luo Qingyin as an apology, without so much as a blink. Luo Qingyin was momentarily stunned. She had never anticipated that a light-hearted jest would be taken so seriously by Jiang Pu. With such extravagance, she felt unworthy to accept, instinctively casting her gaze towards Jiang Feiyu for guidance. At this moment, Jiang Feiyu wore a somewhat peculiar expression and remarked, Why do you look at me regarding the conditions you proposed? Since the master has spoken, the mistress should not decline. We are all family and need not speak as though we are strangers. Seeing that his master did not refuse, Jiang Pu directly stuffed the brocade box into Luo Qingyin's embrace, exclaiming loudly, I am not the mistress. I was merely joking just now. Please do not take it seriously. Even if there were a mistress, it would most likely be the sect leader. Grasping the brocade box, Luo Qingyin instantly realized, and began to scream repeatedly. The fact that he could casually take it out indicated that he certainly possessed more than one. He could simply replenish it later when he encountered Mengzhu. Jiang Feiyu then remarked, The director speaks wisely. I treat every matriarch with equal regard and will never show favoritism. Jiang Pu, with a visage of obsequiousness, spoke. Yet, within his heart, he was silently bleeding. What on earth is this casually produced item? Surely, there cannot be just one such thing. This is nearly all I possess. As for the second matriarch, I can only deplete my entire fortune and take the plunge. But how many Dao companions does the master truly have? Upon contemplating this matter, Jiang Pu could not help but shudder. Upon hearing Jiang Feiyu's words, Luo Qingyin's cheeks instantly flushed crimson, and her heart raced uncontrollably. Did the young master just implicitly acknowledge his connection with the sect leader? Wait, why has he not distanced himself from me? Have I unwittingly trapped myself? Matriarch, you previously mentioned guiding me along a shortcut. Could you please elaborate? At this moment, Jiang Pu approached Luo Qingyin and inquired. Startled by the interruption, Luo Qingyin instinctively let out a cry, and then hurriedly masked her embarrassment with words, saying, The shortcut is simply for you to directly take the head of that knight Qian Yi, or even better, Yi Wushuang. Of course, capturing both together would be optimal. Jiang Pu was nearly driven to the brink of exasperation, his eyes fixed intently on the brocade box in Luo Qingyin's hands. He earnestly asked, Can I reclaim this brocade box? What brocade box? I fail to comprehend, Luo Qingyin replied, promptly stowing the box into her storage ring, and playfully winked at Jiang Pu. Chapter 44, The Undying Shadow of Evil Master, How May I Serve You? Jiang Pu could not contend with Luo Qingyin and could only proactively seek guidance from Jiang Feiyu. On the day you assisted in the opening of the secret realm of Night's End, was it connected to this place? Jiang Feiyu inquired casually, Indeed. The passage lies within the heart of Dao Tomb. To be precise, this heart of Dao Tomb is also considered a segment of the Heavenly Source secret realm. Every time it opens, I enter to assist Yi Liani and Yi Wushuang in eliminating those they wish to eradicate. Jiang Pu replied ambiguously. As he spoke, he waved his hand, and in an instant, a multitude of corpses appeared before Jiang Feiyu and Luo Qingyin, piled high like a mountain. Most had already decayed to mere bones, with only a few remaining intact, as if they had perished not long ago. Were those recently slain by you? Luo Qingyin asked, feeling nauseous at the sight of so many corpses covering her mouth. Indeed and not. Yi Liani occasionally delivers a few living individuals for me to practice my demonic arts, but most are slain when the Heavenly Source secret realm is activated. After all, that is my grand feast. Jiang Pu grinned, revealing a set of razor-sharp teeth. Practicing demonic arts? Aren't you a beast? How can you cultivate demonic powers? Luo Qingyin expressed her confusion. Ahem. I was abducted by a demonic cultivator at a very young age. He intended to refine me with his dark powers and merge me into his own being. However, not only did he fail, but it also inadvertently altered my bloodline, enabling me to absorb malevolent energy, thus allowing me to practice demonic arts. Jiang Pu explained somewhat awkwardly. No wonder you can match Yi Liani, sharing the same breath. Luo Qingyin quipped. Jiang Pu hastily clarified. I hold no allegiance to Yi Liani. When we next meet, I shall surely slay him and desecrate his corpse. He then attempted to steer the conversation. As for those intact bodies, it is because they are cultivators who specialize in physical combat and possess extraordinary prowess. Hence their bodies remain uncorrupted after death. Before Jiang Pu could finish, Jiang Feiyu interjected. I see. So, can the heart of Dao Tomb connect to the heavenly source secret realm at any time, or must it await activation? Jiang Feiyu suddenly inquired. Initially, access was readily available, yet now the key is solely in the possession of Yi Yin, rendering even myself incapable of entering at will. It is only when the celestial source secret realm is fully unlocked that entry will be permitted, Jiang Pu elucidated. In other words, once fully activated, one may enter the celestial source secret realm from this location and also return from the realm to here. A playful smile suddenly appeared on Jiang Feiyu's face. In fact, the sword symbol required to unlock the Dao Heart Tomb was already in his possession, yet he refrained from presenting it immediately. Indeed, Jiang nodded instinctively. Excellent. This allows for some preparations to be made in advance. Jiang Feiyu suddenly leaned closer to the corpse before him. Ready? Jiang Pu was utterly bewildered. Young master, what are you planning to do? Luo Qingyin also wore a perplexed expression. Surely, the master does not possess such peculiar inclinations, does he? Jiang Pu leaned closer to Luo Qingyin, his face contorting in a rather strange manner as he whispered. Peculiar inclinations? Luo Qingyin instinctively turned to glance at Jiang Pu. Such as an interest in corpses. Jiang Pu explained in a hushed tone. Little did he know that just as the words were about to escape his lips, his body was uncontrollably lifted into the air, crashing violently against a nearby stone pillar. Speak again, and I shall extinguish your demonic soul. Jiang Pu, terrified, instinctively shrank his neck and feigned unconsciousness. At that moment, Jiang Feiyu stood atop a mountain of decaying corpses, gradually unfurling his palm. A dim, eerie light emanated from it, sweeping over the multitude of bodies. He then spoke slowly, rise. In an instant, the bleached bones, as if responding to a summons, stood upright in formation, resembling soldiers awaiting orders. By heavens, Jiang Pu, who had originally been struck dead, cautiously opened his eyes a slit to catch a glimpse, and he erupted in expletives. What on earth am I witnessing? Resurrected corpses? Luo Qingyin, similarly stunned, seemed as though she had been struck by lightning, frozen in place. Young master, you can actually revive the dead? Yet, many of the remaining corpses showed no response, particularly those few decaying bodies that should have possessed formidable cultivation. Upon witnessing this, Jiang Feiyu could not help but furrow his brow. Although bones could not form magical shadows, they could still be manipulated as if they were. However, these particular corpses exhibited no response. Could it be that their cultivation levels surpassed his current realm, rendering his attempts futile? Filled with doubt, Jiang Feiyu meticulously selected a single corpse to employ his secret technique. This corpse's cultivation was only one tier above his own, residing at the Fate Palace realm. Crack! The previously unresponsive corpse unexpectedly emitted a sharp sound, and a faint ethereal shadow began to emerge from it. However, just as it materialized halfway, it abruptly dissipated like smoke. A failure. Yet, this setback did not dishearten Jiang Feiyu in the slightest. Rather, it illuminated the reasons behind his earlier failures and revealed the crux of the matter. It appeared that the target's cultivation level could not exceed his own significantly. Otherwise, the technique would prove ineffective. Given his current level, he could at most create an existence at the pinnacle of the 9th tier of the thought realm. Furthermore, once transformed into a magical shadow, their strength would also sustain a degree of loss. Jiang Feiyu murmured to himself. But what if I harness the synergy of the spirit and the battle realm to manifest the triad unity? What might the outcome be? A glimmer of brilliance suddenly flickered in his eyes. Subsequently, before Jiang Pu and Luo Qingyin, he fused the battle realm with the spirit realm into his cultivation. Triad unity. Boom. In an instant, Jiang Feiyu's aura surged to a new level. He raised his palm once more and commanded the corpse, arise. Suddenly, a massive surge of dark energy erupted from the corpse, coalescing into a formidable shadow of demonic essence. Not only did its presence far surpass that of the surrounding bones, but it also appeared remarkably solid. No longer just a faint apparition. Success. A look of delight spread across Jiang Feiyu's face. Mere moments after the shadow's emergence, it lunged towards him with alarming speed. Young master, be careful. Luo Qingyin, instinctively drawing her sword, aimed to shatter the ethereal figure. No need. Jiang Feiyu interrupted her with a raised hand. At that moment, the shadow had reached Jiang Feiyu, suddenly kneeling on one knee, exuding utmost reverence as it proclaimed, Master. Good heavens. Not only had the corpse been resurrected, but it could also speak. Was this truly not a dream? Jiang Pu sprang directly from the ground, exclaiming loudly with expletives, strike him. Jiang Feiyu issued his first command to the ethereal shadow before him. In an instant, the shadow transformed into a wisp of black mist and vanished from sight. The next moment, it materialized before Jiang Pu with lightning speed, delivering a powerful punch. With a resounding crash, Jiang Pu was sent flying dozens of yards. Unable to react in time, He collided with a stone pillar, shattering it and finally coming to a halt. From the debris of the broken pillar and the depths of the earth, a multitude of dragon crystals and purple crystals erupted, showering Jiangpu in their luminescence. Die! The shadow advanced menacingly, unleashing another punch. Get away from me! Jiangpu had never endured such humiliation. He swiftly retaliated with a resounding slap. With a thud, the shadowy figure, caught off guard, disintegrated into wisps of dark mist before dissipating in front of Jiangpu. What insolence! Does it not recognize who I am? I am a dignified imperial tier demon beast, unparalleled in the realm of Qingyun. Jiangpu, with a look of disdain, was about to unleash his retorts when the previously dissipated dark mist suddenly coalesced in an instant, and the shadow of the demon re-emerged. With a resounding crash, it struck Jiangpu's chest once more. However, this time, Jiangpu was fully prepared, and the blow inflicted not even a trace of harm. Jiangpu swiftly struck again, dispersing the shadowy apparition once more. Yet, in the blink of an eye, it resurrected anew, launching an assault against him. Though Jiangpu remained undaunted, he found himself unable to withstand the relentless onslaught of the seemingly tireless entity. Such was the nature of the immortal shadow. Regardless of the injuries inflicted upon it, it would instantaneously regenerate. Only a force potent enough to obliterate it entirely in a single blow, or an interruption of the connection between the caster and the shadow through an attack, could bring an end to its existence. Of course, should the caster's strength be exhausted, the shadow would inevitably dissipate. What in the world is this abominable creature? It cannot be vanquished, and it is utterly exasperating. Jiangpu could no longer endure the entanglement of his adversary and swiftly returned to Jiang Feiyu's side. He possessed the capability to vanquish the shadowy specter, however. He refrained from exerting himself, as it was a creation of his master, and he did not wish to undermine his master's authority. Boom. The shadow lunged forward with a ferocious punch. Halt! Jiang Feiyu uttered coldly, causing the specter's assault to cease instantaneously, leaving it rigidly frozen in place. Awaiting Jiang Feiyu's next command. It is your turn. With a broad smile gracing his face, Jiang Feiyu approached the remaining corpses once more. Chapter 45, The Tomb of the Daohard, Part 1. Rise. Jiang Feiyu spread his palms and commanded the remaining corpses. Drawing from prior experience, he refined the power of the three elements, returning to one to its utmost limit. Crack, crack, crack. The 5 incorruptible corpses resonated simultaneously, and in that fleeting moment, the power within Jiang Feiyu was entirely depleted. A substantial amount of dark energy seeped forth, coalescing into a colossal storm suspended in the air, which subsequently erupted. Hiss. Whoosh. Jiang Feiyu took a deep breath and forcefully exhaled. The immense power stored within the eternal demon heart surged forth in an instant, replenishing his depleted dantian. He had not anticipated that simultaneously summoning 5 indomitable shadowy figures would lead to such considerable exhaustion. In the next moment, 5 colossal dark silhouettes emerged slowly, each kneeling on one knee in a gesture of respect towards Jiang Feiyu, addressing him as their master. At ease, Jiang Feiyu clasped his hands behind his back and spoke with a hint of surprise. Have all 5 of them returned to life? My goodness. Even if Yu Qian and Yi Wushuang were to arrive now, it would still be insufficient. Upon encountering 5 shadowy figures, Jiangpu gasped in astonishment. Are they truly formidable? Luo Qingyin instinctively inquired. Indeed, these 5 individuals are all at the pinnacle of the 9th tier in the Life Palace realm. Jiangpu elucidated. Mistress, do you comprehend the essence of a body cultivator? They are a group of individuals who solely focus on refining their physical forms, relentlessly pursuing the limits of their corporeal abilities, which results in a painfully slow advancement in cultivation. However, one must never underestimate them. These ironclad beings can utilize their formidable physiques and unyielding muscles to crush you, and it is not uncommon for them to slay opponents of higher rank. Are they truly that powerful? A flicker of alarm flashed in Luo Qingyin's eyes. Absolutely. Yet, before my imperial tier demonic beasts, they remain inconsequential. Ha ha ha. Jiangpu bellowed with laughter. So, you were using them to indirectly praise yourself? Luo Qingyin finally grasped Jiangpu's true intent. Heh, just a little boast. Is that so unreasonable? Jiangpu chuckled. Is that so? Suddenly, Jiang Feiyu turned to Jiangpu, then commanded the 5 shadowy figures before him. Attack him. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Whoosh, whoosh. The 5 shadowy figures erupted into action, charging furiously at Jiangpu. Oh no, please, don't. Jiangpu suddenly let out a blood-curdling scream reminiscent of a slaughtered pig. TSK, TSK, serves you right for boasting. Luo Qingyin remarked, unable to suppress a chuckle. It is not mere bravado. With the strength of a little mudfish, he could indeed overpower all 5 of them. Jiang Feiyu interjected. Then why did he scream? Luo Qingyin inquired, her brow furrowed in confusion. The undying demon shadow can resurrect itself countless times under certain conditions. The little mudfish had already discerned this fact, so he refrained from exerting unnecessary effort and merely pretended. Jiang Feiyu replied nonchalantly. I see. Upon uncovering the truth, Luo Qingyin erupted into a melodious laughter akin to the sound of silver bells. Would you care to experience the sacred ground of our former sect, the Daohart tomb? Jiang Feiyu directed his gaze towards the stone forest and proactively inquired of Luo Qingyin. Of course, a spark of fervor ignited in Luo Qingyin's eyes. She had long been acquainted with the illustrious reputation of the Dao Heart Tomb, which had once stood as the foremost among the 3 sacred sites of their former sect. Its fame was unparalleled, particularly after its enigmatic disappearance, which shrouded it in an air of mystery. Now, with the Dao Heart Tomb so tantalizingly close, how could they possibly resist the urge to venture forth? Let us go. Jiang Feiyu gestured towards Luo Qingyin, saying, "Would you not care to step inside and take a look?" Suddenly halting in her tracks, Luo Qingyin turned her head, curiosity etched upon her face as she inquired, "Is it true that only one person may enter the Dao Heart Tomb at a time? Moreover, this holds no challenge for me, yet it bears significant importance for you." Jiang Feiyu smiled faintly and remarked, "Is it truly devoid of challenge? Why does it hold such significant meaning for me?" Luo Qingyin pondered this in silence before turning to step into the stone forest. In an instant, her figure vanished, as if swallowed by the very stones. The next moment, she found herself in an unfamiliar realm. Suddenly, a searing flame erupted from the depths below, rushing towards her with ferocity, engulfing her in a heartbeat. This was the first trial of the heart of the path, a sea of flames. She was enveloped in fire, the ground beneath her feet scorching hot. Her delicate form trembled violently, unable to withstand the onslaught. Before she could react, the terrifying flames surged, tearing through her flesh and invading her very being. A wave of excruciating pain eliciting a cry of despair from her lips. "What manner of flame is this? I cannot withstand its assault." Luo Qingyin gasped in panic. Just as she seemed on the verge of being completely consumed by the flames, the Qianshui sword at her waist suddenly emitted a resonant sound. In an instant, her vision cleared, the overwhelming inferno before her dissipated into nothingness. It was an illusion. Realizing that she was unharmed, a sense of clarity washed over her. The once chaotic heart of the path began to settle, and a flicker of insight emerged within her. Could it be that the heart of the path serves to test the resolve of those who enter? Again, with the Qianshui sword in hand, Luo Qingyin bravely advanced through the first trial of the sea of flames into the next. As she stepped in, an icy chill enveloped her, freezing everything in sight. This was the second trial of the heart of the path, the frost prison. Yet, this time, Luo Qingyin remained composed, her eyes fixed straight ahead as she strode forward. In the next moment, she found herself transported to another realm. A ferocious storm surged forth, and amidst the tumultuous waves, she felt as fragile as a leaf upon the tempest. The howling winds and towering waves converged into a terrifying vortex, an abyss opening wide to swallow her whole. With a thunderous roar, the entire space collapsed, vanishing into nothingness. A flash of sword light cut through the chaos, and Luo Qingyin's form disappeared. On to the next trial. Having swiftly passed through 3 challenges, she truly embodied the prowess of the mistress, a remarkable talent indeed. Outside the stone forest, a battered Jiang servant crouched at Jiang Feiyu's feet, eyes gleaming with admiration. Still too young, her heart has yet to endure true trials, and she cannot go far. Jiang Feiyu's eyes shone with intensity as he gazed through the stone forest, clearly witnessing all that Luo Qingyin was experiencing. He spoke with a hint of disappointment in his tone, as Luo Qingyin's expression evidently fell short of his expectations. Is it possible that the master holds the mistress in excessively high regard? Even if I were to exert myself to the utmost, I could barely reach the 10th level. A result of years of diligent effort. Yet the mistress, upon her initial foray, has already surpassed 3 trials, which is indeed a remarkable achievement. Jiang Pu cast a surprised glance at Jiang Feiyu and murmured softly, "What do you know?" Jiang Feiyu shot him a glare, retorting coldly, "The heart refinement tomb, as its name implies, is intended for the tempering of one's will and the cultivation of the heart of the Tao. Yet, she forcefully wielded her sword to pass through. It is a disruption of the heart's clarity, a grave mistake. Tempering will and cultivating the heart of the Tao. Why do I not sense this? Could it be that my heart of the Tao is as steadfast as a rock by nature?" Jiang Pu scratched the back of his head and instinctively inquired. Jiang Feiyu delivered a merciless kick to Jiang Pu, unreservedly exposing, "How can you lowly beasts compare to us, the human race? You are inherently favored by the heavens, endowed with innate talents and strength, merely requiring relentless cultivation to transcend tribulations and ascend with each step. Especially you, who have experienced numerous fortuitous encounters, awakened your bloodline, and possess 9 veins of spiritual essence to freely absorb spiritual energy and continuously transform. Yet you have only barely reached the 10th level? You might as well find a block of tofu to smash your head against. I grant you a mere fortnight, should you fail to advance 3 levels. I shall immediately revoke the slave seal." Jiang Feiyu declared sternly. "Please, master, do not abandon me. From tomorrow, no, from today, right now, I shall devote myself to frenzied cultivation, risking everything to break through 3 levels within this fortnight." Jiang Pu exclaimed, his face paling as he hastily pledged an oath of military service to Jiang Feiyu. Meanwhile, he lamented furiously within, "What compelled me to speak out of turn? I had to forcefully flatter him, now I find myself in this predicament. This cursed mouth of mine, perhaps I should just cut it off. It has come to an end." Jiang Feiyu abruptly withdrew his gaze and spoke slowly. Bang! In the next moment, a figure was forcefully ejected from the stone forest. Chapter 46, The Tomb of the Heart, Part 2, Poof. Luo Qingyin fell heavily to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood. Mistress! Jiang Pu hastily stepped forward to assist Luo Qingyin, but was abruptly interrupted by Jiang Feiyu's forceful exclamation, "Do not touch her." Jiang Pu instinctively shivered, retreating frantically, terrified of enduring another beating. "Young master, I..." Luo Qingyin, her face pale, clutched her chest and gazed up at Jiang Feiyu, on the verge of speaking. "Do not utter a word. Sit in tranquility and cast aside all distractions. Seek the truth within your heart." Jiang Feiyu spoke softly, without uttering a word. Luo Qingyin immediately assumed a cross-legged position, clearing her mind and probing her innermost thoughts. As time passed, the tightness of her brows gradually relaxed. The burdens that had accumulated in her heart melted away like snow under the sun, dissipating swiftly. In the end, a faint smile graced her lips, bestowing an additional layer of elegance upon her already stunning visage. Upon witnessing this, Jiang Feiyu gradually approached and pointed gently. A faint blue light swiftly coalesced around Luo Qingyin, subsequently merging into her forehead. The Tranquil Heart Sutra. Instantly, a series of scriptures materialized in Luo Qingyin's mind. Cultivating this text would aid one in remaining unperturbed in the face of adversity, maintaining composure in all matters, and achieving a state of focused clarity and ethereal serenity. Jiang Feiyu's voice gently resonated in Luo Qingyin's heart. "Thank you, my lord." After a brief moment, Luo Qingyin opened her eyes, rose, and addressed Jiang Feiyu with a bow. "Having already deemed myself the mistress of Jiang, why do you still treat me as an outsider?" Jiang Feiyu jested. "Ah, that was merely a jest. Please do not take it to heart, my lord." Luo Qingyin's delicate face flushed suddenly, as she bashfully refuted. "Oh, then I shall not take it seriously." Jiang Feiyu replied earnestly. "Yet perhaps we should consider it seriously." A wave of disappointment surged within Luo Qingyin, prompting her to struggle against the notion. Opportunities must not be missed, Jiang Feiyu declared with utmost seriousness. Luo Qingyin pouted slightly in dissatisfaction, yet her heart raced with excitement. Could it be that the nobleman truly wishes for me to be his? Oh dear, no, that is far too embarrassing to contemplate. Congratulations to the matriarch for breaking through 6 layers. She is indeed a prodigy of this era, deserving of my utmost admiration. At this moment, Jiang Pu approached, his face brimming with admiration as he lavished praise upon Luo Qingyin, completely disregarding his earlier vow to restrain his tongue. Is the 6th level truly formidable? How many levels does the Dao Heart Tomb comprise? Luo Qingyin inquired, intrigued by Jiang Pu's incessant flattery. Well, there are merely a few levels. As long as the mistress exerts herself, she can surely conquer them all. Jiang Pudu's gaze instantly faltered, unable to meet Luo Qingyin's eyes, as he attempted to navigate through the situation with some pretense. 18 layers. Jiang Feiyu immediately exposed the truth. So I barely made it through 1/3? Is this what you call a contemporary genius? Realizing she had been deceived, Luo Qingyin's eyes widened in fury as she exclaimed, "You little eel, how dare you trick me? Just wait, I'll chop off your head and use it as a seat. Please, my lady, calm your anger. I swear by my soul that no one has ever passed the 18th level. From what I know, the highest record is only up to the 14th level. And that was achieved by my former master, who is renowned as the 2nd strongest in the history of the Divine Sword sect." Jiang Pu raised 3 fingers, making a solemn vow. "Since then, the best record has been my own, reaching the 10th level. And that was only accomplished with Imperial tier strength. Yet, my lady, you have already surpassed 6 levels with merely the power of thought. Once you break through to the Fate Palace realm, you could easily surpass me in no time." Jiang Pu gazed earnestly at Luo Qingyin and remarked with utmost sincerity, "No one has ever managed to pass through the 18 layers? Who asserted such a claim?" At that moment, Jiang Feiyu suddenly stepped forward, directly leaping into the stone forest and setting foot upon the heart of the Dao's tomb. "Young master, master!" Upon witnessing this, Jiang Pu and Luo Qingyin simultaneously exclaimed. As soon as Jiang Feiyu stepped into the heart of the Dao tomb, a sea of flames erupted before his eyes. In the blink of an eye, he plunged into the inferno, the fierce flames scorching and attacking with ferocity. "A mere illusion dares to shake the very essence of my being?" Jiang Feiyu displayed a scornful expression as he stepped forward, directly entering the next trial. In an instant, he plunged into the coldest depths of the abyssal prison. The power of the Dao Heart Tomb manifests with varying intensity and form, tailored to the different cultivation levels of individuals, which is precisely what renders it truly terrifying. Yet, in Jiang Feiyu's eyes, it was as if it were inconsequential. It should be said that the Dao Heart Tomb had long ceased to capture his attention, for it was he who had crafted it with his own hands. Throughout the interminable span of 10,000 years, he had endured countless tribulations and crossed innumerable calamities. Time and again, he found himself in dire straits, even captured and subjected to inhumane torment. Yet he ultimately persevered, forging an indomitable Dao heart, ascending to the pinnacle of the myriad realms, and achieving the status of a divine emperor. When compared to his past experiences, the Dao Heart Tomb's trials were merely trivial. The mere 18 layers of illusory power could not even slightly perturb his Dao heart. Outside the Dao Heart Tomb, Jiang Pu and Luo Qingyin, who had been watching intently, suddenly gaped in astonishment. Jiangpu was left speechless, trembling as he attempted to recount the events of the third, sixth, and subsequent trials. Luo Qingyin, on the other hand, could hardly believe her eyes as she witnessed the unfolding spectacle. It was utterly incomprehensible. Jiang Feiyu traversed the Dao Heart tomb with the ease of a leisurely stroll, his movements unhindered, as though he were not amidst the perilous confines of the Dao Heart tomb, but rather meandering through his own courtyard, exuding an air of effortless tranquility. As Jiang Pu exclaimed the final word, Jiang Feiyu effortlessly passed through the 18th trial, his speed surpassing that of the preceding 17 layers combined, almost vanishing in an instant. At this moment, Jiang Pu and Luo Qingyin were utterly dumbfounded, rendered speechless. How could anyone possibly traverse all 18 trials of the Dao Heart tomb in one go? It seemed inconceivable. Since the emergence of the sacred land, the Dao Heart tomb, a millennium ago, there had never been any record of someone successfully passing through all 18 trials. Even the illustrious Kuxian, hailed as the most gifted disciple of the Divine Sword sect since its founding, had only reached the 14th level, falling significantly short of the 18th. Was it truly that difficult? Jiang Feiyu approached Jiang Pu, casting an astonished glance his way, then coolly remarked, "It feels rather mediocre to me, quite unremarkable." His tone carried a hint of disdain and disappointment. However, this was not due to the inadequacy of the Dao Heart tomb itself. Rather, it stemmed from the fact that when Jiang Feiyu had originally crafted it, his cultivation had yet to reach its zenith, and his experience was akin to that of a frog in a well, limited in perspective. This led him to regard the Dao Heart tomb with a touch of contempt. It seemed imperative to gather new materials and refine it once more. After eons, the power within the Dao Heart tomb had grown insufficient. Jiang Feiyu rested his chin in contemplation. Goodness! Truly, my master Jiang is remarkable, defying the heavens. To pass all 18 trials in one go, and with such composure and grace, is simply unprecedented. Master, please accept my humble submission. Allow me to be your most loyal servant. Suddenly, the previously flustered Jiang, in a fit of rage, shouted and then fervently prostrated himself before Jiang Feiyu. Nearby, Luo Qingyin exclaimed in astonishment, "What an audacious creature you are, this imperial-grade beast. Just moments ago, you pounded your chest, swearing that no one could conquer all 18 trials of the Dao Heart tomb. Yet, here you are, instantly humbled and worshipping. Impressive. Dear mistress, let us not be so open. A family should remain united, directing our focus outward." Jiang Pu quickly lamented and advised Luo Qingyin, "Begone. Do not disturb me as I dedicate this place to the sect." Jiang Feiyu kicked Jiang Pu aside with a face full of disdain and remarked, "Master, without the sacred artifact belonging to Yi Wushuang, it is utterly impossible to breach the constraints of this place." Jiang Pu hastily advised, "Haha. Has no one ever informed you that the Dao Heart tomb itself is a sacred artifact?" Jiang Feiyu's face revealed a mocking smile, and with a grand gesture, he proclaimed, "The heart of the Dao, unite." A thunderous roar echoed as, in the next moment, the heart of the Dao surged forth from the depths of the earth, rejoining the embrace of the Divine Sword sect. Chapter 47, Submission or Death. The ambition of the Blood Butcher City was laid bare. Yihaoran's mastery over the Burning Seal and the inheritance of the Crimson Flame sect could be achieved in mere moments. If coupled with our Divine Sword sect's legacy, his future would undoubtedly be boundless. Jiang Feiyu remarked coolly, "It is a pity he is destined to fail. No wonder the Blood Butcher City harbored such lofty aspirations." At this moment, everyone finally grasped the entirety of the situation. Their original plans were not as they seemed. As Yu Yongfu was about to elaborate, his head suddenly exploded with a resounding crack under Jiang Feiyu's foot. "Do you wish to utter more nonsense and waste my time?" The abrupt scene shocked everyone, leaving them bewildered as to why the Holy King had abruptly silenced Yu Yongfu, who clearly intended to continue speaking. "Why does the young master not permit him to proceed?" Tai inquired, his voice trembling. "It is merely information that I have long since mastered." "Do you think he suddenly became so eager for a reason?" Jiang Feiyu cast a sidelong glance at Tai Yi. "The implication of the Saint King is that Yu Yongfu, upon realizing you possess such extensive information, is deliberately stalling you, aiming to ensure the success of the plan for Chitta City and eliminate the sect master?" Luo Qingyin suddenly seemed to grasp the situation, exclaiming, "But did you not prepare contingencies for the next steps of Chitta City from the outset? Every situation holds its uncertainties. The longer the delay, the more unfavorable it becomes. This is..." Jiang Feiyu deliberately halted mid-sentence, asserting, "It is common knowledge." Luo Qingyin promptly interjected, her delicate face exhibiting a spectrum of emotions. "There is no time to waste. We must set off back to the sect at once." Li Yitian hastily called for the remaining disciples to prepare. "Wait, who said you were returning to the sect?" Jiang Feiyu unexpectedly shifted the conversation. "Ah?" Li Yitian and Luo Qingyin exchanged puzzled glances, both bewildered. The Qian sect, located a mere 100 miles from the Xinjian sect, was currently beset by an unprecedented crisis. Last night, their leader, Chitta Chung, along with 2 esteemed elders, had their heads stealthily severed, leaving them lifeless and mutilated. This was merely the inception of the Qian sect's turmoil. Upon learning of the simultaneous demise of their leader and 2 elders, the 4 guardians, long overshadowed by the three esteemed elders, rose in rebellion to vie for the position of sect leader. Concurrently, the smaller factions that had previously aligned with the Qi sect became restless upon receiving this news. Yet, before they could orchestrate their schemes, they were caught off guard by a sudden assault from the Xinjiang sect. Led by Qin Mingzhu, they swiftly conquered 5 cities within mere hours, forcefully subjugating 7 of the 8 factions that had previously pledged allegiance to the Qi sect, leaving only the Wujimen as the last bastion of defense. Suddenly, a blazing white light erupted just outside the Wujimen, mere steps away from the Qi sect, and over 100 individuals emerged. At the forefront was Qin Mingzhu, the leader of the Xinjiang sect, who had arrived here without delay. Boldly daring, who dares to intrude upon my Wujimen? For disciples tasked with guarding the Wujimen shouted sternly as they approached. Get out of the way, Mo Yuan retorted, and in an instant, the heads of the 4 disciples shattered like ripe melons, their brains and blood spraying forth. Charge in, Qin Mingzhu commanded with a sweeping gesture, leading their forces straight into the Wujimen. Presumptuous! Who are you to wreak havoc in my Wujimen? With a furious roar, several figures surged forth from within the Wujimen. The foremost was a rotund man, his features grotesquely squished together, and his eyes nearly squinting shut, resembling a corpulent pig. He was none other than the current leader of the Wujimen, Jixin. Once a formidable figure in the Qingyun realm, his ancestors had basked in glory. Yet successive generations had dwindled in strength, and he now willingly served as a mere watchdog for the Qin sect. You are Qin Mingzhu, the leader of the Xinjiang sect? Jixin scrutinized her, his eyes widening in surprise. What brings such a multitude to my Wujimen? Who was barking like a dog just now? Qin Mingzhu coldly surveyed the 5 individuals before her. A man clad in a green robe, gaunt and with bulging eyes, stepped forward, arrogantly declaring, "It was I." Before he could finish, a glint of cold light sliced through his neck, and his head flew off, tumbling at Jixin's feet, blood splattering across him. Qin Mingzhu's fingers shimmered with cold light as she coldly declared, "Submit to my Xinjiang sect, or perish. You dare speak such nonsense? Do you think my Wujimen will bow to your Xinjiang sect? Have you consulted with the Qin sect?" Jixin roared angrily, pointing a finger at Qin Mingzhu. Before he could finish, a spectral figure suddenly emerged from behind Qin Mingzhu. In an instant, Jixin's head was severed cleanly, leaving him lifeless. It was Zhang Feiyu's avatar, left to protect her. "Ah, you dare to kill our leader, the nearest Wujimen guardian," is what Qian exclaimed in horror. With a swift motion, Nangon Yu lunged forward, wielding the scarlet flame saint wheel, incinerating Zhuo Qian into a pile of ash. "We offer you one final chance. Submit, or die." Qin Mingzhu slowly unfurled her palm, unleashing a torrent of icy energy that crashed down to the ground. With a hiss, the area surrounding Jixin's corpse froze solid. The Wujimen disciples found themselves ensnared by the frigid power, unable to move an inch. Fear etched across their faces as the Wujimen's grand elder, Zhang Zhongji, knelt in submission, pleading, "Spare us, sect leader Qin. I represent the Wujimen and choose to yield. Those who recognize the times are the true wise." Qin Mingzhu raised her eyebrows slightly. Getting straight to the point. "Open your internal teleportation array and allow us to breach the Qin sect." To invade the Qin sect? Zhang Zhongji trembled in fear. It dawned upon him that the Xinjiang sect had mobilized entirely to eliminate the Qin sect amidst the chaos. Had news spread so swiftly? Could it be that sect leader Qin had already subdued the other factions aligned with the Qin sect? Zhang Zhongji's realization left him astounded. Do not ask what should not be asked, lest you meet an untimely demise. Mo Yuan glared at him, his tone haughty. Zhang Zhongji instinctively lifted his gaze, only to be met with a powerful force that sent him staggering back several steps. "We heed your orders." Without hesitation, Zhang Zhongji led the Wujimen disciples into the ranks of the Xinjiang sect. "Let us go," Qin Mingzhu uttered, leading her group through the Wujimen's internal teleportation array. Entering the heart of the Qin sect. Suddenly, intense fluctuations erupted within the Qin sect, and the next moment, Qin Mingzhu and her comrades burst forth through the void. As they landed, the teleportation array behind them exploded. A throng of individuals from the Qin sect surged forward, encircling Qin Mingzhu and her group tightly. "Haha, sect leader Qin. What brings you and your entire sect to my Qin sect so suddenly?" Before Qin Mingzhu could respond, a hearty laugh echoed from afar, followed by a figure striding toward them with ease. Dressed in a resplendent golden robe, his features were sharply defined, exuding an air of scholarly elegance. Qin Shishu. Qin Mingzhu's brows furrowed slightly upon recognizing him, but then quickly relaxed, a light laugh escaping her lips. "So, it seems this internal conflict within the Qin sect was won by you, the bookish one? Your perception is keen, sect leader Qin." The middle-aged man waved his folding fan, his smile radiant. Qin Shishu, the foremost guardian of the Qin sect, rarely engaged in conflict, preferring to immerse himself in literature, seldom stepping outside. He was regarded as the least martial of all in the Qin sect. As such, apart from the leader Chitachong, no one was aware of his true strength. Yet, who could have anticipated that amidst the Qin sect's internal and external turmoil, it would be this scholarly figure who would single-handedly quell the other 3 guardians? "Hong Tianzuan should still be a guest at your sect. Why has Qin Mingzhu suddenly come to pay a visit? Have you slain Hong Tianzuan? Or is it that the demise of our Qian sect's leader was orchestrated by you? Before Qin Mengzhu could speak, Qin Jishu abruptly closed his fan, his gaze sharp as a blade. A pack of stray dogs dares to disrespect my sect leader? Without a word, Mo Yuan transformed into a flash of golden light, charging at Qin Jishu. Capture the king before the thieves. What incredible speed. Qin Jishu's gaze shifted subtly as he swiftly pointed his folding fan forward, declaring, "No one shall advance within 10 paces." Upon uttering these words, the forces of heaven and earth converged before him, unleashing a powerful sealing force. The moment Mo Yuan materialized, he was violently repelled by this energy, forcibly halted a full 10 paces before Qin Jishu. Is this the manifestation of your law? You are in the realm of myriad laws. Mo Yuan steadied himself, his eyes reflecting a mixture of shock. No, this is a divine ability he crafted by infusing power into words. I never anticipated that this bookish fellow would conceal such depths. Qin Mengzhu corrected, her gaze sharp as a hawk. Your praise is misplaced, Sect Master Qin. I, Qin Jishu, am merely a scholar. I know nothing of divine abilities or myriad laws. However, the Qian sect has shown me kindness. And today I shall not allow it to fall into your hands, unless you step over my corpse. Qin Jishu replied to Qin Mengzhu with a courteous bow, his demeanor remarkably polite. As you wish. Qin Mengzhu's fingers splayed, and the essence of profound eyes swiftly enveloped the entire area. Before the members of the Qian sect could react, an overwhelming force of divine consciousness suddenly descended upon Qin Jishu's soul sea. Divine Wanderer's Return to Ruins. Chapter 48. Flattening the Qian sect boom. Within Qin Jishu's soul sea, a tempest erupted, plunging his vision into darkness. A terrifying force assailed his soul sea, causing his divine consciousness to visibly wane. Qin Jishu clutched his head, emitting a heart-wrenching cry. Qin Mengzhu, you have actually mastered the Divine Wanderer's Return to Ruins? No wonder Hong Tianzuan has never returned. Nangong Yu and Mo Yuan, witnessing this, launched an all-out assault against the remaining members of the Qian sect. Silence. Die. Qin Mengzhu's beautiful eyes were as cold as frost as she exerted her power once more. Elder Wei, save me. Qin Jishu cried out in agony. Just as his voice faded, a figure leapt into Qin Mengzhu's line of sight, effortlessly dissolving Qin Jishu's plight with a mere flick of his hand, rendering Qin Mengzhu's Divine Wanderer's Return to Ruins ineffective in an instant. A figure of the divine realm. Qin Mengzhu's gaze sharpened, revealing an elderly man with a youthful appearance, clad in a robe of dark green and black, wielding 2 short blades, exuding an overwhelming aura. You are Qin Mengzhu's pupils contracted slightly as she recognized the familiar face, recalling, you are Wei Wu, one of the 8 kings under Yi Wushuang of the ancient Qingyan kingdom. Your eyes do not deceive you. It is no wonder even the imperial sun holds you in high regard. Surrender quietly and accompany me back to serve the imperial sun in the ancient Qingyan kingdom, and I shall ensure the safety of your divine sword sect. Wei Wu commanded, his gaze narrowing, looking down upon Qin Mengzhu. Bah! You old dog dare to utter such nonsense before my sect. Die. Qin Mengzhu's eyes turned icy, conjuring a long spear from her profound ice essence, launching it towards Wei Wu with lethal intent. Humph! Do you think your meager profound ice essence can harm me? Wei Wu scoffed, slapping downwards with a single hand. Crack! The spear formed from profound ice shattered upon impact, splitting into 2 fragments as it did so. Shatter the skies. Wei Wu clapped his hands together, unleashing a tremendous force that sought to crush Qin Mengzhu into oblivion. Space folding and space shattering. Damn it, I was careless. Qin Mengzhu thought grimly. In a moment of peril, a clone crafted by Jiang Feiyu appeared like a shadow behind Qin Mengzhu, brandishing the Tianxian mountain quaking staff and thrusting it forward. Boom. Wei Wu's attack crumbled effortlessly against the staff, as if it were made of paper. The clone did not pause, swinging the staff again directly at Wei Wu. Taken by surprise, Wei Wu was sent flying for dozens of paces before barely regaining his footing. Before he could rise, a metallic taste filled his throat, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. When did the Divine Sword sect come to possess a master of the divine realm? How could I not know? Wei Wu clutched his chest, a flicker of panic flashing in his eyes. However, as his gaze fell upon the long staff in his opponent's hand, his pupils dilated, and he shrieked, "No, that staff, it is a sacred weapon." Smack. Just as he spoke, Qin Mengzhu transformed into a streak of light, darting through Wei Wu's body. And with a swift reverse swing, she struck down hard upon his head. Perish. This was the gift bestowed by the awakening of the Baping immortal cold body, known as Flying Rosy Clouds. It allowed her to attain unmatched speed, transforming her into a fleeting beam of light that was impossible to capture. Bang. Wei Wu, locked onto by the sacred weapon, had no means of evasion. A sharp crack resonated as his skull was shattered, leaving him lifeless upon the ground. This was the might of a sacred weapon. Even though the Tianxian mountain quaking staff had endured the ravages of time within the Yuan sect and the absorption of several generations of sect leaders, it remained powerful enough to obliterate any foe beneath the divine realm with a single blow. Though Wei Wu was a master of the divine realm, he could not withstand 2 strikes. Elder Wei has actually been slain. Qin Jishu stood frozen, particularly shattered upon realizing that the staff in Qin Mengzhu's grasp was a sacred weapon. A sacred weapon. a master of the divine realm. When did the divine sword sect become so formidable? Only now do you fear? It is too late. Mo Yuan transformed his hand into a colossal claw, stepping forward to deliver a crushing blow to Chen Jishu. In the next moment, Chen Jishu exploded, reduced to a puddle of blood. Before the members of the Qian sect could react, Nangongyu suddenly transformed into a blazing sun, plunging into the heart of the Qian sect. Crimson Flame Sacred Wheel, incinerate. Boom. Centered around Nangongyu, a fiery inferno engulfed a 10-meter radius within the Qian sect. Not a single member trapped within the flames escaped unharmed. Another sacred weapon. Where did the divine sword sect acquire such a plethora of sacred weapons? All 4 guardians, including Chen Jishu, were slain without exception. The remaining members of the Qian sect, paralyzed with fear, fell to their knees, pleading for mercy. We surrender. We surrender. The surviving Lu Xing crawled before Qin Mengzhu, frantically begging for mercy. I swear upon my soul to serve the divine sword sect until death. Qin Mengzhu declared solemnly. We swear upon our souls to serve the divine sword sect until death. Should we violate this oath, we shall perish without redemption. Without hesitation, the members complied. From this day forth, the Qian sect and all surrounding forces shall belong to the divine sword sect. Qin Mengzhu proclaimed, hands clasped behind her back, her voice resonating with authority. Agreed. The crowd responded in unison. Zhang Zhongji, you will lead them in counting the assets of the Qian sect. Gather representatives from all parties to meet at the divine sword sect in 3 days. Qin Mengzhu commanded, turning to issue a directive. Understood. Zhang Zhongji replied, forehead to the ground. Having witnessed the strength of the divine sword sect and Qin Mengzhu's prowess, he harbored no thoughts of resistance. After all, who could oppose such might? Moreover, given the evident superiority of the divine sword sect, who would remember the trifles of the Qian sect? In these times, power was the ultimate authority. Return to the sect. As Qin Mengzhu saw the dust settle, she waved her hand decisively. Nangongyu and the others promptly gathered their disciples and followed Qin Mengzhu into the teleportation array, vanishing in a flash of white light. Your Imperial Highness. A message from Yi Yin. The secrets of the Dao Heart Tomb have been revealed. Please awaken the beast to slay the intruders. In the resplendent hall of the ancient Qingyan kingdom, a mystical dove suddenly flitted in, articulating human speech. Summon Jiangpu, swiftly eliminate the intruder. A voice, cold and commanding, reverberated. In response, a green talisman transformed into a streak of light and vanished into thin air. Yet, in the next moment, the previously suspended mystical dove exploded with a resounding crack, reducing it to mere fragments. Clad in a purple robe adorned with golden edges, a young man bearing a golden lotus mark on his brow, with an extraordinary demeanor, darkened his expression and muttered, damn it. That beast in the Dao Heart Tomb has audaciously severed its connection with me. Ever since that day, when I was ambushed, the Divine Sword sect has been making frequent moves. What on earth is happening? Have you uncovered the identity of the assailant from that day? This young man was none other than Yi Wushuang, the schemer behind Qin Mengzhu's predicament. As his words fell, several figures suddenly appeared before Yi Wushuang, their heads bowed. Too frightened to meet his abyss-like gaze. With a quivering voice, they reported, no, and all our spies placed within the Divine Sword sect have inexplicably perished. What? All dead? A flicker of fury ignited in Yi Wushuang's eyes. However, before he could express his wrath, a voice from outside interrupted, report. Aside from the whereabouts of Hong Tinzuan being unknown, all the experts of the Scarlet Flame sect, including those from Chita City, have died mysteriously overnight. Even Elder Wei has perished. At present, the Scarlet Flame sect has been devoured by 8 surrounding forces and has actively severed its connection with our Qingyun kingdom. With a resounding slap, Yi Wushuang crushed the head of the messenger in a fit of rage, roaring, incompetence. All of you are worthless. You failed to subdue the Divine Sword sect and lost the Scarlet Flame sect in the process. What use are you to me, a bunch of useless drunks and gluttons? Your Highness, please quell your anger. The others hastily knelt, pleading in terror. Your Highness, based on the residual clues, we deduced that at the time of the Scarlet Flame sect's incident, Hong Tianzuan was at the Divine Sword sect, which coincided with the troubles at the Dao Heart Tomb. Are you implying he betrayed me and sold out the Scarlet Flame sect? So all of this is a scheme with the Divine Sword sect? Yi Wushuang's eyes glimmered with icy light as he interrogated loudly. Yes, the person replied, head bowed. Absurd. Even if the Divine Sword sect were to mobilize entirely, they could not possibly contend with the Scarlet Flame sect, let alone uproot the entire sect along with the surrounding forces in such a short time. Hong Tianzuan is merely a piece of trash at the Fate Palace realm. He cannot alter anything. Yi Wushuang's forehead pulsed with veins as he bellowed. Your Highness, given the strangeness of the situation, why not let Yi Yin personally return to the Divine Sword sect to investigate? With his status and influence there, this trivial matter would be a breeze for him. There would be no need for you to act personally, someone suggested from below. Indeed. Immediately dispatch a message to Yi Yin, ordering him to return to the Divine Sword sect at once to clarify this matter and reclaim the Dao Heart Tomb. It is of immense significance to our Qingyun kingdom. Yi Wushuang's eyes brightened suddenly. Still insufficiently prudent. Convey my command to dispatch a small team of Qingyu archers, led by the Spear King and the Sword King, to hasten to the Divine Sword sect and rendezvous with Yi Yin in secret. We shall strike from within and capture Qin Mingzhu to present before me. Yi Wuxuang issued several more directives. Understood. The group immediately turned to comply. Stop. A stern voice suddenly emanated from deep within the hall, forcefully interrupting Yi Wuxuang's orders. Clop, clop. As the words fell, a figure clad in royal robes and adorned with a golden crown strode forth to stand before Yi Wuxuang, tall and imposing, with a striking resemblance to Yi Wuxuang. He was none other than the current emperor of the Qinyan kingdom, Yi Hichu. Father. Yi Wuxuang inclined his body slightly in respect. Revoke the orders. Only send a small contingent of Qingyu archers for intelligence gathering. Until further instructions are received, do not act recklessly, including providing support to Yi Yan. Yi Hichu commanded publicly. Father. Yi Wuxuang's expression shifted slightly, furrowing his brow in confusion. Why is that? Yi Hichu cast a calm glance at him and remarked. Is a mere divine sword sect worthy of such ire? When did your composure become so agitated? Are your injuries not yet healed? With the aid of the Holy Soul Pill and the Dao Seal, I have mostly recovered, Yi Wuxuang promptly replied. Upon hearing this, Yi Hichu's gaze turned icy as he sternly admonished. If you are not fully healed, why did you rush to emerge? Have you forgotten the mission you bear? Should you jeopardize the greater matters above, it will not only be your downfall but could spell catastrophe for the entire Qinyan kingdom. Father, please temper your anger. Yi Wuxuang raised his voice, suddenly adopting a somewhat defiant stance. It is precisely because I am aware of the mission I bear that I strive to undermine the divine sword sect. As it is an ancestral enmity with our Qinyan kingdom, if I can eradicate it, would that not be a monumental achievement in the eyes of those above? Foolish. Yi Hichu chastised. Do you have any idea how much effort our ancestors expended to sever the divine sword sect's fortune, leading to its decline to this day? Yet even so, we still do not dare to forcibly confront them. Do you know why? Yi Hichu fixed his gaze on Yi Wuxuang, questioning him. Of course. It is due to the remnants of their founding ancestors hidden within the divine sword sect. For instance, the legendary sword that nearly obliterated our Qinyan kingdom's fortune for a millennium. Yi Wuxuang blurted out. Since you are aware, why act so impulsively? Yi Hichu coldly inquired. Isn't that merely a legend? Even the Dao Heart Tomb and the Heavenly Source secret realm show no trace of this sword. Where could it possibly be hidden within the divine sword sect? Yi Wuxuang dismissed, unconvinced. A legend? Huh. Yi Hichu shook his head in disappointment. His expression grave as he continued. Do you still not grasp the crux of the matter? I am deeply disappointed in you. Please enlighten me, father. Yi Wuxuang suppressed his anger, bowing his head humbly. Use your intellect. The ability to eliminate all the experts of the Scarlet Flame sect in one fell swoop. To subdue that imperial tier beast which severed its connection with you, and to thoroughly disrupt our plans against the divine sword sect. Does Qin Mingzhu possess such power? Yi Hichu demanded with fury. Absolutely impossible. Yi Wuxuang declared sharply. If the divine sword sect possessed such hidden strength, it would not have fallen to this state. Could it be, are you suggesting that Qin Mingzhu has acquired the divine sword, thus able to turn the tide and reverse the situation? Yi Wuxuang suddenly grasped the profound implication in his father's words, aghast. It may not necessarily be her who obtained it, but it is certain that the divine sword has re-emerged in the world. Yi Hichu spoke slowly. Father, how can you be so certain? Yi Wuxuang remained perplexed, troubled by the implications. Do you know where the power of the sword talisman released by the one who ambushed you originated? Could it be? Indeed. Your master has determined that the power of that sword talisman emanates from the sword of heaven's severance. Yi Hichu nodded. Do you still believe that is merely a legend? Gasped. Upon uncovering the truth, Yi Wuxuang could not help but inhale sharply. He never dreamed that the force which had severely injured his spirit on that day originated from the fabled sword of heaven's severance. No wonder it was so terrifying. The enigmatic figure, undoubtedly the one who had severely wounded me that day, astonishingly possesses the ability to wield the divine sword. Yi Wuxuang suddenly clenched her fist in excitement. You need not concern yourself with this matter. Let Yu Tian handle it alone. Yi Hichu remarked with a hint of amusement. It is indeed an opportunity for us to evaluate who this person truly is and whether he has genuinely mastered the divine sword. Father's wisdom is unparalleled. Yi Wuxuang responded with deep admiration. Indeed, it is my father who is resourceful and meticulous, ensuring that nothing goes amiss. What you must do now is swiftly absorb the effects of the sacred soul pill to fully recover from your injuries, in preparation for the forthcoming celestial source secret realm. Yi Hichu's tone gradually softened as he advised. Isn't there still half a month left? Yi Wuxuang replied, unperturbed. Your master has indicated that it will commence earlier, for that treasured artifact is on the verge of being unveiled. If you wish to inherit the heavenly mandate, you must acquire it and fulfill the task bestowed upon you by the Empress. Yi Hichu interrupted. Now I understand. Yi Wuxuang exclaimed, enlightened. Set off promptly for the Dark Moon realm, and pay no heed to the auction held by the Immortal Moon Pavilion. Yi Hichu reminded her. Why is that? Wasn't father keenly interested in that mysterious golden orb? Yi Wuxuang queried, puzzled. Your master has already deduced through the Celestial Mechanism Pavilion that the item is a trap set by the Een Moon dynasty to deal with the Sin Punishment clan. It will undoubtedly involve numerous powerful factions from across the star realms. There is no need for us to wade into this murky water. We shall wait until they weaken each other and then reap the benefits. Yi Hichu replied nonchalantly. Understood. I take my leave. Yi Wushuang said, turning away. Within the Divine Sword sect, due to the re-establishment of the Dao Heart Tomb, the scale of the Dao Heart Hall had to be expanded several dozen times. Simultaneously, the spiritual energy within the Divine Sword sect had intensified tenfold compared to before, reaching the utmost limit that this realm could sustain. Had it not been for Jiang Feiyu's prior arrangements of a grand formation, it could have spiraled out of control, causing a spiritual energy storm that would obliterate everything in the vicinity. Fortunately, the artifact forging pavilion had completed the tasks assigned by Jiang Feiyu ahead of time, crafting the necessary items for him. He had set up the primordial concealment array in advance. This formation not only concealed all traces of the Divine Sword sect, but also possessed formidable defensive capabilities, sufficient to safeguard the entire sect. Arrange these items according to the schematic. Jiang Feiyu commanded from the center of the Divine Sword sect, giving continuous instructions to those beside him, one by one. The talisman plates were steadily placed in designated spots, with a multitude of talismans flashing and interlinking. After a brief moment, a talisman array that encompassed nearly the entire Divine Sword sect slowly took shape, containing numerous smaller talisman arrays, all crafted by Yin Liang under Jiang Feiyu's guidance. Despite nearly collapsing from exhaustion several times, Yin Liang persevered through sheer determination. This endeavor bore fruit not only due to the elixirs provided by Zhou Chong but also because Yin Liang acquired a wealth of knowledge, significantly advancing his skills in talisman crafting. Goodness, is this still the Divine Sword sect I know? When Qin Mingzhu returned with the others, they stood in stunned silence, gazing at the transformed sect. Chapter 50. Perhaps it is better to benefit our own. Back already? Jiang Feiyu's gaze swept across the crowd, finally resting upon Qin Mingzhu as he inquired. Indeed, the proceedings have unfolded far more smoothly than anticipated. The Qian sect and the surrounding forces have all willingly submitted to our authority. Qin Mingzhu nodded, a glimmer of excitement illuminating her exquisite features. Well done, Jiang Feiyu remarked, casting a look of approval towards her. Before they could exchange pleasantries, a colossal figure suddenly leaped into the arena with a swift motion. The overwhelming aura inadvertently unleashed sent several individuals tumbling to the ground. It was none other than Jiang Pu. Impudent wretch, how dare you cultivate such arrogance? Both Mo Yuan and Nangong Yu erupted simultaneously, charging towards one another. What utter trash! Get out of my way. Jiang Pu's gaze turned icy as he waved his hand. Bang! Nangong Yu, wielding the sacred wheel of crimson flame, could not withstand Jiang Pu's overwhelming presence and was forcefully pushed back several meters upon their first encounter. Mo Yuan found himself pressed to the ground, acutely aware of the suppression emanating from his bloodline. His pupils dilated in a frenzy, and his lips quivered uncontrollably as he murmured, Heavenly tier demon beast, golden winged Dapeng body? You are quite impressive. Jiang Pu cast a sidelong glance at Mo Yuan. His disdain slightly diminished. However, in the next moment, he extended a finger and flicked Mo Yuan away, declaring with an air of arrogance. But I am of the Emperor rank. Emperor rank. Upon hearing this, Nangong Yu and the others were struck as if by lightning, left utterly stunned. Goodness, an Emperor rank beast actually exists in the Qingyan realm? And it has appeared within the Sacred Sword sect. What does this mean? Could it be an illusion? I must have dazzled them. Observing the astonished expressions of the crowd, Jiang Pu's lips curled into a smug smile. He then stepped forward to Qin Mingzhu, kneeling on one knee before her, and respectfully proclaimed, I am Jiang Pu, the humble servant of the esteemed matriarch. The unexpected title left Qin Mingzhu startled, further perplexed by the beast address. I am merely a new recruit under the master, hence I must address you as matriarch. From now on, we are family. So please feel free to command me as you wish. Without hesitation, Jiang Pu displayed a complete lack of the dignity and majesty befitting an Emperor rank beast. You accepted this Emperor rank beast as your subordinate? Qin Mingzhu instinctively turned to Jiang Feiyu, her eyes wide with disbelief. Her beautiful gaze was filled with shock and incredulity. After all, this was an Emperor rank beast, a remarkable existence that had never been seen within the Qingyun realm, capable of altering the very landscape of the realm itself. Yet now, this Emperor rank beast boldly claimed to be Jiang Feiyu's new subordinate. No, he practically begged me to accept him. I intended to refuse. Jiang Feiyu shook his head, revealing the truth with an expression of calm indifference. He then pointed at Jiang Pu and earnestly addressed the crowd, stating that accepting a mere imperial tier monster beast as a subordinate was, in fact, an affront to his dignity. The members of the Divine Sword sect nodded in agreement, one exclaiming, You are absolutely right. To serve as your underling is truly a blessing from the ancestors, a grand fortune indeed. Rest assured, I shall dedicate myself to rigorous training to strive for an early ascension to the holy tier, or rather, the divine tier. I aspire to become a demon deity. Jiang Pu, in complete accord, nodded vigorously before raising his hands to the heavens and letting out a resounding roar. Bang! Jiang Feiyu delivered a kick to Jiang Pu's head, a gesture that sufficed. One must know when to temper their boastfulness. With your abilities, aspiring to be a demon god? Dream on, if that. The lesson imparted by the master has been understood. I acknowledge my faults. Jiang Pu responded repeatedly. The members of the Divine Sword sect were astounded. The sect leader had indeed captured an imperial tier demon beast. Not only that, But the demeanor of the imperial tier beast was akin to that of a devoted worshipper towards the sect leader. This was utterly unfathomable. What means did the sect leader employ to command such submission from a majestic imperial tier beast? Wait, is the crux not that it addressed the sect leader as great matriarch? The expressions of the crowd instantly became subtle, their gazes curiously directed towards Qin Mingzhu and Jiang Feiyu. Thus, does this imply that the sect leader and the sect master are? Nagong, you mustered the courage to inquire. Bang. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Jiang Pu sent him flying hundreds of meters away with a single punch, transforming him into a streak of white light that vanished. Is this a question you all are even entitled to ask? Jiang Pu cast a fleeting glance at Mo Yuan and the others, his tone suddenly turning sharp. Upon witnessing this, the crowd promptly silenced themselves, refraining from uttering another word. Why is it the Grand Matriarch? Do you have many matriarchs? Qin Mingzhu inquired, lowering her head and batting her large, watery eyes at Jiang Pu with a playful smile. The bystanders immediately straightened their posture, ears perked in eager anticipation to absorb every morsel of this juicy gossip, determined to miss not a single syllable. I am uncertain of the quantity, but aside from yourself, there is indeed one other who claims the title of matriarch. Jiang Pu responded with utmost seriousness. Crack. No sooner had the words escaped his lips than Luo Qingyin appeared like a flash behind Jiang Pu, delivering a sharp slap to the back of his head. Her expression fierce as she chastised, "What nonsense are you spouting?" Subsequently, amidst the peculiar expressions of the onlookers, Luo Qingyin knelt before Qin Mingzhu, declaring, "Your subordinate, Luo Qingyin, pays respects to the sect master." What transpired, exactly? Qin Mingzhu inquired, giving Luo Qingyin a curious wink. Earlier, we discovered him within the heart of the Dao tomb. Luo Qingyin hastily recounted the events to Qin Mingzhu. It turned out that the heart of the Dao tomb had been concealed beneath the hall of the heart of the Dao. And that wretched Yu Yin had deceived our sect terribly. Upon learning the truth, Qin Mingzhu's countenance turned frosty, her eyes gleaming with murderous intent. Rest assured, Grand Matriarch. The next time I encounter Yu Yin, I shall personally sever his head to assuage your grievances. Jiang Pu promptly expressed his loyalty, declaring it was merely a jest. Why do you insist on referring to her as the Grand Matriarch? There is only one matriarch, do you understand? Luo Qingyin glared at Jiang Pu, gritting her teeth in response. Very well, second matriarch. Jiang Pu retorted playfully. I shall slay you. Luo Qingyin, infuriated, drew her sword and unleashed a series of ferocious strikes at Jiang Pu. The clang of metal echoed as brilliant sparks erupted from Jiang Pu's form. Yet they failed to inflict even the slightest harm upon him. The physical resilience of an imperial tier demon beast rivals that of a sacred artifact at this moment. Even with all her might, Luo Qingyin found it nearly impossible to wound Jiang Pu in the slightest. Enough. The parties involved have said nothing. So there is no need for your incessant explanations. Qin Mingzhu glanced at Jiang Feiyu before seizing Luo Qingyin's delicate hand, smiling as she spoke. Sectmaster, I. Luo Qingyin's face flushed crimson, and just as she was about to clarify, Qin Mingzhu pulled her close, whispering softly. How could someone as exceptional as him possibly possess only one woman throughout his life? Rather than that, it would be better to benefit our own. With the two of us here, even if there are more in the future, they shall only be considered secondary. Luo Qingyin instinctively nodded. Only to abruptly realize she had fallen into a trap, she quickly shook her head in denial, saying, Sectmaster, it truly is not like that. I have no such intentions, but I do. Qin Mingzhu replied with a beaming smile. Jiang Feiyu, my goodness, the implications here are immense. The members of the Divine Sword sect remarked. Since everyone is gathered, let us proceed to the Dao Heart Tomb. Jiang Feiyu appeared to be oblivious to the conversation, with an expression of serene indifference as he deftly shifted the topic. The Path Heart Tomb is the foremost among the 3 sacred sites of our Divine Sword sect, and our sect is quite eager to behold its true visage. Qin Mingzhu nodded in agreement. My esteemed matriarch, allow me to guide you. The Path Heart Tomb is my domain, and I am exceedingly familiar with it. Jiang Pu promptly stepped forward, eagerly offering his assistance. Well, who could forget that you were once a traitor? Luo Qingyin remarked with a chilling smile. Do not forget, you remain a bearer of sins. Upon hearing this, Jiang Pu felt a shiver run down his spine, a wave of trepidation washing over him. My mother was right. One must never provoke a woman lightly, especially one who possesses extraordinary beauty and unparalleled talent. She is akin to a ferocious beast from ancient times. It is imperative not to incite her wrath. Finally, they arrived. Jiang Feiyu's calm voice resonated. Is this the heart of Dao Tomb? Qin Mingzhu gazed at the seemingly unremarkable thicket of chaotic stones before her, and the anticipation she once held swiftly diminished by a significant degree. This is rather overly ordinary, isn't it? Shall we venture inside to explore? Jiang Feiyu observed the subtle shifts in Qin Mingzhu's expression and proactively proposed. All right. Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Mingzhu leaped directly into the thicket of stones. Chapter 51, Master Buzz. The heart of Tao's tomb was instantly illuminated, radiating brilliance that soared into the sky. Accompanied by violent tremors, waves of terrifying momentum seeped forth, causing those outside the tomb to shudder involuntarily, a flicker of fear igniting within them. The 6th level, the 7th level, the 8th level. Only Luo Qingyin and Jiang Pu, one human and one demon, stared intently at the stone forest, their mouths incessantly murmuring. Incredible! To conquer 8 levels in one go. Truly befitting the great matriarch, how formidable. Jiang Pu's face was alight with astonishment. This was not mere flattery, but a heartfelt and genuine commendation. To breach 8 levels upon entering the heart of Tao, aside from his own master, who had achieved a one-time complete passage. Qin Mengzhu was undoubtedly the most accomplished individual Jiang Pu had ever witnessed in this realm. With a flash of white light, Qin Mengzhu was transported out of the heart of Tao. Why not continue? Before anyone could react, Jiang Feiyu was the first to inquire. Because I do not favor the trials of the next level. Qin Mengzhu replied calmly, though her gaze towards Jiang Feiyu took on a peculiar nuance. As if hinting at something. What? It turns out that the great matriarch did not merely stop at the 8th level, but rather, she has already surpassed it and chose to forfeit. Jiang Pu was left utterly dumbfounded. It was astonishing that anyone would opt to forfeit voluntarily. No wonder the sect leader emerged unscathed. It was because she had chosen to withdraw. Luo Qingyin suddenly enlightened, realizing this truth. This explained the stark contrast between Qin Mengzhu's emergence and her own experience on that day. She had not only avoided any injuries, but her state of mind was as tranquil as a still lake. Unperturbed and reflective. I never anticipated the sect leader's talent to be so extraordinary. I cannot hope to compare unless I fully unleash the potential of the Holy Spirit sword body, transforming myself to compete on equal footing. Luo Qingyin found herself silently measuring up to Qin Mengzhu. There was no need to ponder excessively. Mengzhu had long awakened her unique spiritual body in advance. Suddenly, Jiang Feiyu's voice resonated in Luo Qingyin's mind. It was a transmission directly into her ears. It turned out that the sect leader also possessed a spiritual body and had awakened ahead of time. No wonder. Luo Qingyin instinctively found some balance within herself. Yet, she abruptly pondered why the young master would share such thoughts with her. Was he genuinely concerned for her? Overthinking could easily disturb her state of mind. Her Dao heart was already somewhat fragile. This must have been intentionally orchestrated by Yi Qian during that day he imparted the swordsmanship to her. With the ulterior motive that if she were ever to confront him, he could shatter her Dao heart and utterly defeat her. Jiang Feiyu once again whispered into her ear. Indeed, the young master is concerned for me. A surge of warmth flooded Luo Qingyin's heart, completely overshadowing the essence of Jiang Feiyu's words, especially as she pondered. The earlier remarks of Qin Mengzhu suddenly surged in her mind, causing her delicate face to flush with embarrassment. Is the Dao heart tomb truly formidable? It appears that the sect master's demeanor suggests otherwise. Perhaps I should give it a try. Mo Yuan exchanged glances with Na Gongyu, both brimming with eager anticipation. Indeed, it is quite powerful. My dear brother should not hesitate to test it. Na Gongyu regarded the Dao heart tomb with a serious expression and nodded gravely, as if he discerned something significant. Why not use it to continue our competition? Mo Yuan raised an eyebrow, his competitive spirit ignited. Certainly, Na Gongyu replied noncommittally. Then you shall take the lead. Mo Yuan charged ahead, transforming into a beam of golden light as he leaped into the Dao heart tomb. After 3 breaths, with a resounding thud, Mo Yuan was unceremoniously hurled out, his face covered in dust. His performance was capped at the 6th level. During his attempt to advance to the 7th, he lost control and unveiled his demonic form, leading to his expulsion by the tomb's formidable force. How embarrassing. Jiang Pu was quick to mock. This lad possesses considerable talent, yet he is woefully foolish, utterly incapable of controlling his own power. Thus, he faced the tomb's retribution, resulting in his premature elimination. What a pity. Had my brother mastered his strength flawlessly, a significant breakthrough would have been within reach. Na Gongyu helped Mo Yuan to his feet, a look of regret etched on his face, his eyes shimmering with a peculiar light. Enough of this idle chatter. Now it's your turn. Do ensure you withstand more than 3 breaths, otherwise, I shan't offer you any consolation. Mo Yuan, feeling disheartened, mistook Na Gongyu's remarks for mockery and retorted in annoyance. Brother, do you think I was jesting with you earlier? You were mistaken. Na Gongyu hurriedly clarified. Words are futile, just go in. Mo Yuan spoke coldly. Very well. Na Gongyu refrained from further debate, turning to Jiang Feiyu and bowing deeply, respectfully stating, Young master, I am entering. With that, he stepped forward, the only one among the assembly to choose to walk into the stone forest. There is something slightly amiss about this lad's aura. Jiang Feiyu gazed at the departing figure of Na Gongyu, his expression subtly shifting. Thud, thud, thud. After a brief pause, a dull sound unexpectedly emanated from the heart of Dao Tomb, reminiscent of an ancient bell, long buried beneath the weight of millennia, now suddenly awakened, rousing slumbering souls. So it is. This insufferable brat had stealthily inscribed his own soul imprint within the heart of Dao Tomb. No wonder Mingwei responded so profoundly. Even the true self had been deceived by this wretched lad. Jiang Feiyu's eyes flickered, and a smirk involuntarily graced his lips. My heavens, could this be real? A mere breath to pass 10 trials. Surely, there must be an issue with the heart of Dao Tomb. Jiang Pu gazed at the transformed Daoxing tomb, his composure utterly shattered. How could someone have broken through to the 10th level? They now stood on equal footing with him. What would this mean for his reputation as an imperial rank beast? If he faltered, it would never be an issue for them. Jiang Feiyu cast a sidelong glance at Jiang Pu and mocked, "Do you finally realize your inadequacy? You have already reached the imperial tier. Yet you remain stuck at the 10th level. You have brought shame upon your ancestors. No, this simply cannot stand. From tomorrow, or rather, from this very moment, I shall launch a relentless assault on the Daoxing tomb. I will strive for progress. I will break through. And I shall become the mightiest under the master's command." The previously defeated Jiang Pu was ignited with fervent determination as he roared. Bang! With a resounding echo. Within the Daoxing tomb, Nangongyu successfully breached the 11th layer. Good heavens! Is there no respite? If this continues, I shall find myself unable to keep pace. Even with sleepless nights, Jiang Pu, filled with urgency, exclaimed passionately, "I have witnessed many forms of humiliation, yet never one as egregious as this. You, a mere novice yet to surpass the realm of the Life Palace, flaunting your so-called talent, come forth at once." At that moment, a serene voice echoed from within. In the next instant, Nangongyu emerged, enveloped in a radiant white light, returning to the assembly of onlookers. "Master," in the astonished gazes of the crowd, Nangongyu knelt before Jiang Feiyu, fervently uttering those long-awaited words. "Master?" Everyone, including Qin Mengshu, was momentarily taken aback by this address. When did the sect leader become Nangongyu's master? Could it be that the young lord had secretly taken the apprentice under his wing? Mo Yuan, upon hearing this title, instinctively altered his gaze. This little rascal has concealed his depths quite skillfully. Jiang Feiyu delivered a swift kick to Nangongyu, playfully chiding him. Nangongyu, accepting the kick without any resistance, allowed 2 streams of warm tears to cascade down his weathered face, etched with deep lines. "I never anticipated that my unintentional act from that day would truly come to fruition." He continued, "However, let us set aside these matters for the moment, as there is an urgent task that requires your attention." Jiang Feiyu proactively assisted Nangongyu to rise, saying, "You all should come over as well." Subsequently, Jiang Feiyu called out to the crowd, "What instructions does the master have? I can handle it all on my own." Jiang Pu hastened to Jiang Feiyu's side, eager to seize the opportunity to showcase his abilities. "Open the passage within the heart of the Tao." Jiang Feiyu nodded and commanded, "Open the passage." Upon hearing this, Jiang Pu's expression shifted instantly, and he hesitated, saying, "Although I can forcibly open it, without the key, I cannot sustain it, and I might even endanger myself." "Is this the key you speak of?" Jiang Feiyu revealed a small sword talisman that suddenly appeared in the palm of his hand. Chapter 52, The 9 Realms Tower. Good heavens! Is this the object? How could this key be in the master's possession? Have you perhaps dealt with that wretched Night Yin? Upon seeing the sword talisman in Jiang Feiyu's hand, Jiang Pu was struck dumb, as if thunder had suddenly cleaved through a clear sky. What purpose does this serve? This key was discovered within the storage ring of Emoshi. Jiang Feiyu spoke with an air of calmness. Emoshi? How did the key end up in his possession? Normally, the Tianyuan secret realm is about to commence. And that dog, Yi Qian, would never willingly relinquish such an object to another, unless he harbors ulterior motives. Upon hearing this, Jiang Pu's expression changed dramatically. "Indeed, I had previously tampered with that object, but I have since forcefully erased my alterations," Jiang Feiyu stated with a composed demeanor. Subsequently, in front of the gathered crowd, he cast the Dao Heart sword talisman towards the Dao Heart tomb. "Open the passage." Yes. Upon witnessing this, Jiang Pu wasted no time in unleashing his demonic form, his stature soaring to an astonishing height of 30 feet. An overwhelming aura cascaded from his being like a torrential waterfall, manifesting as nearly tangible currents of energy that coiled around him. Mo Yuan could hardly bear to meet Jiang Pu's gaze, summoning every ounce of strength within him to merely remain standing in place. "Unleash." Jiang Pu raised his hands and, with a mighty shout, forcefully melded the chaotic pile of stones outside the heart of Dao tomb into a perfectly straight stone pathway. Whoosh! The Dao Heart sword talisman seamlessly fell into place within it, accompanied by a resounding boom. A swirling vortex of space gradually emerged at the far end of the stone path. Jiang Pu's hands shot out like lightning, a terrifying force plunging into the fray as he forcefully twisted. Crack! The very fabric of space was shattered in response, the swirling vortex within spiraling wildly, unleashing an unparalleled and fearsome power. Even with Jiang Pu's immense strength, he found himself unable to resist, instead being irresistibly drawn into that overwhelming force. I cursed. The power within this passage had intensified. Night Yin must have sensed something amiss and taken action in advance. Jiang Pu's expression changed dramatically as he desperately resisted. At a critical moment, Jiang Feiyu moved his hands to form a seal, his tongue unleashing a word like spring thunder. Boom! The Heart Sword Talisman, embedded within the stone path, erupted with a gentle force, instantly stabilizing the distorted space. The stone road below seamlessly merged with it, solidifying into a complete spatial passage. The pressure weighing upon Jiang Pu vanished in an instant, causing him to collapse to the ground, his once formidable physique rendered incapable of sustaining itself. Returning to its original state, Zhou Chong, Jiang Feiyu softly called out, "Here." In an instant, a figure darted from the Dao Heart Palace and approached Jiang Feiyu. "This is the heavenly demon pill I have newly concocted. Give it a try." Without further ado, he produced a jade vial and placed it into Jiang Pu's hands. The heavenly demon pill? Jiang Pu's eyes sparkled with excitement as he eagerly accepted the jade vial, swiftly retrieving a green elixir and consuming it. The depleted demonic energy within him rapidly rejuvenated, dispelling any signs of fatigue and restoring him to full vitality. The flavor of this elixir was delightful, far superior to what that wretched Yution had provided him before. In the future, I shall stand by you in times of need. Jiang Pu nodded in satisfaction towards Zhou Chong, praising, "This is all due to the Master's wise guidance, who instructed me to concoct a batch in advance for your urgent needs." Zhou Chong replied with a cheerful smile, "Thank you for your generous gift." Jiang Pu immediately beamed with joy, expressing his admiration for Jiang Feiyu. "Indeed, I have followed the right leader. The future is boundlessly bright. Let us go inside and take a look." Jiang Feiyu greeted the crowd and was the first to step into the spatial passage. With the Dao Heart Sword talisman in place, the power of the Dao Heart Tomb could continuously connect to this realm, ensuring the stability of the spatial passage. Unless 3 or more formidable beings of the divine transformation realm exerted their full strength, it would be utterly impossible to breach it. The others followed Jiang Feiyu into the spatial passage, and an overwhelming sense of dizziness suddenly engulfed them, causing them all to stagger. This disorientation stemmed from the gravitational laws inherent in the space, which differed from that of the outside world. They were advised to adapt accordingly. The voice of Jiang Feiyu gradually resonated. Upon hearing it, the crowd began to sit cross-legged, adjusting their breaths in an attempt to harmonize with the surrounding environment, slowly reaching a state of adaptation. After a brief moment, as everyone fully acclimated, a beam of white light gradually emerged from the front. Upon approaching, they were astonished to behold a towering celestial pagoda, the Nine Realms Tower. Jiang Feiyu recognized its origin at a glance, and a glimmer of brilliance ignited in his eyes. He mused inwardly, "I wonder how much of what was left behind back then still remains. The master is truly sagacious." Jiang Pu spontaneously began to flatter. To his astonishment, the master was even aware of the Nine Realms Tower. However, he was uncertain to what extent the master comprehended the heavenly source secret realm. "What is the Nine Realms Tower?" Qin Mengzhu inquired. "It is a divine artifact that once ruled the Nine Realms. This place was constructed by harnessing its residual powers. It comprises 9 levels, each interconnected. Within, each level can be regarded as an independent microcosm, imbued with distinct powers, quite akin to the Dao Heart Tomb you previously experienced. Yet with notable differences. The Dao Heart Tomb primarily tempers will and refines the Dao Heart. Conversely, the Nine Realms Tower is a venue for tangible power confrontations. With a guardian stationed at each level, only by defeating them can one ascend to the next level." Jiang Feiyu elucidated to the group. "Thus, could this not be an extraordinary place for cultivation?" Qin Mingzhu's eyes sparkled with excitement upon hearing this. "Indeed." Jiang Feiyu nodded, then turned his gaze toward Jiang Pu. "The esteemed matriarch is astute. I am the guardian of the 8th level, while my subordinates occupy the levels below, where you may frolic at your leisure," Jiang Pu assured, patting his chest. "Are imperial tier beasts confined to the 6th level?" Qin Mengzhu raised an eyebrow, her expression shifting slightly. "Then does that imply the guardian of the 9th level is nearly at the level of the 4 emperors? Perhaps even stronger," Jiang Pu replied fervently. "It is said that the guardian of the 9th level is a fragment of the creator's will left behind. Should one conquer it, they would gain complete mastery over this tower. Such formidable power. The location must be extraordinary, indeed," Qin Mengzhu gasped, then inquired further. Reporting to the esteemed matriarch, "The Nine Realms Tower we currently inhabit is situated within the Heavenly Source Secret Realm." Jiang Pu replied candidly. "What? This is the Heavenly Source Secret Realm?" Qin Mengzhu and the others were taken aback, their expressions reflecting shock. "But isn't the Heavenly Source Secret Realm not set to officially open for another 10 days? "You are correct, esteemed matriarch. The actual Heavenly Source Secret Realm has yet to commence. However, because the Dao Heart Tomb is interconnected with it, the Master has quietly opened a backdoor for us to enter, with the intention of allowing us to maximize our strength through this tower before the official opening of the Heavenly Source Secret Realm." Jiang Pu unveiled Jiang Feiyu's thoughtful intentions. "Oh, I see." Qin Mengzhu and the others suddenly understood. "Enough of that trivial talk," Jiang Feiyu interjected, casting a glance at Jiang Pu. "From this day forth, you shall cultivate diligently within this tower. I will activate the defensive mechanisms within to ensure your peace of mind. Master, can you really mobilize the Nine Realms Tower?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Pu's eyes flickered with a hint of astonishment as he mustered his courage to inquire, "How could it be otherwise? No one in this world understands it better than I do," Jiang Feiyu remarked casually. Upon hearing this, Jiang Pu's face was etched with skepticism. While it is understood that boasting should be tempered with restraint, he seemed to have soared to great heights, boldly proclaiming achievements that only the very creators could rightfully claim. It is essential to recognize that the founder of the Nine Realms Tower was a remarkable figure from the era of the Nine Emperors. There are even whispers suggesting an extraordinary connection between him and the fated individual of that generation, with a strong possibility that he might indeed be that destined person. Could it be that they were once part of the sect? Qin Mengzhu leaned closer to Jiang Feiyu and inquired softly. Indeed, the Nine Realms Tower was regarded as the most formidable sanctum for cultivation in the entire Qinyan realm, serving as the hallmark of our Divine Sword sect. Elements such as the Dao Heart Tomb, the Heavenly Thunder Pool, and the Extreme Sword Prison were once integral parts of it. However, the Nine Realms Tower was subsequently stolen and merged into the ancient site of our sect, the Starry Sky, within this celestial source secret realm. Jiang Feiyu nodded, elucidating further. If this is indeed the case, it is beyond imagination to comprehend the zenith of our divine sword sect during its prime. Qin Mengzhu felt an overwhelming sense of astonishment. It is nothing extraordinary, merely dominating Qin Yun and reigning supreme across the Nine Realms. Jiang Feiyu spoke with a serene expression. Jiang Pu, who had been eavesdropping nearby, nearly dropped his jaw in astonishment. What on earth? All of this was once part of the divine sword sect. I am somewhat aware of it. But why does my master know everything, even more than I do? No, even more than my former master. Could it be that he is? Chapter 53. Fulfillment. Young master, we wish to test the might of this tower. At that moment, Mo Yuan and others approached Jiang Feiyu to seek his guidance. Today, you shall first experience the gravitational layer. Once you acclimate, you may proceed to the true challenge. Jiang Feiyu's gaze swept over the crowd. And then he slowly unfurled his fingers. A magical seal materialized between his hands, swiftly merging into the surroundings. In the next moment, the bodies of the onlookers began to float uncontrollably. Those with lesser cultivation fell to the ground with painful cries. When danger approaches, it does not issue a prior warning. Before anyone could voice their concerns, Jiang Feiyu coldly declared, "This space will temporarily be set at 50% gravity under your jurisdiction. Only when the number of those who break through exceeds half will it be elevated to 100%. He cast a sidelong glance at Jiang Pu and instructed him. "Yes, master, rest assured, I shall rigorously train them." Jiang Pu vowed, thumping his chest. "You too." Jiang Feiyu corrected him with an expressionless face. "Understood, master. Rest assured. I shall work 100 times harder than they do. No, 1,000 times. Jiang Pu immediately straightened his back, offering various assurances. "Master." Negong stealthily approached Jiang Feiyu, her demeanor somewhat furtive. "Once you reach the 8th level, she will be able to sense you, but you must rely on your own abilities to ascend." Jiang Feiyu replied calmly, secretly inscribing a mark on Nangong Yu's arm, commanding, in times of necessity. "You shall wield absolute authority here." "Yes." A flicker of fervor ignited in Nangong Yu's eyes. "I have something to discuss with you." Qin Mengzhu suddenly pulled Luo Qingyin to Jiang Feiyu, her expression tinged with urgency. In contrast, Luo Qingyin's cheeks were slightly flushed, her demeanor somewhat shy and reserved. A stark contrast to her usual self. "Let us step outside." Jiang Feiyu promptly led the two women away from the Nine Realms Tower. Observing their behavior, Jiang Pu mused. Could it be that they are about to engage in a vigorous primal exercise? TSK, a king and two queens, how enviable. He chuckled lewdly at the retreating figures of the trio. Within the Xianbing Palace, Jiang Feiyu regarded Luo Qingyin, who hung her head, her hands nearly twisting the hem of her long dress in distress. He shot an irritated glance at Qin Mengzhu, exclaiming, "What nonsense are you spouting? Cultivating together cannot possibly be the best method to awaken one's spirit body. Moreover, I have already imparted the methods and insights for unlocking the Holy Spirit sword body to Qingyin. With diligent practice, it is merely a matter of time before she fully awakens her spirit body. How can dual cultivation not be the best? Wasn't it you who facilitated my swift advancement back then, achieving a win-win situation?" Qin Mengzhu cast a flirtatious glance at Jiang Feiyu, exuding charm. "Nonsense. The circumstances were exceptional at that time. Qingyin, you may withdraw and focus on your cultivation. Do not dwell on this matter any further." Jiang Feiyu shot a vexed glance at Qin Mengzhu and admonished, "Ah, my lord, please do not be angry. I voluntarily sought guidance from the sect leader. The point is, I willingly wish to serve you." Upon noticing Jiang Feiyu's ire, Luo Qingyin hastily raised her head to explain. "Taking advantage and still putting on airs? Are you incapable?" Qin Mengzhu feigned anger. "In the blink of an eye, we become sisters." Jiang Feiyu looked at Qin Mengzhu in astonishment and scoffed. "If I were incapable, you wouldn't be begging me every day. You should inquire less about women's affairs. I will ask you just once, will you assist me or not?" Qin Mengzhu declared with an air of authority. Before Jiang Feiyu could utter another word, Qin Mengzhu forcefully covered his mouth, and in an instant, a pill was directly absorbed into his body. The next moment, a surge of ethereal energy erupted from within Jiang Feiyu, instantly engulfing the entire Xianbing Palace. Huandan, realizing that the effects had already begun to take hold. Jiang Feiyu was utterly stunned. He never anticipated that Qin Mengzhu would dare to drug him. Have women in this era become so fierce? "Humph. Your hesitance has exhausted my patience," Qin Mengzhu remarked indignantly. "How can the effects be so potent?" Jiang Feiyu felt a growing discomfort as his body became unbearably hot and his throat parched. This was no ordinary Huandan. It was an enhanced version deliberately increased in potency. "Now you understand its severity? Ever since I was schemed against last time, I privately commissioned Elder Zhou to concoct something 1,000 times more powerful than that pill. Initially, I intended to use it to take revenge on Yi Wushuang, but it seems fitting to experiment with you first. Why involve me in your revenge against Yi Wushuang?" Jiang Feiyu was infuriated, ready to unleash a torrent of curses. Yet, Qin Mengzhu had already waved her hand, sealing off the entire Xianbing palace and extinguishing all sources of light, plunging the area into complete darkness. She then slowly approached Luo Qingyin, playfully pulling the sash from her waist and laughing. If you have any second thoughts, now is the time to reconsider. Especially if you're unprepared. Sect leader, won't this anger the young master? My spiritual body can awaken through my own slow cultivation. But I do not wish to incur his displeasure. Luo Qingyin hesitated. What nonsense are you spouting? He may appear serious on the surface, but he is quite the rogue. Particularly fond of taking advantage of vulnerable situations like yours. Qin Mengzhu countered directly. Then, with a swift motion, she lifted her garments and drew closer to the now uncontrollable Jiang Feiyu, whispering to Luo Qingyin, allow me to demonstrate for you. With a roar, Jiang Feiyu, unable to suppress his primal instincts any longer, lunged at Qin Mengzhu, initiating a tempestuous onslaught. Luo Qingyin, untouched by such experiences, was overwhelmed by the tumultuous waves of sound. Her face flushed with shame as she covered her ears. But in the next moment, a large hand suddenly grasped her delicate form from the darkness, pulling her into an embrace. She barely had time to scream before she was completely ensnared in that boundless springtime. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until both were utterly spent. What a futile endeavor! In the darkness, Jiang Feiyu's eyes sparkled like distant stars, preparing to depart. Leaving already? Qin Mengzhu suddenly opened her eyes and softly said, in truth, with your extraordinary physique, you could entirely nullify the effects of the pill, correct? Thank you for facilitating our encounter. Qin Mengzhu gently wrapped her arms around Jiang Feiyu from behind. Jiang Feiyu did not refute her. Instead, he calmly inquired, why must one act in such a manner? Qin Mengzhu gently raised her delicate hand, her fingers gliding gracefully across Jiang Feiyu's strikingly handsome visage in the darkness as she softly replied, in the end, you shall depart. The 9 realms beneath the 4 directions are but a mere trifle for you. Only the exalted existence of the myriad realms can serve as your true stage. We are merely transient passers-by. Should there come a day when you leave without a trace, Qingyin will undoubtedly carry the regret for a lifetime. Rather than that, it is better to grant her a fleeting moment of brilliance, allowing her to preserve a fragment of hope. Transient passers-by? What fanciful thoughts you entertain? Jiang Feiyu chuckled softly. Shoo. Qin Mengzhu placed a gentle hand over Jiang Feiyu's mouth, resting her head upon his shoulder as she tenderly murmured, a man's words are often deceiving. Thus, do not make promises lightly, for I may take them to heart. With a gentle smile, Jiang Feiyu reached out to caress Qin Mengzhu's flowing hair and softly reassured her. Do not worry. Once I obtain that golden orb, I shall return. Wherever I go in the future, I will take you all with me. Therefore, during this time, you must diligently cultivate, for upon my return, I shall personally inspect your progress. Jiang Feiyu declared earnestly. All right. Qin Mengzhu replied obediently. Yet her body suddenly began to slip downward. Under Jiang Feiyu's slightly astonished gaze, she unlocked yet another new pose. Several hours later, Qin Mengzhu, covering her somewhat swollen face, indignantly exclaimed, how can you be even more formidable than before? Can't you occasionally show some weakness? Is it a fault to possess extraordinary talent? Jiang Feiyu responded helplessly. When I achieve the integration of spirit and flesh and ascend to the realm of divine powers, and when my Bapin Xianhan body reaches its full potential, you shall see. Qin Mengzhu retorted, brimming with defiance. Time to go. Jiang Feiyu affectionately ruffled Qin Mengzhu's hair, secretly channeling a surge of energy to alleviate her discomfort. Only after she had fallen into a deep slumber did he turn to depart. Chapter 54. The Ambush of the Starry Pavilion Master. Young Master. As Jiang Feiyu exited the Xianying Palace, a group led by Nangong Yu had long been awaiting his arrival outside. Why are you out here instead of cultivating? Jiang Feiyu inquired with a hint of indifference. No, I merely wish to bid farewell to my master. Nangong Yu replied, scratching his head with a simple-hearted demeanor. Observing this remarkably familiar gesture, a faint smile graced Jiang Feiyu's lips as he remarked, during my absence, you shall guard the Divine Sword sect. Rest assured, master. Nangong Yu bowed respectfully, then his gaze turned resolute as he declared, those who dare to offend our sect shall face no mercy. Chief, the cloud ship is ready. At that moment, several disciples approached, pushing forth a large vessel, entirely cloaked in darkness, before Jiang Feiyu. This is the cloud ship, capable of traversing the starry realms, enabling Jiang Feiyu to reach the Dark Moon realm with utmost speed. Upon my return, I expect to witness the progress of each and every one of you. Otherwise, the sect's regulations shall be enforced. Jiang Feiyu cast a cold glance over the crowd, uttering a chilling remark before turning and leaping onto the cloud ship. We respectfully bid farewell to the sect leader. The crowd exclaimed in unison, kneeling in reverence. Whoosh. Jiang Feiyu activated the formation aboard the cloud ship, instantly transforming into a beam of white light that shot skyward, vanishing into the clouds. We must cultivate with unwavering determination. We cannot become a burden to our master. We must strive to be his right and left arms. Mo Yuan exclaimed, raising his hands in fervor. Are you worried that our master will soon no longer need us? Nangong Yu discerned Mo Yuan's thoughts with a single glance. Not someday, but soon. With our master's exceptional talent, I fear that this journey to the Dark Moon realm will herald a monumental transformation, and upon his return, he shall outshine us all. Jiang Pu shook his finger at the group, his demeanor serious. What are we waiting for then? Let us hasten our cultivation. We cannot afford to be the one left behind. The crowd exchanged glances and shouted in unison. Meanwhile, Qin Mengshu, who had been pretending to sleep, leaned against the Xianbing Palace and observed the scene below, a smile unconsciously gracing her lips. This is the charm of our master. He has granted the divine sword sect a rebirth and bestowed resurrection upon us all. As he left, a voice of surprise echoed from behind Qin Mengshu. Tinged with a hint of melancholy, Qin Mengshu slowly turned, gently lifting the sorrowful Luo Qingyin's spirits. Look at the gift he has left for you. A gift? Excitement flickered across Luo Qingyin's face. Do not believe it? Look. Qin Mengshu opened her palm, and a bright azure flame suddenly ignited, dancing joyfully. This was the unique fire produced by the convergence of the earthly evil demon flame and her Xianbing true qi, the Xianbing demon flame. It embodied the opposing forces of ice and fire. I do not seem to feel anything special. Luo Qingyin attempted to replicate Qin Mengshu's actions, but felt nothing different. Just as disappointment washed over her, a violent tremor erupted from the depths of her soul sea, as if something extraordinary was about to emerge. Boom. In the next instant, a beam of holy light erupted from within, enveloping Luo Qingyin entirely. She transformed, as if into a longsword, with an abundance of sword energy radiating from her, instantly covering a 10-mile radius. Then, propelled by her intent, she soared into the sky. The air above the Xianbing Palace was instantly cleaved apart, the winds roiling, and the skies darkening. The Holy Spirit sword body, minor completion? Luo Qingyin stared in disbelief at the unfolding spectacle. Was the dual cultivation method truly this powerful? Had she known, she would have come more often. Aboard the cloud ship, Jiang Feiyu stood with his hands clasped behind his back, countless landscapes whirling past him, rapidly shrinking, as the entire map of the Qingyan realm became vividly clear beneath his feet. With a plunge into the clouds, Jiang Feiyu fully departed from the Qingyan realm. Stepping into the starry expanse, countless stars ignited before him, revealing various scenes, some depicting cataclysmic battles, others showcasing prodigies emerging from obscurity. Yet ultimately, the outcome was always destruction, consumed entirely by darkness. At that moment, an invisible net suddenly unfurled from the distance, enveloping the cloud ship and drawing it inexorably. This was the power of the star domain. After countless eons, the lower 9 realms, including the Qingyan realm, had undergone numerous eras, ultimately being reshuffled into 4 star domains: the Eastern Wilderness Star Domain, the Southern Barbarian Star Domain, the Northern Underworld Star Domain, and the Western Moon Star Domain. The Qingyan realm, where Jiang Feiyu resided, and the Dark Moon realm he was heading toward, both belonged to the Eastern Wilderness Star Domain, governed by one of the 4 emperors, the Sword Emperor Yi Wushuang. Buzz, the previously gentle power of the stars suddenly transformed, erupting into a beam of light that hurtled toward Jiang Feiyu's cloud ship. Star Ray. Seeking death, Jiang Feiyu swiftly advanced, directly activating his innate Dao body to meet the assault. To his astonishment, the seemingly terrifying stellar rays struck the innate Dao body yet inflicted no harm whatsoever, merely producing wisps of faint smoke. Such a meager ability dares to launch a surprise attack on me. Prepare to perish. A glimmer of cold light flickered in Jiang Feiyu's eyes as he suddenly unleashed a powerful punch into the void. Crack. The previously empty space instantly caved in, tearing apart. Subsequently, a figure staggered out from within. Having taken only a few steps, he opened his mouth and let out a loud gasp, spewing forth a copious amount of blood. It was evident that Jiang Feiyu's earlier strike had struck a vital point, inflicting severe damage. The assailant, clad in a tight black suit, bore a shock of white hair, his face gaunt and his physique as frail as withered vines. At this moment, he clutched his chest, his expression one of sheer terror, and inquired, "How? Did you discover me?" "Humph. The star-picking technique of the Celestial Pavilion is nothing but trivial." Jiang Feiyu emitted a disdainful snort. The Starry Pavilion, an influential entity established within the cosmos, is characterized by its ability to harness the power of the stars for its own advantage. This unique trait has garnered the favor of various factions, ensuring its smooth navigation through the vast realms of the starry expanse, an organization that has existed for millennia. Its origins remain shrouded in mystery. Little did Jiang Feiyu expect that upon his departure from the Qingyan realm to venture into the cosmos, he would fall victim to a surprise attack from the Starry Pavilion. It was evident that this was no mere coincidence, but rather a calculated maneuver orchestrated by unseen hands. How is it that even my origins within the Starry Pavilion are so easily discerned? Who exactly are you? When did such a figure emerge from the Sword God sect? The Elder's face, lined with deep creases and wrinkles, was now filled with terror and unease. A flicker of regret surged within him, regretting his impulsive decision to launch a surprise assault. Now, instead of achieving his goal, he found himself gravely injured, a classic case of robbing the hen and losing the rice. Who has directed you to target the Sword God sect? Jiang Feiyu demanded coldly, seizing the elder by the throat. And no one. I merely harbor a disdain for the Sword God sect. Anyone bearing the insignia of the Sword God sect or its disciples who steps into the cosmos shall undoubtedly face the relentless pursuit of my Starry Pavilion. If you are sensible, release me at once, and perhaps I may overlook today's incident and grant you a chance at survival. The white-haired elder gasped, struggling and uttering grandiose claims. Since you refuse to speak, I shall delve into your mind myself. Jiang Feiyu cast a frigid glance at the elder. And with a surge of ethereal light gathering in his palm, he struck forcefully at the elder's forehead. He then forcibly extracted the elder's memories. The soul-searching technique revealed, as anticipated, that it was Yi Wushuang who had issued the directive to the Starry Pavilion through the ancient Qingyun kingdom. Jiang Feiyu's gaze suddenly turned icy. Previously, when he had been ambushed, he had already suspected that someone was scheming behind the scenes. However, he never anticipated that Yi Wushuang would directly invoke the name of his master, Yi Qingdi, to compel the Xingqian Pavilion to include the Divine Sword sect on their kill list. How outrageous. How could you possess the long-lost soul-searching technique? Who on earth are you? The white-haired elder let out a pained howl. Enough of this noise. Jiang Feiyu exerted a slight force with his fingers, and the swallowing heaven demon art was instantly activated. The white-haired elder had no time to resist and was immediately drained, reduced to a puddle of blood. I must hasten my pace. After erasing all traces, Jiang Feiyu swiftly returned to the cloud ship and began to accelerate. The reason Yi Wushuang had not chosen to strike directly at the Divine Sword sect was that he had more pressing matters at hand, namely, the auction in the Dark Moon realm and the imminent opening of the Tianyuan secret realm. Speaking of the Tianyuan secret realm, Jiang Feiyu had indeed obtained crucial information through the soul-searching technique. This time, the Tianyuan secret realm would open ahead of schedule. Chapter 55, The Crimson Emperor Whoosh. As Jiang Feiyu infused his power, the cloud ship surged forward at triple speed. This was already the utmost limit of what it could endure, for it was merely of the Xian level, the lowest tier among cloud ships. Jiang Feiyu sat cross-legged at the center of the cloud ship, silently estimating that at the current speed, it would take merely half a day to reach the Dark Moon realm. After a moment, Jiang Feiyu entered a meditative state, and the cloud ship maintained its utmost velocity, steadily traversing the starry expanse. However, half an hour later, the cloud ship was suddenly influenced by a mysterious force, silently deviating from its original course, drawing closer to the intersection of the CS star domain and the southern barbarian star domain. Sensing something amiss, Jiang Feiyu slowly opened his eyes, and a blazing sun abruptly filled his vision, expanding before him. Immediately thereafter, a fierce heat surged from his palm. It was the fiery mark he had obtained when awakening the Crimson Flame Sacred Wheel that day. Jiang Feiyu suddenly understood, laughing heartily at the sun before him. Old fellow. So it was your handiwork all along. As he spoke, he unleashed his spiritual power, directing it towards the sun. If anyone else had witnessed this scene, they would surely have thought Jiang Feiyu had lost his sanity. Any entity daring to approach the sun would be instantly incinerated. Yet, curiously, the moment Jiang Feiyu's spiritual force merged with the sun, he suffered no harm. Instead, pure energy continuously surged into his body from within. In the next instant, an immensely terrifying consciousness suddenly emerged. Indeed, it is you. You have truly not perished? Haha, if you, old one, have not died. How could I possibly meet my end? Jiang Feiyu chuckled lightly, then waved at the sun, saying, I shall conveniently borrow your primordial energy. You wish to claim my primordial energy? That depends on whether you possess the capability. A commanding voice suddenly resounded, laced with an unmistakable hint of provocation. In the following moment, the sun erupted in a dazzling brilliance, releasing waves of pure solar energy that surged towards Jiang Feiyu's body. A self-inflicted humiliation. Jiang Feiyu's lips curled into a smile as he simultaneously unleashed his soul, aligning his battle form and cultivation with the pure essence of solar power. Essence, energy, and spirit, united as one, refining in tandem. How outrageous. You have returned, and from the very beginning, you have been cultivating the three elements in unison? Have you even retained your humanity? A cacophony of furious expletives erupted from within the sun. Little brat, Jiang Feiyu, while mocking, fervently absorbed the solar energy emitted by his opponent. Yet, after merely half an hour, this surge of power abruptly ceased. Impotent fool. You can't endure even for half an hour? So pathetic, it's no wonder you fall into such a dire state. Jiang Feiyu suddenly opened his eyes and cursed vehemently. May the sun curse your entire family. What manner of physique is this? You not only exhibit no fear of solar energy, but can even convert it for your own use. Have you come not to reminisce, but to drain me dry? The voice thundered in rage. Drain me dry? Jiang Feiyu raised an eyebrow and scoffed. Do not forget how you ascended to the title of the Red Emperor. This power has always belonged to me. It is merely returning to its rightful owner. Who could have imagined that the will contained within this sun was one of the rulers from the bygone era of the 9 emperors, the Red Emperor himself? Nonsense. The Red Emperor, enraged and humiliated, abruptly shifted his tone. You have already attained the trifecta of unity along with a physique defying the heavens. Yet you dare to seize what is mine. You wish to usurp my domain? It seems you are courting death. Jiang Feiyu's tone suddenly turned icy. I merely called you here to reminisce, nothing more. Do not become agitated. The Red Emperor's demeanor softened immediately. Reminiscing? You clearly wish for me to assist you in your predicament while being reluctant to return what is rightfully mine. Do you take me for a fool? Jiang Feiyu's tone grew increasingly frigid. Assist me in escaping? You, a mere being of the thought realm, what folly is this? The Crimson Emperor, seething with rage, bellowed from afar. Do you not comprehend that the seal binding me was crafted by the 4 sovereigns who command the stellar domains? It is utterly unbreakable. Furthermore, They are the four chosen individuals from the upper realm, meticulously selected to orchestrate events in the lower realm and serve as formidable weapons in the struggle for destiny. Just look at your current strength. You lack even the power of the divine realm. If those ancient ones were to discover this, they would surely leap from their stone coffins to thrash you for daring to place such a burden upon yourself. What a grave misjudgment. They all believed you would return as a king, yet you are nothing but a worthless thought realm wretch, seeking to seize my Crimson Emperor's power. Depart at once, and let us pretend this encounter never occurred. The Crimson Emperor unleashed a barrage of ire upon Jiang Feiyu. Upon hearing this, Jiang Feiyu suddenly revealed a harmless smile, inquiring, "How long has it been since you last received a beating?" With that, he activated his innate Tao body and launched a powerful punch towards the sun. A trace of Taoist essence sliced through the air, causing the very space occupied by the sun to collapse in an instant, shattering into fragments. A piercing cry erupted from the Red Emperor's will, which was severely wounded by the strike. Who could have imagined that even something as formidable as the sun could not withstand Jiang Feiyu's blow? This exemplifies the extraordinary prowess of the innate Tao body. I shall fight you to the end. In a fit of rage, the Red Emperor summoned the power of the sun to retaliate. The next moment, a fierce blaze erupted around Jiang Feiyu, engulfing even the cloud vessel, which suffered significant damage. The true fire of the sun. Dare to strike back? In Jiang Feiyu's eyes, a glimmer of murderous intent emerged, and his aura surged instantaneously. With a swift motion, a golden sword of thought coalesced from his brow, transforming into a streak of light that shot into the sun like a bolt of lightning. The sword of intention. Boom. The colossal sun was suddenly struck with immense force. Trembling violently, the will of the Red Emperor, merging with the sun, was impaled at its core by Jiang Feiyu's sword of thought. Emitting a heart-wrenching wail, this is not the power of the realm of thought. Such a terrifying sword of intention could only belong to one of imperial caliber. Could it be? You entered the cycle of reincarnation for the purpose of, the Red Emperor cried out in horror. However, before he could finish his sentence, an invisible hand seized his will, rendering him utterly mute. Divine thought. The Red Emperor was left dumbfounded, internally screaming. This individual was certainly not merely a being who had undergone reincarnation to rebuild his power, as the upper realms had claimed, but had instead utilized the power of reincarnation to achieve an unfathomable feat. No wonder he exuded such confidence. Everything was within his grasp. When faced with disrespect, the only recourse for the true self is to take matters into one's own hands. Jiang Feiyu cast a cold glance at the Crimson Emperor before directly unleashing the celestial devouring demon technique, merging the three elements into one as he surged toward the colossal sun. Boom. In the next moment, an incredibly pure solar energy rushed into Jiang Feiyu's body like a torrent, engulfing him in a blaze of searing flames that rapidly consumed him, causing the ambient temperature to rise at a visible rate. The celestial devouring demon technique? You actually managed to acquire this defiant technique? Good heavens, it appears you will drain me dry. The Crimson Emperor was rendered speechless by the spectacle before him, nearly brought to tears by the rapid depletion of his solar power. After painstakingly accumulating nearly 10,000 years of strength, it was all being taken away. Thief, rogue, utterly shameless, both physically and mentally assaulted. The Crimson Emperor could only unleash a torrent of furious curses at Jiang Feiyu in his heart. Several hours later, the flames enveloping Jiang Feiyu suddenly vanished into his body. Simultaneously, a phantom of the sun materialized behind him. This manifestation bore a striking resemblance to the crimson flame sacred wheel Jiang Feiyu had bestowed upon Nangongyu. Yet the power contained within this apparition was even purer and more formidable. Chapter 56, Come and Chop. Before him, the enormous sun appeared somewhat dimmed. Having absorbed such immense power, his cultivation level had unexpectedly broken through the life palace realm. What kind of physique do you possess? Your battle body and divine soul realms are alarmingly high. The voice of the Crimson Emperor slowly echoed. What does it matter to you? Jiang Feiyu had no intention of responding. Thanks to the tempering of solar energy, his battle body realm had ascended from the 1st to the 5th grade of the earth level, while his divine soul realm had made a significant leap from half-step divine transformation to true divine transformation. His cultivation had surged from the 2nd to the pinnacle of the 9th grade of the thought realm. Such a remarkable advancement was solely due to the overwhelming strength of the energy he had absorbed. Fortunately, with his innate Tao body and divine consciousness, he could withstand the searing heat of the solar power, forcibly refining and assimilating it for his own use. Brother, I was wrong. I was merely joking with you earlier. Who knew you would take it seriously? You must understand, we never believed you truly perished. Even the upper realm went so far as to arrange the 9 realms to prevent your return. After all, we were brothers who fought side by side through life and death. How could we not stand by your side? The Crimson Emperor quickly softened his stance, invoking their shared bond. Ignoring the Red Emperor, Jiang Feiyu slowly raised his right hand. A surge of crimson-black flames suddenly erupted from his palm, surrounded by a ring of purple lightning. The moment it appeared, the temperature in the vicinity soared dramatically. As Jiang Feiyu focused his thoughts, a crack resonated through the air, and the space before him began to collapse inward. You have actually infused the earthly fiend flame into it. The Red Emperor's astonished voice echoed, followed by a sudden exclamation. What the hell? That purple lightning is the power of heavenly thunder. You have even acquired that. No wonder you chose to cultivate the three elements from the very beginning. The solar energy that Jiang Feiyu had absorbed was not merely a simple power. It contained the inheritance of the Great Tao, the dazzling sun Golden Crow's principles, one of the 3,000 Great Taos. It is said that the sun was transformed from the essence of the great dazzling sun Golden Crow after its demise, embodying its legacy and strength. The so-called Red Flame divine art, painstakingly created by the Red Emperor, was merely a compilation of insights gained from daily comprehension of the dazzling sun Golden Crow's principles. All of this stemmed from Jiang Feiyu's recognition and endowment bestowed upon the Red Emperor millennia ago. Otherwise, the world would never have known of the Red Emperor's existence. This is the path you are destined to tread. It appears chaotic yet is, in essence, remarkably pure and powerful. No wonder you dared to take such a monumental risk to start anew. The Red Emperor's voice resonated again, filled with reverence. Perhaps this time, we truly have a glimmer of hope for victory. What do you mean we? You are you, and I am I. Let us not intertwine our fates. Jiang Feiyu replied coldly. Please, brother, you are my dear elder brother. Without you, how could there ever be a Red Emperor in this world? Were it not for your support, I, Qitian He, could never have become a hero of that era. My earlier provocations were merely to ascertain the extent of your current strength, and I meant no offense. Please do not deny our brotherhood, the Red Emperor pleaded, fidgeting like a restless ant on a hot pan, continuously explaining himself to Jiang Feiyu. Jiang Feiyu slowly turned, pointing a finger, and the once dim sun suddenly stirred. Rays emanating from its core and swiftly disappearing into the starry expanse, permeating various celestial domains. Soon after, countless streams of pure energy converged from all directions, causing the sun to once again radiate with dazzling brilliance, even more refined than before. What kind of mystical art is this? The Crimson Emperor exclaimed in astonishment. Within the Great Sun Golden Crow's teachings, there exists a comprehensive section that elaborates in detail that the power of the sun originates from the cosmos. And the Great Sun Golden Crow's doctrine is intricately linked with the laws of the universe. Haven't you ever read it? Jiang Feiyu inquired nonchalantly. After a brief silence, the Crimson Emperor awkwardly admitted, no. Then it is destined not to belong to you. A smirk of derision appeared on Jiang Feiyu's face. He then turned to board his cloud vessel, but just as he was about to embark, he suddenly turned back to the sun and proclaimed, Take your time to ponder the mysteries and accumulate your strength. When I seize the mandate of heaven, it shall be your time of liberation. With that, he paused no longer and piloted the damaged cloud vessel at full speed toward the Dark Moon realm. Once Jiang Feiyu's figure had completely vanished, a pair of pitch-black eyes slowly emerged from the sun, tears streaming down as they lamented, as expected of my elder brother, forever confident and invincible. This time, we shall not suffer defeat again. Whoosh. With no further distractions, the damaged cloud vessel surged forward with remarkable speed, even swifter than when it was intact. Swish, swish, swish. Countless spaces flashed past the exterior of the cloud vessel. 3 hours later, Jiang Feiyu navigated the vessel into an exceedingly dark world, plunging into a thick layer of clouds nearly 100 feet deep. This was the Dark Moon realm, eternally shrouded in darkness, where sunlight never penetrated. Only a solitary dark moon hung in the sky, emitting a faint and dim glow that sustained this realm. Bang, bang. After successfully breaching the extraordinarily dense cloud layer, the already damaged vessel could no longer withstand the pressure, beginning to crumble before Jiang Feiyu's eyes. Fortunately, we're almost there, Jiang Feiyu remarked with calm composure. At that moment, a colossal city came into view, astonishingly suspended in midair without any support, resembling a floating city. Its outer walls were entirely constructed of transparent crystal, while the base appeared as if it had been forcibly uprooted from the ground and secured in the sky. The Starry Sky City, the iconic edifice of the Dark Moon realm, also served as the venue for the upcoming auction hosted by the Immortal Moon Pavilion. Boom. Just as the cloud vessel was about to reach Starry Sky City, it suddenly erupted, completely obliterated. A tremendous repulsive force emanated from within Starry Sky City, sweeping away the debris while simultaneously barring Jiang Feiyu's form from entry. Star Force. Jiang Feiyu furrowed his brow slightly, realizing he had forgotten this crucial detail. The reason the City of Stars could remain suspended in the air with such stability was due to an immensely powerful magic array contained within, capable of harnessing the celestial forces that encircled the city while repelling any individuals or powers that dared to approach. Only those piloting a cloud vessel along the designated trajectory could safely enter the city. Otherwise, a reckless intrusion would not only subject them to the overwhelming pressure of the celestial energy, but also to the numerous experts within the City of Stars. While Jiang Feiyu felt undaunted, he could not help but experience a twinge of annoyance. It was all the fault of that fool, the Crimson Emperor. Unable to harm him directly, he resorted to setting fire to his vessel. He should have eliminated him outright at the outset. Suddenly, numerous cloud ships pierced through the layers of clouds above, evidently arriving from various factions to partake in the auction. Their number was as vast as the surging tide, each vessel more exquisite and opulent than the last. What a fortuitous opportunity to hitch a ride. Jiang Feiyu freed himself from the entanglement of stellar forces and stepped into the void towards one of the cloud ships. The hull of the ship was intricately carved with a crescent moon, at the center adorned with 3 stars, emblematic of the Star Moon Trading Guild. A millennium ago, the founder of the Star Moon Trading Guild had a connection with Jiang Feiyu, making this a most fortuitous opportunity to catch a favorable ride. With a swift motion, Jiang Feiyu appeared atop a cloud ship, clasping his hands in greeting. I am Jiang Feiyu. Due to damage to the cloud ship, I am unable to enter the Starry City. Might I request your assistance to carry me a portion of the way? Little did he know. It was an unfortunate coincidence that the ship was currently embroiled in a fierce skirmish among dozens of individuals. The leader of one faction, upon hearing his words, immediately contorted his face with anger and bellowed, "No, get lost. Otherwise, I shall chop you into 18 pieces to feed the fish." How amusing. Jiang Feiyu's lips curled into a faint smile as he nonchalantly seated himself at one end of the deck. You insolent brat, do you not comprehend human speech? I commanded you to leave, did you not hear? If you do not depart, I shall indeed make you into fish food. The burly man who had initially issued the threat was now seething with rage at Jiang Feiyu's audacity to remain seated on the ship. I heard you. Did you not say you would chop me into 18 pieces to feed the fish? Here I sit. Come and fulfill your threat. Jiang Feiyu turned his head and smiled, waving at the burly man. Curse your grandmother, you bastard. I shall grind you into minced meat. The middle-aged brute, infuriated, charged at Jiang Feiyu wielding a towering golden broadsword. Chapter 57. Star Moon Commerce. With a forceful swing, the golden blade sliced through the air, radiating a dazzling glint. Yet it abruptly halted a mere yard before Jiang Feiyu. Clang! A faint shimmering barrier materialized around Jiang Feiyu, and in an instant, a terrifying backlash erupted forth, causing the golden blade to shatter into fine powder. The middle-aged man, caught in the shockwave, was propelled backward like a kite severed from its string, spinning 360 degrees before crashing heavily to the ground, instantly obliterated. He opened his mouth and let out a torrent of fresh blood, his hands, once gripping the hilt, now marred with spiderweb-like fissures. The flesh at his palms was torn open, revealing bone beneath. Considering our past ties with the Star Moon Commerce, I shall spare your life. Now begone. Jiang Feiyu reclined on the deck with his hands clasped behind his head, speaking indifferently. Ah, you wretched scoundrel. It turns out you are the hired help of that foul harlot from the Xingyue Chamber of Commerce. Brothers, dispose of him. The middle-aged man let out a horrendous scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig, turning to his subordinates and bellowing. Dare to lay a hand on our leader? Attack together and annihilate him. The combatants engaged in a fierce skirmish nearby instantly redirected their weapons, surging toward Jiang Feiyu with murderous intent. So you are not affiliated with the Xingyue Chamber of Commerce? What a waste of my time. Upon hearing this, Jiang Feiyu flicked his finger. A plume of crimson-black flame erupted from his fingertip, transforming into a sea of fire in an instant. Boom. The assailants plunged into the inferno without a moment to resist, consumed and reduced to ashes. Ah, you. The middle-aged man, his face ashen, stammered in horror. Silence. Before he could utter another word, Jiang Feiyu struck him down with a single palm. You possess quite the audacity to harm my people from the Xingyue Chamber of Commerce. A thunderous voice suddenly resonated in Jiang Feiyu's ear. A black-robed elder, with eyes glinting coldly like a serpent, emerged from the center of the cloud ship and confronted Jiang Feiyu. Are you a member of the Xingyue Chamber of Commerce? Jiang Feiyu inquired, casting a casual glance at the elder. I am Lin Tian, the vice president of the Xingyue Chamber of Commerce and the master of this vessel. You unjustly slaughtered my subordinate. Do you not owe me a reasonable explanation? Lin Tian did not attack immediately, but scrutinized Jiang Feiyu with piercing eyes. His tone tinged with displeasure. The master of the ship? Jiang Feiyu raised an eyebrow, scoffing. You did not show yourself when I boarded. Nor when they attempted to kill me. Now you dare to demand an explanation. Do you deserve it? Before Lin Tian could respond, a young woman adorned in lavish attire burst through the cabin, having evaded her guards. My lord, do not heed his nonsense. I am the true master of this cloud ship. No sooner had she spoken than Lin Tian intercepted her, glaring at the guards behind him, scolding. A group of useless fools, you cannot even restrain a woman. What purpose do I have in maintaining you? Vice President, forgive us. It is our negligence. The guards, trembling, fell to their knees, begging for mercy. My lord, with your sheer strength, you could obliterate half of the Tinghu mercenary corps in an instant. Might you assist me in escaping this predicament? The Xingyue Chamber of Commerce will surely reward you handsomely. The young woman implored Jiang Feiyu. Seize that wretched woman and bring her back to me. After today, the entirety of the Xingyue Chamber of Commerce shall fall under my dominion, including you, my dear. Once I have had my fill of amusement, I shall reward you with the privilege to ravage her at will, then sell her to the most remote brothel. Lin Tian commanded vehemently, his hand slicing through the air. He then turned to Jiang Feiyu, coldly warning, you may board my ship, but do not meddle in affairs that do not concern you, or do not blame me for my mercilessness. As his words hung in the air, a flash of sword light suddenly cut through the scene. In the next moment, Lin Tian's body was pierced by a chi sword, sent crashing back and impaled upon the ship's mast. You are a sword cultivator. Why would you help him? Lin Tian gasped in terror, staring at the composed Jiang Feiyu below. Help? You overestimate your importance. I boarded the ship merely to travel to the Starry Sky City. Your grievances are of no concern to me. Jiang Feiyu retorted with a cold smile. Then why did you strike against me? This is a family matter for the Xingyue Chamber of Commerce. Do you not know my brother-in-law is of the Punishment Clan? If you dare to harm me, you will surely meet your demise upon entering the Starry Sky City. Lin Tian exclaimed, his voice charged with indignation. Silence. Jiang Feiyu's gaze hardened, and the chi sword piercing Lin Tian surged with energy, swiftly extinguishing the remnants of his life. What a mere insect dares to threaten me? Who else should I slay? Do not come any closer, or I will kill her. The guard holding the woman, terrified by the scene, nearly dropped his sword. Yet he still tightened his grip around her neck, yelling at Jiang Feiyu. Do you not learn from experience? Jiang Feiyu stepped forward, appearing like a specter before the guard, and pointed a finger. The guard's forehead exploded, blood spraying forth. Is there anyone else who wishes to threaten me? Jiang Feiyu surveyed the surroundings, his voice soft, yet commanding. With a clatter, the remaining guards chose to surrender, collapsing before Jiang Feiyu and pleading for mercy. My lord, spare us. We acted solely on Lin Tian's orders. Please, do not hold our transgressions against us. Do I seem like a mindless butcher to you? Jiang Feiyu glanced at the three with disdain. I merely sought a quiet passage. They sought their own demise. Thank you, my lord, for rescuing me. I am eternally grateful. If you have any requests, I will do everything in my power to fulfill them. The freed woman bowed deeply in gratitude to Jiang Feiyu, now unbound by the guards. In addition to her, a multitude of the elderly, women, and children emerged from the cabin, evidently having suffered under internal strife, forcibly restrained. With Lin Tian's demise, the danger had passed, and they all bowed in thanks to Jiang Feiyu. No need. I am merely passing through, seeking a ride. Jiang Feiyu waved his hand dismissively and returned to his seat on the deck. Seeing this, the young woman swiftly directed her subordinates to clear away the bodies and blood, collecting the storage rings from the deceased, as well as her own, and respectfully presenting them to Jiang Feiyu, saying, My lord, in gratitude for your righteous assistance, I offer this small token of sincerity. Jiang Feiyu did not accept it. He merely glanced at her and asked indifferently, How has the Starry Moon Chamber fallen to such a state? Must one still navigate bureaucratic channels to enter the City of Stars? It is worth noting that the Starry Moon Chamber was once the foremost trading entity in the Dark Moon realm, with business flourishing across the 9 realms. Even the now-renowned Celestial Moon Pavilion is but a fragment that's separated from the Starry Moon Chamber. Its founder was none other than the first lord of the City of Stars, Mo Ishii. My lord, you seem quite knowledgeable about the Starry Moon Chamber. The woman remarked, taking a deep breath, her gaze tinged with apprehension. Merely hearsay, Jiang Feiyu casually remarked. After hearing this, the woman discreetly scrutinized Jiang Feiyu and explained. Young master, you may not be aware that several centuries ago, a terrifying civil strife erupted in the City of Starry Skies, resulting in the near annihilation of the forces aligned with the lord of the city. The Moonlight Chamber of Commerce, which was nurtured by the lord's authority, suffered a catastrophic blow, being expelled from the central power of the City of Starry Skies and exiled to the most desolate territories of the Dark Moon realm. Though they managed to cling to a semblance of their foundation, they are now confined to their meager domain, forever unable to reclaim their place within the City of Starry Skies. Chapter 58. The Purple Moonmark, so that is how it is. Jiang Feiyu merely nodded calmly upon hearing her words. Although he had some connections with the Starry Moon Chamber of Commerce, it was not enough to evoke any feelings of indignation or thoughts of vengeance, let alone the notion of exacting retribution upon the Starry Sky City. Such an idea was utterly inconceivable. Thank you for saving my life, young master. The woman once again bowed respectfully to Jiang Feiyu. You have already expressed your gratitude. Jiang Feiyu waved his hand dismissively. Young master, regarding Lin Tian's demise, you must exercise caution. The woman suddenly expressed her concern. Caution? Are you worried he might return as a vengeful spirit seeking retribution against me? Jiang Feiyu scoffed. No, that is not my intention. It is merely that he has ties to the Punishment Clan, and currently, the Starry Sky City is under the control of the clan's patriarch. The woman elucidated, shaking her head. The Punishment Clan? That fellow seemed to have mentioned it earlier. Jiang Feiyu mused, recalling Lin Tian's words before his untimely end. Though Lin Tian was not of direct lineage, he was nonetheless related, especially since the head of the guard station during the city defense was his cousin. If he failed to see Lin Tian, trouble would surely ensue. The woman nodded, her expression laden with concern. Oh, Jiang Feiyu replied nonchalantly, adding, No wonder you exhibit not a trace of spiritual energy. It appears you have fallen victim to the Punishment Clan's machinations. With that, he extended his fingers towards the woman's forehead. Indeed, imprinted upon her brow was a conspicuous character representing punishment. This was a unique method employed by the Punishment Clan to imprison others, delving deep into the sea of souls, where a moment's carelessness could result in a fate of disintegration. Nothing escapes your keen perception, young master, the woman remarked, her cheeks flushing as her hair was gently stirred. Yet, Jiang Feiyu's fingers slowly pressed against his own brow, prompting the woman to react instinctively in alarm. Young master, you mustn't. That power could harm you. Do not move. Jiang Feiyu abruptly interrupted the woman with a cold admonition, pressing against her brow. He distinctly sensed a unique tremor emanating from within. Soon, a faint purple light emerged, only to be forcibly repressed by the inscribed character of sin, which retreated deep into her forehead. The purple moon mark, a distinctive emblem of the Moon dynasty. Upon witnessing this scene, Jiang Feiyu's eyes flickered with intrigue. Why is it that the young master remains untouched by this force? Xuanji gazed at the unscathed Jiang Feiyu, her eyes betraying a hint of astonishment. In the next instant, to her shock, the inscribed character of sin seemed to activate, unleashing several chains that swiftly ensnared Jiang Feiyu's fingers, piercing deep into his soul sea with alarming speed. The Sin Punishment Soul Lock. This is a unique innate skill of the Sin Punishment clan, capable of directly assaulting an opponent's soul sea, employing chains to imprison their spirit. Young master, you must evade. The woman exclaimed, her face draining of color as she screamed in horror. It's all my fault. I am to blame. Please, young master, do not come to harm. Evade. Huh. A brilliant crimson-black flame ignited from Jiang Feiyu's brow, and as soon as the Sin Punishment Soul Lock made contact, it evaporated into nothingness. Vanished. The heroine stood momentarily dumbfounded. The Sin Punishment Soul Lock, which she had perceived as terrifying, had been dispelled by the young master with such ease. Crack. With the shattering of the mark upon his brow, the hidden purple light erupted at that moment, coalescing into a resplendent purple crescent mark. Just as anticipated, Jiang Feiyu's lips curled into a subtle smile. The purple moon symbolizes the unique mark of the pure bloodline of the Moon dynasty, categorized into 4 distinct phases: the new moon, crescent, half moon, and full moon, depending on the moon's varying forms. The purer the bloodline, the more the manifested mark approaches the state of a full moon. The mark displayed by the woman before him surpassed the ordinary half-moon state, indicating her lineage's remarkable purity. How could such an existence possibly lower herself to marry the president of a fallen merchant association? Moreover, being of the Moon dynasty's bloodline, she was forbidden from marrying outside her kin. Quite the hidden depth, indeed. Jiang Feiyu narrowed his eyes and inquired, "What is your name?" "I am called Xuanji." The woman replied instinctively, kneeling gracefully. She was still enveloped in the shock of the previous scene, where that terrifying punishment soul lock had been effortlessly erased by him. Shouldn't all individuals of the Moon dynasty bear the surname Yu? Jiang Feiyu's tone turned slightly frosty. Xuanji's eyes widened in surprise, and she quickly grasped the implication, exclaiming, "You can discern my bloodline?" "You have yet to answer my question," Jiang Feiyu stated calmly, fixing his gaze upon Xuanji. The atmosphere felt as if it had solidified, a faint aura of menace emanating from him, causing her to tremble and collapse to the ground, pleading, "Please, do not be angry, my lord. I dare not withhold the truth. I was unaware of my purple moon bloodline until after marrying my husband, when it awakened suddenly, as far as I am aware. The bloodlines of the Moon dynasty cannot intermarry with outsiders." Jiang Feiyu inquired with a somewhat peculiar tone, "You even know this, my lord." "My husband perished before he could ever enter my body." Xinji's delicate face flushed crimson, and she lowered her head, shyly explaining, "You are quite impressive." Jiang Feiyu could not help but chuckle. "It was precisely due to my late husband's untimely demise that the merchant guild fell into chaos. Lin Tian further coerced me with a group of elderly, weak, and vulnerable individuals, using the penalty soul lock to forcibly confine me within the cabin." Xinji hung her head, shifting the topic. "Not everyone is fortunate enough to enjoy the bloodline of the Inu dynasty." Jiang Feiyu chuckled lightly before adopting a serious demeanor. "Just as Lin Tian not only seeks to usurp power but also desires to forcibly claim your body. After all, the bloodline of the Inu dynasty is immensely powerful, presenting an irresistible and lethal allure to any cultivator. The Purple Moon bloodline ranks among the top 3 within the myriad spiritual bodies, possessing a unique ability, ascending to the 9 heavens. Once comprehended, one can disregard the shackles of heaven and earth and ascend during the day. This is both the foundation of the former strength of the Inu dynasty and the reason why they have always been coveted by various powerful factions. Regardless of age or gender, all are included in this pursuit. Fortunately, I encountered you at such a critical moment. Otherwise, he would have succeeded." Xianji did not expect Jiang Feiyu to be so forthright, and her fair face grew even more flushed as she softly added, "However, there is an even more significant reason behind his actions. He seeks to seize the items we are escorting." "Items?" Jiang Feiyu's gaze instinctively swept across the cargo hold. Through his mental perception, he was astonished to behold a colossal, oval-shaped object, entirely golden, resting steadily within. Was this not an extraordinary coincidence? Jiang Feiyu could not help but gaze upon it a moment longer. This was precisely the item he had come to acquire at the auction, and unexpectedly. Before even arriving at the Starry City, he had encountered it. "Young master, you must be heading to the Starry City to attend the auction hosted by the Immortal Moon Pavilion, correct?" Xuanji cautiously inquired, lifting her head. "Indeed." Jiang Feiyu replied noncommittally with a nod. "The item I am escorting is one of those entrusted to be sent to the Immortal Moon Pavilion for this auction," Xuanji declared, seizing the moment. "This coincidence. It feels as though someone is orchestrating events behind the scenes." Jiang Feiyu felt no joy upon hearing this. Rather, he sensed something amiss. It was too coincidental that his cloud ship had been destroyed, that he had boarded this vessel, and that the object in question lay upon it. An accumulation of such coincidences could only suggest a deliberate arrangement. Would you like to take a closer look? Xuanji suddenly noticed Jiang Feiyu's unusual demeanor and leaned closer. Whispering in his ear, "Are you not afraid I might damage or steal it?" Jiang Feiyu replied, taken aback by Xuanji's invitation. "Not at all." Xuanji answered with an air of composure. "Firstly, I trust your character. Secondly, this item has been sealed and bound with the highest level restrictions by the Immortal Moon Pavilion. Even if someone were to seize it, they would be unable to unlock it, and it would be promptly tracked and captured by the pavilion. Otherwise, Lin Tian would not have spared our lives merely to frame us once he succeeded. Such methods employed by the Immortal Moon Pavilion?" Jiang Feiyu's lips curled into a subtle smile as he said, "Then let us go and have a look." Without further ado, Xuanji led Jiang Feiyu into the cargo hold. The vast space, capable of accommodating nearly 100 individuals, was now filled entirely by the golden behemoth. There were no protective measures in sight, not even an extraneous guard. Because it was deemed unnecessary, setting aside the challenge of breaking the seals and restrictions laid by the Immortal Moon Pavilion. Merely transporting it safely was an exceedingly daunting task. "Young master, please feel free to admire it," Xuanji said, lifting the black cloth that covered the golden giant. "Please step back." Jiang Feiyu gently cautioned Xuanji and then gradually approached the golden colossal object. Upon reaching a distance of 3 feet, he suddenly halted, refraining from extending his hand. Instead, Jiang Feiyu directly engaged his spiritual consciousness to make contact with the golden giant, attempting to penetrate its essence. Boom! To his astonishment, the moment his consciousness grazed the golden structure, its interior erupted into a tumultuous frenzy, as if something was on the verge of breaking free, causing the entire cargo hold to tremble violently. Is it already eager to emerge? Just a moment longer. Jiang Feiyu's lips curled into his self-satisfied arc as he soothed with his divine consciousness. Suddenly, behind him, Xuanji stumbled unexpectedly and fell towards the ground. Fortunately, a gentle force caught her delicate form just in time. She looked up, only to find Jiang Feiyu standing behind her, having arrived without her notice. "Young master." Xuanji began to speak, but was abruptly struck by a surge of heat emanating from her chest. Glancing down, she discovered Jiang Feiyu's hands resting upon the peaks of her bosom. In an instant, she withdrew like a flash of lightning, her cheeks flushed as she turned away, unable to meet Jiang Feiyu's gaze, and said, "Thank you for your rescue, young master. Let us go." Jiang Feiyu casually uttered a remark before being the first to exit the warehouse. "Ah, is that all you have to say, young master?" Xuanji followed closely behind, her curiosity prompting her to inquire further. "It is merely an ordinary large object, nothing extraordinary," Jiang Feiyu casually responded. Upon earlier gazing at the resplendent golden orb outside the storage warehouse, he had already ascertained that it was the enigmatic golden sphere he sought to claim. More importantly, this artifact was cultivated by him eons ago. However, as he stepped into the warehouse and unleashed his spiritual awareness, he unexpectedly detected an unusual aura. This was not the handiwork of the Xianwei Pavilion, but rather reminiscent of the intangible purple light he had encountered when unsealing Xuanji's forehead. It was a secret technique unique to the Enyu dynasty. This implied that the Enyu dynasty had long set its sights on this object and had covertly manipulated matters, unnoticed even by the Xianwei Pavilion. Curiously, Xuanji, who possessed the bloodline of the Purple Moon, appeared entirely oblivious to this. There were only 2 possibilities, the first being that Xuanji had been feigning ignorance all along, fully aware of everything, even orchestrating Jiang Feiyu's arrival aboard the ship for ulterior motives. Yet, thus far, Jiang Feiyu had found no evidence to support this theory. The second possibility was that someone had earlier discerned Xuanji's connection to the Enyu dynasty and had thus placed measures upon her, intending to exploit the mysterious golden sphere at the auction held by the Xianwei Pavilion. Either scenario indicated that someone had already set their sights on this enigmatic golden orb. Furthermore, Jiang Feiyu was certain that this individual hailed from the Enyu dynasty. It was highly probable that the Enyu dynasty had been quietly orchestrating all of this. How could a once mighty force that ruled the Dark Moon realm simply vanish overnight? Merely due to the outbreak of eternal night? Jiang Feiyu was skeptical. He had already caught a whiff of conspiracy. Could even the young master be oblivious to the clues? Upon hearing this, Xuanji's eyes flickered with a hint of disappointment, but she swiftly concealed it. "What? Has this object been seen by many?" Jiang Feiyu instinctively retorted. "Not at all. This item was originally discovered at the innermost depths of the Xianwei Pavilion on the outskirts of the desolate city. It is said that numerous skilled individuals were dispatched to investigate, yet none provided any conclusive findings. Ultimately, it was entrusted to the Xingyue Chamber of Commerce for transportation." Sunu Zhi remarked, shaking her head. Jiang Feiyu refrained from further inquiries, merely offering a serene smile as he remarked, "Even if one cannot discern the clues, such a considerable volume could fetch a handsome sum. Much like those who gamble on stones, perhaps a single cut could lead one to overnight wealth." "Indeed. Your words hold great truth," Xuanji chimed in cheerfully, as she was utterly oblivious to the intricacies, merely tasked with escorting the item. Suddenly, the cloud ship emitted a violent tremor, only to stabilize moments later. Young master, we have arrived at the City of Stars. Xuanji exclaimed upon noticing the change. Jiang Feiyu replied nonchalantly, giving a slight nod. As the cloud ship of the Xingyue Chamber of Commerce reached its destination, several other cloud ships hastily approached from a distance, landing smoothly beside them. The city gates of the City of Stars swung open, though they were divided into larger and smaller gates to accommodate visitors of varying status. Young master, my cloud ship is permitted to pass only through the smaller gate. I apologize for the inconvenience. Xuanji said with a hint of embarrassment. No matter. Let us proceed, Jiang Feiyu replied, hands clasped behind his back, stepping off the cloud ship first. Stop. 3 figures suddenly emerged from the smaller gate, blocking Xuanji's cloud ship. Damn it, it's Lin Tian's cousin. Xuanji's pupils constricted, her demeanor shifting to one of alarm. Where's Lin Tian? Wasn't he responsible for escorting the goods? If you fail to provide me with a satisfactory explanation today, none of you from the Xingyue Chamber of Commerce shall set foot in the City of Stars. The leading figure advanced menacingly towards Xuanji. Clad in silver armor and wielding a long sword at his waist, he possessed an unappealing visage with eyes resembling 2 green peas. He unabashedly scrutinized Xuanji's appearance and form, revealing a glimmer of greed in his gaze. This was none other than Li Yifeng, Lin Tian's cousin. My lord, our passage certificate. Xuanji remained silent, merely extending the certificate. Slap. Li Yifeng swatted the certificate from Xuanji's grasp with a fierce expression, growling, Do you lack ears? I asked you. Where's Lin Tian? Lin Tian? Oh, you mean our vice president from the Xingyue Chamber of Commerce. I apologize. I am not well acquainted with the subordinates as I was recently engaged in business with the late husband. As far as I know, Vice President Lin disembarked early while passing through Mo City, purportedly to attend to personal matters. I did not inquire further, Xuanji replied, her brow furrowed in confusion. To Mo City? Li Feng expressed disbelief, noting Xuanji's evasive gaze. He barked, Dare you lie again? Guards, encircle all members of the Xingyue Chamber of Commerce. None shall escape. He commanded the guards behind him. As you command. A throng of guards surged forth from the city gate, swiftly surrounding Xuanji and her companions. Take them to the dungeon for severe interrogation, Li Feng declared, his face dark with fury. Yes. The guards immediately advanced to apprehend them. At that moment, a figure abruptly dashed past Li Yifeng, swaggering towards the city gate. It was Jiang Feiyu, who entirely disregarded Li Yifeng and his subordinates. Halt. Li Yifeng swiftly intercepted Jiang Feiyu, his voice raised in anger. I have declared that no member of the Xingyue Chamber of Commerce is to leave without questioning. Do you pretend not to hear? I am not a member of the Xingyue Chamber of Commerce and have no ties to them. Why should I be barred from leaving? Jiang Feiyu retorted. Jiang Feiyu cast a glance at Li Yifeng and replied nonchalantly. Chapter 60. The Breakup. Nonsense. I clearly saw you disembark from the cloud ship of the Xingyue Merchant Association. Do you think I am a fool? Li Yifeng gritted his teeth and retorted. I merely hitched a ride. After Jiang Feiyu finished speaking, he bypassed Li Yifeng and continued walking ahead. Witnessing Jiang Feiyu's cold demeanor, Xuanji's eyes flickered with a hint of disappointment, yet she refrained from uttering further words. However, the elderly, women, and children behind her were incensed. Stepping forward to accuse Jiang Feiyu, You ungrateful wretch. We did not refuse your company when we boarded the ship. Now that we are in distress, you simply turn your back on us. How shameless. Silence. Xuanji exclaimed, her eyes betraying a moment of panic as she scolded the crowd in a fit of rage. Bah. A scoundrel like him deserves to be condemned by all. Lin Tian perished at her hands. What connection does that have with us? Why should we bear the brunt of his misdeeds? The crowd retorted in unison. You have deeply disappointed me. If it were not for the young master rescuing us, we would have perished long ago. Yet you repay kindness with enmity. How utterly disgraceful. Xuanji shouted furiously. What qualifications does a harbinger of misfortune, who caused her husband's death, have to be the president and dictate to us? Were it not for you, we would not suffer such unwarranted calamity. To her astonishment, the crowd turned against Xuanji. One individual swiftly stepping forward to address Li Yifeng. My lord, your cousin Lin Tian was slain by him, and the guards can attest to this. This matter has nothing to do with us. If you must take action, let it be against him, not us. What? Lin Tian is dead. Upon hearing this, Li Yifeng's eyes ignited with fury. He drew his sword from his waist and swung it towards Jiang Feiyu, exclaiming, You beast! How dare you slay my cousin? Prepare to face your fate. Enough of this noise. Jiang Feiyu's thunder blade abruptly unsheathed, slicing through Li Yifeng's neck with the swiftness of lightning. In the next heartbeat, an unsightly head traversed the air in a flawless arc, landing firmly before the members of the Starry Moon Chamber of Commerce. The once tiny eyes, akin to green beans, remained wide open, refusing to close even in death. The sight horrified the onlookers, causing many to collapse to the ground, retching and emitting wails akin to those of slaughtered pigs. How dare he brazenly assassinate our leader in public? Brothers, let us eliminate him. Only then did Li Yifeng's subordinates react, drawing their swords and charging at Jiang Feiyu in a frenzy. Seeking death, Jiang Feiyu's gaze turned icy as he raised his hand, unleashing a streak of crimson-black flames that swiftly incinerated the assailants into ashes. Oh, the Killer King. Quickly summon the enforcement team. The remaining individuals, witnessing this, were struck with terror and hastily fled. My lord, I apologize on their behalf. Shinji stepped forward, her face etched with remorse. No need for that. It is only natural that one looks after oneself. Otherwise, one faces dire consequences. Jiang Feiyu shook his head and spoke with an air of indifference. It was never our request for your assistance. The members of the Starry Moon Chamber wholeheartedly agreed. You are simply beyond redemption, Xuanji exclaimed in fury. As a member of the Starry Moon Chamber, you consistently turn your elbows outward. You must have taken a liking to that pretty boy, having just dispatched your husband. You can hardly contain your loneliness and seek another partner. Truly, you are a wanton woman, unworthy of being our president. Suddenly, the crowd pointed fingers and hurled accusations at Xuanji. You ungrateful wretches. Leave the Starry Moon Chamber at once. Xuanji trembled with rage. Her once delicate features now twisted in fury. Have I struck a nerve, prompting you to act like a cornered beast? A young man stepped forward from the throng, sneering at Xuanji. I always suspected your marriage to my uncle was driven by ulterior motives. Who would have thought you were so malevolent as to wish him dead? All while plotting to seize his fortune and cast us aside. The words in books hold true. The green bamboo snake and the yellow wasp, both harmless. The most venomous of all is a woman's heart. With a resounding slap, Xuanji could no longer hold back her fury and struck the young man across the face, exclaiming, Susandio, what kind of books have you read? Is your mind filled with excrement, daring to spew such filth? The young man, who had spun 3 times from the force of the blow, clutched his reddened face and retorted, You wanton harlot, today shall be your day of reckoning. If you have the audacity, let that pretty boy come and kill us all. Otherwise, we shall never allow you to continue as president of the Starry Moon Chamber. Indeed, absolutely. The crowd rallied in unison, declaring, We demand Susanduo as our president and shall drive this wanton woman out. You may insult me, but how dare you demean my lord? In a fit of rage, Xuanji unleashed a brilliant violet light from within, which surged uncontrollably outward. Boom. In an instant, the cacophony of voices was silenced as the raucous crowd was thrown to the ground, wailing in despair. Such pure bloodline power, if meticulously cultivated. Her future achievements may rival those of the legendary night demon who once ruled the Moon dynasty. Jiang Feiyu observed this scene, a new thought stirring within him. You vile harlot, attempting to silence us. The onlookers cried out for help. Someone, save us. This is murder. The intense pain rendered them like bullied children, shouting in panic. You all. Xuanji was taken aback by her sudden outburst of power. She had never intended to strike at them, let alone kill. Desolate mountains and treacherous waters breed cunning folk. Why stoop to their level? You are destined to soar high and stand atop the highest peaks. Why waste your energy on myriads? Let us depart. Seeing Xuanji in such a state, Jiang Feiyu could not help but speak up. He was far too indifferent to engage with such trivial matters, lowering himself to their level. Of course, his primary concern lay with the term pretty boy, which, in Jiang Feiyu's perception, carried more positive connotations than negative ones. After all, what is the foremost principle of being a pretty boy? Handsomeness. After listening to Jiang Feiyu's words, Xuanji did not immediately depart. Instead, she gazed with a complex expression at the distant cloud ship of the Xingyue Chamber of Commerce, her mind involuntarily drifting to past memories, lost in contemplation. Upon witnessing the scene, Jiang Feiyu could not help but feel a flicker of disappointment, lacking even this modicum of courage and decision-making. It was evident that achieving greatness in the future would be an arduous task. Such a pure lineage of the Ziyue bloodline squandered in vain. He shook his head, intending to turn away. However, he noticed Xuanji suddenly take a deep breath, as if resolutely determined, forcefully tearing the pendant from her neck and casting it before Susanduo with a cold tone. This is the insignia of the president of the Xingyue Merchant Association. From this moment forth, I sever all ties with the Xingyue Merchant Association and you. Should you encounter any danger in the future, I shall not extend my hand to rescue you. Having said that, she turned and strode into the city alongside Jiang Feiyu, vanishing from sight. TCH. Now that we're in the Starry City, what danger could there possibly be? The crowd remarked dismissively. Indeed, the guards within Starry City are formidable and combat is explicitly prohibited. Who would dare act against us so brazenly? They were entirely unconcerned by Xuanji's warning. Not good. This woman is retreating to advance, scheming against us. Susanduo suddenly caught sight of a corpse before him, leaping up in a frenzy. What do you mean? The others behind him looked on, bewildered. Think about it. Why did she so readily withdraw from the Xingyue Merchant Association? While her infatuation with that pretty boy is one reason, the more pressing matter is that they killed Li Feng. He was not only a guard of Starry City but also a member of the Zue FA clan. Now she walks away unscathed, leaving us as scapegoats. Susandio was nearly beside himself with urgency. Damn it, that wretched woman dares to scheme against us. And we cannot let her off so easily. The understanding crowd erupted in curses. With that pretty boy around, what can you do? Susanduo rolled his eyes in exasperation, then shouted to the others, What are you dawdling for? Hurry and transport the goods into the city. If we delay, and the enforcement team from Starry City arrives, we will truly become scapegoats. Upon hearing this, the crowd felt a sudden urgency and hastily complied. Chapter 61. This one I'll take is Su Sanduo and the others crossed the city gate, contacting the Xianwei Pavilion to receive the goods. Outside the city gate, a figure clad in azure armor appeared, wielding a pitch-black spear, emanating a palpable aura of menace, his voice icy. Where are they? Behind him, several figures staggered forward, gasping for breath. My lord, I believe they must have taken refuge within the city to safely weather these 3 days. These were the guards at the city gate who had previously been frightened off by Jiang Feiyu. The reinforcements they had summoned were none other than Gu Ming, the captain of the 3rd squad of the Starry City enforcement team. Did you think you could escape by hiding within the city? Anyone who violates the rules of Starry City must pay a heavy price. Gu Ming's expression darkened abruptly as he seized the collar of a nearby guard, demanding, do you know the origins of the assailant? While the regulations of Starry City superseded all, they primarily applied to those without backing. When faced with influential clans or powerful families, the enforcement team could only turn a blind eye. I do not know, but he came down from the cloud ship of the Xingyue Merchant Association. If we locate someone from there, we will certainly learn his whereabouts. The guard insisted vehemently. Enter the city and search for the whereabouts of the Xingyue Merchant Association. Without further ado, Gu Ming leaped into the city. The transparent crystal stones outside the city reflected the starlight beneath the clouds, bathing the entire city in a radiant glow, truly a sight to behold. The Starry City. Within the Starry City, the streets crisscrossed like endless labyrinths. As far as the eye could see, throngs of people bustled about. A vibrant scene of life and activity, the sheer number overwhelming. Most were unfamiliar faces, evidently drawn by the auction hosted by Xianwei Pavilion the following day. There are so many people, one remarked. It's normal. The Xianwei Pavilion holds an auction only once every 100 years, featuring merely 10 items each time, each with significant provenance. Who could resist such a lure? Furthermore, with the imminent early opening of the Tianyuan secret realm, all major factions will undoubtedly spare no effort to acquire a few treasures, hoping to secure more resources within the realm. Ah, I see now. My decision to sneak out was indeed fortuitous. Amidst the crowd, a man and a woman walked side by side, conversing loudly without a care. Those are members of the Xiantian sect. Jiang Feiyu instantly recognized the pair ahead. The Xiantian sect was not a power within the Dark Moon realm, but belonged to the northern underworld star domain, specifically within the Bachan star realm, renowned for its ancient lineage and profound heritage. My lord, it is said that the 10 items being auctioned by the Xianwei Pavilion are all treasures. The various factions will surely vie fiercely for them. Xuanji could not help but exclaim upon overhearing their conversation. Hearing this, Jiang Feiyu chuckled and shook his head, saying, how could every item be a treasure? Although the foundation of the Xianwei Pavilion is formidable, it is not to the extent of being omnipotent. If there are 1 or 2 extraordinary treasures among them, that would already be remarkable. After all, most items must have long since fallen into the hands of the 4 emperors who currently rule the 4 corners of the star domain. The remaining items that can be classified as treasures, aside from the mysterious golden orb escorted by Xuanji this time, are only those that exist deep within the river of the Tao of Heaven. However, these 2 treasures can only be unlocked by Jiang Feiyu himself. Thus, even if they fall into someone else's hands, it would be a futile endeavor. Why is that? Xuanji asked, somewhat puzzled. Because the emergence of each treasure attracts fierce competition among powerful beings. Only those unparalleled beings who stand at the pinnacle can emerge victorious and become the masters of such treasures. Although the Xianwei Pavilion has profound depth, it still falls slightly short in the face of top-tier powerhouses, Jiang Feiyu explained with a smile. You refer to the 4 emperors. They are the mightiest beings ruling the 4 corners of the star domain and must have already thoroughly scoured every corner of it. Xuanji exclaimed. Only the occasional overlooked item or lesser existence would be captured by the Xianwei Pavilion. Even so, the 4 emperors could easily send representatives to acquire it at the auction through their wealth and influence. Upon hearing this, Xuanji's eyes widened in realization, and she promptly drew a parallel. Astute, Jiang Feiyu remarked, a glimmer of approval flashing in his eyes. Truly worthy of being the president of the Xingyue Chamber of Commerce. Cough, cough. Please do not jest about me, young master. Moreover, that is all in the past. I have no ties with the Xingyue Chamber of Commerce now. Xuanji replied, slightly embarrassed as she coughed lightly before speaking with determination. At that moment, the streets buzzed with excitement as the auction was about to commence. Numerous vendors sprang up like bamboo shoots after the rain, setting up stalls and energetically shouting to attract customers. Clearly, they sought to capitalize on the auction's name to garner attention and make a profit. Following Jiang Feiyu, Xuanji walked through the crowded streets, gazing at the dazzling array of goods on display and exclaimed, there are simply too many items. It's almost more like an auction than the auction itself. Quite normal. This is an excellent opportunity for them to make money, and they naturally must exert their utmost efforts to achieve their desires. Jiang Feiyu replied with a smile. Yet most of these items are too mundane to be compared with what the auction has prepared. Xuanji remarked with disappointment after a few glances. Anyone attending the auction would hardly find these trinkets appealing. Ah, but you are mistaken. Jiang Feiyu shook his head with a smile, saying, If your discerning eye is sharp enough or your luck favorable, you could indeed find items here that surpass those at the auction. Is that so? Xuanji exclaimed, her face reflecting astonishment. Indeed, this young lady has a keen eye. This bracelet is exquisite and reasonably priced. You can take it home for just 300 spirit stones. At that moment, a vendor's voice rang out from a nearby stall, filled with flattery. Xuanji instinctively turned her gaze and found it was the two individuals from Xuantiangong who had walked ahead of them earlier. At this moment, the younger girl, dressed in a purple shirt and sporting a bun hairstyle, was licking a lollipop that completely obscured her petite face, while her fingers delicately held a pristine white jade bracelet. Examining it from various angles, Xuanji took a cursory glance and found herself similarly captivated. It was not that the jade bracelet possessed any extraordinary qualities, rather, it was the exquisite craftsmanship that indicated it was made by a skilled artisan, showcasing exceptional artistry and aesthetic appeal. Indeed, a woman's fondness for jewelry knows no age limits. Jiang Feiyu shrugged, feeling ambivalent, yet his gaze inadvertently fell upon another corner of the stall. There lay an antiquated bronze lamp, carelessly discarded and covered in dust. Anyone who beheld it would instinctively think it merely a shabby lamp hastily taken from home before setting up the stall. I'll take this, Jiang Feiyu remarked nonchalantly, not even inquiring about the price. The vendor was momentarily taken aback, astonished that someone would show interest in such a trinket. Suspecting he might be a naive country bumpkin, his eyes darted quickly, and with a beaming smile, he proclaimed, this discerning customer has a keen eye. This is the prized possession of our establishment, a treasured heirloom passed down for 9 generations, the luminous blue candle lamp. How dare you pass off a damaged oil lamp as a treasure? You must be quite unscrupulous. Xuanji could not help but expose the vendor's deceit. How much? Jiang Feiyu inquired, his focus unwavering. He was indifferent to the vendor's little schemes, for he recognized the true value of the item. However, apart from him, no one else present could discern its significance. 3,000 spirit stones, the vendor grinned, entirely disregarding Xuanji's accusations. Do not believe him, my lord, Xuanji interjected, eager to dissuade him. Yet, Jiang Feiyu promptly produced a handful of spirit stones and tossed them to the vendor, stating coolly, there is no less here, count them yourself. Without waiting for the vendor to hand over the lamp, he seized it and placed it into his storage ring. A subtle smile crept upon his lips as he thought, I never expected the elusive Qiming ghost lamp, lost for thousands of years in the ghostly realm, would materialize here, truly a divine blessing. He had stumbled upon a golden opportunity. The vendor, standing before Jiang Feiyu, was grinning from ear to ear, as the spirit stones piled before him exceeded his asking price by at least double. He hastily collected them into his storage ring, fearful that Jiang Feiyu might change his mind. My lord, you've been duped. That shabby lamp is hardly worth anything. And you've given him over 6,000 spirit stones? Xuanji exclaimed, tugging at Jiang Feiyu's sleeve, her expression filled with dismay. Jiang Feiyu shrugged indifferently, offering no explanation. This exemplifies the fundamental distinction between the connoisseur who perceives the subtleties and the novice who merely revels in the spectacle. The young girl, who had just returned the white jade bracelet to its rightful place, was so astonished by Jiang Feiyu's initiative that the lollipop she had been chewing fell from her mouth. What a remarkable fool to exist in this day and age. Fortunately, a tall young man beside her was quick-witted and adept, swiftly catching the lollipop and returning it to Ling Ziqing's mouth, while simultaneously ridiculing Jiang Feiyu, spending over 6,000 spirit stones on a mere lamp. Truly a rustic simpleton. Foolishly wealthy. Haha. Jiang Feiyu chuckled softly, entirely disregarding the other party. Although he hailed from the Xintian sect, in Jiang Feiyu's eyes, they were as insignificant as ants. Naturally, he would not lower himself to engage in futile conversation with such a creature. You. Gao Qing's anger flared at being ignored. Senior brother, don't provoke trouble. He was halted by the silent admonition of the girl behind him. She licked her large lollipop and slightly bowed towards Jiang Feiyu, introducing herself. I am Ling Zining, from the Xintian sect. This is my senior brother, Gao Qing. He tends to be somewhat impulsive and speaks without thinking. If he has offended you, please forgive him. Jiang Feiyu casually acknowledged, yet did not deign to glance at Ling Zining. Feeling a twinge of dissatisfaction, she pressed on. I noticed that lantern earlier. It seemed rather peculiar, but I couldn't discern its significance. Could you enlighten me? Nearby, a vendor, who had been enjoying himself, was struck by disbelief. What? That broken lantern is truly a treasure? He promptly ceased his shouting and leaned in to eavesdrop intently. None of your business. Jiang Feiyu flatly refused. You damn scoundrel. How dare you treat my junior sister this way? Gao Qing's ire surged at such arrogance. This ignorant bumpkin dares to overlook my junior sister. Do you not realize she is the daughter of the current sect master of the Xintian sect, adored by many, and has awakened what is said to be the strongest talent in a millennium? Those who pursue her could circle the North Star realm thrice. You dare disregard her? How foolish. He then turned to the girl, reproaching her. Why did you apologize to this scoundrel? Does such rudeness deserve respect? Be quiet. Have you forgotten the master's admonitions before his departure? He is not someone you can provoke. The girl shook her lollipop, her tone slightly cold. What nonsense is this? You claim I cannot provoke him. Gao Qing's eyes widened in anger. Do you believe I could not defeat him with a single punch? Defeat me with a punch? Jiang Feiyu turned to Gao Qing, a smirk playing on his lips. How amusing. In that instant, a terrifying force descended upon Gao Qing's soul sea. He felt as though struck by lightning, his vision darkening as he fell to his knees, unable to suppress the blood that erupted from his mouth. Fear gripped him. He never anticipated that a mere gaze could inflict such damage on his spirit. Fool. This is what you get for ignoring my warnings. Ling Zining shot Gao Qing a frustrated glare before stepping protectively in front of him and sincerely apologizing to Jiang Feiyu. I am sorry. All this is my senior brother's own doing. I hope you can show mercy and spare him. Xuanji was taken aback by this sudden turn of events, completely unaware of what had transpired. However, seeing Gao Qing's sudden bloodshed and Jiang Feiyu's demeanor, she quickly deduced that it was Gao Qing's rudeness that had provoked Jiang Feiyu's retribution. Yet, she had not witnessed how Jiang Feiyu had acted, despite being close to him. She had perceived nothing amiss, deepening her awe of his prowess. You are quite perceptive. For the first time, Jiang Feiyu appraised Ling Zining, and upon meeting her gaze, he realized she had awakened the Xian'ai. What a pity she had chosen the wrong path. His tone carried a hint of disappointment. The Xian'ai possessed unique abilities, primarily to assist its bearer in attracting fortune and avoiding calamity, concealing the Xiantian sect's most powerful technique, the sealing heaven gate. Alas, it was clear that the girl had deviated from the correct path in her cultivation, which explained why, despite possessing the Xian'ai, she had yet to approach the threshold of the sealing heaven gate. How do you know of the secrets of my sealing heaven gate? It seems my junior sister recognized your extraordinary nature early on. No wonder I am no match for you. Gao Qing gazed at Jiang Feiyu, a lingering fear evident in his expression. He could not help but turn to Ling Zining, asking, Junior sister, why did you not stop me sooner? Slap. Ling Zining struck the back of Gao Qing's head, exclaiming in anger, Did you not see that I was trying to stop you? Had I known this would happen, I would have preferred to let him finish you off. My apologies, I was blind to your stature before. I hope you can forgive me, young sir, and not hold it against me. Gao Qing hastily apologized to Jiang Feiyu. You think too highly of yourself. I do not regard you at all. Jiang Feiyu chuckled lightly. Do not underestimate this change. It signifies that the other party is far from a mindless brute. Those who can adapt and lower their pride often endure much longer in this world. How has the senior brother of the Xiantian sect become so spineless? Bowing and scraping to a commoner. If your master were to see this, he would surely be furious. Suddenly, a harsh mocking voice rang out from behind the crowd. In an instant, a space was forcibly cleared beside the stall, as 7 or 8 practitioners from the Fate Palace realm approached briskly. At the forefront were a man and a woman. The man, though ordinary in appearance, was exceptionally robust, wielding 2 heavy hammers, radiating a haughty demeanor. Beside him stood a stunning woman, her alluring eyes framed by a revealing sheer dress that accentuated her voluptuous figure, enticing onlookers to pause and gawk, a lewd smile upon their faces as they whistled. Lin Feng, is that you? Gao Qing's eyes glinted with a cold light upon seeing the newcomers. The focus was not on him, but rather on the captivating woman by his side. Ling Zining's gaze swept over the duo, alerting Gao Qing. He then noticed that the alluring woman exuded an aura that rivaled Lin Feng's, perhaps even surpassing it slightly, and instinctively grew wary. It turned out he was Lin Feng, the son of Lin Tianba, the sect master of the Tianqing sect. The surrounding crowd halted, murmuring in discussion. The Tianqing sect and the Xiantian sect were notorious rivals, and an encounter between them always ended in conflict. Wait, that woman beside Lin Feng. Isn't she? What? She is Yang Jiao, the young lady of the Punishment Clan. Chapter 63, Additional Payment. Yang Jiao, the cherished jewel of the current Punishment Clan leader, a young lady enveloped in adoration. Presently, the entire Starry Sky City was under the control of the Punishment Clan. To be blunt, Yang Jiao was the little mistress of Starry Sky City. Upon recognizing Yang Jiao's identity, the onlookers' eyes sparkled with excitement, showering her with compliments. With such power and family background, everyone sought to curry favor with her. Gao Qing, why are you not content to stay on your own patch of land within the Xiantian sect? What brings you to Starry Sky City? Do you wish to join the auction hosted by the Immortal Moon Pavilion for some excitement? Lin Feng looked down at Gao Qing with disdain. None of your business. Gao Qing shot Lin Feng a sideways glance, clearly displeased. How dare you? Who do you think you are to speak to my young master in such a manner? Standing behind Lin Feng were 7 or 8 individuals at the Fate Palace realm, one of whom leaped forward without hesitation and aimed a punch directly at Gao Qing's face. A ferocious momentum gathered at the tip of his fist, materializing into substance, causing the space around to ripple like water, spreading outward at a visible speed. This was the sky-splitting fist. In the face of the sudden assault, Gao Qing remained unfazed, calmly raising 2 fingers and coldly uttering a single word. In the next moment, the space 3 feet before him suddenly constricted, forming a cage that trapped the attacking middle-aged man within. A surge of sealing power abruptly manifested, completely binding him, rendering him immobile. This was the Xiantian sect's Xiantian technique, capable of harnessing the elemental forces contained within the heavens and earth for its own use. Witnessing this display, the onlookers could not help but exclaim in awe. In that instant, however, the cage before them suddenly shattered with a cracking sound from within. The once-trapped Fate Palace cultivator slowly emerged, his complexion slightly pale, and without a word, he knelt before Lin Feng, humbly offering his apologies. I have embarrassed the young master. Please punish me. Truly, as the eldest disciple of the Xiantian sect's leader, Swan Qizi, it is indeed a great honor to receive your guidance, Hu Lin. Do not hesitate to thank him. Lin Feng remarked with a tone laced with sarcasm. Thank you, young Master Gao, for your generous instruction. Hu Lin, the Fate Palace cultivator, unhesitatingly rose to express his gratitude to Gao Qing. Impudent! Do you dare speak my master's name, you worthless fool? Gao Qing, having caught the underlying meaning of Hu Lin's words, felt a sudden chill in his eyes, and with a wave of his hand, a tempest arose around him. Centered on Lin Feng, a multitude of azure wind elements surged forth, transforming into sharp blades that ruthlessly aimed at Lin Feng's body. The wind blades see. Boom. The speed was so astonishing that Lin Feng had no time to evade and was engulfed within it. Yet in the next moment, a forceful power erupted from Lin Feng, instantly shattering the terrifying sea of wind blades. A faint golden glow emerged from him, exuding an aura as solid as rock. This was the pinnacle body technique of the Tianqing sect, the indestructible diamond body. It was unexpected that Lin Feng, despite his youth, had cultivated his body technique to such an extent. It raised the question of whether he had truly achieved the indestructible state when he unleashed his full power. So formidable. The current generation of youth is indeed more impressive than the last. The onlookers praised Lin Feng's strength and admiration. Is that all? Lin Feng disdainfully glanced at Gao Qing, his gaze dripping with contempt. You damn bastard. Gao Qing was incensed, ready to retaliate, but was halted by Ling Zining beside him. Senior brother, why stoop to the level of a barking stray dog? Our Xiantian sect has always maintained amicable relations with others, especially now that we are in Starry Sky City. We must adhere to its rules and refrain from private duels. Miss Yi, am I right? Ling Zining directed her question towards Yi Tianjiao, clearly implying that Lin Feng's provocations were sanctioned by her. Lin Feng's audacity to intentionally provoke Gao Qing in such a public setting, coupled with his encouragement of his subordinate's aggression, indicated he had received Yi Tianjiao's tacit approval. Ling Zining would not stand idly by and watch Gao Qing be bullied without intervening. Upon hearing this, a flicker of intrigue passed through Yi Tianjiao's eyes, and she smiled broadly. What this young lady says is quite true. Regardless of any grievances between your Xiantian sect and Tianqing sect, you cannot use that as an excuse to engage in open conflict in my Starry Sky City. This is the rule. I trust you all understand? She then cast a pointed glance at Lin Feng, raising her voice. Clearly, a reminder for you to know when to stop. After all, Yi Tianjiao represented Starry Sky City, and in front of so many people, there could be no favoritism. Seeing this, Lin Feng immediately laughed heartily. Miss Yi, you misunderstand. I was merely joking with Brother Gao. Who would have thought he would be so sensitive, unable to discern a jest from reality? Upon finishing his words, Lin Feng suddenly unleashed a fierce punch towards Hu Lin, who was kneeling before him. And you, fool, cannot even distinguish truth from jest. If you truly apologize and tarnish my reputation as the young master, what use have I for you? Hu Lin was utterly taken aback by his young master's sudden cruelty, and with a thud, he flew backward like a kite with a severed string, heading straight towards Gao Qing. You. Gao Qing's eyes widened in fury, just as Hu Lin, midair, unexpectedly made a sharp turn and crashed towards another direction, right where Jiang Feiyu was located. Before Gao Qing could utter a word, Lin Feng's mocking laughter echoed in his ears. What? Is my disciplining of my subordinate infringing upon you? You scoundrel, you did that on purpose. Gao Qing retorted angrily, clearly seeing through Lin Feng's deliberate actions. Suddenly, a ball of crimson-black flames erupted 3 feet in front of Jiang Feiyu, and before Hu Lin could reach him, he was instantly turned to ashes. The spectacle left the onlookers in shock. What kind of flame was this? So terrifying that it could incinerate a Fate Palace cultivator in an instant? The orchestrator of this chaos, Lin Feng, felt a tempest brewing within, his eyelids twitching uncontrollably. He had indeed intended to send Hu Lin in Gao Qing's direction to gauge who could compel him to yield publicly. However, this test had not revealed the depth of his opponent. Instead, it filled him with a sense of trepidation. How much is this bracelet? Jiang Feiyu paid no heed to the crowd, appearing as if nothing were amiss, as he pointed to the bracelets at the stall and inquired of the vendor. It was precisely the white jade bracelet that Ling Zining had previously picked up. At the sound of Jiang Feiyu's inquiry, the vendor, initially flustered, quickly donned a radiant smile and enthusiastically responded, Esteemed guest, if you are interested in this bracelet, I can offer you a discount, 280 spirit stones. What do you think? Just a moment ago, you quoted me 300 spirit stones. Why has it suddenly become 20 stones cheaper for him? This is clearly preferential treatment. Ling Zining remarked with displeasure, shooting a glare at the vendor. Then, licking her lollipop, she teased Jiang Feiyu. I had my eye on this bracelet first. You haven't purchased it, Jiang Feiyu replied without turning around. Humph, can't you display a modicum of grace? Ling Zining pouted, her dissatisfaction evident as she huffed softly. Jiang Feiyu, indifferent to the small vendor, pointed towards another bracelet in the distance and said, No need for discounts, bundle it with that bracelet. Having spoken, he pulled out a handful of spirit stones and tossed them at the vendor's feet. Ling Zining and Xuanji simultaneously followed Jiang Feiyu's gesture and were met with the sight of an utterly dull and lifeless black bracelet. They could not help but exchange glances of skepticism. What could possibly be special about this bracelet? My dear customer, you put me in a rather difficult position. Although this bracelet lacks the luster of the one in your hand, it is nonetheless a product of a master craftsman, having undergone a painstaking process of 99 stages to achieve its current form. Therefore, it will require additional payment. The vendor's eyes darted around as he fervently boasted. Yet all of his grandiose claims boiled down to a single conclusion: extra payment was necessary. Chapter 64. No discounts, no negotiations. Clearly, in the vendor's eyes, Jiang Feiyu was a wealthy target, a plump sheep waiting to be sheared. My generosity does not imply that you can treat me as a fool. Jiang Feiyu cast a glance at the vendor and began to withdraw his spirit stones. Upon witnessing this, the vendor quickly grabbed both bracelets and offered them to Jiang Feiyu. His tone urgent. Wait. Young master, your willingness to be so generous is commendable. I wouldn't mind taking a loss. Let us consider ourselves friends. He then feigned a magnanimous demeanor, attempting to ingratiate himself with Jiang Feiyu. Shameless! Xuanji and Ling Zining exclaimed in unison, their gazes laced with disdain. Jiang Feiyu chose not to pursue the matter further, instead lifting two distinctly contrasting bracelets, one black and one white, into the air with a flourish. At that moment, the starlit sky reflected within the city swept across. The seemingly ordinary bracelets suddenly erupted in a resplendent glow, akin to the brilliance of countless stars encircling the moon. Indeed, Jiang Feiyu's lips curled slightly upwards, as even he had almost overlooked their significance. These two bracelets, though appearing unrelated, were, in fact, a pair that only revealed their true essence when brought together. They were exquisite pieces. A sudden voice of admiration broke the silence, revealing it was Yi Tianjiao. Heavenly beauty, do you fancy those bracelets? Lin Feng immediately inquired, his gaze shifting towards the bracelets in Jiang Feiyu's grasp. Eager to offer a handsome price to acquire them for Yi Tianjiao, hoping to win her favor. To him, matters that could be resolved with wealth were trivial. If negotiation failed, he would simply seize them, dependent on whether the other party recognized the stakes. Yi Tianjiao nodded, casting an alluring smile at Jiang Feiyu. I have never encountered such unique bracelets. I find them immensely appealing. Might this gentleman be willing to part with them? Her words thrust Jiang Feiyu into the center of attention. Clearly, Yi Tianjiao was providing him with an opportunity to shine, and nearly all present believed he would not hesitate to present the bracelets to her. After all, what fool would not exchange a pair of simple bracelets for a modicum of favor from Yi Tianjiao? She was the daughter of the city lord of Starry Sky City, a noble from the esteemed clan of Punishment and Reward. Who among them did not yearn for her admiration? Upon hearing Yi Tianjiao's words, Lin Feng's eyes narrowed, a glint of cold light surging within them. He had exerted immense effort to gain Yi Tianjiao's attention, and before he could even make his move, a lowly commoner threatened to steal the limelight. Had he known, he would have reserved all the nearby stalls for Yi Tianjiao's selection, leaving no room for this commoner to interfere. Yet, at that moment, Jiang Feiyu unexpectedly grasped the delicate, fair arm of Xianji, and before the crowd, he deftly adorned her wrist with the white jade bracelet. Buzz! As the bracelet touched her skin, it emitted a faint starlight, enhancing Xianji's already enchanting beauty and grace. Jiang Feiyu smiled faintly and remarked, you wear it well, do you like it? Xuanji's cheeks flushed suddenly, and she shyly replied, thank you, young master, I truly like it. Humph, so this is merely to curry favor with the one he fancies. No wonder he displays such a lack of grace towards me. Ling Zining muttered in dissatisfaction. My lady, you have misunderstood. I am not the young master's beloved. Xuanji hurriedly clarified upon hearing this. The unexpected turn of events caused the expressions of those present to shift, their gazes involuntarily landing on Yi Tianjiao. Was he truly disregarding the young lady of the Yi family? How thoughtless could one be? Foolish fellow, what a wasted opportunity. Had I known, I would have reserved the entire stall to honor Miss Yi. Instead, I am vexed by this idiot's actions. What a blind fool. The blatant disregard for her presence darkened Yiming Yue's countenance. Yet, considering the prestige of the Starry Sky City, she forced herself to suppress her ire. Pointing at the remaining black jade bracelet in Jiang Feiyu's hand, mustering a strained smile, might I inquire if the young master is willing to? Before she could finish her sentence, Jiang Feiyu suddenly raised the remaining bracelet, swiftly placing it on Ling Zining's wrist, his expression impassive as he stated, this one suits your complexion better. Caught off guard by the sudden turn, Ling Zining was astonished. She had never expected Jiang Feiyu to gift her the other bracelet, her heart fluttering unexpectedly. Sensing Yi Tianjiao's murderous glare, she couldn't help but smile slightly, playfully waving the bracelet in her hand. It's truly beautiful. Gao Qing, witnessing the scene, internally exclaimed, what a clever fellow. Who knew you were such a master at charming women? You audacious commoner. Do you not realize that Miss Yi is the mistress of Starry Sky City? How dare you bestow her treasures upon another? I have yet to settle the score for the earlier offense. You would do well to hand it over obediently, or I shall ensure you meet a fate worse than death. Lin Feng seethed with rage, directing his ire towards Jiang Feiyu. Indeed. How dare you disrespect the young lady of the Yi family? Are you courting death? The onlookers exclaimed in indignation. In the face of their condemnation, Jiang Feiyu lifted his gaze, his demeanor remarkably calm. These 2 bracelets were purchased with my own hard-earned money. To whom I choose to give them is my business. And it concerns you not. Mind your own affairs. The vendor, sensing the brewing storm, hastily packed up and fled. With years of experience in the world, he knew that a fierce conflict was imminent. As the saying goes, when the city gate catches fire, the fish in the moat suffer. Now was not the time to linger. Lin Feng, seething with anger, was about to explode. Ling Zining stepped forward, her expression laced with mockery. The habit of your Tianqing sect to seize others' possessions seems ingrained in your very bones. Surely, you do not intend to act violently here? Humph. Trying to provoke me into action? You dream. Lin Feng, instead of fuming, let out a cold laugh, clearly believing Ling Zining was deliberately trying to incite him, unwittingly falling into her clever trap. Let us go. Jiang Feiyu, without casting a glance at Lin Feng and the others, simply called to Xuanji. Yes, young master. Xuanji nodded obediently. Stop right there. I wish to purchase those 2 bracelets. Name your price. Lin Feng bellowed in public, pointing a finger at the bracelets on Xuanji and Ling Zining's wrists. This frightened the already timid Xuanji, causing her to instinctively retreat. Jiang Feiyu shook his head in exasperation, realizing that while Xuanji possessed many admirable qualities, her overly timid nature was a disservice to her noble lineage of the Purple Moon bloodline. Meanwhile, Yi Tianju directed a frigid gaze at Jiang Feiyu, a subtle smirk playing at the corners of her lips as she declared, There is nothing I desire that I cannot obtain. On the other side, Lin Feng, seeing Jiang Feiyu remain unfazed, waved his hand dismissively. A radiant glow erupted from his storage ring, and a multitude of spiritual essences surged forth, coalescing into a small mountain before Jiang Feiyu. Proudly, he proclaimed, Here are 30,000 spirit stones. Hand over the bracelets. At this moment, everyone gasped in astonishment. They had clearly heard that Jiang Feiyu had acquired the bracelets for merely 300 spirit stones. Now, Lin Feng was offering a staggering 100-fold increase. Such an opportunity was simply too good to be true. The pile of spirit stones was so vast that even Xuanji, once the head of the Xingyue Merchant Guild, felt a stir of temptation. However, she quickly recalled that these bracelets were a gift from her master, and their significance was paramount. No amount of money could persuade her to part with them. Ling Zining, standing beside her, hardly spared Lin Feng a glance. Did he think a mere handful of coins could buy anything? How absurd. Gao Qing, on the other hand, scoffed and overturned the spiritual essences before him, mocking. Do you dare to flaunt 30,000 spirit stones? If anyone sees this, they might think the Tianqing sect is bankrupt. If you have the guts, why not throw down 300,000 stones? Gao Qing, your opinion is irrelevant here. Do keep your foolish remarks to yourself. Lin Feng shot him an irritated glare before turning his fiery gaze back to Jiang Feiyu, demanding, Hey, I'm asking you a question. Are you selling or not? If you find the price insufficient, I can offer more. 300 million top-tier spirit stones, no discounts, no negotiations, Jiang Feiyu replied, turning away with an expression of indifference. The crowd collectively gasped. 300 million spirit stones? Top-tier ones at that? Was this young man out of his mind? Did he think he could simply refuse to sell? They had never witnessed such audacity, particularly in disregarding both Lady Yi and young Master Lin. Lin Feng was clearly trying to restrain his temper. Yet Jiang Feiyu not only ignored him but also brazenly challenged him, inviting disaster upon himself. Ling Zining and Xuanji exchanged a glance, sensing the weight of the bracelets in their hands, instinctively shielding them. How could he be so arrogant? Was there a powerful sect backing him? Yi Tianjiao's cold eye swept over Jiang Feiyu, scrutinizing him, yet she felt uncertain. To her, the bracelets were merely decorative trinkets. She saw no hidden significance. Her earlier claim of liking them was simply a means to elicit flattery from him, to showcase her status in the Starry Sky City and satisfy her vanity. However, she had not anticipated being publicly humiliated, especially as he had not even deigned to acknowledge her presence. Having been pampered since birth, Yi Tianjiao had never endured such indignity, and her frustration was palpable. Most troubling was the earlier spectacle of Jiang Feiyu effortlessly vanquishing Hulan, which instilled a sense of unease in her. She instinctively turned to Lin Feng, feigning a pitiful demeanor as she spoke. If the young master does not wish to part with the items, he need only say so. Why must he make things difficult for young Master Lin? Alas, it is my fault for speaking out of turn. Are you mocking me? Lin Feng, already seething, could hardly contain himself upon witnessing Yi Tianjiao's feigned grievance. He unleashed a torrent of spiritual essences crashing down before Jiang Feiyu, his voice dripping with disdain. You think you can demand a price? 300 million top-tier spirit stones? Do you even know your worth? Wise up and take this pile of spirit stones. Leave the bracelets and get lost. Or, before he could finish, the pile of spirit stones erupted, expanding tenfold in an instant. My heavens. That must be at least 500,000 spirit stones. Are you blind? This is easily worth 1,000,000 spirit stones at the very least. A vendor who had been lingering nearby now stood aghast, his expression crumbling as his heart raced with disbelief. How could those worthless bracelets be worth such a fortune? Had he known, he would have simply kept them for himself to sell to this wealthy patron. Take the money and go. You could live comfortably for the rest of your life with this. Lin Feng sneered, utterly oblivious to the earlier incident where Jiang Feiyu had incinerated Hulin in an instant. His sole focus was to suppress Jiang Feiyu and win a smile from Yi Tianjiao. Why pretend to be affluent when you have no funds? Jiang Feiyu remarked dismissively, turning to leave with Xuanji. How dare you insult me publicly? Stop him. Lin Feng bellowed, his eyes wide with rage. He could hardly fathom that Jiang Feiyu would dare to disregard him so brazenly, though he possessed 300 million top-tier spirit stones. They had been allocated for the upcoming auction hosted by the Xianyue Pavilion, not to indulge in a petty squabble with a mere commoner. While he desired Yi Tianjiao's favor, he was not foolish enough to lose his wits over it. He understood the importance of priorities. In contrast, this lowly individual, whom he regarded as insignificant, had the audacity to repeatedly affront him. If I do not eliminate you today, I shall not be called Lin Feng. He silently vowed, seething with rage. In an instant, those who had been guarding Lin Feng sprang into action, pouncing towards Jiang Feiyu like ferocious tigers. Young master, Xuanji gasped, her soul nearly fleeing her body at the sight of these formidable warriors. Is this how you respond when you cannot pay? Jiang Feiyu's eyes glinted with disdain as he chuckled coldly. Fool, prepare to meet your end. They cried in unison, launching their full assault on Jiang Feiyu. How dare a mere swarm of ants speak so brazenly? Jiang Feiyu took a slight step forward, nonchalantly unleashing a punch. Boom. What appeared to be a mundane strike rendered the onlookers momentarily blind, as if the very heavens had dimmed in response to this singular blow. The surrounding space seemed to collapse in an instant, a wisp of crimson-black flame flashing through, erupting violently. The four practitioners at the Life Palace realm, upon drawing near, were instantly crushed into powder by the might of Jiang Feiyu's punch, reduced to ashes. One punch to annihilate 4 formidable Life Palace experts? Goodness, this individual possesses such immense strength. It is no wonder he dares to disregard both Yi Tianjiao and Lin Feng simultaneously. He must be a scion of a formidable background. The crowd, awestruck by Jiang Feiyu's prowess, fell into a frenzy of astonishment. Impudence! A thunderous roar suddenly reverberated from above. Following that, a brilliant starlight pierced through the clouds, traversing thousands of feet to strike at Jiang Feiyu. The onlookers looked up to see a shadow materialize in the sky. This was the method of execution employed by the Starry Sky City for those who violated its rules, Starfall. Young master, be careful, Xuanji instinctively cried out in warning. However, Jiang Feiyu did not even lift his head, casually slapping his hand. Crack! That ferocious and dazzling starlight shattered into nothingness in an instant. Simultaneously, a chi sword shot from his palm towards the sky with blinding speed, instantly piercing the one who had attacked. A chilling scream echoed throughout the heavens. You dare to openly oppose me, Starry Sky City? Yi Tianjiao exclaimed furiously. Die! At that moment, Lin Feng's figure appeared before Jiang Feiyu like a specter, launching a surprise attack the instant the starlight fell, delivering a furious punch. Despicable! Shameless! Ling Zining and Xuanji exclaimed in anger upon witnessing this. Boom! As this punch, imbued with golden light and the force of thunder, passed through, the space around it shattered, a wave of annihilating power cascading forth and fully unleashed upon Jiang Feiyu's chest. Jiang Feiyu remained unperturbed despite the confrontation, casting a calm glance at Lin Feng and stating, "Is this all you have, the indestructible body?" Subsequently, he straightened his chest, and the power of his innate Dao body erupted in an instant. Lin Feng instinctively sensed an overwhelmingly terrifying recoil surging towards him. The indestructible golden light he had summoned disintegrated on the spot, and his body uncontrollably retreated several hundred feet, carving a deep trench into the ground. With a cough, Lin Feng struggled to regain his balance, only to feel a surge of warmth in his throat as he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. His complexion turned as pale as a sheet, and clutching his chest, he raised his head to glare at Jiang Feiyu with eyes blazing with fury, roaring. How dare you injure me? Do you have any idea who I am? As Jiang Feiyu raised his hand, a gleaming sword light suddenly flashed across the arena. In the blink of an eye, a sword of energy pierced through Lin Feng's chest, dragging him backwards with ferocious force. Just as the situation seemed dire, a dazzling purple light descended from the heavens, enveloping Lin Feng and forcefully severing the energy sword conjured by Jiang Feiyu, which then split into two and fell to the ground, shattering into dust. The purple light was radiant. It was a sign of the Yin Moon Dynasty's presence. Jiang Feiyu immediately recognized the identity of the assailant and glanced at Xuanji beside him. Could it be that this individual was the mastermind who had previously used Xuanji as a pawn, orchestrating the scheme with the mysterious golden orb? Chapter 66. Yu Xianxian, cursed be this fellow. How could he be so formidable? With a single sword strike, he shattered my indestructible defense. Something only a power of the divine realm could achieve. Could it be that this individual before me possesses true strength at the divine realm level? Lin Feng, having narrowly escaped calamity, was filled with sheer terror. He never imagined that this person he deemed a lowly commoner could be so powerful. Who dares to intervene so brazenly? Upon witnessing the abrupt interruption of the battle, the onlookers all gazed upwards in astonishment. Whoosh! A colossal cloud ship, 10 times larger than the one belonging to the Star Moon Chamber of Commerce, burst through the thick clouds like lightning, coming into view. How dare it land within the confines of Starry Sky City? The crowd gasped in surprise. It is well known that the entry of cloud ships into Starry Sky City is strictly prohibited, yet the ship boldly flouted the rules. Moreover, the guards showed no reaction, indicating only one possibility. The power behind this cloud ship was formidable enough to make even Starry Sky City wary. On board the cloud ship stood a man and a woman side by side at the bow. The young man, tall with starry eyes and sword-like brows, donned a splendid robe, hands clasped behind his back, exuding an air of grandeur. 4 elderly men followed closely behind him, each radiating an imposing aura, clearly masters of their craft. I remember now. This is the cloud ship of the Hantian sect. Someone in the crowd suddenly exclaimed in recognition. The Hantian sect. Jiang Feiyu's eyes flickered with intrigue. The Hantian sect is a superpower that governs the Thunder Realm, one of the few sects that has stood for thousands of years without faltering, boasting profound depths of heritage. Whoosh. Before the cloud ship even touched down, the figure of the young man darted across the scene and appeared before the crowd, with hands behind his back. He leaned toward Lin Feng, mocking him from a position of superiority. Lin Feng, as the young master of the Tianqing sect. How could you allow yourself to be reduced to this? You've brought disgrace upon yourself. Lei Dong, how fortunate to see you. Lin Feng, upon recognizing the newcomer, immediately approached him with enthusiasm, a broad smile on his face. What? He is the young master of the Hantian sect. Lei Dong. He is renowned as the greatest talent of the Hantian sect in nearly a century. I never expected him to be so young. Truly, heroes emerge in youth. It is said he possesses extraordinary talent and has even become a nominal disciple of the Blade Emperor, one of the 4 sovereigns. To be acknowledged by the Blade Emperor alone bestows upon him the honor of being one of the brightest stars in the 4 regions. Upon realizing the identity of the visitor, the crowd's expressions shifted to one of admiration, fervently extolling his virtues. You've humiliated the Tianqing sect. If it weren't for Miss Yu's timely intervention, you would have met your end. Lei Dong shot Lin Feng a disdainful glance, snorting dismissively. Miss Yu? Lin Feng was momentarily taken aback. In the next moment, he beheld a woman descending gracefully from the core of the cloud ship, surrounded by several admirers. It was none other than the woman who had previously stood alongside Lei Dong at the ship's bow. She possessed the quintessential beauty of an oval face. Clad in a flowing cloud dress, her slender waist accentuated by a purple belt, perfectly showcasing her alluring figure. Could it be that you are the elder sister of the prodigy, Yu Xianxian? Upon learning the identity of the woman, Lin Feng's eyes flickered with astonishment, and he promptly bowed in gratitude, saying, Thank you, Miss Yu, for your timely assistance. By the heavens, she is indeed the sister of Yi Tianjiao. Yu Xianxian? Who is Yu Xianxian? Why have I never heard of such a figure in Starry Sky City? She is the adopted daughter of the city lord, said to possess the strongest purple moon bloodline of the Dark Moon realm, and it is highly likely that she is a descendant of the Vanishing Moon dynasty. In comparison to Yi Tianjiao, Yu Xianxian eclipses her in both beauty and cultivation. The onlookers gasped in shock at the revelation. Yu Xianxian, ignoring Lin Feng, gracefully approached Jiang Feiyu, a hint of apology crossing her beautiful face as she slightly bowed, saying, I am Yu Xianxian. I hope you can forgive my rash intervention just now. Reason? Jiang Feiyu remained unfazed, staring intently at Yu Xianxian and inquired, What is your reasoning? If the young master of the Tianqing sect were to perish within Starry Sky City, it would surely incite chaos and bring you great trouble. Of course. I acknowledge that Starry Sky City mishandled this matter, so I extend my sincere apologies on behalf of the city. Should you require any form of compensation, please do not hesitate to voice your needs, and I shall do my utmost to fulfill them. I also hope you might grant me a modicum of leniency to turn conflict into peace. Yu Xianxian bowed once more, her expression earnest. You exhibit a sense of propriety. In contrast, she shows none. Jiang Feiyu, after listening to Yu Xuanxuan's words, smiled faintly in response. Upon hearing this, Yu Xianxian felt a wave of relief wash over her. At that moment, Xuanji, observing Yu Xianxian, was inexplicably struck by a sense of familiarity. Noticing this peculiarity, Jiang Feiyu instinctively glanced at Yu Xianxian again and was surprised to find a resemblance between Yu Xianxian and Xuanji. Sharing the same bloodline and bearing such similar features? Could they be sisters? Jiang Feiyu mused silently. At that moment, Yu Xianxian also noticed Xuanji standing behind Jiang Feiyu, her delicate frame shivering slightly. Sister, why are you apologizing to him? Yi Tianjiao suddenly approached Yu Xianxian with a stern expression, her face betraying her displeasure. Clearly, she was extremely dissatisfied with Yu Xuanxuan's apology to a lowly commoner. Silence. Apologize to this young man. Yu Xuanxuan's brows furrowed as she chided sharply. Apologize? On what grounds? I did nothing wrong. Yi Tianjiao retorted defiantly. According to the rules of Starry Sky City, no one is permitted to engage in private battles within the city. You witnessed Lin Feng's attack, and not only did you fail to dissuade him, but secretly aided him as well, which is a grave mistake. Apologize. Yu Xianxian glared at Yu Tianjiao, reprimanding her sternly. You must be dreaming. I am the young mistress of Starry Sky City. I can do as I please. Who are you to dictate my actions? Ask me to apologize? Dream on. Yu Tianjiao, seething with rage, exploded at that moment. She had long harbored resentment toward Yu Xianxian, for throughout their lives, in terms of both beauty and cultivation, she had been ruthlessly overshadowed by this adopted daughter. Wherever Yu Xianxian appeared, Yi Tianjie was destined to play the supporting role. Now, with Yu Xianxian publicly embarrassing her before so many people, it was as if the long-simmering anger inside her had erupted all at once. If this matter reaches our father's ears, will you bear the consequences? Yu Xianxian shot Yu Tianjie a disapproving glare, her voice chilling. Mind your own business. Yu Tianjie retorted in a huff. Miss you. It was that brat who overstepped by provoking Miss you first. I was merely acting in defense. Lin Feng quickly stepped forward to support Yu Tianjie. If it weren't for Miss Yu's timely rescue, you would have been dead already. Where would you find the audacity to stand here and speak? You even expect Miss Yu to compensate you. What are you? Lei Dong's eyes narrowed as he coldly regarded Lin Feng, a sneer on his lips. Lin Feng felt as though he were being stared down by a venomous serpent, instinctively shivering in fright. He quickly yielded, saying, Young Master Lei, I was in the wrong. Having said that, he immediately bowed to Yu Xianxian. Miss Yu, I apologize for my earlier indiscretion. Furthermore, I am willing to personally cover any compensation required by this young man. I must say, I am utterly disappointed in you, Lin Feng. I never expected you to be such a coward, groveling before Lei Dong and even apologizing to Yu Xianxian. Night Tianju seethed, her anger boiling over. Indeed. We were in the wrong regarding the earlier incident. Lin Feng replied, forcing himself to speak. Get lost. Someone like you is utterly unworthy of being my friend. Night Tianjiao's fury escalated. With a swift motion, Yu Xianxian delivered a resounding slap across Night Tianjiao's face, her voice laced with indignation. You have brought shame upon the starry sky city. Night Tianjiao, seething with rage, retaliated, Yu Xianxian. You vile wretch, how dare you strike me? I shall make you pay. She lunged at Yu Xianxian like a frenzied lion. With a swift flick, several dark chains erupted from her body, ensnaring Yu Xianxian in their grasp. This was the signature technique of the Sin Punishment clan, Sin Punishment Iron Chains. Foolish. Yu Xianxian scoffed, effortlessly sidestepping all of Night Tianjiao's attacks. Chapter 67. Not everyone deserves to be my friend. This is impossible. Night Tianjiao's expression shifted dramatically. She had always known Yu Xianxian was formidable. But she never anticipated her strength would allow her to so easily dispel the Sin Punishment Iron Chains. Before Night Tianjiao could react, a violet light flickered in Yu Xuanxuan's eyes as she coldly commanded, fall. Night Tianjiao felt an overwhelming force invade her consciousness, and suddenly, her vision darkened, plunging her into unconsciousness. This is what you call self-inflicted suffering, isn't it, senior brother? Ling Xining laughed heartily at the sight of the fallen Night Tianjiao. Gao Qing promptly tugged at Ling Xining's sleeve, signaling her to temper her exuberance. Yu Xianxian remained unfazed, gesturing to a companion. Take her to my adoptive father and report everything that transpired. Yes. The attendant acknowledged and vanished in an instant. The auction at the Immortal Moon Pavilion will commence in 3 hours. Everyone may disperse now. Yu Xianxian lifted her gaze, surveying the surroundings with an air of nonchalance. Miss Yu, farewell. The crowd quickly dispersed at her command. Have you decided what you require, young sir? Yu Xianxian approached Jiang Feiyu, taking the initiative to inquire. Miss Yu, allow me to handle this matter myself. Otherwise, I would be too embarrassed to face young Master Lei. Lin Feng interjected hastily. 3 billion premium spirit stones. Jiang Feiyu blurted without hesitation. You, how dare you demand such an exorbitant price? Lin Feng's eyes flared with anger, realizing the provocation. Is 3 billion premium spirit stones too much for a life? Jiang Feiyu regarded Lin Feng, a spiritual sword subtly pressing against his brow. Lei Dong raised an eyebrow slightly, acknowledging the audacity of Jiang Feiyu's action in his presence. However, the swiftness of the sword's draw was remarkable. No wonder Lin Feng struggled to withstand it. Lei Dong, intending to interject, noticed that Yu Xianxian remained silent, and thus commanded Lin Feng, give it to him. Lin Feng was taken aback by Lei Dong's unexpected support for Jiang Feiyu, his expression shifting to one of despair. Young Master Lei, it's not that I don't want to give it, but I genuinely do not have that many spirit stones on me. In truth, he lied. He possessed precisely 3 billion premium spirit stones, intended for the auction. If he relinquished all of it, his father would surely have his skin. Take what you have. If it's insufficient, I'll lend you the rest. Don't you understand the simple principle of losing the person but not the team? Lei Dong shot Lin Feng an exasperated glance. Yes. Lin Feng hurriedly nodded, pulling out a storage ring and presenting it to Jiang Feiyu, his expression pained. This is all I have, totaling 150 million premium spirit stones. If you don't believe me, feel free to count. Without waiting for a response, he turned to Lei Dong, who casually tossed him a storage ring, saying nonchalantly, it contains 2 spirit veins. It exceeds the remaining amount significantly. Thank you, young Master Lei, for your generous assistance. I shall contact my father to send over the funds to repay you shortly. Lin Feng exclaimed, visibly thrilled. 2 mere spirit veins hold no value in my eyes. Return it whenever it's convenient. Lei Dong declared with grandiosity. Young Master Lei is so magnanimous. Lin Feng quickly bowed and praised him. Internally, he marveled. Truly, young Master Lei is impressive, effortlessly producing 2 spirit veins. Although the strength of the Han Tian sect is not significantly greater than that of my Tianqing sect in comparison, I feel utterly impoverished. Yet he failed to realize that Lei Dong feigned such generosity to cultivate a favorable image before Yu Xianxian. Meanwhile, Jiang Feiyu collected the 2 storage rings without a glance, his demeanor unfazed. After all this time, may I ask how to address you, young sir? Yu Xianxian inquired, her voice breaking the silence. Jiang Feiyu, came the indifferent response. Young Master Jiang, here are 30 million premium purple crystals as compensation from Starry Sky City. I hope you will accept. Yu Xianxian smiled, pushing a storage ring towards Jiang Feiyu. Xianxian, there is no need for you to compensate. Their matters have been settled. Lei Dong quickly interjected. Lin Gongzi's issues are indeed resolved, but the transgressions of Tianjiao remain unaddressed. This is my obligation. Yu Xianxian shook her head. What a noble obligation. Jiang Feiyu regarded Yu Xianxian with approval as he accepted the storage ring. For your words alone, I shall count you as a friend. Should you ever require assistance, do not hesitate to ask. Thank you for your recognition, young sir. A glimmer of joy flickered in Yu Xuanchuan's eyes. One friendship for 30 million premium purple crystals. What an astute calculation. Lei Dong's eyes narrowed, a chill emanating from him as he scoffed. Not everyone is worthy of being my friend. Jiang Feiyu chuckled softly. At this, Lei Dong's expression suddenly darkened. What does a mere country bumpkin think he is doing? Master Lei, be cautious with your words. Yu Xianxian furrowed her brows, her tone laced with displeasure. She then turned to Jiang Feiyu, extending an invitation. Young Master Jiang, would you care to explore the Starry Sky City? There are still 3 hours until the auction begins. Very well, let us visit the Pillar of Heaven. Jiang Feiyu nodded in agreement. The Pillar of Heaven? Yu Xianxian looked at Jiang Feiyu in surprise before smiling. Are you eager to test your potential as well? No. I am here to help you resolve the doubts in your heart. Jiang Feiyu replied mysteriously, his smile enigmatic. My doubts? Yu Xianxian asked, puzzled. You will understand once we arrive, Jiang Feiyu teased. Please, this way, young Master Jiang. Yu Xianxian gestured for him to follow. Senior brother, let us join the excitement. Ling Zining exclaimed, pulling Gao Qing along as they hurried after them. Meanwhile, Lei Dong remained rooted in place, his face a mask of fury. He never imagined that Yu Xianxian would reprimand him for a stranger. Young Master Lei, it's all that brat-ass fault. Lin Feng chimed in, eager to stoke the flames. Silence. Lei Dong glared at Lin Feng, directing his ire towards him. Don't think I'm unaware of your intentions. I was wrong. Lin Feng hastily apologized upon seeing Lei Dong's anger. To seek revenge, one must first understand the opponent's background. Otherwise, one might end up injuring oneself. Lei Dong fixed a cold gaze on Lin Feng. Do you know the origins of that young man? Lin Feng leaned in, eager for information. If I knew, would I still be talking to you? Lei Dong shot back, then shifted his tone. However, the woman beside him bears the insignia of the Star and Moon Commerce. As far as I know, members of that organization were recently apprehended by the local law enforcement. You should report her identity quickly. That young man will surely retaliate. And I can assist you then. Understood. A glimmer of ferocity flashed in Lin Feng's eyes as he grinned. Thank you, young Master Lei. I will not disappoint you. Remember to bring along the experts from your Tianqing sect. Once the deed is done, the spirit stones you owe me will be wiped clean. Lei Dong instructed. Yes. Lin Feng replied, hastily departing. How could Lin Tiandong produce such a fool? 2 spirit veins, and he follows me like a loyal dog. Lei Dong smirked as he watched Lin Feng's retreating figure. Here we are, the treasure of Starry Sky City, the Pillar of Heaven, Yu Xianxian announced, stopping after 100 steps. Shinji followed her gaze, and there, in the heart of Starry Sky City, stood a massive stone pillar, thick enough for 10 people to encircle. It towered into the clouds, its peak obscured. Surrounding its base were throngs of people, some pressing against the pillar to channel their energy into it. Suddenly, a stream of starlight burst through the clouds, enveloping one individual and lifting them into the air, drawing cheers from the crowd. Chapter 68. Xianji's potential junior sister. This is the unique treasure of Starry Sky City, the Pillar of Heaven. Gao Qing exclaimed excitedly, fanning himself as he spoke to Ling Zining. Senior brother, what is so special about this Pillar of Heaven? Ling Zining asked, instinctively licking her large lollipop, her face a picture of curiosity. This is the treasure of Starry Sky City, capable of testing each person's potential. Gao Qing replied, not dismissing the importance of the pillar. Testing potential? How extraordinary. Ling Zining's eyes sparkled with interest. But how does it determine a person's potential? Quite simply, one merely needs to place their hand on the pillar and channel their power, invoking the celestial energies within. The more starlight one can summon, the greater their potential. Gao Qing explained. To date, the highest record in Starry Sky City stands at 9 stars, achieved by the first city lord, Imo Ishii. And it has remained unbroken ever since. Before Gao Qing could continue, Yu Xianxian interjected, providing an answer for Ling Zining while also informing the onlookers about the Pillar of Heaven. Just then, a loud bang resounded as the earlier successful individual, who had summoned 2 stars, suddenly faltered. 2-star potential. The elder guarding the pillar announced coldly, summoning celestial energies. Isn't that a unique technique of the celestial pavilion? Why can the Pillar of Heaven do the same? Ling Zining pondered, ripples of curiosity dancing in her beautiful eyes. How would I know? You should ask Miss Yu. Gao Qing awkwardly scratched his nose. I apologize, but this is a secret of Starry Sky City, and I cannot divulge it. Yu Xianxian said apologetically, glancing at the two. Understood. Ling Zining smiled knowingly. Young master, you surely understand why this is so, don't you? Xianji leaned closer to Jiang Feiyu, winking as she whispered. Since first seeing the Pillar of Heaven, she had noted Jiang Feiyu's calm demeanor, as though he had seen through everything. Yu Xianxian also observed this peculiarity, her gaze lingering on Jiang Feiyu. Witnessing this, Lei Dong felt a surge of unexplained rage. Do you wish to know? Jiang Feiyu asked, looking down at Xianji, who nodded eagerly like a chick pecking for grain. The Pillar of Heaven originates from the Celestial Pavilion, and the very Starry Sky City we stand in was designed by them. Jiang Feiyu stated matter-of-factly. How could young Master Jiang possibly know this? Yu Xianxian looked at him in shock, her hearing far surpassing that of ordinary people. Why is that? Was the founder of Starry Sky City from the Celestial Pavilion? Xianji remarked, astonished by the revelation. No, Mo Ishi hails from the Yin Moon dynasty, but her wife was from the Celestial Pavilion and is also the founder of the Star and Moon Commerce. Jiang Feiyu clarified, dispelling the confusion. Now I see. Xianji suppressed her astonishment and continued, Young Master, how does the Pillar of Heaven test an individual's potential? The top of this pillar connects to the heavens, allowing it to draw upon celestial energies. Those testing their potential can thus communicate with the myriad stars hidden in the sky. Many of these stars are the manifestations of powerful beings from millennia past, containing legacies or weapons they wielded, rather than merely testing potential. It is more accurate to say they are seeking a chance. Jiang Feiyu elaborated. So those stars harbor such incredible treasures. Xianji gasped in awe. Young Master Jiang. Yu Xianxian could no longer contain her curiosity and leaned in closer to ask, how do you know so much about the secrets of Starry Sky City? Starry Sky City? Is this not a secret of the Yin Moon dynasty? Jiang Feiyu winked at Yu Xianxian. Yu Xianxian stood there, stunned as if struck by lightning. At that moment, more spectators stepped forward to try their luck, but none achieved remarkable results. The best score was merely 3 stars. Why not give it a try? You may discover unexpected rewards. Jiang Feiyu suddenly suggested to Xianji. Xianji was taken aback by the words, shaking her head vigorously in refusal. My lord, please do not jest with me. How could someone of my insignificant abilities dare to embarrass myself? There is no need for self-deprecation. Jiang Feiyu, noticing Xianji's sense of inferiority, encouraged her. I have brought you here to reveal the immense potential that lies within you. Very well, I shall heed your words. Upon hearing Jiang Feiyu's encouragement, warmth surged within Xianji's heart, prompting her to change her mind and advance boldly. It turned out that Jiang Gongzi had come here for her. Yu Xianxian, upon hearing this, instinctively scrutinized Xianji as she walked toward the Pillar of Heaven. In the next moment, a jolt of surprise coursed through her body, and her expression turned excited. Her bloodline is just like yours. Perhaps even purer. Jiang Feiyu replied without looking back. Gongzi knew this all along? Yu Xuanchuan's eyes shifted dramatically, and she suddenly realized, no wonder you spoke of enlightening me. Do not feign surprise. You were aware of Xianji's possession of the Purple Moon bloodline from the very beginning. Jiang Feiyu replied with a sudden shift in tone. Gongzi. Yu Xuanchuan's complexion changed, and just as she was about to explain, Jiang Feiyu interrupted. Focus on what is before us. At this moment, Xianji had already approached the Pillar of Heaven. Standing guard was an elderly man with silver hair and a gaunt visage, who, upon seeing Xianji step forward, suddenly exhibited a spark of clarity in his once cloudy eyes and spoke uncertainly. Your bloodline. Sir, may I conduct a test? Xianji interjected, clearly unwilling to divulge her secret of possessing the Purple Moon bloodline to anyone but Jiang Feiyu. The elderly man, rather than being offended, regarded Xianji with a hint of approval and nodded. Let us begin. What must I do? Xianji inquired cautiously as she approached the Pillar of Heaven. Place your palm upon the pillar. It shall absorb your inner strength to draw forth the celestial energy. The man explained patiently. Previous participants had not been afforded such a privilege. Thank you, sir. Xianji bowed slightly and then pressed her palm firmly against the stone pillar. Boom. At that moment, the previously tranquil stone pillar erupted into an incredibly brilliant light, illuminating the entire starry city. Above the towering clouds, 7 beams of starlight flickered and simultaneously descended upon Xianji. In an instant, she was enveloped by a swirling constellation, her previously faint aura surging dramatically, leaving all present in astonishment. Whispers filled the air. 7 stars at the outset. Where did this girl come from? To summon 7 stars in an instant, she must be a descendant of a great sect or a top-tier power. Incredible. 7 stars. How long has it been since such a spectacle graced the Starry City? How long? Throughout the entire history of Starry City, only a handful have been able to summon 7 stars in an instant. As the crowd gasped in awe, Jiang Feiyu's expression remained unchanged. His gaze remained fixed on the center of Xianji's forehead, with a hint of anticipation. As I predicted, once the bloodline power is activated, destiny shall follow. Indeed. Yu Xianxian nodded noncommittally, pondering inwardly, will she gain the recognition of that entity? Is she truly that remarkable? Gao Qing stared in disbelief at Xianji surrounded by 7 stars, instinctively turning to his junior sister, only to find her calmly savoring a lollipop, prompting him to exclaim, "Junior sister, did you foresee her possessing such potential all along?" "Of course not." Ling Zining shook her head earnestly. "I merely perceived that her bloodline was extraordinary." "So, she possesses a unique bloodline. It is no wonder she could evoke such a phenomenon," Gao Qing remarked, coming to a realization. "No. She has not yet tapped into even a fraction of her bloodline power." The girl denied Gao Qing's assessment, making a startling declaration. "What? She has yet to utilize her bloodline power. How is that possible?" Gao Qing was left dumbfounded. Or perhaps, she is entirely unaware of the bloodline power she possesses and thus does not know how to harness it. The girl took a bite of her lollipop, her eyes shimmering with insight. As she spoke, a crack suddenly appeared in the center of Xianji's forehead, and a hidden violet light erupted forth. In the blink of an eye, it surged throughout her body, rapidly assimilating the starlight surrounding her, transforming it entirely into a rich violet glow that soared into the ethereal realm above. In the next moment, the heavens shifted dramatically. Boom! All the clouds above coalesced, forming a massive vortex at its center. Following this, a tremendous force erupted, cascading downwards, instilling a suffocating pressure upon all present. At this moment, the crack in Xianji's forehead had vanished, replaced by a resplendent violet moon mark. The silver-haired elder, who had been silently observing her, suddenly ignited with fervor, his frail form trembling uncontrollably. Indeed, the purple moon bloodline, she is also an orphan of the Yin Moon dynasty. As he spoke, he instinctively glanced towards Yu Xian, who could no longer contain her excitement, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. What is that violet light? It has once again caused a disturbance above. Ah, the pressure is overwhelming. I can barely stand. Could something dreadful be emerging from that vortex? What could it be? The 8th star? That would be the best record the Starry City has seen in nearly a century. The best? What is the highest record? 9 stars, achieved by the first lord of Starry City, Imoishi. No one has surpassed it to this day. The gathered crowd was overwhelmed by the sudden surge of power, their expressions contorted in pain and disbelief. Such an anomaly had only occurred twice in the history of Starry City. The last time was on the day Starry City was officially established, when Lord Imoishi single-handedly summoned 9 stars to break the seal and illuminate the earth with their brilliance. It is coming. Jiang Feiyu suddenly lifted his gaze to the sky, a smile gracing his lips. Boom. In the following instant, a colossal bolt of lightning shot forth from the vortex formed by the gathering clouds, piercing directly into Xianji's being. Unprepared for the onslaught, Xianji's body was completely penetrated by the lightning, resulting in a piercing scream of anguish. What in the world is happening? It is not starlight, but a bolt of lightning? This is the first time I have seen someone tested for potential only to be struck by lightning. Could it be that her potential is so extraordinary that she is being punished by the heavens? The crowd was stunned by the sudden turn of events, fearing for Xianji's safety. But in the next moment, the violet light surrounding her suddenly reacted, merging with the ferocious lightning, transforming into an even more dazzling violet lightning. Within the depths of torment, Xuanji's anguished screams echoed, her delicate form quaking violently. Her tender flesh was incessantly torn, blood gushing forth. Having never endured such a harrowing ordeal, Xuanji found herself beset by a profound desire to surrender. Hold on. Enduring this will yield immense fortune. The silver-haired elder beside her perceived the anomaly and promptly urged her to persevere. Yet, Xuanji could not absorb a single word. Her heart had never been tempered, and she could not withstand such pressure. With a sudden gasp, she expelled a copious amount of blood, her internal strength spiraling out of control. A mere trinket dares to provoke? Subdue it. In this critical moment, Jiang Feiyu swiftly appeared beside Xuanji, exerting a force to stabilize her trembling body. Young master. Upon hearing Jiang Feiyu's voice, Xuanji's previously blurred vision cleared in an instant. Gritting her teeth, she summoned her entire strength and countered. Submit to me. Boom. The violet crescent mark upon her forehead erupted with radiant light, and in that fleeting moment, a formidable will manifested within her. The terrifying force that had taken residence within her was instantaneously suppressed and absorbed into her being, achieving a harmonious fusion. The celestial phenomenon above dissipated in an instant. Xuanji's aura surged dramatically, propelling her to the first level of the Fate Palace realm. Thank you, young master. She slowly opened her eyes and knelt before Jiang Feiyu. Arise. Jiang Feiyu assisted her to her feet and then, with keen interest, remarked, "Let us see it unleashed." Without hesitation, Xuanji flipped her palm. Whoosh. A silver spear, completely enveloped in purple lightning, materialized from thin air, emanating a formidable presence. The Phoenix Immortal Moon Spear, the imperial artifact lost from the Yin Moon dynasty. The silver-haired elder stood frozen, as if struck by lightning, his eyes wide with astonishment. A semi-imperial artifact. Good heavens. Isn't this the pillar for testing potential? To think such an opportunity exists. The onlookers were filled with envy and jealousy, exclaiming in shock. Had I known, I would have tested my potential too. Perhaps this treasure would have been mine. Haha. If you had gone up, you would have barely achieved 2-star potential, nothing more. Get lost. I possess at least 3.5 stars. A semi-imperial artifact, quite impressive. Jiang Feiyu cast a casual glance at the spear and spoke nonchalantly. Half. Semi-imperial artifact? Xuanji was taken aback. She had not anticipated that what she had obtained was so powerful. No need for astonishment. Jiang Feiyu smiled gently. It is indeed an imperial artifact, merely sealed with part of its power. With your current strength, it is just within your grasp. Now it makes sense. Xuanji nodded in shock, unable to resist the urge to grasp the spear and delve into its essence. No wonder I could never awaken it no matter how hard I tried. It was waiting for you all along. Yu Xianxian stepped forward, her eyes filled with awe, then sighed with a wry smile. Xuanji instinctively glanced at Yu Xianxian, her tone taking on an odd quality. Why do I feel an overwhelming familiarity each time I see you, especially after acquiring this? The feeling is intensified to the extreme. Actually, you are my sister. At this revelation, Yu Xianxian blinked and then leaned closer to Xuanji, lowering her voice. You. Xuanji was momentarily stunned, about to seek confirmation when, not far off, Lei Dong casually approached, hands clasped behind his back, addressing Xuanji from a position of superiority. I am Lei Dong, the young master of the Shaking Heaven sect. Would you be inclined to serve under me as my maid? The Shaking Heaven sect. Young Master Lei Dong. He was renowned as the foremost genius of the Shaking Heaven sect in nearly a century, reportedly accepted as a nominal disciple by the Blade Emperor. To be chosen by young Master Lei would be an immense honor. Who wouldn't rush to express their gratitude? Recognizing Lei Dong's identity, the crowd immediately displayed expressions of admiration, fervently extolling him. Upon hearing this, Yu Xianxian frowned slightly, her displeasure evident. Young Master Lei, given this young lady's talents, having her serve as a maid seems an egregious underutilization. Moreover, she has already pledged her allegiance to young Master Jiang. To poach her in such a manner is unbecoming of a gentleman. In response, Lei Dong smiled faintly. Xianxian, you misunderstand. As the saying goes, a good bird chooses the right tree to perch on. I merely offer her a better option. Xuanji resolutely shook her head, declining. I am sorry, but I must refuse. Do you dare to refuse me? Lei Dong raised an eyebrow, his tone tinged with displeasure. Very well, then relinquish the item in your possession, and we shall consider this matter settled. Of course, the terms are yours to dictate. Chapter 70. Is it still interesting? This poses quite a challenge for a humble creature like me. Bai Qianfan's expression turned troubled. Dare to deceive the sovereign? Jiang Feiyu's expression darkened, and the laws of heaven and earth descended with a crushing force. Bai Qianfan's petite form was instantly riddled with wounds, blood splattering in all directions. Yet, she did not plead for mercy. Instead, she cast a defiant glance at Jiang Feiyu, as if to say, if you do not believe, then kill me. In such a case, Bai Qianfan would be as good as dead. Do you wish to threaten this king? Jiang Feiyu's face was ashen, his entire being exuding an overwhelming aura of menace. No, I am merely stating the facts. In truth, what you witnessed 10,000 years ago was both Bai Qianfan and myself. We are two souls within one body. However, at that time, I had infiltrated the third dimension, thus relinquishing control of the physical form to Bai Qianfan. Now, that third dimension has been usurped by that old wretch. I had no choice but to incapacitate Bai Qianfan and reclaim dominion over this body. Bai Qianfan shook his head as he revealed the truth. Two souls within one body? Why has the little mudfish never mentioned this to me? When did an old wretch appear in the third dimension? Jiang Feiyu cast a cold, skeptical glance at Bai Qianfan, wholly unconvinced by his words. He possessed an intimate understanding of the circumstances surrounding the devouring heaven magic cauldron. How could he be so easily deceived by mere rhetoric? The claims made by the younger man were undeniably true. The real mastermind was this old fellow. It was under this elder's guidance that Yu Tianwu transformed from a mere wastrel to the master of the devouring heaven magic cauldron, wielding countless legacies. The reasons behind their eventual fallout remained a mystery. Although the elder had fallen to the status of a prisoner, he still commanded unparalleled respect within the cauldron. Even Yu Tianwu dared not confront him. Bai Qianfan, keenly aware of the situation, spoke earnestly, leaving no stone unturned in his discourse. Is this truly the case? Jiang Feiyu pondered, beginning to entertain the possibility. Yet, a disquieting thought lingered. Why should he relinquish his possessions? Xuanji glanced at Lei Dong, somewhat at a loss for words. I, the master of the Hantian sect, govern the Thunder Realm, and my master wields authority over one of the 4 star domains, the Blade Emperor of the Southern Barbarian Star Domain. Should you choose to part with your treasures, we could forge a benevolent bond. You must weigh the pros and cons carefully. A glint of menace flickered in Lei Dong's eyes as he spoke. Lei Gongzi, you are being utterly unreasonable. Yu Xianxian retorted sharply. Xianxian, this matter pertains solely to her and me. I hope you refrain from interfering. Do not forget, you still have needs from me. Lei Dong shot a frosty glance at Yu Xianxian. The spear in question had truly achieved the status of an imperial artifact, a rarity throughout the 4 star domains. If he were to acquire it and present it to the Blade Emperor, it would undoubtedly secure his position as an official disciple. Such an opportunity was not to be squandered. In comparison, the fleeting affection he held for Yu Xianxian paled in significance. Once I am recognized as the Blade Emperor's disciple, she will surely come crawling to my bed, begging for my favor, he mused with a silent sneer. What say you? He then turned his gaze to Xuanji. Indeed, I have pondered this thoroughly. Xuanji replied with a serious nod. Excellent. One who knows the times is a true talent. Lei Dong beamed, believing she had changed her mind. Apologies. I meant to decline. Xuanji interjected, unable to contain herself. Reasons? Lei Dong's expression turned icy. He had never encountered anyone so audacious as to disregard his authority. No reasons needed. Xuanji retorted, casting a respectful glance at Jiang Feiyu. Young master, let us depart. Stop. Lei Dong was taken aback by the blatant disrespect, his expression darkening as he pointed at Jiang Feiyu. You refuse me because of his presence? A mere trifle in the realm of intentions dares to follow you? Absurd. Aligning with me, Lei Dong, is your wisest choice. If you feel indebted to him, you may compensate him. His gaze shifted coldly to Jiang Feiyu. Set your terms. Be wise. His tone dripped with an authority that brooked no dissent. Lei Dong, you have gone too far. Yu Xianxian admonished, her face a mask of frost. Mind your own business. Lei Dong shot her a disdainful look, turning back to Jiang Feiyu. Do you not have ears? State your terms. Leave. Jiang Feiyu coldly uttered a single word. You insolent wretch. Dare to offend the young master of the Hantian sect? You shall be punished. A figure suddenly soared into the air, hurtling towards Jiang Feiyu in a killing rush. It was one of the 4 elders who had previously stood with Lei Dong on the cloud ship. This fool dares to provoke the young master of the Hantian sect. Lei Dong. He is courting death. The ignorant rustic believes that possessing a semi-imperial artifact grants her license to act with impunity in the presence of the Hantian sect. Even an imperial artifact is but a fleeting shadow. Witnessing this, the crowd scoffed at Jiang Feiyu's audacity, proclaiming his impending doom. Yu Xianxian stepped forward defiantly, confronting Lei Dong. How dare you disregard the rules of the Starry Sky City and openly commit violence in my presence? She has expressed her unwillingness, yet you insist on coercion, truly shameless. I regret having misjudged you and aligning myself with such a despicable character. Begone, you wretched woman. Were it not for your incessant protection of them, I would not have to resort to such tactics. This entire mess is your doing, and now you think to use the Starry Sky City to pressure me? How dare you? Lei Dong, furious, tore the facade of civility with Yu Xianxian. Do not forget, it was you who sought my assistance. I granted you a modicum of respect. Otherwise, you wouldn't even qualify to grovel before me. With that, the assailing elder surged forward, his form a blur. Aiming for Jiang Feiyu. His right hand transformed into a flash of cold light, aiming to slice through Jiang Feiyu's neck with lightning speed. 9th level of the Fate Palace realm. Master, be careful. A flicker of panic crossed Chuanji's eyes. Just as she prepared to intervene, an astonishing scene unfolded. A faint glow suddenly materialized before Jiang Feiyu, shattering the cold light in the elder's grasp. Simultaneously, Jiang Feiyu delivered a swift palm strike to the elder's head. Bang! The elder-s had exploded in an instant, resulting in his immediate demise. This scene plunged the surroundings into an eerie silence. Is this the Hantian sect? Jiang Feiyu cast a fleeting glance at Lei Dong, a hint of derision curling at the corners of his lips as he uttered, trash. Suddenly, the previously hushed atmosphere erupted in chaos. He had actually slain a peak 9th rank master of the Fate Palace with a single strike? Astonishing. How dare he openly declare the Shaking Heaven sect to be worthless in front of Lei Dong? It was a dire situation. Escaping unscathed now seemed nearly impossible. I ought to call him brother, with such formidable prowess. Why would he provoke those who are beyond his reach? Lei Dong, witnessing the swift demise of the elder, felt a flicker of rage ignite within him. His gaze shifted to Jiang Feiyu, as he remarked, to dispatch a Fate Palace master with an intention realm technique. You must be a body cultivator. It becomes clear why Lin Feng fell to you. However, if you believe that such an act grants you the audacity to provoke me, the young sect master, and to insult the Shaking Heaven sect, then you are gravely mistaken. Provoke? Do you even have the right? Jiang Feiyu cast a glance at Lei Dong and scoffed. How amusing. You are a body cultivator, and yet I possess the strength of a body cultivator that surpasses you. Coldly, Lei Dong uttered 2 words before his form abruptly vanished from sight. In the next instant, he reappeared like a specter before Jiang Feiyu, launching a fist aimed directly at his head. At the 9th rank of the Life Palace realm, with a resounding impact, the blow tore through space, piercing the shimmering barrier before Jiang Feiyu and leaving a trail of afterimages in its wake. Such was the might of his fist. Witnessing this, the onlookers were left in awe, their eyes wide with astonishment. A trace of disdain flickered in Jiang Feiyu's eyes as he calmly extended his palm forward. With a sharp crack, he precisely seized the fist of Lei Dong, subsequently yanking it downward with force. Lei Dong, unable to maintain his balance, was propelled uncontrollably toward the ground. In your dreams, he bellowed, unleashing his strength. He forcibly broke free from Jiang Feiyu's grasp, pressing one palm against the ground to support himself, and delivered a powerful kick aimed at Jiang Feiyu's head. This strike, akin to cleaving through mountains and shattering stone, was imbued with immense force, unstoppable in its momentum. Yet, Jiang Feiyu merely raised a hand and swept it forward. Bang! Lei Dong's assault was once again thwarted. Blocked with undeniable strength, Jiang Feiyu seized the moment and delivered a lightning-fast kick to Lei Dong's abdomen. Lei Dong, displaying remarkable reflexes, executed a rapid mid-air somersault, simultaneously striking out with both palms. A resounding impact erupted as their fists and feet collided, unleashing an astonishing force that instantly propelled both fighters away from each other. Jiang Feiyu, with a slight sway, swiftly regained his balance, while Lei Dong staggered back 3 steps before managing to stabilize himself. Is this still amusing? Before he could fully comprehend the situation, Jiang Feiyu's mocking voice echoed in his ears. You seek death. Lei Dong's eyes blazed with fury, a glimmer of light appearing between his brows. In an instant, a blood-red longsword materialized in his hand, its blade intricately engraved with lifelike dragons. The hilt fashioned into the shape of a dragon's head, unleashing a terrifying dragon's roar as he wielded it. The Dragon Roar Bloodblade. A creation forged by the former Blade Emperor, it was born as a sacred artifact and, after accompanying the Blade Emperor in countless battles, had absorbed the malevolent energies of the world, evolving into a formidable semi-imperial weapon. The crowd recognized the weapon in Lei Dong's grasp and gasped in terror, some even screaming in fear. Die for me. With the Dragon Roar Bloodblade in hand, Lei Dong swung it down towards Jiang Feiyu's head with all his might. Boom. Accompanied by a deafening dragon's roar, the Bloodblade erupted with blinding radiance, instantly engulfing Jiang Feiyu, unleashing a tempestuous force that shattered the air. Is he dead? The onlookers murmured, uncertainty clouding their expressions. Boom. Yet in the next moment, a terrifying shockwave surged forth like a tidal wave, knocking the spectators off their feet with a thundering crash and cries of pain. This is the consequence of insulting the Hantian sect and opposing me, Lei Dong. A cold smirk graced Lei Dong's lips as he disdainfully shook his head. Just as his words fell, a flash of sword light pierced through the mist. Swish. Before Lei Dong could react, an ethereal sword struck his chest, detonating upon impact. Chapter 71. Where were you barking just now? Thud, thud. Lei Dong was propelled back several steps, his expression twisted with anger. The opulent garment he wore was torn apart, revealing a dark golden armor inscribed with numerous runes. The Sighing Armor. Crafted from ancient blueprints by the Hantian sect, it was said to possess a rank comparable to a sacred artifact, boasting exceptional defensive capabilities. Some recognized the armor and gasped in astonishment. Where were you barking just now? As the mist dissipated, Jiang Feiyu emerged, a mocking smile gracing his face. His white robe remained unblemished, not a single scratch marring his form. Clearly, Lei Dong's previous assault had not only failed to injure him but hadn't even grazed the hem of his garment. What the hell? Jiang Feiyu actually dodged all of Lei Dong's attacks, completely unscathed? What kind of joke is this? Even Gao Qing couldn't help but shout in disbelief. Slaying someone in the Fate Palace was one thing, but to perfectly evade all of Lei Dong's strikes. Is he truly at the Thought Realm? Gao Chang scrutinized Jiang Feiyu from a distance, incredulity etched on his face. His cultivation was indeed at the Thought Realm, but his overall strength likely surpassed even those at the Divine Ability Realm. Ling Xining licked her lollipop, her eyes shimmering with intrigue. Not even the Divine Ability Realm can contend with him? Thank goodness I wisely chose to back down earlier. Otherwise, I might have found myself buried beneath a mound of grass. Gao Qing recalled the earlier events, instinctively shrinking his neck. If you were wise, you should have proactively repelled Lin Feng before challenging Lei Dong. Ling Xining chuckled, licking her lollipop as her gaze on Jiang Feiyu grew increasingly bright. Is this a bit too much for me? Gao Qing feigned ignorance. You. In the arena, Lei Dong's gaze shifted as he beheld the unscathed Jiang Feiyu, astonishment flickering in his eyes. He never anticipated that his relentless assaults would fail to inflict any harm. No, he must be concealing his strength. He is undoubtedly more than just at the Thought Realm. With such feeble prowess, you dare to come forth, wasting my time. How tiresome. Jiang Feiyu disdainfully shook his head, turning away with Xianyan. Halt. Lei Dong leapt to his feet, bellowing in rage. Enough. Lei Dong, you have violated the rules of the Starry City. Leave immediately, or I shall invoke the powers of the Starry City to punish you. Yu Xianyan interceded, her words dripping with disdain and menace. Get lost. How dare you threaten me? You wretched harlot. Today, you all shall perish. Lei Dong had never suffered such humiliation. He swung the Dragon Roar Bloodblade violently towards both Yu Xianyan and Jiang Feiyu. Yu Xianyan deftly evaded, transforming into a streak of purple light that vanished before Lei Dong. Boom. The next moment, a flash of crimson blade light erupted in the arena, causing devastation wherever it passed, even the space itself buckling under the overwhelming force. This is the intent of the blade. Lei Dong's strike contained an overwhelming intent to annihilate. Even those at the Divine Ability Realm would not dare to resist lightly, lest they meet their demise. The onlookers collectively held their breath, eyes fixed on Jiang Feiyu. Now, let's see how you defend against this. Young master. Xuanyan's expression shifted dramatically. She hadn't anticipated the sheer strength of Lei Dong's attack. Instinctively, she sought to summon the Phoenix Moon Spear to aid Jiang Feiyu, but was halted by the sudden appearance of Yu Xianyan. Look at him. Xuanyan's voice trailed off as she gazed in astonishment. Faced with such a terrifying strike, Jiang Feiyu displayed no hint of alarm, remaining calm and composed, even exuding a hint of disdain in his gaze. Then, to Xuanyan's astonishment, Jiang Feiyu slowly unleashed a punch. Innate Dao body, divine might Dao rhythm. The intent of the punch materialized, carving a path through the air, shattering Lei Dong's assault with effortless ease. Crack. The residual force tore through the sighing armor protecting Lei Dong's chest, sending him tumbling hundreds of feet before finally halting. Lei Dong coughed up a mouthful of blood. Before he could react, he saw Jiang Feiyu slowly draw the Thunderlight sword from his waist and slash downwards. This is what you brought upon yourself. Heavenly Inquiry slash. Swish. This sword carried the might to annihilate the heavens and the earth, leaving naught but desolation in its wake. Impossible. The freshly injured Lei Dong's eyes widened with fear as he screamed frantically. How can you command such a terrifying swordsmanship? Break for me. In the face of such overwhelming power, Lei Dong forced himself to rise, raising the dragon roar blood blade, channeling all his strength into a desperate strike. The blade flashed, and a massive blood-colored dragon, infused with malevolence, surged forth to clash with Jiang Feiyu's sword. Dragon roar bloodlight break. Boom. As blade intent collided with sword intent. Lei Dong's summoned blood dragon was as feeble as paper, instantly obliterated, the residual force crashing down upon Lei Dong. Sizzle. The sighing armor emitted its final golden glow, attempting to shield Lei Dong, but it could not withstand the might of the strike, shattering into dust. You dare. In that critical moment, a faint yet formidable will erupted from his sea of consciousness, a domineering blade intent sweeping forth, shattering Jiang Feiyu's incoming strike and preserving Lei Dong's life. Such terrifying blade intent belonged to the Blade Emperor. Yu Xinyan realized immediately. Clearly, this was a life-saving charm bestowed upon Lei Dong by the Blade Emperor. Though Lei Dong was merely a nominal disciple, he bore the Blade Emperor's banner. If he were to be slain so easily, it would bring shame to the Blade Emperor. Even with the protective presence of the Blade Emperor's lingering will, Lei Dong was forced to retreat several hundred zhang, blood gushing uncontrollably from his mouth. At this moment, though he had narrowly preserved his life, it came at a tremendous cost. Not only was his internal power utterly depleted, but his foundation was also severely damaged. Even with the timely consumption of the finest healing elixirs, it would take at least 6 months for him to fully recuperate. Lei Dong lifted his head, his complexion as pale as parchment, his voice trembling as he exclaimed, "How is this possible? My blade could not withstand his sword at all. You worthless fool. You have brought disgrace upon my name." The fragment of will coalescing beside him, upon witnessing Lei Dong's state, erupted in fury. It then surged forth, transforming into a blade aimed at Jiang Feiyu, the one daring enough to harm the emperor. Die. The terrifying essence of the blade swept forth, obliterating everything in its path. In these times, what kind of rubbish dares to claim the title of Blade Emperor? A hint of disdain flickered in Jiang Feiyu's eyes as he swiftly drew his sword in response. Insane, was he truly daring to challenge the will of the Blade Emperor? The onlookers were utterly astounded at Jiang Feiyu's audacity to counter such authority. The will of the Blade Emperor was insurmountable. This young man was simply courting his own demise. With a resounding clash, blade met sword in midair, unleashing a fierce collision that radiated a blinding brilliance, instantly enveloping the entire expanse and creating a realm apart, severed from the outside world. Within this space, you wretch, perish. The sword, a manifestation of the Blade Emperor's will, obliterated the very fabric of the surroundings, slicing through Jiang Feiyu's attack and hurtling towards his soul's abyss. The Thunderlight sword could not withstand such formidable force, erupting in a cataclysmic explosion. This was the power of order, the distinctive hallmark of the Order realm. Within its confines, one would be wholly subjugated by the laws established by the opponent. Any assault would prove futile. Unless one could forcibly shatter this order, even in death, the soul would remain eternally ensnared, unable to find solace. I shall ensure your spirit is shattered, leaving you without a grave to call your own. A mere Order realm dares to proclaim itself as sovereign before me. A mere ant. Jiang Feiyu wore a disdainful expression as he summoned the depths of his soul to retaliate. With a thunderous roar, an overwhelming force surged forth in an instant, shattering the opponent's order and ensnaring that fragment of will on the spot. No. How can you, an insignificant insect, possess such terrifying power? I am the Blade Emperor, ruler of the southern barbarian star domain. You dare. The captured will of the Blade Emperor immediately emitted a piercing cry of utter terror. The noise was unbearable. Jiang Feiyu, weary of the idle chatter, effortlessly crushed the opponent's will with a mere wave of his hand. He was then forcefully engulfed by the sea of souls, which merged into him, enhancing his power. The force of the peak 9th rank of the thought realm began to surge within him, straining against confinement, yet Jiang Feiyu exerted his will to suppress it. Chapter 72. Did I allow you to leave? It was time to take a crucial step forward. With a flicker in his gaze, Jiang Feiyu seized the remnants of the orderly space suspended in the air to break through. His soul and martial body had long surpassed the realm of the Life Palace. The only thing lacking was the cultivation level. Having undergone the tempering of the great sun golden crow and devoured the essence of the Knife Emperor's will, he finally transcended the threshold of the peak 9th rank of the thought realm, taking a significant step towards the unity of spirit and flesh, solidifying his life palace. With a resounding boom, Jiang Feiyu's soul began to merge with his physical form. The power within his dantian surged, shaping a unique circular ring that erupted with a formidable force, shaking the heavens. The residual orderly space around him could scarcely contain this momentum, trembling violently and fracturing like a spider's web, becoming utterly fragmented. Below, Three elders of the shocking heaven sect swiftly approached Thunder Movement, pointing at Yu Xianxian with murderous intent, declaring, "Yu Xianxian, how dare you allow a lowly commoner to injure our young master to such an extent and provoke the Knife Emperor's will? He is now dead. You shall bear the consequences. Otherwise, today we shall turn your starry sky city into a river of blood." It was evident that Thunder Movement had initially acted without reason, seizing what belonged to others, and then brazenly committing violence in public. Now, having been bested, they sought to blame others? What a farce. Did the shocking heaven sect truly believe themselves invincible? Yu Xianxian glared at the three, retorting sharply, "Miss you. I advise you to consider whether you are qualified to represent Starry Sky City before you speak so recklessly. If you are wise, perhaps our previous cooperation with the shocking heaven sect can continue." An elder clad in a blue robe gave her a disdainful glance and sneered, "No need. I have already found a more suitable candidate." Yu Xianxian flatly rejected him, a strange smile gracing her lips. Crack. At that moment, the sealed space above them suddenly erupted. The order contained within instantaneously spilled forth, only to be ruthlessly crushed by a colossal hand. Who is this person who can shatter order with a mere gesture? The onlookers below were gripped by terror at this sight. Of course, it is the will of the Knife Emperor. That provocateur is left with nothing but dust. Something is amiss. I can no longer sense the Knife Emperor's will. The elder who had threatened Yu Xianxian and stood protectively in front of Thunder Movement side suddenly changed countenance. Slap. In the next moment, the enormous hand descended from the sky. The elder had no time to react before he was instantly reduced to a pulp, leaving no trace behind. How dare a small shocking heaven sect speak so boldly in my presence? Jiang Feiyu remarked disdainfully, casting a glance at the remaining two elders of the shocking heaven sect. You are still alive? Thunder Movement gaped at Jiang Feiyu, who appeared unscathed, utterly dumbfounded. Run. Take me to my father and my master. He then yanked one elder by the collar and shouted. Without hesitation, the elder leaped into action, propelling Thunder Movement towards the shocking heaven sect's cloud ship at an astonishing speed, while the other elder positioned himself resolutely in front of Jiang Feiyu, declaring, "You shall not harm a hair on our young master unless you step over my corpse." "As you wish." Jiang Feiyu responded with a swift motion of his hand. Slap. The elder felt a flash before him, and in the next instant, he was obliterated into fine dust, utterly vanishing. Whoosh. Yet, due to his successful delay, Thunder Movement managed to board the cloud ship, transforming into a streak of light that shot into the sky. "Did I allow you to leave?" Jiang Feiyu calmly turned and unleashed a punch towards the sky. Crack. The tranquil heavens shattered in response, all clouds dissipating in an instant, revealing the cloud ship that Thunder Movement occupied, which was promptly engulfed and annihilated by an overwhelming force. The bystanders fell into a profound silence upon witnessing this spectacle. Not only had he triumphed over the Knife Emperor's will, but he also obliterated Thunder Movement and the four guardians of the shocking heaven sect. Who is this person? Sleep. A chilling voice suddenly echoed in the ears of the crowd. In the next moment, the surrounding space warped, and darkness enveloped their vision as they collapsed into a deep slumber. Yu Xianxian swiftly instructed the silver-haired elder guarding the pillar of heaven, Elder Yin. Erase all traces from the scene, conceal our presence, and open the passage directly into the inner auction. Yes, miss. Elder Yin complied without hesitation. Young Master Jiang, everyone, this place is not suitable for lingering. Please follow me. Yu Xianxian called to Jiang Feiyu and the others. With that, she swiftly struck a slightly raised stone brick at the base of the pillar of heaven. Crack. In the next moment, the pillar of heaven trembled, and a massive fissure rapidly spread beneath their feet. Following this, a passage paved with clouds surrounding stones emerged before them. Young Master. Xuanji stared in astonishment at the passage beneath her, momentarily rendered speechless. Let us go. Jiang Feiyu offered her a reassuring glance and led the way into the passage behind Yu Xianxian. Seeing this, Xuanji hurried to follow, with Ling Zining and Gao Qing trailing behind her. Slap. The passage vanished in response. Centered around the pillar of heaven, the area swiftly sealed off, and the onlookers enveloped in a mysterious force were promptly transported outside Starry Sky City. Moments later, when they groggily awakened, they gazed around in astonishment, unable to recall what had just transpired. Simultaneously, within the shocking heaven sect of the Thundercloud realm in the southern barbarian star domain, Lei Pohong stared at the shattered life jade pendant in his palm, howling in despair. My son is dead. Who did this? Summon the Knife Emperor at once. No need. I have already arrived. A majestic voice suddenly rang in his ear. Before Lei Pohong could react, a figure appeared before him, clad in coarse linen and straw sandals. With dark skin and an utterly ordinary appearance, he was the kind of person who would evoke no attention if left on the street. Yet, who could have imagined that this seemingly mundane individual was, in fact, one of the four emperors, the Knife Emperor, who governed the southern barbarian star domain? Knife Emperor what? What is going on? Why did my son suddenly perish? Lei Pohong, prostrate before the unexpectedly appeared Knife Emperor, struggled to suppress his rage and maintain a calm tone. He was slain by a sword in Starry Sky City, and even the fragment of my will I left on him has been forcefully erased. The Knife Emperor gazed down at Lei Pohong, coldly stating, What? Even your fragment of will was erased? How is that possible? At this, Lei Pohong froze momentarily. Then, overwhelmed with agitation, he shouted, "To erase even a fragment of my will requires at least a level of mastery in the myriad laws. Someone who has touched the core of the laws of heaven and earth and possesses control over a particular profound mystery." Subsequently, Lei Pohong swiftly suppressed the shock within him and began to analyze the situation with a calm demeanor. Why speculate? A visit to the Starry City would clarify everything. He thought. Lai Kong, from a lofty position, remarked, "I wonder if the Blade Emperor might." Lei Pohong raised his head, his gaze fervent. Yet, just as the words were about to escape his lips, Lai Kong forcefully interrupted, "That is Yi Wushuang's domain, according to the Four Emperors' agreement. I cannot recklessly step into the Starry City." "I understand," Lei Pohong replied. "Yet, that individual possesses the ability to forcibly erase your will. I am merely concerned that should we encounter an insurmountable challenge without support, it would not reflect well upon you." He nodded, a touch of grievance evident in his tone. Lai Kong, perceptive to the underlying meaning in Lei Pohong's words, scoffed. "While I cannot be present myself, I have already informed the Punishment Clan to extend their full assistance. Moreover, Little Blade will accompany you." With that, a shadow appeared behind Lei Pohong in response to his words, yet he remained entirely unaware. "Thank you, Blade Emperor. I shall hasten to gather the members of the Shaking Heaven sect and proceed to the Starry City." Lei Pohong knelt, paying his respects before urgently rallying everyone towards their destination. Chapter 73. Shall we test it? Traversing through a dim corridor, a magnificent palace adorned in gold and jade emerged before their eyes. Is there truly such an immense palace within the Starry City? It appears even grander than the Lord's residence. Gao Qing exclaimed in astonishment upon beholding the palace. This was Mo Ishi's temporary palace. Jiang Feiyu gazed at the familiar palace before him and, quite unexpectedly, spoke up. "I never imagined that young Master Jiang would know this. It genuinely astonishes me." Yu Xianxian turned around, her face a picture of shock as she looked at Jiang Feiyu, the founder of the Starry Sky City, the myth of the Dark Moon Realm. Mo Ishi? The venue for the auction is actually his palace? Gao Qing exclaimed, his face filled with disbelief. "This only indicates the immense power of the Moonlight Pavilion's master." Yu Xianxian replied with a serene smile. "Indeed." Gao Qing nodded in agreement with conviction. "Miss, we are ready." At that moment, Yinli approached the group, bowing respectfully to Yu Xianxian. "Ladies and gentlemen, please." With a grand gesture, Yu Xianxian commanded the palace doors to swing open. A circle of violet light coalescing around the palace, enveloping it in an ethereal glow as the group followed her inside. "Miss Ling, why did you incapacitate those individuals earlier?" On the way, Xuanji could not help but whisper to Ling Ziqing beside her. "Of course, it was to protect your young master." Ling Ziqing winked at Xuanji, then shook her head with a wry smile. "However, my abilities are limited. I can only induce temporary amnesia rather than erase those memories entirely. Otherwise, I could have bought young Master Jiang more time." Gao Qing, standing nearby, nodded in agreement. "Thunderstorm has perished. The Blade Emperor and the Shaking Heaven sect will undoubtedly receive the news immediately. Although young Master Jiang's strength is unfathomable, to contend against both the Shaking Heaven sect and the Blade Emperor simultaneously would be akin to an ant attempting to shake a tree. We should flee at once." "Indeed. They are merely like ants shaking a tree," Jiang Feiyu affirmed, nodding in agreement. "Brother, you have misunderstood." Gao Qing rolled his eyes in exasperation. This fellow was exceedingly overconfident. But Jiang Feiyu had already turned to Ling Ziqing, saying, "There is no need to wade into this murky water. I can handle it myself." "No. I merely cannot stand by and watch Thunderstorm's actions without intervening. It is a matter of principle." Ling Ziqing shook her head, then, while sucking on her lollipop, waved the bracelet in her hand. "Moreover, since you gifted me this bracelet, we have already become friends." "How intriguing." Jiang Feiyu chuckled at this, saying, "You should thoroughly study that bracelet. It will prove invaluable to you in the future." "Valuable?" A flicker of surprise crossed Ling Ziqing's eyes. Upon witnessing the unfolding events, Jiang Feiyu spoke once more. "If I am not mistaken, your purpose for attending the auction is to seek an opportunity to unlock that door. Am I correct?" "Impressive." Ling Zining exclaimed, her delicate form trembling slightly, her tone laced with astonishment. "You, young Master Jiang, are truly unfathomable. You have discerned my intentions with but a glance. It is not the opportunity that hinders you from unlocking that door, but rather the path you have chosen. That bracelet can assist you." Jiang Feiyu remarked with an air of nonchalance. "You suggest that my path is misguided?" Ling Zining could no longer maintain her composure and pressed for clarification. "I beseech you, young Master Jiang, please elucidate." At that moment, Gao Qing, observing the exchange, could not help but interject. "Junior sister, matters concerning our Xiantian sect. It would be prudent to consult our master upon returning." However, Ling Zining paid no heed to his counsel, her gaze fixed intently upon Jiang Feiyu, yearning to uncover the root of her predicament. "Return and burn the portrait of your ancestral master." Jiang Feiyu gazed at Ling Zining, who spoke with astonishing boldness. "Burned? Could it be that something is concealed within?" Ling Zining asked earnestly. "Xiantian mirror." Jiang Feiyu replied with an air of indifference. "What on earth? Are you joking, brother? You burned the portrait of our revered ancestor?" Such an outrageous act could warrant capital punishment. And what is this Xiantian mirror? It is a legendary artifact that has been missing since the disappearance of our ancestor. No one knows its whereabouts. Gao Qing exclaimed in a fit of fury, addressing Jiang Feiyu with intense agitation. Just because others are unaware does not imply that I am ignorant. Jiang Feiyu chuckled softly. He then turned to Ling Zining and Gao Qing and inquired, do you know why the Xiantian mirror became lost after Xiantian Chang's death? Why? The duo instinctively asked in unison. Because that object was originally stolen by him. It never belonged to Xiantian's sect. And thus it could not be passed down openly and legitimately. Otherwise, your Xiantian sect would have long faced utter ruin. Jiang Feiyu proclaimed with familiarity. This is impossible. Nonsense. How dare you slander our ancestor? Gao Qing retorted furiously. Then why would burning the portrait of our ancestor lead to obtaining it? Ling Zining pressed on, not yielding to anger but seeking clarification. Only those who commit acts as heinous as his can gain his recognition and inherit what he left behind. After all, since the founding of Xiantian's sect, apart from him, you are the first to successfully awaken the Xiantian eyes. Jiang Feiyu continued, suddenly laughing. To put it in his own words, it is a matter of similar foul sense. Why not give it a try? Ling Zining activated her storage ring and excitedly licked her lips, exclaiming, I just happen to have it with me. The item in question was indeed the portrait of the Xiantian sect's founder. Junior sister, you must not heed his wild claims. Gao Qing implored fervently. Sensing Ling Zining's wavering resolve, this is unwise. Yu Xianxian suddenly turned to Ling Zining, urging her, I beseech you to think carefully. Miss you. You too believe that burning the portrait of our ancestor is unwise, do you not? Gao Qing looked at Yu Xianxian with gratitude. Not at all. To his surprise, Yu Xianxian shook her head resolutely, explaining, I wholeheartedly believe in Jiang Gongzi's words. Burning that portrait will indeed yield results. Then why do you seek to deter me? Ling Zining asked, perplexed. Miss Ling, when venturing outside, one must not flaunt their wealth. Yu Xianxian said with a serious demeanor. The auction is about to commence, and representatives from various factions are nearly all present. If you suddenly reveal a precious artifact at this moment, it will surely provoke calamity. I understand now. Compared to the outside, I am more ensnared here. Ling Zining smiled and bowed slightly to Yu Xianxian, expressing her gratitude. Thank you for your reminder. Miss you. Miss you. As a member of the punishment clan, why do you assist us? Gao Qing was baffled by Yu Xuanchuan's actions. Miss Yu possesses the bloodline of the Purple Moon. How could she willingly serve the punishment clan? Ling Zining shot Gao Qing a sidelong glance, responding calmly. Gao Qing blurted out in shock. Could it be that the legend is true? Miss Yu truly possesses the Purple Moon bloodline and is a descendant of the Yin Moon dynasty? Moreover, this elder sister shares the same bloodline. Ling Zining pointed to Xuanji. What? Miss Xuanji possesses the special bloodline of the Purple Moon? Are you two sisters? Gao Qing exclaimed in surprise. No wonder I felt there was a resemblance between you. So you were not jesting earlier? I truly am your sister. Xuanji, recalling their previous conversation, suddenly appeared quite agitated. Indeed. Yu Xianxian nodded noncommittally. Yu Xianxian, so she is your long-lost sister. No wonder you, wretched girl, would allow outsiders to slay my kin. A chilling voice unexpectedly interrupted their conversation from behind. The group turned to find Yu Tianjiao, who had been knocked out and returned by Yu Xianxian, now striding towards them with a menacing entourage. Tianjiao, what nonsense are you up to again? Was the previous lesson not enough? The auction is about to begin. Retreat at once. Any matters can be discussed afterward. Yu Xianxian scolded, her brow furrowed upon seeing Yi Tianjiao's arrival with the group. Bah, Yu Xianxian, do not act so high and mighty. Even our father was nearly deceived by you. Who would have thought you would dare conspire with outsiders to murder my kin? Yu Tianjiao shot back defiantly. Seize all of them. Chapter 74, from this moment on, I shall not retreat another step. With that, several figures dashed forward, unleashing dark chains to capture them. The chains of punishment. The incessant nuisances are ever present. Jiang Feiyu, without uttering a word, raised his hand and unleashed a powerful strike. Boom. Before those few could approach, they, along with the chains of punishment they had released, were instantly reduced to dust. How audacious. What gives you the audacity to commit such slaughter in the Starry City? A figure suddenly leaped into the fray. Clad in azure armor and wielding a dark spear, it was Gu Ming, the captain of the Starry City enforcement team. More than 20 individuals followed closely behind, each equipped with formidable gear, exuding an impressive aura. They were all elite members of the Guardian team. Gu Ming, without my command, who permitted you to arbitrarily detain anyone? Yu Xianyan glared at Gu Ming, her voice sharp. By the order of the clan leader, we are to apprehend the murderers. Please step aside, miss. Gu Ming fixed his gaze on Yu Xianyan, speaking coldly. What is the point of discussing anything with a traitor? Yi Tianjia strode purposefully before Yu Xianyan, her demeanor haughty as she declared, by my father's command, I hereby revoke all your rights in the Starry City and impose a temporary house arrest. With that, several figures darted forward, surrounding Yu Xianyan tightly, forcibly placing upon her the cold iron chains specifically crafted by the punishment clan to restrain her movements. Simultaneously, Yi Tianjia pointed at Jiang Feiyu and his companion, instructing Gu Ming, apprehend these two murderers. Tianjiao, what do you mean by that? The trapped Yu Xianyan stared intently at Yi Tianjiao, her expression grave. Those two are from the Xingyue Chamber of Commerce. They openly slaughtered members of my clan. You know that my father despises this above all? Yi Tianji replied, a cold smile gracing her lips. Humph, no wonder their earlier attack was so ruthless. It turns out they are indeed murderers. Lin Feng followed closely, a mocking smile on his face. At this moment, 5 individuals stood guard beside him, each exuding a remarkable presence, their cultivation far surpassing that of the earlier guards. Clearly, they were reinforcements he had just summoned. Where's the evidence? Yu Xianyan did not inquire about Jiang Feiyu and Xuanji, but directly challenged Yu Tianjiao. No tears before the coffin. Bring it forth. Yu Tianji retorted with a cold smile, waving her hand. The culprit is him. He is the murderer. We have no connection whatsoever. As soon as she finished speaking, a young man tumbled forward, crawling to Gu Ming's feet, pointing at Jiang Feiyu with a fierce voice. It was Su Sanduo from the Xingyue Chamber of Commerce, his clothing tattered, his body covered in shocking bloodstains, his once fair face now a grotesque mess, clearly having just suffered a brutal beating. If not for young Master Lin informing me, my father and I would still be in the dark. Yu Xianyan, you wretched woman, how dare you bring calamity upon my clan? My uncle is correct. Outsiders are to be distrusted. From this day forth, I will persuade my father to heed my uncle's counsel and eliminate all remaining heirs of the Yin dynasty, including you, without leaving a single one alive. Yi Tianju coldly regarded Yu Xianyan, a sinister smile on her lips. Another plot from the Night Clan. No wonder my father has not punished you, and even allowed you to come here to capture me. Yu Xianyan's beautiful eyes gleamed with icy light upon hearing this. So, the Night Clan is involved? That explains everything. Jiang Feiyu realized instantly. Su Sanduo, are you even human? How can you repay kindness with malice? You are less than a beast. On the side, Xuanji was so enraged upon seeing Su Sanduo that she gritted her teeth, a layer of murderous intent rising in her beautiful eyes. Upon hearing this, Su Sanduo exploded with rage, bellowing, if it weren't for you two scoundrels, would I have ended up like this? Even if I die today, I will drag you both down with me. Die. A sharp purple light suddenly flashed across the battlefield, piercing Su Sanduo's chest in the next instant. Taken by surprise, Su Sanduo suffered a grievous wound, spitting out a mouthful of blood, racked with pain. The vitality within him ebbed away at a visible rate as he clutched his chest, struggling to raise his head and gaze forward, his eyes filled with terror and disbelief. You wretched woman dare to kill me? Indeed, the object that pierced his chest was the Fengxian Mingwei spear previously held by Xuanji. Su Sanduo could never have imagined that Xuanji would strike him down. You despicable creature, you are a blight upon existence. Xuanji's face was now etched with murderous intent as she spoke coldly. Su Sanduo attempted to protest further, but Xuanji, standing opposite him, commanded the Fengxian Mingwei spear to unleash a surge of purple lightning, coldly uttering a single word. Die. Boom. As the word left her lips, the purple lightning erupted instantaneously, incinerating Su Sanduo completely. The fact that they could turn against their own kind illustrates the depths of their madness. Captain Gu, what are you waiting for? Lin Feng, witnessing the scene, immediately fanned the flames of conflict. Seize them. Without hesitation, Gu Ming waved his hand. Whoosh. A flurry of elite members surged forth, encircling Xuanji and Jiang Feiyu tightly. How does it feel? Jiang Feiyu, seemingly oblivious to the situation, turned to Xuanji and asked nonchalantly. Xuanji was initially taken aback but quickly regained her composure, responding, It's bearable. It's easier to accept than I imagined, considering I've slain a beast. Do you wish to continue? Jiang Feiyu inquired, his gaze fixed on Xuanji. Xuanji surveyed the encirclement, a flicker of fear rising within her. Instinctively tightening her grip on the spear, her eyes transformed into a picture of unwavering resolve as she declared, Kill. With that, the Fengxian Mingwei spear immediately radiated brilliance. The terrifying purple lightning surged forth in an instant, obliterating the 4 nearest individuals, reducing them to ashes, thus carving a bloody path. How dare you? Gu Ming erupted in fury, the dark spear in his hand transforming into a streak of black light, hurtling toward Xuanji. With lightning speed, Xuanji had no time to evade, instinctively raising the Fengxian Mingwei spear to block the incoming assault. Bang! Yet, the next moment, the black light from the spear pierced through her defenses, forcefully striking toward her chest. In a moment of crisis, the Fengxian Mingwei spear erupted on its own, the purple lightning coiling around its shaft solidifying in an instant, ensnaring the dark spear and forcefully yanking it away from Xuanji. Having narrowly escaped, Xuanji felt a surge of anger emanating from the Fengxian Mingwei spear. It was the spirit within expressing its discontent, asserting that the dignity of a half-emperor weapon should not be trampled upon. I'm sorry, I was too weak, too useless. I have let you down. Xuanji sincerely apologized to the Fengxian Mingwei spear, then grasped it tightly, her gaze resolute as she vowed, from this moment forth, I shall not retreat an inch. Kill. Boom. In the next instant, the Fengxian Mingwei spear erupted in an exceedingly brilliant purple light, enveloping Xuanji entirely, causing her aura to soar to its zenith. The dark spear, which had been attempting to assault Xuanji, was forcefully repelled with a resounding bang. Gu Ming raised his hand, catching his spear, yet the immense force pulled him back. Stop. He let out a thunderous roar and forcefully pressed down. The violet lightning that clung to the gun's body was instantaneously crushed, vanishing into nothingness. A flicker of astonishment crossed Gu Ming's eyes as he looked up at Qianji. Now imbued with a weightier gravity. In a grave tone, he remarked, "It is indeed remarkable that your strength can compel a semi-imperial weapon to submit willingly. However, you have violated the rules of the Starry City, thus, you must perish." As he spoke, Gu Ming flipped his wrist, and the long spear in his hand erupted with a deafening roar, propelling his momentum to its zenith. He had reached the pinnacle of the 9th grade of the Life Palace realm. Chapter 75. Annihilate them all, leave not a single one alive. The spear, named Slaughtering Sin, was prepared to grant the lady her demise. Gu Ming raised his spear, akin to a dragon emerging from the sea, stirring tumultuous waves. Wherever he passed, the space shattered, unleashing a force of annihilation. Those who obstruct me shall die. Qianji's eyes sparkled like lightning as she thrust the long spear forward. Buzz! The Fengxian Mingyue spear suddenly radiated an unfathomably terrifying purple glow. The attack unleashed by Slaughtering Sin appeared as fragile as paper before her, shattering on the spot in a complete explosion. Gu Ming's hands, which gripped the spear, were simultaneously torn apart, his pupils dilating in an instant. Fear washing over his resolute face for the first time. He could scarcely fathom that his assault could be so easily thwarted by a semi-imperial weapon. Yet before he could react, he suddenly heard Qianji's chilling voice beside his ear. "Fengxian, shoot." Swish. The formidable Fengxian Mingyue's spear elongated abruptly, traversing several meters to pierce through Gu Ming's heart, pinning him in midair, delivering a fatal shot. Gu. Captain Gu. Upon witnessing Gu Ming's demise, the members of the enforcement team were collectively struck with terror, instinctively retreating. If even the captain could be slain in an instant, who would dare to press forward? "What are you doing?" "Immediately kill them." Tianjiao glared at the retreating figures, her fury ignited. With a swift strike, she killed one of her own men and declared fiercely, "Those who dare to withdraw shall die." Though she too was shocked by Gu Ming's death, what of it? The Starry City was teeming with experts. The death of one Gu Ming was inconsequential. Tianjiao refused to believe that, with the combined strength of her people, they could not deal with two mere commoners. Since death was inevitable, they would fight to the end. The enforcement team, witnessing her resolve, could only bellow in unison and charge at Jiang Feiyu and Qianji. "Heroes, I am still here." Lin Feng shouted to Tianjiao, then waved his hand, instructing those beside him, "Eliminate them." Qianji brandished her long spear, declaring, "Young master, leave these foes to me. Is it necessary to employ a sledgehammer to kill a chicken?" Jiang Feiyu suddenly shook his head at Qianji, chuckling softly. As he spoke, he pointed at the corpses beneath them and calmly uttered 3 words, "Stand up." Whoosh. In the next moment, a surge of dark energy erupted from the bodies, and shadows began to coalesce, shooting forth in rapid succession. Indomitable shadow. Annihilate them all, leave not a single one alive. Jiang Feiyu, with an expressionless demeanor, commanded the shadowy figures. In an instant, all the shadows lunged towards the guardian, targeting the elite. A chorus of anguished screams erupted. Moments later, there remained no survivor before Yi Tianjiao. What in the world is that ghastly creature? It emerges from the corpses and cannot be vanquished. This individual is actually a demon cultivator? How is that possible? None of the demon cultivators I have encountered possess such peculiar abilities. Why, despite the numerous deaths? Is there no one to rescue us? This being is truly terrifying, employing an array of ever-evolving tactics. No wonder he dares to kill so recklessly. We must flee. Lin Feng exchanged a glance with Yi Tianjiao, and they took off in haste. Leave. With a single utterance from Jiang Feiyu, Lin Feng and Yi Tianjiao's figures momentarily froze. A terrifying force surged into their souls, blinding them and rendering them powerless, collapsing to the ground. The devouring immortal demon technique. "Ah, you heartless demon king. Please, do not come any closer." Yi Tianjiao, unaccustomed to facing such formidable power, stumbled back in fear, her voice rising in a panicked shriek. "No, please do not kill me. I admit my wrongs. I will offer you 300 million Supreme Spirit Stones in exchange for my life. Is that acceptable?" Lin Feng, kneeling, begged Jiang Feiyu desperately. He truly regretted his actions, lamenting that he should not have heeded Lei Dong's advice to conspire with Yi Tianjiao against Jiang Feiyu once more. After narrowly escaping once, he should have kept his distance from this murderous fiend. Upon sighting him from afar, he ought to have turned and fled. But now, it was all too late. "If I kill you, those treasures will belong to me." Jiang Feiyu responded calmly. "No." Before the echoes of his words faded, a sword of energy swiftly pierced Lin Feng's neck, ending his life. Jiang Feiyu, in the presence of Yi Tianjiao, seized Lin Feng's storage ring and unleashed a powerful strike. The devouring heaven demon technique activated instantaneously, swiftly consuming the remnants of Lin Feng's power, leaving behind only a pool of blood. "Please, don't kill me. I can give you anything you want. My father is Yi Qianyi, and my mother is an elder of the Starry Pavilion. If you spare me, you can do whatever you wish." Yi Tianjiao, utterly terrified by Jiang Feiyu's methods, desperately pleaded for mercy. "Yi Qianyi's daughter? A glimmer of cold light flashed in Jiang Feiyu's eyes upon hearing this, and he regarded Yu Xianxian with newfound intrigue. She has made my task much easier. As Yu Xianxian raised her hand, a swirl of purple flames emerged from her body, instantly incinerating the chains that bound her, turning them to wisps of smoke. She stepped forward to stand before Yi Tianjiao and, with an expression devoid of emotion, declared, I have already saved you once for the sake of my adoptive father. I shall not do so again. Sister, I realize my mistakes. Please, for the sake of our years of sisterhood, save me one more time. I beg you. At this moment, Yi Tianjiao clung to Yu Xianxian as if she were her last hope, pleading with desperation. She could never have imagined that one day she would have to beg Yu Xianxian for help, but survival took precedence over dignity. Young Master Jiang, how do you intend to deal with her? Yu Xianxian turned to Jiang Feiyu, observing Yi Tianjiao's frantic supplications. Do you have any suggestions, Miss Yu? Jiang Feiyu countered with a question. Rather than ending her life now, it would be more advantageous to use her to deliver a fatal blow to Yi Qianni. A flicker of surprise crossed Yu Xuanchuan's eyes as she spoke without hesitation. Isn't Yi Qianni your adoptive father? Upon hearing this, Yu Ji's breath quickened. But he is the archenemy of the Yin dynasty, with whom we share a blood feud. I have served him for 18 years. All for the day I can slay my enemy. The auction hosted by the Xianwei Pavilion is the perfect opportunity. Yu Xuanchuan's visage twisted with fury as she uttered these words. Are you suggesting an alliance with us? Jiang Feiyu inquired, his gaze fixed on Yu Xianxian. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Besides, you have stated that we are friends, have you not? Yu Xianxian replied ambiguously. What do you mean by that? What enmity exists between you and Yi Qianni? Yu Ji questioned, bewilderment etched on her face, a sentiment echoed by Ling Zining and Gao Qing. Did you approach me from the very beginning with this intention? Jiang Feiyu's eyes scrutinized Yu Xianxian. I regret to inform you that I am not as powerful as you assume, but I have been covertly monitoring the actions of the Punishment Clan. Upon learning that they utilized the Starry Pavilion to issue a cosmic ban against the Divine Sword sect, my intelligence team captured the scene of you slaying the Guardian of the Stars. Yu Xianxian recounted truthfully. So, you hail from the Divine Sword sect. Yu Ji grasped the crucial information, contemplating inwardly. What connection does the Divine Sword sect have with Yu Qianni? Gao Qing interjected. Yu Qianni holds more than one identity, one of which is the Supreme Elder of the Divine Sword sect. Yu Xianxian elucidated. I recall now, the Divine Sword sect is affiliated with the Qingyun realm. Once a dominant force that overwhelmed the ancient nation of Qingyun, the last destined individual emerged from the Divine Sword sect, yet for reasons unknown. It suddenly fell from grace and became an inconsequential faction. Ling Zining exclaimed, her astonishment palpable as she turned to Jiang Feiyu. I never imagined young Master Jiang was a member of the Divine Sword sect. The fall of the Divine Sword sect is intricately linked to the Qingyun ancient nation and Yi Qianni. Yu Xianxian added. Now it all makes sense. The revelation unraveled the confusion in Ling Zining and Yu Ji's minds. This was the reason Yu Xianxian sought to collaborate with Jiang Feiyu to confront Yi Qianni. Chapter 76. Cooperation. Yu Xianxian, have you lost your mind? You actually wish to oppose my father. Have you forgotten who took you in and nurtured you to achieve your current status? You ungrateful wretch. Yi Tianjiao, realizing the implications, erupted in furious condemnation towards Yu Xianxian. With a resounding slap, Yu Xianxian struck Yi Tianjiao's face, leaving it reddened and swollen. You vile creature, if you dare, kill me. Otherwise, I will ensure my father has you torn to pieces, leaving no trace behind. Yi Tianjiao cried out in pain, clutching her face. Do you think I fear killing you? Yu Xuanchuan's eyes turned frigid as she seized Yi Tianjiao by the neck with lightning speed, exerting her strength. You. No, please, let me go. I don't want to die. Choking, Yi Tianjiao succumbed, gasping for mercy. Were it not for the unfathomable strength of Yi Qianni. Do you think I would allow you to live this long? Yu Xianxian released her grip, looking down at the crumpled Yi Tianjiao with an icy tone. You intend to use Yi Tianjiao to threaten Yi Qianni into submission? That may not be so simple. Gao Qing reasoned calmly. It is precisely that simple. Yi Qianni's mixed yuan harmonization technique has reached a critical juncture, and Yi Tianjiao is the key to unraveling it. Yu Xianxian confidently responded. What is this mixed yuan harmonization technique? Is it some sort of extraordinary skill? Yu Ji instinctively inquired. A pitiful technique from the Blood Demon Sea. Jiang Feiyu interjected with a scoff. The Blood Demon Sea? That mysterious demonic sect which vanished millennia ago and has recently resurfaced? Both Ling Zining and Gao Qing looked on in shock. Indeed, Yi Qianni once sacrificed his wife as a vessel to the Blood Demon Sea to obtain its legacy, altering his fate. Yu Xianxian revealed shockingly. Yu Xianxian, you lie. My father could never commit such an atrocity. Yi Tianjiao shrieked in piercing disbelief. Do you comprehend why the women of the Punishment Clan are so scarce? It is because they serve as vessels for those old fools to extend their lives. And the architect of this scheme is none other than Yi Qianni. After he sacrificed his wife for power, he employed the same tactic to help those old men break through their bottlenecks, successfully extending their lives and seizing control of the Yin dynasty's power, forcefully dominating the Starry City. Yu Xianxian laughed coldly. No, that is impossible. You will not deceive me. Yi Tianjiao struggled vehemently, her cries echoing. Deceive you? Humph. You know that you are the last vessel. Should they seize you, Yi Qian's mixed Yuan divine demon technique would reach completion, rendering him invincible across the star realms. Yu Xian stared intently at Yi Tianjiao, enunciating each word with clarity. At this declaration, Yi Tianjiao felt as if struck by lightning, falling into a profound silence. At that moment, Yu Xian suddenly produced a small, golden orb radiating a gentle glow from her bosom and swiftly forced it into Yi Tianjiao's mouth before she could react. The golden cicada goo ball, a treasure of the Xianwei pavilion not commonly disclosed. How did it end up in your possession? Yi Tianjiao, compelled to swallow the small golden orb, erupted into fits of coughing as she looked at Yu Xian with terror. I have seen this before. The person leading the Starry Moon Chamber when the Xianwei Pavilion entrusted them with that mysterious golden orb carried this item. Are you joking? That is the centerpiece of the Xianwei Pavilion's auction. Such a valuable item would never be entrusted to the Starry Moon Chamber, as the Xianwei Pavilion severed ties with them over a millennium ago, leaving an irreconcilable rift. You are either lying or have been utterly deceived. Upon hearing the words of Xianji, Yi Tianjiao suddenly exclaimed, What? Such a thing exists? I was entirely unaware. Is it true? Xianji appeared completely oblivious to this matter and instinctively looked towards Yu Xian upon learning the truth. I will explain everything to you shortly. Yu Xian reassured her with a comforting glance. At that moment, Jiang Feiyu interjected, No wonder I previously discovered the methods of the Yin Moon dynasty on that golden orb. It turns out that the Xianyu Pavilion is none other than the Yin Moon dynasty. What does that mean? Yi Tianjiao instinctively turned her gaze towards Jiang Feiyu. The Xianyu Pavilion has never severed ties with the Xingyu commerce. As Jiang Feiyu spoke, he suddenly cast a sidelong glance at Yu Xian, his lips curling into a smirk. They have merely adopted a different approach to remain hidden in the shadows, biding their time to reclaim what rightfully belongs to them. Master Jiang is astute. I admire your keen insight. Yu Xian remarked with a smile. Upon hearing this, Yu Tianjiao's body jolted violently, her eyes widening in shock as if struck by lightning. Could it be that they had already anticipated our Zue Fa clan would seize the opportunity to take control of the Starry City, and thus deliberately push the Xingyu commerce into the spotlight to suppress us? In truth, they had long since relocated their main force and critical resources to the seemingly insignificant Xianyu Pavilion, which had just completely severed ties with the Xingyu commerce. Their aim was to conceal their true intentions and quietly amass power. The more Yi Tianjiao pondered, the more terrified she became, her entire body trembling uncontrollably. No wonder the Xianyu Pavilion has developed its influence so rapidly over the years, even becoming the exclusive information provider for our Zue Fa clan. But how did you manage to do this so silently? She had never anticipated that the Zue Fa clan's takeover of the Starry City was merely a part of a grand scheme orchestrated silently by the Yin Moon dynasty. The Xianyu Pavilion has always belonged to me, Yu Xian said with a playful smile. No wonder you possess such a wealth of crucial information. It turns out you are the true master of the Xianyu Pavilion, and all of this has been under your secret control. Realizing this, Yi Tianjiao trembled violently, and in the next moment, she fainted as if struck by lightning. It must be the power of the golden cicada goo ball acting up, Yin Lao. Take her away to prepare. Yu Xian immediately instructed Yinli. Yes, miss. I believe Master Jiang is already aware of my plan. Yu Xian turned her gaze towards Jiang Feiyu. You intend to utilize that mysterious golden orb to incite chaos at the auction, and then use Yi Tianjiao to control Yi Tiani with the golden cicada goo insect, thereby uprooting the Zue Fa clan. Jiang Feiyu said calmly. Indeed. While the golden cicada goo ball may not be able to kill Yu Tiani, it can at least render him powerless for a short time. By then, even if the ancient remnants of the Zue Fa clan rise to confront us, they will not be a match for my Yin Moon dynasty. Yu Xian declared with a chilling gaze. There is no need for such complications with a mere Yi Tiani. I alone am sufficient, Jiang Feiyu stated with confidence. Does this mean Master Jiang has agreed to my proposal? That would be splendid. Should this endeavor succeed, the Yin Moon dynasty shall offer unwavering support to you, Master Jiang, in any future difficulties. Yu Xian exclaimed with unrestrained joy, promptly assuring Jiang Feiyu. Wait. At that moment, Ling Zining unexpectedly volunteered, Miss you, if you do not mind. My Xian sect is also willing to lend a hand. Junior sister, are you out of your mind? This is a quest for vengeance. Why are you getting involved? Gao Qing quickly urged. The Zue Fa clan has long exploited their ties with the Qingyun ancient nation, acting with impunity under the guise of the Sword Emperor, causing considerable losses for my Xian sect. They even extended their reach into our territory. This is the perfect opportunity to make them pay dearly. Why not seize it? Ling Zining replied sternly. But Gao Qing attempted to dissuade her, but was silenced by a lollipop that Ling Zining shoved into his mouth. There are no buts. Quickly inform my father to send someone. Miss Ling, are you not doing this entirely to assist me? Yu Xian winked at Ling Zining, as if seeing through everything. Of course, I am doing it for Master Jiang. I hope to take this opportunity for him to remember my kindness, even if it's just a little. Ling Zining unabashedly confessed. Jiang Feiyu was instantly amused and couldn't help but jest. If you wish for me to remember your personal favor, it is quite simple. Just ally with my Divine Sword sect and offer unconditional support. No problem. Without a moment's hesitation, Ling Zining readily agreed. Of course. Without any conditions? Jiang Feiyu inquired with a smile. What conditions could there be? We're friends after all, Ling Zining exclaimed. How intriguing. Jiang Feiyu's lips curled slightly in a smirk. Then it settled. As his words fell, the violet light surrounding them suddenly dispersed, and Jiang Feiyu and his companions felt a fleeting sensation before they found themselves outside the venue of the auction. Everyone, I shall descend first to prepare for our meeting at the auction, Yu Xianyin declared, hastily departing. Chapter 77, If You Can Act. Do not waste your breath at that moment. One by one, individuals entered the venue, clutching their invitations from the Immortal Moon Pavilion. Ah, is that not Gao Qing? What is this? Has the Xiantian sect run out of members, sending a useless fellow like you? A piercing insult echoed through the crowd as they drew nearer. Jiang Feiyu turned towards the sound, revealing a gaunt young man with 3 piercing eyes and skin as pale as parchment, enveloped in a long gray robe. At that moment, his gaze towards Gao Qing was laden with contempt and disdain. It was Chen Yishuan of Miaokong sect. Gao Qing raised his head, his expression darkening instantly. Ultimately shrouded in a thick veil of murderous intent. Do Gao and he have a feud? Xuanji whispered to Ling Zining, lowering her voice. This Chen Yishuan is notoriously infamous, committing heinous acts of vice and violence. My brother once loved a woman, only for her to fall victim to this beast's cruelty, leaving her body unrecognizable. For years, my brother has sought an opportunity to eliminate him, but the Miaokong sect is renowned for its intelligence network, and this fiend is always shielded by several skilled protectors, making it nearly impossible to strike. Ling Zining replied through gritted teeth. Suddenly, as if on cue, a flash of sword light surged through the crowd, causing a panic dispersal. Before anyone could react, a blade of energy pierced through Chen Yishuan's shoulder, pinning him to the massive stone at the entrance of the venue. In an instant, blood erupted forth. Ah, which scoundrel dares to ambush me? Step forward to face your doom. Chen Yishuan, impaled upon the stone, emitted a piercing scream, soon followed by his braggadocio. Just as he finished speaking, another blade of energy sliced through the air, striking the other shoulder of Chen Yishuan, causing him to roll his eyes back and lose consciousness. At this sight, 2 figures suddenly appeared before Gao Qing, garbed in similar attire to Chen Yishuan, their expressions cold and menacing. Was it you who attacked just now? One demanded. Which of your eyes witnessed me strike? Gao Qing retorted with a cold smirk. Indeed, indeed. If your foul mouth provokes punishment, you still dare to boast here. Came an immediate agreement from the crowd. Do you still wish to deny it? One of the leaders stepped forward. However, before he could act, Ling Zining seized the moment, swinging her lollipop to send him flying, crashing heavily to the ground. Do you truly believe my Xiantian sect is easy to bully? If your Miaokong sect seeks trouble, let it be grand. If no explanation is provided today, this matter shall remain unresolved, Ling Zining declared, flinging her lollipop at the opponent's face, exuding unparalleled authority. You. The Miaokong sect members glared at her in fury. Cease this. Today, our Xianhua Pavilion is hosting an auction. Anyone who dares to cause a disturbance shall not escape the consequences. As tensions escalated, several figures rushed from within the venue, forcibly separating the 2 factions. They instigated the chaos first. Gao Qing protested indignantly. I care not for right or wrong. Any troublemaker shall have their invitation to the auction revoked. The elder at the forefront declared sternly. Humph, we of the Miaokong sect will remember this debt. Let us see how this unfolds. The members of Miaokong sect shot daggers at Gao Qing and Ling Zining before turning to take Chen Yishuan away for treatment. The onlookers, witnessing the scene, began to disperse, flowing back into the venue. I apologize for the necessity of this action to uphold the image of Xianhua Pavilion. I had no choice but to intervene. The previously stern elder approached Jiang Feiyu, bowing respectfully. It's of no consequence. Jiang Feiyu replied calmly, gesturing dismissively. The pavilion master has instructed me. Please, follow me. The elder promptly led them to the best seats, evidently arranged by Yu Xianxian. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to call for me, the elder said with utmost respect. Very well. Jiang Feiyu nodded, waving him away. Once the elder departed, Gao Qing immediately